Chapter 1. Dodge Q, Dodge W, Counterkill. Impressive, Xiaogo. You managed to counterkill with just a sliver of health. Against the odds, it's the fearless Xiaogo, in dire straits like Uusu. Are you joking? With this form, Xiaogo is bound to break the curse of not winning a championship this summer. Just a summer split? Surely we must secure the LPL's first world championship? Ha, Xiaohu, you're getting a bit carried away. Within the RNG training facility, the air was filled with the jovial banner of the players. It was their time for free ranking matches. In a corner, Su Bai, dozing at the esports desk, groggily lifted his head, somewhat bewildered, and glanced toward the source of the noise. Wait, wasn't I drinking at the cold cup? How did I end up in an internet CAF? However, as his vision gradually cleared, Su Bai recognized the group of young men chatting nearby. The absolute core of the RNG team, Uusu, affectionately nicknamed Xiaogo, Wuzi, or Zhaojiang. The starting mid laner, Xiaohu, renowned for his seasonal performance, thriving in the spring but waning in the summer. And the main jungler, MLXG, famous for his aggressive style of play. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, Su Bai confirmed his suspicions. RNG was indeed one of the most prominent teams in the LPL, and these three were key members. Given that Su Bai was once a professional player in League of Legends, recognizing them was hardly a challenge. The wall was adorned with the RNG emblem and group photos of the players. But why am I in the RNG training facility? And didn't Uusu and MLXG retire ages ago? Xiaohu should have transferred as well. Su Bai rubbed his head, astonished, when suddenly an unbelievable scene appeared on the black screen of the computer before him. He had become younger. Su Bai pulled out his phone, which was not a model he used. Surprised, he opened the camera for a selfie, clearly seeing his youthful visage. 2017. Oh my, could it be that I have time travel? This surreal scene caused Su Bai's heart to skip a beat. Before he could ponder further, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Accompanied by a brief pang of pain, Su Bai suddenly realized, clutching his head as he muttered, I never imagined that my days of heavy drinking, along with my stomach and liver ailments, would not find me, but time travel would. The original owner of this body was also named Su Bai, sharing the same name and surname. At merely 18 years of age, he had stormed through high-level ranked matches in the Korean server with his exceptional skills on Riven, defeating numerous streamers and professional players from various countries. He ascended to the pinnacle of the strongest rank, achieving a spot among the top 50 players, quickly earning fame in the high-ranking Korean server. His victories over professional players during live streams led to countless clips created by various media accounts and short video bloggers, causing the ID Su Bai to become a sensation throughout the esports community, reaching explosive levels of popularity. Many skeptical or opportunistic game streamers flocked to the Korean server to challenge Su Bai, but without exception, they were utterly defeated in the top lane. These inexperienced challengers directly propelled Su Bai's title of top lane ceiling to new heights. Especially after it was revealed that he was only 17 years old, he was hailed as the hope for domestic top laners, bestowing upon him great expectations from the public. Media bloggers who edited Su Bai's perspective and streamers who showcased his gameplay profited immensely. Faced with Su Bai's terrifying popularity and rare genius, major clubs in the LPL extended invitations, and even powerhouse teams from the LCK reached out with offers. Ultimately, Su Bai was recruited by RNG, one of the three dominant teams in the LPL, signing a 3-year contract. On the day of signing, RNG held a grand live streaming event, making a spectacle of Su Bai, significantly boosting his popularity. The signing of the 17-year-old domestic talent Su Bai with RNG simultaneously topped the trending charts on Weibo, allowing RNG to capitalize on this momentum. At that moment, everyone believed RNG would leverage Su Bai's arrival to dominate the LPL, evolving from a singular strong point in Uusu to a dual threat, marking a monumental leap for the team. Even Su Bai himself felt poised to make his name on the professional stage, dreaming of lifting the championship trophy for RNG. However, ideals often clash with harsh realities. Upon joining RNG, Su Bai, with a severely limited champion pool, possessing only exceptional skills on Riven, found himself overshadowed by other top laners, leading Coach Feng to confine him to the bench. Especially in the current tank-dominant meta, where professional top laners thrived on tank champions, Su Bai struggled to adapt. Let Me, showcasing his mastery of tank champions, effectively relegated Su Bai to the role of a mere water boy within the team, transforming the once promising young talent into a mere substitute. Despite Su Bai's relentless efforts to practice tank top play, his once top 50 account in the Korean server plummeted to diamond rank in mere days, littered with red marks on his match history. Such dismal performance did not escape the scrutiny of online observers, and under the guidance of provocative bloggers, a wave of criticism engulfed him, nearly crushing the spirit of this 17-year-old boy. In just a few months, he transitioned from a celebrated figure to a target of scorn. Amidst this roller coaster of extreme fluctuations, the boy's mental state fell into despondency. And thus, the current Su Bai found himself thrust into this unexpected journey. Sigh, poor little guy. To be honest, I'm faring even worse than you. Su Bai deflected, offering a self-deprecating remark. Though he had been a former professional player in his past life, he had never stepped onto the LPL stage. He served in the YM team in the LSBL, known as the training ground for esports talents, but did not carry him far. After 5 years of service and witnessing the reformation of the LDL, just as he saw a glimmer of hope for entering the LPL, Coach Zhou Xingchen was embroiled in a match-fixing scandal, which directly led to YM's disqualification. Heartbroken, Su Bai retired with regrets, turning to heavy drinking as one of his few pastimes. With your talent, if you just take a few years to hone your skills, it's a sure thing that you'll shine in the LPL. Su Bai felt a mix of emotions as he casually grabbed a bottle of Asti, sparkling wine from the table, and instinctively downed it. At that moment, ding, detecting that the host is consuming alcohol. The drink to gain power system has been successfully bound. The host is consuming Asti, sparkling wine. Attributes are being enhanced. Awareness 10, Awareness 20, Awareness 30. Su Bai. A series of cold mechanical voices rang in Su Bai's ears, and before he could fully process it, the bottle of Asti, sparkling wine, was drained. In that moment of astonishment, the mechanical voice concluded with a final announcement. Awareness 100. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Bai glimpsed the screens of others, feeling an unprecedented clarity in his gaming strategy, leaving him momentarily speechless. What's happening? Su Bai opened his computer, visibly incredulous. My awareness has doubled. As a fan of novels, he understood that such advantages were a staple for time travelers. But this drink to gain power ability felt rather simplistic and crude, didn't it? Good heavens, could it be attributed to my past life of heavy drinking? Moreover, the amplification was astonishing. A 100 in awareness surely elevated his understanding of the game by several levels. Yet, it seemed absurd that he had to drink to enhance his gaming prowess. Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? Su Bai found himself somewhat speechless at this mechanism. Just imagining the scene was inherently ludicrous. Sitting among professional players, while the others wore serious expressions, he would casually pull out a bottle of Erguo 2 and down it in one go. Envisioning the stunned expressions of the commentators and the audience made Su Bai burst into laughter. This is utterly outrageous, right? Surely, I won't be kicked off the competition stage outright. However, the commotion stirred by Su Bai in the corner caught the attention of the nearby RNG players. Particularly, Let Me and Ming, who were spectating behind Yejie and Xiaohu, turned their heads in bewilderment at the sight of Su Bai, whose face radiated with delight. Ming remarked, "Goodness, Let Me, do you think the online criticism has been a tad too harsh? They've driven this kid Su Bai to the brink of madness just over half an hour ago. He was in tears, and now he's grinning. It's a bit unsettling, isn't it?" Let Me waved his hand dismissively and chuckled, unsettling my foot. Perhaps he's just won the lottery. Seeing Su Bai's whimsical demeanor only further reassured Let Me. To be honest, when RNG first signed Su Bai, Let Me was genuinely alarmed. He had encountered Su Bai early on in the Korean server, and that lad had left him in shambles. Let Me and his fellow domestic top laners unanimously believed Su Bai was cheating and collectively urged Riot Games on Weibo to deliver a fair resolution. However, The slap in the face often comes with unexpected swiftness, as Riot's subsequent ruling confirmed that Su Bai had never cheated, igniting an unprecedented Su Bai craze across the nation. RNG triumphed over numerous rival clubs to secure Su Bai's contract. The spectacle was such that Let Me himself thought he might be benched, as the signing event felt like a celebration of sorts. RNG was undoubtedly grooming Su Bai as the cornerstone of their future team. But who would have thought that this lad was merely a one-trick pony, proficient only with Riven, while other top laners fell short, having no bearing on his standing. Moreover, according to Fengge, the management was already aware of this situation prior to the signing. The club's owner signed Su Bai not only to assess his developmental potential, but also to leverage his popularity to bolster RNG's profile and attract some attention and traffic. Those in the know understood it was all about the clout. This fluctuation in status brought immense joy to Let Me. Why does this kid have to replace me? Let Me, did you hear what the coach said? Yesterday, when checking the rank points, Su Bai had already fallen to Diamond 2. Ming chuckled without much reservation. Oh, Let Me exclaimed with delight, pleasantly surprised. Haha, this is truly gratifying. Although Yejie was engrossed in the game, he overheard the conversation between his two teammates, glancing at the jubilant Su Bai in the corner, shaking his head slightly. Initially, he thought Su Bai joining RNG would result in a harmonious partnership. Yet Su Bai's performance reiterated the old adage. A high rank does not guarantee prowess in competition. Having debuted at 15 and battled in the LPL ever since, Yejie had witnessed too many so-called prodigies who fizzled out. Hey, perhaps you guys should let Fengge take Su Bai for a mental checkup? Xaia's distinct voice chimed in. His laughter is a bit unnerving. Xiao remarked, locking eyes with Su Bai. Hey, you and Hao Gu, care for a drink? Su Bai raised his bottle of usset fruit wine and grinned. For longevity, Xiao replied, you drink, it'll play the game. Play the game. What the hell, longevity? And for heaven's sake, that's fruit wine. What do you mean beer? Playing the game definitely calls for something. As Su Bai was about to invite the other RNG players to join him, the head coach Fengge stepped into the training room. What shall we drink while gaming? Fengge brushed his signature side-swept bangs aside. Ming, Let Me, what are your rank points? How far are we from the club's goals? Ming raised both hands in surrender. Fengge, off the grind. Let Me, sitting at the computer, mischievously gestured toward Su Bai. Why not ask Su Bai how many points he has? Why bother? Just tell him it's Diamond 2 and below, huh? Laughter erupted in the RNG training room. Su Bai remained silent, approaching Coach Fengge with a smile and saying, Fengge, I'm stepping out for a bit. To Fengge, that smile was interpreted as a forced grin. The disparity between a genius player and a benchwarmer was indeed vast. Fengge patted Su Bai on the shoulder, nodding go ahead. However, at that moment, Su Bai felt no sadness. On the contrary, he was slightly amused. Having realized that the system granted strength through drinking, he was eager to capitalize on this knowledge. The training facility lacked sufficient alcohol, making a trip to the supermarket quite necessary. Upon his return, he found the team gathered in the coach's office, likely preparing for the upcoming scrimmage. Without waiting for the meeting to commence, Su Bai remained unfazed. After all, it was not the first time RNG had acted in such a manner, and his mental fortitude was significantly greater. Approaching his computer desk, he opened a bag brimming with alcoholic beverages, meticulously arranging an array of drinks, white spirits, beer, and red wine, on the shelf. Usset sparkling wine, Jägermeister, Uusu Beer, Snowflake Beer, Jiang Xiaobai, Rio cocktails, wine, whiskey, and ergoto, in his quest to align with the system and comprehend the augmentation of various attributes. Su Bai had purchased every type of liquor available downstairs, resulting in a rather hefty expenditure. Fortunately, the rest of the RNG members were preoccupied with their meeting, otherwise they would likely be left utterly astounded by this scene. Of course, Su Bai was indifferent to the possibility of being seen that in the realm of esports, prowess reigned supreme. In his previous gaming days, he had refrained from drinking alcohol to maintain peak performance. Su Bai shook his head in resignation. With a system as outrageous as his, abstaining from alcohol was simply not an option. Thus, he promptly opened a bottle of Uusu Beer and demonstrated his prowess in consuming it in one go. Ding! Detection shows the host is consuming Uusu Beer. Attributes are enhancing. Operation 20. Operation 30. Operation 40. The mechanical notifications from the system echoed continuously, but Su Bai did not halt his actions, draining the entire bottle of Uusu Beer. At that moment, the notifications ceased. Operation 100. Indeed. Burp Su Bai could barely finish his sentence before letting out a resounding belch. He sensed a peculiar change in his fingers, which had become increasingly nimble, likely doubling his speed. However, before he could revel in his newfound abilities, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Goodness, that was a bit too much. Logically, it shouldn't have been the case. Su Bai had spent over a year in his past life drinking heavily. And while his tolerance could not compare to that of a seasoned drunkard, this single bottle of Uusu was hardly substantial. Yet, he quickly realized the truth. Having traversed into another world, the original owner of this body had never consumed alcohol. So it was entirely normal for the body to react so intensely to a sudden influx of liquor. I surmised, consciousness in operation. Different brands of alcohol yield varying attribute enhancements. It boosts consciousness. Uusu enhances operation. What about the others? Ergo 2, Lao Bai Dry, such high-proof spirits. Su Bai pondered, preparing to reach for them, but as he bent down, the dizziness struck again, nearly causing him to bump his head. No, if I drink any more, I might just collapse. Su Bai quickly shook his head, abandoning that plan. He still possessed enough self-awareness, and besides, mixing drinks would only heighten the risk of inebriation. Remarkably, who would have thought that one day? The ability to drink could prove advantageous. Encountering a system that could be termed a liquor god training device, Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim in amusement. He would need to practice diligently from now on. However, for the moment, let us leverage the system's enhancement buff and charge ahead in Korean server ranks. Without further ado, Su Bai accessed the Korean server and dove straight into the fray. In his previous life with YM, Su Bai had been a top lane player, and in this life, he remained in the same position. However, while the roles were identical, the champions favored by both sides differed slightly. As a traditional blue-collar top laner, Su Bai commonly utilized champions such as Triumphant, Xiao, Malphite, Shun, and Cho'Gath, none of which were damage-dealing top laners. This was not due to a preference for tanks, but rather a necessity dictated by team needs and the current meta, which favored tanky champions. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Su Bai resolved to alter his habits. With the S7 patch bringing significant changes, the top lane had blossomed into a diverse landscape, allowing champions like Fiora, Kennen, and Jace, previously considered squishy damage dealers, to shine. He seized the opportunity to hone his skills with carry-type top laners that, as for Riven, there was no need to elaborate. This body possessed an extraordinary understanding of that champion. To expand his champion pool and conquer his weaknesses, Su Bai consciously chose not to select her and instead opted for another formidable top lane champion, Fiora. His win rate with Fiora was modest, having played only about 10 matches with her. Yet, a lack of proficiency mattered little. Su Bai had the ability to hack the game. This system buff was no trifling matter. With the previous 100 consciousness from at Sparkling Wine and 100 operation from Uusu Beer, he surged through the ranks in the Korean server Diamond 2 tier, racking up kills with ease. In one match, they surrendered within 20 minutes, and he achieved an impressive score of 11-18. In the second match, another effortless slaughter ensued, finishing the top lane in a mere 15 minutes. The third match mirrored the massacre. In less than 3 hours, Su Bai played a total of 7 ranked matches, with opponents consistently opting to surrender. There were even 3 instances of the enemy top laner going AFK, leading to comical accusations from opponents who claimed Su Bai was orchestrating the games. Throughout these 7 matches, Su Bai exclusively played Fiora, earning the MVP title in each one. During one particularly challenging match, they faced a 4v5 scenario, suffering a brutal onslaught in the mid lane that prompted teammates to rage at the jungler. After several minutes of arguing, they nearly abandoned the game, as they had lost 2 turrets. Fortunately, their top laner, the formidable Su Bai, turned the tide during team fights, effortlessly diving into the backline and taking on 2 or even 3 opponents at a time. However, his teammates were astonishingly incompetent, struggling even in 3v3 or 3v2 scenarios. Yet Su Bai remained unfazed, promptly downing 2 bottles of low-alcohol fruit wine, which resulted in an operation boost of 200. Additionally, he acquired a new reaction buff of 100. With his enhanced skills, he seized the opportunity during the final clash to eliminate the enemy carries and subsequently dispose of their jungler. He achieved a remarkable 3 kills in a 1 versus 5 scenario. Turning the tides of the match, rubbing his temples, Su Bai felt somewhat disoriented. While he was formidable during gameplay, the aftermath left him quite dizzy. Yet as he gazed at the screen displaying his extraordinary master rank with 57 victory points, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over him. Achieving a 7-game winning streak in the Korean server, along with MVP titles, was no small feat. Even top-tier professional players often struggle to attain such results. 7 consecutive victories were not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in single-handedly propelling his team to victory. It was already 10 o'clock. Surely the meeting had concluded by now. At this rate, if he continued climbing, he would undoubtedly reclaim his place in the ranks by tomorrow, and reaching the top of the ladder with an additional 500 points was also within reach. In such a scenario, claiming the title of #1 in the Korean server would merely be a matter of time. Based on his current ranking, the coaching staff would have to re-evaluate their contracts, not to mention the opportunity to compete in actual matches, the prestigious LPL professional stage. Su Bai felt a surge of joy. It was the very stage he had yearned to grace in his previous life. He contemplated the timeline. The summer season was rapidly approaching, and he believed it would not be a problem to ascend to the top of the Korean server ranks. However, was RNG truly the right place for him? Memories of past encounters flooded his mind. Taunts from fellow players, exclusion, ridicule, and the club's indifference, discarding him once he had outlived his utility. The former little Su Bai had been oblivious, believing that his lack of ability and failure to integrate had led to such unfair treatment. Yet, through his experiences, he understood that this was merely a manifestation of his own brilliance, drawing envy and disdain from others. When one possesses value, these sentiments remain concealed. But as one's popularity wanes and their brilliance diminishes, narrow-minded individuals would seize the opportunity to undermine them, creating obstacles. What is that overwhelming sin of alcohol? No one is drinking at this hour. Just then, Feng Gu, having concluded the meeting, led the RNG team back to the training room. Initially, the group emerged from the training room in high spirits, exchanging laughter. However, upon seeing Su Bai seated alone at his computer, surrounded by empty bottles and sporting slightly flushed cheeks, they were momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, you drank all this by yourself?" Xiaohu exclaimed. "Aren't you the one who dislikes drinking?" At noon, when I brought us its sparkling wine, Lemmy was quite reluctant that I directly darken my expression and asked, "Why does the training room reek of alcohol?" His dissatisfaction was palpable. "With this atmosphere, how can we train here? This is a public space, you know. Everyone is training here. Have you ever considered the feelings of others?" Su Bai furrowed his brows. The RNG club had never imposed a ban on players consuming alcohol. As Xiao had just mentioned, they had been drinking and boasting in the training room at noon, and Coach Feng was present, without any objection. After all, these professional players are akin to office workers. Outside their training hours, they are free to do as they please. Yet here, it seemed he wasn't considering the communal space that, in simple terms, while there was nothing inherently wrong with the situation, Su Bai was at fault. "What do you mean?" Su Bai had no intention of confronting Let Me, and had no reason to do so, but he stood up from his chair, the empty bottle still in hand. Not only Let Me was taken aback, but even the others in RNG were momentarily stunned that Su Bai, being an introverted character, had never exhibited such behavior since joining the club. "Have you had too much to drink?" Let Me scoffed, preparing to approach him. However, Coach Feng promptly intervened, patting Let Me's shoulder. "It's 10 o'clock. Those who wish to rest should do so, and those who want to train can continue." Watching Feng approach Su Bai, Let Me shook his head in dissatisfaction and remarked to Ming nearby, "This kid must have been struck dumb by the pressure, right? It's hard to say. Dropping from the top 50 in the rankings to Diamond 2, it's not surprising he'd be dazed." Xiaohu chimed in. "Look at his little cabinet. There is still plenty of alcohol. This is likely alcohol abuse. Then this kid is done for." Lemmy's face didn't show too much joy, but inside he was elated. Initially, many netizens had drawn comparisons between himself and Su Bai, even creating compilations of a stream where Su Bai had decisively bested him. The online harassment he endured would now be repaid upon Su Bai. Go ahead, keep drinking. Let us see when the club decides to dismiss you. You think you can take my place? With your champion pool, banning Riven would have you retiring on the spot. Let me felt a thrill of joy. Envisioning the day Su Bai would be expelled from RNG, and netizens would finally recognize that Let Me's prowess far surpassed that of Su Bai. Su Bai, why are you drinking alone? Feng asked knowingly. Is there something troubling you? His voice was soft, akin to his name. Yet Su Bai understood this was merely a facade, a guise of the seemingly wise older brother who had lured him into RNG. Once inside, it felt as though he had signed a contract of servitude, firmly relegating him to the bench with no opportunities for play, not even in practice matches, for the sake of the popularity and profits. RNG had proven to be quite disgraceful. No, my salary from last month hasn't been paid, so I just felt like drinking today, Su Bai replied nonchalantly, recalling that the club still owed him a month's wages. He had heard tales of RNG's reputation for financial irresponsibility long before this moment. The saying went, RNG has been embroiled in more lawsuits than BO 5 matches at the S tournament. Yet they VE won fewer cases than matches played. After Yejie's decline, RNG had sold their management contract to a streaming agency, and MLXG had even sued RNG for unpaid wages. This was the fate of key players. One could only imagine the plight of others. Moreover, regarding wages, Feng had certainly deceived Su Bai. Why had RNG risen above other powerhouse teams? It was due to Feng's big brother demeanor, making grand promises of elite training and nurturing to transform Su Bai into the next Yejie. He would compete in the S tournament for glory, with an annual salary of 34 million. At that time, Su Bai had been too easily swayed by silver-tongue persuasion. The contract was a convoluted mess, and Su Bai had signed it without understanding. Once the deal was sealed, he discovered his salary was merely 5,000 a month. The figure of 34 million referred to 3 to 4 million. How absurd! In light of this story, Su Bai gazed at Feng's hypocritical face, wishing he could tear it off to is it, because your rank has dropped too quickly. How about I have a substitute Y1 duo with you? This way, you can coordinate with the jungle, Feng suggested kindly, though he deliberately ignored the mention of Su Bai's salary. And oh need, that I'm used to solo queuing, Su Bai replied coldly, sensing Feng's feigned ignorance. Selective hearing. Are we coordinating? If you truly wanted to coordinate, why not let MLXG play with me? Instead, you send a second-string player? Every day it's just nonsense. After being refused multiple times, Feng lost his patience that today's Su Bai was unexpectedly difficult to appease. Nothing like the naive student he used to be. It seemed he had indeed drunk a bit too much. What a hassle. So Feng advised in that case, continue solo queuing. But you're still young, and at your sister's request. I should indeed exercise stricter discipline. Put away the alcohol. Understood. Su Bai promptly discarded the bottle into the trash and slammed the cabinet shut with his foot. He then returned to his computer and donned his headphones. The loud bang momentarily stunned Feng. Su Bai, impatient, asked, Do you have any other business? Upon hearing his cold words, not only Feng but even the rest of RNG were taken aback. What? This obedient child has suddenly developed an attitude when speaking to the head coach. Feng was perplexed. Has this kid really become so bold after drinking? With such a poor alcohol tolerance, he shouldn't be allowed to drink again. If not for your potential value, I'd have the boss fire you by tomorrow. Feng huffed coldly, tossing his hand dismissively as he exited the training room. After 10 o'clock, the players returned to their rooms to rest. Su Bai shrugged, indifferent, and began to grind ranked matches in the Korean server. A vertical column of friend requests appeared on the right, but all were ignored by Su Bai. However, he was unaware whether it was the late hour or the alcohol beginning to take effect. But as he entered the champion selection screen, he felt a distinct disconnect between his fingers and his mind. This evident decline in his state puzzled Su Bai. Could it be that the buff effects were waning? He attempted to invoke the phrases he had read in novels. System, open the attribute panel. As soon as he spoke, a light blue panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Su Bai current active buffs, awareness 100. Remaining time, 5 minutes 12 seconds. Reaction 100. Remaining time, 59 minutes 12 seconds. Operation 100. Remaining time, 12 minutes 11 seconds. Hadn't the operation increased to 200, so it was indeed diminishing. Su Bai nodded slightly, confirming that his bodily sensations were accurate. The buffs were indeed fading over time, with the remaining durations clearly indicated, suggesting that each time the time elapsed, there would be a reduction of 100 in attribute bonuses. This conclusion could be drawn from the decrease of 100 in operation. Thus, in order to continue stacking the buff time, he would need to refill his drink. This is quite the predicament. Su Bai patted his slightly numb head, muttering helplessly, "Am I really going to get completely drunk? My fragile constitution cannot withstand the ravages of alcohol. Why can't I have an unconditional, mindless system like in the novels?" Indeed, it appears that the narratives within novels are rife with deceit. The path to becoming stronger invariably demands a price. Yet, why is it that others merely lose their hair to gain strength, while I find myself resorting to excessive drinking, only to end up in a state of nausea? Is it that one day, upon discovering I have alcoholic liver disease, I shall become invincible? Goodness, this system is certainly not benevolent. Su Bai silently grumbled to himself. He then proceeded to uncork another bottle of Usset's sparkling wine. There was no choice. He had to continue climbing the ranks, as this hack could not be halted. However, this hack could not be renewed. It could only be replenished. What? You wonder why I exclusively drink sparkling wine. Obviously, it has a lower alcohol content. If I were to indulge in anything stronger, I would surely collapse beneath the table. By the way, system, can you answer my query? Su Bai tossed the bottle cap aside and attempted to inquire. The subtitles flashed. "Host, please proceed." "Oh, this could be interesting." Su Bai chuckled and asked, "Were you a notorious drunkard in your past life, seeking to drag others into the bottle in this one?" "Host, I can only elucidate the system's rules." "How dull. It seems there are no features for humor." Su Bai shrugged. Very well, he would inquire about the rules. Were the criteria for acquiring attributes, the percentage of enhancements, and the classifications of attributes? This was a perplexity that had plagued Su Bai's mind. He had initially believed that Usset's sparkling wine would enhance his awareness. However, during a recent dire match, after consuming 2 bottles, he found his enhancements to be 100 for both operation and reaction. Neither of these had any relation to awareness. Moreover, reaction was an entirely new addition. Such an increase compelled Su Bai to entirely dismiss his previous hypothesis. Thus, he posed his classic query. Could it be that this wretched system is merely a reincarnated drunkard, attempting to deceive me into drinking? Rule notification. The attributes gained from each drink are randomly selected. The higher the host's level of intoxication, the greater the enhancement of attributes, though the duration varies according to the degree of inebriation. Upon reading this notification, Su Bai finally grasped the system's rules. It seemed intricate, laden with words, yet distilled to its essence, it simply meant, drink, keep drinking, until you lose all sense of self. Goodness, is this a punishment for my past excessive drinking? Su Bai smacked his forehead. Never mind, it was inconsequential. He needed to focus on ranking up. At this moment, everyone in the training room had retired for the night, presenting an opportune moment for him to achieve great feats. Su Bai downed the Usset's sparkling wine in one go, and soon the crisp sound of a notification rang in his ears. Ding! Detection of the host consuming Usset's sparkling wine. Attribute enhancement in progress. Blades will Aurelia proficiency 10. Proficiency 20. Proficiency 30. As Su Bai swallowed the last sip of the fruity wine, the proficiency for the Blade Sister surged to 100. The proficiency of the Blade Sister. Su Bai's face lit up with joy. This unexpected enhancement was indeed a boon. After all, his proficiency with the hero had been quite low in prior matches, relying solely on the System S buffs to artificially elevate his skills. Now, with a 100 proficiency boost, he felt as though he had been granted wings. Without hesitation, Su Bai uncorked another bottle of Usset's sparkling wine and consumed it eagerly. Ding! Detection of the host consuming Usset's sparkling wine. Attribute enhancement in progress. Prediction 10. Prediction 20. Prediction 30. Prediction 100. The notification chimed once more, heralding yet another new attribute enhancement. Su Bai slammed the bottle onto the table, knocking over several empty ones. Yet he uttered not a single word. Immediately opening another bottle. Today, he was determined to uncover just how many tricks this system had up its sleeve. However, having drained the sparkling wine, Su Bai was left with only lower alcohol beer to choose from. All right, after finishing a bottle of Qingdao beer, he felt his abdomen swell, his cheeks flush slightly, and his mind grow a bit fuzzy. Though the Usset sparkling wine was low in alcohol, the sheer volume he had consumed was overwhelming. Coupled with the rapid consumption of a bottle of Qingdao beer, he was beginning to feel quite lightheaded. Nevertheless, this time, the system's enhancement notification had changed. Ding! Detection of the host consuming Qingdao beer. Attribute enhancement in progress. Operation 60. Operation 100. Operation 200. The notification rang out, causing Su Bai's eyes to widen in disbelief. Was it truly granting him 200 for operation? Goodness, is the system's logic such that the more inebriated I become, the more formidable I am? System panel, Su Bai exclaimed. Current active buffs. Prediction 100, remaining time. 1 hour 34 minutes 17 seconds. Awareness 100, remaining time. 2 minutes 12 seconds. Reaction 100, remaining time. 56 minutes 12 seconds. Operation 300, remaining time. 5 hours 10 minutes 11 seconds. Blades will Aurelia proficiency 100, remaining time. 1 hour 1 minute 11 seconds. My word, this data panel is astonishingly absurd. Su Bai laughed heartily, reaching out to touch the data panel, but grasped only air. Just as he felt he might topple over, his mind quickly regained clarity, and he clutched the arms of his chair to steady himself. The sensation of lightness was indescribable, as if Su Bai's body said, "This is it. I'm losing control and about to fall." Yet his mind and arms swiftly interjected, pulling him back. Not even the King of Heaven could topple me. This is exhilarating. Haha. Su Bai immediately launched into a game, selecting the Blade Sister with 100 proficiency without hesitation. Tonight, as long as the moon shines, I shall remain awake to climb the ranks. However, this commotion attracted the attention of the RNG members who had just finished their shifts, all standing at the training room door, astonished by the scene before them. Xiaohu shook his head, sighing alas. He was once considered a genius, quite talented. How did it come to this? Yejie remarked. One can only surmise that the blow was too great. After all, he is but 17, and individuals at this age tend to be quite fragile emotionally. While the two felt sympathy for Su Bai, Lemmy suddenly chimed in. Are you all overthinking this? Someone enjoying a bit of drink, yet still gaming every day. How delightful. One shouldn't impose their own standards on others. Not everyone shares the same aspirations. Some simply revel in a laid-back lifestyle. You see, Lemmy took pleasure in Su Bai's situation. As long as Su Bai was ousted from RNG, he could secure his position in the top lane. In professional teams, starters and substitutes are forever rivals, a starting player. The greatest fear is the existence of a substitute. Should any issue arise, the club can easily replace you with the substitute, leaving you powerless. Conversely, substitutes constantly hope for a starter's downfall, seeking their own chance to shine. Although Xiaohu and Yejie did not openly refute Lemmy's words, they were not entirely in agreement either. They believed Su Bai was not yet at that point. I think Lemmy has a point. Look at him. Does he seem to be suffering? Look, you see, he is still playing. If he had any ambition, he wouldn't be in such a state playing ranked games. It's merely a farce. The speaker was Ming, who had aligned himself with Lemmy. Xiaohu scratched his head, finding some merit in Ming's words, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Aren't you all leaving? What are you staring at? Suddenly, Feng Ji's voice boomed as he strode forth. What a strong smell of alcohol. Even before reaching the door, Feng Ge was already overwhelmed by the scent. Lemmy pointed at Su Bai. Feng Ge, look, he said it again, sigh. I've lost count of how many times I've advised him. I've spoken all the good words, yet he refuses to listen. Lemmy's demeanor was earnest and heavy-hearted, leading those unaware to believe he shared a deep bond with Su Bai. Feng Ge glanced inside, where Su Bai languidly occupied a chair, the table cluttered with an array of bottles. Each brimming with alcohol, scattered across the floor lay several fallen bottles and jars, evidence of considerable indulgence. With a shake of his head, Feng Ji's disappointment was palpable as he turned to leave. In his view, uttering another word would be a waste of breath. Su Bai was beyond redemption, his worth thoroughly exhausted. It was best to let things be. Although Feng Ge remained silent, let me discern his sentiments. Realizing that it was time to abandon the effort, Unable to contain himself, let me let out a chuckle. Meanwhile, Su Bai noticed the commotion at the door but chose to ignore it. The buffs were at their peak, and every second was invaluable. There was no time to be distracted by trivial matters. As the BP phase commenced, he promptly selected Riven. Upon entering the lane, the first wave of minions approached, and Su Bai felt as though his hero's movements had slowed down. In reality, it was his reactions that had quickened. He dealt significant damage at level 1 and achieved a solo kill at level 2 that his teammates were astonished. So swift? A solo kill at level 2? It feels like we've hitched a ride on a winning streak. Goodness, even professional players can't be this outrageous. They're facing a master-tier opponent. While his teammates were still in disbelief, the enemy top laner had already teleported back. At this moment, Su Bai was in a precarious state, having taken damage at level 2 without any replenishment. Wasn't this an opportunity? The enemy top laner aggressively engaged him. However, everything was under Su Bai's control. He deftly maneuvered, using his Q skill to evade all incoming attacks. Each movement was interspersed with basic attacks, showcasing Riven weaving through the minions while the enemy top laner's health dwindled. Upon reaching level 3, he executed a flawless counterkill. The exhilaration surged through Su Bai. That seamless execution and fluid thought process brought him immense comfort. Another solo kill? Is he truly this formidable? Did you see Riven's gameplay? My goodness, it was spectacular. Indeed, that was undoubtedly the world's best Riven. Is it really that absurd? Does this mean victory is assured? At this juncture, the enemy team was left dazed and confused, unable to comprehend the situation. An actor? No way. How can someone die twice at level 2? If this ISNTA performance, what is it? Can you not throw the game? I need to rank up to master. Report him. I'm reporting him as soon as the game ends. P.S. Definitely an actor. I refuse to believe this Riven is this powerful. There must be some compensation involved. The match continued, with their jungler reaching level 6 and securing a double kill. Riven moved like a serpent, executing dazzling maneuvers that left the top and jungle opponents in a Su Bai's jungler had intended to assist the top lane, but everyone at this rank understood the importance of protecting their carries to secure victory. However, it seemed unnecessary now. They had encountered a master of the game. Please carry me in the next match. Oh, master! Who is this divine being? Surely not just an unknown player. Goodness, guess what I just saw? His record is a page full of green. He has never lost. In an instant, the players' focus shifted away from the game as they yearned to uncover the identity of this Riven. Hoping to ride the coattails of greatness that, if all else failed, they could add him as a friend. If they encountered him in the future, they could eliminate him without hesitation. No need to throw away points. Su Bai was now lost in his gameplay, reveling in the smoothness of his actions, even surprising himself. If he continued like this and drank just a bit more, wouldn't he be invincible? He cast a glance at the bottles on the table. Just as he contemplated another drink, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision began to blur. Another drink might send him sprawling. Never mind, he mused, realizing the current boost was sufficient, and there was no need to push his luck, that if he became inebriated and fell asleep, it would surely hinder his progress, that he resolved to finish this match before indulging again. Unwilling to waste a single second, especially since the buffs had time limits. Unbeknownst to him, hours slipped by until the clock struck midnight, and he had lost count of how many matches he had played. The effects of the alcohol faded, and the various buffs began to dissipate. The difference was quite apparent. His hands lacked the previous agility, and his awareness and understanding of the game diminished, with the buffs fading away. Winning the last match became somewhat challenging. Continuing to play risked uncertainty in victory. Noting the late hour, Su Bai decided to resume tomorrow. He glanced at his impressive record. 23 consecutive victories. Master rank. 350 points. Currently, the top 200 in Korean server held a rank of 490 points. This meant that as long as Su Bai surpassed 490 points and entered the top 200, he would achieve the master rank that, of course. Others were also climbing the ranks, and by tomorrow, it could rise to 500 points, but that wasn't a major concern. He needed just 150 more points. With continued victories, around 10 matches would suffice. He aimed to finish before the reset at dawn. Su Bai released the mouse, incredulously staring at his own hand. Once hailed as a genius, he now realized that compared to the buffs provided by this system, his past accolades seemed trivial. With this drinking system, conquering the LPL was no longer a mere dream. In the EDG training base, the door to the training room burst open with urgency as Abu and Nof rushed in. Ming Kai, why were you in such a hurry to call us? What on earth happened? Abu, still half asleep, was less than pleased to be roused from slumber. You better have something significant to share, Nof. Slightly irritated, added, if it were anyone else, I'd have already started cursing, but it's you, so I'll hold my tongue. Take a look at this. It's a recent ranked match I played. The coach gestured to the computer screen. Abu and Nof leaned closer, observing a master tier ranked match where the coach's team had lost, and it appeared quite disastrous, ending in 20 minutes. Seemingly a surrender point, one player on the opposing team stood out remarkably. The top laner Riven, boasting a record of 20-0-11. This implied 1 kill per minute, an exceptionally rare feat in the Korean master tier. However, if that were all, it wouldn't warrant such astonishment. Perhaps it was merely an exceptional Riven player on a Smurf account. The coach maneuvered the mouse, clicking into Riven's record. The sea of green met Abu and Nof's eyes. And not only that, each green entry bore an MVP tag. Their expressions shifted dramatically, growing cautious. Achieving MVP in every master tier match, that surely couldn't be mere luck. One could win streaks with good fortune, but that wouldn't guarantee MVPs. Yet the surprises didn't end there. The coach flipped to the next page, revealing more green, a screen full of MVPs. Who is this person? Who could they possibly be? Abu couldn't contain his curiosity. The coach continued flipping, reaching the third page, which looked identical, giving the impression that they hadn't even turned the page. Now Nof was unsettled. Do you know him? How old is he? Has he joined a professional team? Can he play other champions? The coach shook his head. I don't know him, but you should recognize this idea as Abu and Nof leaned in to examine closer. They read, Su Bai, Su Bai. Hadn't he been in contact with them before? They almost signed him. Abu strained to recall. Nof interjected, yes, it's quite unfortunate. We intended to develop him a bit, but RNG snatched him up. His signing created quite a stir, but it seems we haven't heard much about him since. Abu murmured, wait, I heard he could only play one champion, so he couldn't make it to the stage. He has been drinking heavily at RNG and is beyond saving. Coach, what are you all discussing? Just then, Mouse approached. Upon seeing the content on the coach's screen, he was taken aback. What? Su Bai? Didn't he drop a diamond? How could he possibly be dominating in master tier? It's impossible. Hearing this, Abu nodded. You're mistaken. It's unlikely. Perhaps this isn't even him. Mouse stroked his chin. Maybe he was punished for dropping for master and found a substitute. He certainly doesn't possess that level of skill. That. The three hesitated, caught between belief and skepticism. Unable to draw any firm conclusions, Mouse took a few more glances and then chuckled. It's definitely not him. He only plays Riven, relying on that one champion. But this person can play any champion. How could it be Su Bai? Upon hearing this, Abu suddenly found it quite reasonable. The array of heroes displayed over the past few pages was indeed diverse, ranging from tanks to warriors, from team-fighting top laners to split-pushing top laners. That it seemed that any champion capable of occupying the top lane was utilized, regardless of whether they were suited to the current meta, and each was capable of securing MVP accolades. Abu even began to suspect that this could not possibly be the work of a single individual, but rather the result of several players, each mastering their own favorite champions. He proposed a theory. I believe he may not possess the prowess to achieve such feats alone. It is likely that RNG Club is orchestrating a spectacle, attempting to create a legend, if you catch my drift. Upon hearing this, the others understood immediately. The phenomenon of creating legends exists in both esports and traditional sports alike. The objective is to attract attention and generate buzz, especially in an era where visibility reigns supreme. Had it not been for their thorough understanding of Su Bai, they might have been easily deceived, observing that the others seemed to reach a consensus. Mouse scoffed, such underhanded tactics are downright distasteful, truly repugnant. Just then, the manager interjected, wait a moment, he is online. He is currently active. Should I reach out? Initially, Abu and the others intended to withdraw, but upon hearing this, They gathered closer again. The manager had already sent a friend request, eager to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, in the RNG training room, Su Bai was preparing to log off and rest. However, he was bombarded with friend requests. The IDs were quite familiar, belonging to his recent opponents and teammates. Suddenly, one particular ID caught Su Bai's attention. Clear Love 7. Wasn't it the manager's ID? It dawned on Su Bai that Clear Love had been on the opposing side during their last match the previous night. Thus, Su Bai accepted the friend request, curious to see what the manager had to say. Clear Love 7. Bro, are you Su Bai? Is it really you? Is this account the one you've been using, Su Bai? Yes, who else could it be? Clear Love 7. How can you prove it? Su Bai. Prove it. Is that necessary? Su Bai scratched his head, feeling perplexed by the manager's insistence. Clear Love 7. Are you available for a video call? Seeing this request, Su Bai hesitated, as he had little interaction with the manager. Clear Love 7. Bro, I'm sorry to trouble you, but I really need your help. Recognizing the manager's politeness, Su Bai reluctantly agreed, and they exchanged contact information. Clear Love promptly initiated a video call. Upon connecting, before Su Bai could utter a word, the manager abruptly ended the call. What just happened? Su Bai was left bewildered regarding the manager's intentions on the EDG side. After the manager ended the video call, he wore a look of shock. It truly is him. How could this be possible? Mouse shook his head in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. That I suspect there must be a substitute player from RNG nearby. Su Bai is merely putting on an act. Abu began to analyze. Over 20 consecutive victories, with each match culminating in an MVP performance. If it were indeed using a substitute, wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Even creating a legend shouldn't be this exaggerated. RNG can't possibly overlook this issue. The manager nodded in agreement. Exactly. If different players were involved, each would have their own itemization strategies, warding habits, and summoner spell placements, which would be easily recognizable. Yet if you observe his item builds, the strategies are consistently aligned. It should not be the work of several individuals. Abu concurred. You're right, and finding such a group of players would not be a simple task. Can RNG ensure that each of them keeps this a secret? Once it's out, they're finished. The risk is far too great. What could the truth be? The four men fell into contemplation, having exhausted all conceivable possibilities, leaving only one remaining theory. After deep reflection, they realized that all signs pointed to the initial possibility they had considered. It was indeed Su Bai, although they were reluctant to accept it, finding it even illogical. This was the only possibility that remained. The manager then stated, what if, hypothetically, it is indeed him playing and he truly possesses such skill? Shouldn't we take some action? RNG's current weakness lies in the top lane, and if that gap were closed, I shudder to think of the implications. Abu suddenly felt a sense of urgency. You're absolutely right. If it is indeed him playing, he is a true prodigy. We cannot allow RNG to acquire him, even at great cost. We must bring him over. Abu's reasoning was well-founded. Firstly, RNG was undeniably strong, but their top lane was a vulnerability, fortifying that weakness would significantly enhance their power. Secondly, EDG's top lane also had its shortcomings. Mouse could only be considered a competent worker, lacking any real carry potential. Currently, EDG and RNG were fairly evenly matched in the other three lanes, making the top lane the decisive battleground. The superiority of the top laner would dictate the advantage in a match. The more Abu contemplated this, the more necessary it seemed. However, Mouse observed Abu's demeanor with increasing unease. He had merely come to witness the spectacle, yet now found himself embroiled in it. If Abu truly recruited Su Bai, it would jeopardize his position. Wait, have you all thought this through? Even if he isn't a substitute hired by RNG, he could still be someone who is hired as a WN.D. Oh, you really want to recruit such a person? Mouse attempted to dissuade Abu from this notion. Abu shook his head, dismissing Mouse's concerns. Why are you so certain? What if? I'm saying what if we're mistaken and discover that he is indeed a substitute? How would we reconcile that? Mouse remained unconvinced that in truth, with so much evidence lay before him, he was well aware of the reality. Yet he could not admit it. Acknowledging Su Bai's prowess would imperil his own standing. Meanwhile, Abu, the manager, and Nof ignored Mouse entirely, leaving him feeling foolish. I could tea that moment. Nof suggested, how about this? Let's sever ties with him for now. During that video earlier, he was alone, wasn't he? We could take this opportunity to gauge his reaction. Abu nodded, while the manager picked up his phone once more, asking, "Shall I inquire, or would you prefer to?" Abu replied, "Let's all three of us do it together. Let's initiate a video call," agreed, just as the manager was about to send the video request. Mao stepped forward and pressed down on his phone. "Wait, what on earth is happening? Why are you all ignoring my input? Hey, what are you trying to do?" Abu's expression darkened, clearly expressing his displeasure towards Mouse. In Abu's presence, Mouse felt too intimidated to resist. He could only relent, watching helplessly as the manager sent the video invitation. Meanwhile, in RNG's training facility, Su Bai had stepped away to use the restroom and was preparing to return to rest. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out to find yet another video call from the manager. It was the middle of the night. Were they not sleeping? Su Bai felt a reluctance to answer. However, the manager was persistent, calling again in quick succession. With no other option, Su Bai connected the video call. "What is it? You all are awake at this hour. Apologies for the disturbance, brother. There is something important I need to discuss with you." The manager replied, preemptively apologizing before Su Bai could voice his complaints. "What is the matter?" Su Bai noticed that the manager's tone was amicable, leading him to suppress his grievances. Meanwhile, he realized that the video call included more than just the manager. Two others stood alongside him, one of whom was Abu, whom Su Bai recognized immediately. Upon seeing Abu, memories of his encounters at RNG resurfaced, filling him with disdain towards the so-called team leaders, managers, and administrative staff, leaving him with a poor impression of Abu. The manager then introduced, "By the way, brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Abu, our manager, and this is Coach Nof." Abu greeted warmly. "Hello, young man," Su Bai responded with a teasing tone. "Isn't this manager Abu? Please convey my regards to your sister." Yes, soon as Su Bai uttered those words, the expressions of the three individuals in the scene shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Su Bai discerned that someone was stifling laughter. Over at EDG, the previously despondent Mouse found himself unexpectedly amused by Su Bai's remark. The term sister was a taboo for Abu. No one within the team dared to mention it in his presence. Yet here was Su Bai, carelessly touching upon a sensitive subject. Was he courting disaster? By acting in such a reckless manner, was he not merely securing his own position as an observer? The manager sensed something amiss and promptly interjected. "Bro, we're not here to joke around, that we wanted to discuss serious matters and see if you have any intention of joining EDG.SU." Bai shook his head in response. "I have no such intentions." To him, these individuals seemed to harbor ulterior motives akin to the management of RNG. No different, merely disposable once they had served their purpose. "Why not? If you have any requests, we can negotiate," the manager continued. "Requests? May I request a different jungler?" Su Bai jested that, "I believe if the jungler can only deal 4,396 damage, it places an undue burden on the top lane." With a burst of laughter, Mouse was thoroughly entertained. Setting aside everything else, one could not deny Su Bai's remarkable talent for self-sabotage. The numbers 4396 and sister were both forbidden terms within EDG, two proverbial landmines. Anyone who dared tread upon them would face an explosion. Su Bai, however, boldly stepped upon them all. It soon became apparent that any prior concerns were unfounded. Su Bai had no chance of joining, as he lacked even the basic decorum expected of a person. In reality, Su Bai was being deliberately provocative. The manager, being the soul of EDG, was irreplaceable, a request so unrealistic it was laughable. Just when Su Bai anticipated a furious response from the EDG members, Abu unexpectedly chuckled. "Young man, you are quite lively and humorous. My kind of person." "What?" Mouse, who had initially been filled with anticipation, felt his jaw nearly drop to the floor. "Wait a minute, he is practically dancing on your sister's grave. And you still say that? You are given an opportunity, and you're utterly useless." At this moment, the manager spoke up. "I find this brother very engaging that if he were to join us, it could enhance the atmosphere within the team." Nof chimed in. "Indeed, your point is valid. Can we truly call a young person young if they lack enthusiasm? What in the world is happening?" Mouse could scarcely believe his ears. To him, the manager, Nof, and Abu, these three founding members of the team. The coach and the manager were untouchable figures within the organization. Newcomers typically dared not utter a word in their presence. Why was it that Su Bai was treated so differently? Not only was he not reprimanded, but he was also smiling affably. Shouldn't they be standing firm against him? This was absurd. Abu then inquired, "By the way, can I ask you a question? I remember your hero pool was quite shallow. You only played Riven, right? Yet, I see that this account seems capable of utilizing various heroes, all performing exceptionally well. How is that possible?" While evidence suggested that this account indeed belonged to Su Bai, the collective curiosity of the group remained unsatisfied. Su Bai had initially intended to avoid such lengthy discussions with the EDG members, but after some interaction, he sensed that they were somewhat different from RNG, less cunning, perhaps worth further engagement. Thus, he concocted a casual story. "Yes, my hero pool was limited back then, which meant I struggled when targeted, so I created a smurf account to practice heroes, and now I've mastered them." Really? Just like that? The manager was taken aback. This seemed implausible as a professional player. He understood just how challenging it was to master a hero. If it were that simple, many players would not be constrained by their limited hero pools. Mouse immediately interjected, "This guy is just bragging. Absolutely boasting. There's no way it's that easy. I practiced Fiora for months and couldn't get it right. He claims to have mastered over 20 heroes. He must have trained for a decade." Hearing this, the manager muttered, "You practiced Fiora? I didn't see that coming." Mouse scratched his head, fully aware of his precarious position within EDG. He could be replaced at any moment due to his lack of carry potential. Ultimately, he had resigned himself to the reality that he simply wasn't cut out for it. Abu remarked, "I think Mouse has a point that in my experience with numerous players, I've never encountered anyone who could so swiftly master heroes." His unfinished statement was clear. He suspected Su Bai was being dishonest. If that is what you choose to believe, then so be it. Su Bai shrugged, indifferent to their skepticism. The manager quickly added, "Hey, don't rush off. Brother, how about this? Why not show us what you can do? It's not that we don't believe you. We're all just eager to witness your skills." "Show what? How?" Su Bai countered. The manager suddenly had an idea. "How about this? You stream on video, and we do OQ for a match, just to help me climb the ranks. What do you say?" Su Bai hadn't expected the manager to possess such emotional intelligence or eloquence. And on his account, he agreed, "All right, let us give it a try." Thus, preparations ensued as Su Bai and the manager set up the game. The manager created a room, gathered players, and queued up. Abu and Nof glanced at the clock. It was already 2 a.m. They should have been resting long ago, but now they were awaiting the manager and Su Bai to play a ranked match. "He better not be messing with us," Nof muttered, appearing somewhat irritated. While they were queuing, the manager suddenly noticed that Su Bai had begun drinking. Initially, he thought Su Bai would only sip a bit, but it turned out to be 1 bottle. Then, "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to do OQ? How can you play if you're drunk?" the manager admonished. "Exactly because we're duo queuing, I need a drink," Su Bai replied with an air of nonchalance. "What?" Although the manager understood each word Su Bai spoke, he failed to grasp the meaning behind them. "This is called using alcohol to enhance the experience. You understand, right?" Su Bai continued, taking another swig from a can of beer. The manager was completely taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to Nof and Abu for support. Nof waved his hand impatiently. "Forget this. Let us finish the game quickly. I need to get back to sleep." Mouse chimed in. "He is definitely putting on an act. If he doesn't perform well, he blame it on being drunk. Mark my words, it definitely go down that way." At that moment, they entered the matchmaking screen, transitioning to the hero selection phase. The manager thought, "Let us see what he is made of," and asked, "What hero will you play? I'll adjust to you. How about I choose a hero for you?" Su Bai countered, taking the initiative. The manager was taken aback by such confidence. This was a level of self-assurance that seemed to overflow from the screen. Which professional player would dare ask someone else to select a hero for them? Claiming they could carry? Absolutely none. Yet this young man dared. The manager, not intending to challenge Su Bai, merely sought to gauge his true abilities, so he opted for a hero that wasn't particularly obscure, stating, "Let us go with Camille. You can play that hero, right?" "Absolutely," Su Bai replied, swiftly locking in Camille. After doing so, he downed his 5th bottle of beer and checked the buffs. Current active buffs. Anticipation 100. Remaining time 1 hour 1 minute 7 seconds. Awareness 100. Remaining time 58 minutes 3 seconds. Reaction 100. Remaining time 56 minutes 12 seconds. Control 100. Remaining time 1 hour 5 minutes 58 seconds. Camille proficiency 100. Remaining time 1 hour 1 minutes 11 seconds. Luck was on his side, as everything he needed had come through. Seeing the proficiency buff for Camille, Su Bai smiled. The buffs were random, and even without this proficiency buff, he would have been fine. After all, this was a master tier match, and having it was simply a bonus. Su Bai calculated that it was about time to stop drinking and immediately locked in Camille. The manager, meanwhile, chose the jungle champion Rek'Sai, one of his most proficient heroes. Soon, both teams finalized their compositions, with the opposing top laner selecting Fiora. Now, this was getting interesting, the Duelist and the Steel Shadow. These two champions have no possibility of a peaceful landing phase. Furthermore, from the perspective of champion attributes, it is evident that in the early game, the Steel Shadow is certainly outmatched by the Duelist. To secure a Duelist in a Master Tier match, one must not be a novice. They are likely to be an adept player. The coach inquired, "Are you all right? If you find yourself struggling, just wait for me to assist you." Su Bai chuckled. "If I Haven T solo killed my opponent before you reach the top lane, I'll consider a loss." Goodness, this young man. Abu could not contain himself, having never witnessed such audacity in a player. In truth, Su Bai was not usually so ostentatious. His bravado was solely a product of intoxication. As the match commenced, the coach kept a watchful eye on the top lane. The Duelist aggressively sought trouble at level 1, aiming to break the Steel Shadow's rhythm. The Steel Shadow skillfully maneuvered, causing the Duelist's Q ability to miss, and retaliated with a W ability to chip away at her health. T level 2. The Steel Shadow took the initiative, while the Duelist, unwilling to back down, struggled against the champion's inherent advantages. The coach was clearing the jungle from the bottom, ready to move to the top lane at level 3. If Su Bai failed to secure a solo kill, it would be quite the embarrassment. As the third wave of minions approached the top lane, both champions reached level 3 simultaneously, commencing a fierce brawl. The Duelist reserved her W ability for the Steel Shadow's precise follow dash up. Su Bai executed a fluid maneuver, attacking while retreating, seemingly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the E ability hooked to the wall in an attempt to stun the Duelist while following up with the second part of the precise strike. The Duelist countered with her W ability, Lawrence Heartblade. Caught off guard, the Steel Shadow delayed her second E ability. The Duelist SW was baited. However, this was not the end. The Duelist flashed to the side. Just as her flash landed, the Steel Shadow was already upon her, executing E-Flash Q to secure a solo kill. Meanwhile, the coach had just arrived at the river, still far from the top lane. Indeed, a solo kill had been achieved, leaving the opponent at her wit's end. Although the coach had not played either the Steel Shadow or the Duelist, he was familiar with the basic mechanics. Abu glanced back at Mouse. "What do you think of this Steel Shadow?" Mouse, initially astonished, quickly changed his expression upon hearing Abu's words, disdainfully retorting, "Trash. How can the Steel Shadow hope to trade blows with the Duelist in the early game? If that Duelist had even a modicum of skill, the Steel Shadow would have been obliterated." Abu remained skeptical, yet Mouse's earlier disdain for Su Bai had raised a caution in him. Abu pulled out his phone, using an app to check the Duelist stats. This Duelist boasted a 70% win rate, quite formidable. Abu exclaimed, "Indeed, this was a specialist in the Duelist, with an impressive 70% win rate. Most professional top laners could not achieve such a feat, especially since the Duelist was not particularly strong in this patch. If this Duelist were not a novice, then what of Su Bai, who had solo killed her?" This question seemingly required no answer. Yes, Abu glanced at the screen. The Steel Shadow secured a second solo kill, leaving the opponent's Duelist with no chance of recovery. The coach could not help but praise, "Brother, your landing prowess is quite remarkable." However, just as he finished speaking, the level 6 Steel Shadow had already used her teleport, aiming for the bottom lane. The opposing bottom lane was attempting to tower dive with the jungler's assistance. The team's duo was on the brink of demise. But the Steel Shadow's teleport turned tide. The coach remarked, "Your awareness of when to support is exceptional." Due to the Steel Shadow's dominance in the top lane, the The enemy's top tower fell within 10 minutes. And both teams entered the grouping phase. Su Bai pushed the top lane minions to the second tower, weaving through the enemy jungle. Taking advantage of the skirmish in the mid lane, the Steel Shadow executed a precise strike on a jungle monster. Hooked over the wall to follow up with a Hextech ultimatum and delivered a second precise strike to the enemy mid laner, who was almost at full health and instantly disintegrated. The team fight devolved into a one-sided slaughter. The pace was relentless. The enemy crumbled like a house of cards. The coach was now playing with one hand, as there was little for him to do in this match. Your team fight capabilities are also impressive. Brother, do you have no weaknesses? The coach marveled. Weakness? Being handsome and attracting female fans. Does that count? Su Bai replied, buoyed by the alcohol. The coach turned to Abu and remarked, this fellow is a bit narcissistic. We should keep an eye on that. However, at this moment, both Abu and Nof were utterly astonished by Su Bai's performance. What did narcissism matter as long as he was strong? With the game reaching the 15-minute mark, Su Bai was eager to continue his rampage, but the enemy team decided to forfeit. The coach sprang to his feet, beaming with joy, and exchanged knowing glances with Abu, clearly very satisfied with Su Bai. Nevertheless, such matters required Abu's decision. Mouse's face turned ashen. He wished to intervene, but could not conjure any excuse. Struggling to fabricate one. Abu took the coach's phone and stated, young man, I officially invite you to join us at EDG. If you're willing to come, we can support a buyout clause and offer you a satisfactory contract. Mouse immediately interjected, this isn't right. The buyout is substantial. It's unnecessary for him. The coach swiftly silenced Mouse. Su Bai then inquired, what kind of salary can you offer? For Su Bai, the salary was not merely about the money. It also pertained to status. The more the club invests in you, the higher your standing. Rather than the reverse, a base salary starting at 100,000 plus bonuses, you should be aware of the basic regulations. Abu replied. Su Bai nodded. Indeed, professional players are different from those in other fields. Often, salaries are performance-based. Can you make it to the playoffs? Can you secure a league championship? Can you achieve victory in MSI and the World Championship? These factors all influence salary. A base salary of 100,000 is already substantial, especially compared to RNG's 5,000. 100,000 is an astronomical figure. I can consider it, but I want to reach rank 1 in Korea first. Su Bai proposed a rather peculiar condition. This was the wish of his predecessor. Su Bai sought to fulfill it to prove his true worth. There's no need for that. We don't require you to attain rank 1 in Korea. Abu believed Su Bai was attempting to prove himself to them. It's not a matter of whether you need it. I must achieve it. It won't take long, Su Bai insisted. The coach found this difficult to comprehend and looked towards the coach and Nof. The coach stepped in to persuade, brother, do you think reaching rank 1 in Korea is a simple task? I acknowledge your strength, but achieving rank 1 is an entirely different matter. Abu concur, consider this. Ming Kai has never reached it. Nor has Yejie. It's not that simple. It requires skill, and sometimes luck, along with issues of being targeted or acting. In short, it's not easy. Su Bai mused. If Xiaohu, that comedian, can make it, can I not with my system? He boldly challenged, how about this? Let us make a wager on whether I can reach rank 1 in Korea. Abu laughed without hesitation. I bet you cannot. If I succeed, my salary will increase to 150,000 a month. If I fail, it will be 6,000. Upon hearing this, the coach was taken aback. Brother, this is no joke. We are about to sign a contract, and if you back out, it will be of no use. Su Bai shook his head. You can record it. I will absolutely not back out. This fellow a fool? Mouse muttered quietly, unable to understand Su Bai's actions at all. The coach, Abu, and Nof exchanged glances. Abu whispered, this person has strength, but he seems a bit too arrogant. He will undoubtedly face significant setbacks in the future. Nof remarked, young people are like this. Should we not create some obstacles for him? Temper his zeal. It would make it easier to manage him later. The coach nodded. Yes, that sounds reasonable. Otherwise, when he competes, we won't be able to command him. He must realize he is not invincible. The three quickly reached a consensus. Abu turned back with a serious expression. All right, since you are so confident, we can proceed with this wager. We will draft a contract based on your earlier statements. Okay, then we shall meet in 3 days. Remember to check the Korean rankings. Su Bai rejoiced. As this money seemed easy to earn, in the following 3 days, the EDG members grew increasingly convinced that this young man was overly ambitious and could not possibly succeed. By the way, the transfer window is closing soon. You need to hurry over, Abu reminded Dino. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. After Su Bai finished speaking, he hung up the phone, but he chose to immediately queue up to continue playing rank. As the buff time had not yet expired and needed to be utilized without delay, at T3 in the morning, Su Bai stretched lazily, feeling a bit fatigued now that the buff had worn off, indicating it was time to rest. Upon checking his match records, he was astonished to see a 24-match winning streak. At this pace, achieving the top rank in the Korean server was merely a matter of time. The next day, Su Bai awoke to find it was already noon. Currently, he enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom within RNG, as there were no training matches or competitions to attend, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. After a simple lunch, Su Bai headed straight to the training room. Upon entering, he noticed the others were resting, seemingly just finishing their meals. As Su Bai walked in, everyone cast a glance his way. Let me smirked, noting that Su Bai's arrival at this hour suggested he was truly beyond redemption. Xiaohu and Yejie shook their heads in disappointment, as if to express their disapproval. Su Bai settled into his position, powered on his computer, and queued up, casually grabbing a bottle of alcohol. The moment he opened the cap, the rich aroma of the liquor spread throughout the training room. The members of RNG turned their attention towards him, witnessing Su Bai pour an entire bottle into his mouth before reaching for another. While drinking, he was still deftly maneuvering his mouse to select a champion that Yejie remarked, drinking like that could be fatal. No one could withstand such a thing. Let me chuckled to himself, thinking, let him drink himself to death. It would be best if he were to drop dead right away. That would solve everything. Although Su Bai was currently the subject of disdain from everyone, Let me still harbored concerns that if Su Bai ever regained his composure and clarity, he might once again pose a threat to his position, that if he were to perish, however, that threat would be entirely eliminated. Xiaohu observed for a while before expressing his worry. Do you think he might have suffered some brain injury? Otherwise, how could he have changed so drastically? Should we take him to the hospital? Let me interjected bluntly. No need for that. Just take him straight to the crematorium. Su Bai paid no heed to the others. After downing 5 bottles of alcohol, he decided to check his status panel. Current active buffs. Anticipation 100, remaining time 1 hour 0, 5 minutes 15 seconds. Awareness 100, remaining time 1 hour 0, 4 minutes 3 seconds. Reaction 100, remaining time 59 minutes 54 seconds. Execution 100, remaining time 1 hour 0, 7 minutes 3 seconds. Camille's proficiency 100, remaining time 1 hour 0, 1 minute 11 seconds. Based on previous experience, this was more than sufficient. Once he was matched with opponents, Su Bai entered the champion selection phase. With a proficiency boost for Camille, it was only natural that he would choose her. However, just as he locked in Camille, Su Bai noticed his teammates chatting. I sent this Su Bai. We were on the 3rd floor. Who is Su Bai? You don't know. Check his match record. He is on a 20-win streak. I encountered him yesterday, and he was incredibly strong. No way. He is MVP in every game. It must be false. It appeared that the teammates had recognized Su Bai's account, and excitement surged among them. Players in this rank valued every point immensely, so the prospect of an easy victory was exhilarating. Meanwhile, in Dosha's live stream, the chat was ablaze. Is this person really that strong? Teammates are hyping him up. Kayleigh, are you really not going to play top lane? Are you letting him take it? Is this Camille stronger than your Fiora? Kayleigh, who was originally planning to take the position, decided to relinquish it upon realizing it was Su Bai, especially after being thoroughly defeated by him the previous day. Naturally, such an embarrassing incident could not be openly discussed, so he simply said, oh well, if we can win easily, there is no need to exert ourselves, right? Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the game was instantly forfeited. Su Bai, prepared to showcase his skills, found that several minutes had been wasted. Damn it, this is such a delay. Su Bai cursed, realizing that with the buff active, any delay in starting the game was a waste of opportunity. Fortunately, the matchmaking was swift this time, and Su Bai found himself entering the champion selection once again. Still with Su Bai on the team. This is going to be comfortable. Su Bai noticed that some players from the previous match were present in this one, which was not unusual, as the opponents in the second match typically resembled those in the first, often simply swapping places. One teammate complained, "Did someone leave again? Wasting my time." Yeah, someone did. It was a streamer from Hongua. "I know him. He left? Why?" "Just to annoy us, I suppose." That no, he saw Su Bai on the opposite side and immediately left. "Oh, I see. Doesn't he want to lose point?" Su Bai paused, surprised at how intimidating he seemed to be. "Am I really that frightening? Can I not enjoy the game anymore?" Thankfully, this time, there were no forfeits, and they entered the game. That Su Bai's Camille arrived at the top lane, where he faced off against Renekton. Normally, Renekton would counter Camille during the landing phase, making this a challenging matchup. "Hang in there, I'll come help you at level 3, the jungler offered, eager to assist. Su Bai remained silent. He didn't require the jungler's help, but he didn't wish to interfere with the jungler's strategy. As the first wave of minions approached, he played cautiously, utilizing his W skill to kite Renekton. The latter attempted to poke with his Q skill, but found it utterly ineffective against Su Bai, who fully absorbed the benefits of his W skill. After some exchanges, Su Bai achieved a solo kill at level 3, leaving the jungler unable to secure even a single assist. Incredible. A solo kill already. "I am coming to help. Wait for me. I'm on my way too." Teammates seemed to have discovered a new realm, with the support and mid laner rushing to the top lane to join in. Even the ADC arrived, eager to ride the coattails of success. Simultaneously, in Dosha's livestream, the audience surged in numbers. The reason was simple. Since last night, the stream had been dedicated to tracking Su Bai's progress. Broadcasting his every match, the title was nothing short of aggressive. Korean Master with 24 consecutive wins will cut off if the streak breaks. Such a bold title was undeniably intriguing, drawing viewers in instantly. Once they glanced at the stream, it became difficult to tear themselves away, unable to fathom how someone could treat the Korean Master tier as if it were a mere bot game. In a luxurious mansion in Mo-do, esports personality PDD was preparing to begin his own live stream. For a prominent streamer like him, the daily concern revolved around how to create engaging content, as it directly impacted his viewership. Thus, before starting his stream, he would check out other channels, hoping to find new ideas to borrow to a Korean Master with 24 consecutive wins and that audacious title. PDD exclaimed, noticing the eye-catching headline. This was an OB stream. Typically, a viewership of 20 to 30,000 would be considered good, yet this stream boasted over 100,000 viewers. Intrigued, PDD clicked to enter double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. PDD watched in disbelief as Camille weaved through the crowd, each precise maneuver claiming a life. The execution was silky smooth, the decision-making clear, and the build brutally effective, effortlessly securing a pentakill. No way, is this guy for real? PDD thought, astonished. Camille was not typically strong in team fights. She was better suited for split pushing. Yet this player's approach to team fights was exceptionally clear, coupled with flawless execution and positioning, leaving the opposition utterly helpless. Could he be a one-trick wonder? PDD mused that one-trick wonders can master a single champion to perfection, but often falter in professional play, as banning that champion results in their retirement. Soon, the second match commenced, and this time, he switched to Fiora, achieving a level 1 solo kill against Renekton. Unbelievable. The more PDD observed, the more terrifying he found the player. He even took the time to check the information of the opposing players and discovered they were all masters or challengers from the Korean server. None of them were mediocre. After watching 3 consecutive matches in less than an hour, PDD noted that this player frequently switched heroes, never relying on just one. When he checked Su Bai's record and was met with a sea of green victories, he nearly lost his balance and fell from his seat. Insane, absolutely insane. Where did this prodigy come from? Could he possibly be a professional player or a trainee? If I had such a player, how could I not make it into the LPL? The mere thought of this made PDD's head spin. His own team, YM, had attempted to break into the LPL multiple times, only to fail at the threshold, leading many to suspect he was deliberately avoiding it. No, I must inquire about his situation. PDD resolved to find out, even if the player was already on a team. Just then, Xiaobai approached from behind and glanced at PDD's screen, exclaiming, "Isn't that Su Bai, the prodigious youth from a while back?" "So it's him." No wonder he is so formidable. Yejie understood now. Alas, how did he end up with over 300 points in the master rank? Was he supposed to have dropped? Damn, he is even more powerful than I imagined, with over 20 consecutive victories and earning MVP in every match. The pages of green victories left Xiaobai increasingly astonished. What do you think? Can you compete against him? You both play top lane, Yejie inquired. Xiaomai's expression grew serious. If we're talking about talent, he considered himself 1-2, although he had never turned professional. Many professional top laners have been thoroughly defeated by him in ranked matches. However, after a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai replied, I don't know, but I definitely couldn't achieve such a record. Yejie was taken aback. You're not typically one to be modest, so he is really that incredible? Xiaobai responded, unless you played on the Korean server, you might not realize how challenging it is to achieve such a streak of victories and earn MVP every match. I certainly can't do it. Seeing that Xiaobai was not joking, Yejie felt a wave of dread. However, now that he confirmed it was Su Bai, Yejie's plans fell apart. Su Bai was already with RNG, and there was no way to entice him away. Yejie could not fathom that Su Bai had actually been competing with YM before his transcendence. One could only say it was all a matter of fate. This individual is so brilliant. His commercial value is boundless that if I don't act now, someone else will discover him and reap the rewards. As a businessman, Yejie's perspective on issues differed significantly from that of an ordinary player or coach. Xiaobai muttered, so what is your plan? Bring him over for a live stream. Yejie replied, how could someone competing with RNG come a live stream for me? Besides, with such a promising talent, his professional career has just begun. Bringing him over for a live stream would be a waste. At that moment, Yejie had a sudden inspiration. Of course, we can create videos and highlights. With his flashy gameplay, plenty of people will want to watch. Yejie immediately took action, pulling out his phone to make a call. Soon, the call connected. Hey Lao Piao, what is up? Xiaobai, are you still producing videos? Of course, but recently I've been short on material. Lugo planning to provide me with some inspiration. Actually, I've discovered an incredible player dominating in the Korean master ranks, earning MVP in every match, and on a 27-game winning streak. In a way, you must be exaggerating. Xiaobai sounded incredulous. Why would I lie to you? I'll give you his ID, and you can check. Just keep an eye on him. His gameplay is exceptional. Create videos from his matches, and I guarantee they LL go viral. Alright, if he is really that amazing, it LL definitely blow up. After briefing Xiaobai, Yejie dialed another number, reaching out to Qi Xiaodian, who also ran a video platform focused on League of Legends content. Just like before, Yejie instructed him to keep a close watch on Su Bai, ensuring they wouldn't miss out on this lucrative opportunity. With that settled, Yejie turned to Xiaobai. Here, that's a task for you. I need Su Bai's contact information, and no matter what it takes. Get it for me immediately. Xiaobai replied, got it, I'll contact RNG and say it's for you. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained unaware that he was on the brink of stardom. After a few more dominating matches, the buff began to fade. He reached for another bottle of alcohol, intending to indulge, when suddenly, Let Me scolded him. Can you stop drinking? If you want to drink, go outside. In reality, Let Me intended to provoke a conflict. He was in the right, and if Su Bai exhibited any extreme behavior, he could report it to the management. Ming chimed in, Su Bai, don't push it. We 1T always indulge you. Su Bai ignored the two, feeling pressed for time. He needed to continue climbing ranks while under the buff. Seeing Su Bai's indifference, Let Me decided to escalate things. He got up, walked over, and pointed at Su Bai, shouting, we're talking to you. Are you even listening? You think you can disrespect us? Su Bai shook his head, realizing that unless he resolved this issue, he couldn't focus on ranked matches. Seizing the moment before getting into a game, Su Bai stood up abruptly, grabbing a bottle from the table. What are you doing? Let Me exclaimed, quickly backing away as Su Bai advanced, his voice cold. I just heard a dog barking and thought I'd give it a lesson. Don't come any closer. Let Me trembled in fear, hiding behind his chair. Thankfully, Yejie and Xiaohu noticed the commotion and quickly stood up. Out of respect for them, Su Bai chose to return to his seat, even flashing Let Me a smile. Let Me was so frightened he nearly knelt. There were so many people outside. I almost gave you a bow. Su Bai resumed his ranked matches as the buff gradually faded. While his intoxication began to set in, The training room returned to a state of calm, with those who had previously objected now subdued. Once Su Bai sat back down, let me return to his seat as well. No longer daring to speak up, frequently glancing over his shoulder in fear that Su Bai might suddenly approach him with a bottle. Ming also realized that words should be chosen carefully. He had previously unconditionally supported Let Me, but would think twice before speaking in the future. The training room remained quiet, with Xiaohu and Yejie continuing their training in silence. They understood Su Bai's actions but did not support them, so they could only watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, news of Su Bai's slaughter in the Korean server spread rapidly across the internet. Major platforms buzzed with discussions about this emerging prodigy in the top lane. Qi Xiaodian and Xiao Imo swiftly released videos featuring Su Bai. Due to time constraints, the videos lacked extensive post-production, which was unnecessary. Typically, post-production aims to make videos appear more dazzling and thrilling. However, Su Bai's gameplay was already sufficiently stunning and extraordinary, capable of overshadowing the so-called highlights circulating online without any enhancements. In no time, Su Bai became the center of online discussions. What captivated the audience was the fact that he had previously experienced a downer. He had joined RNG as a talented newcomer, but had been unable to play due to limited hero pool issues, amidst various negative rumors. Now, his sudden resurgence and the sweeping success he achieved online created a sensation akin to a triumphant return. In the RNG training room, Let Me felt increasingly anxious, unable to focus on ranked matches, merely passing the time by glancing around. Suddenly, he spotted a news headline. The prodigious youth under RNG ravages the Korean server, achieving an unparalleled 30-game winning streak. Each year, various prodigies emerge, which in itself is not surprising. The key point is that he is under RNG. Let Me was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition regarding the current team member who bore the title of a prodigious youth. It seemed impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Let Me chuckled, for Su Bai was nothing but a useless individual, having effortlessly dominated the Korean server. Let Me casually clicked on the link, assuming it was merely a fabrication from some unscrupulous editor. However, he soon realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. The screenshots of Su Bai's account revealed a staggering 30 consecutive victories. Let Me immediately checked the Korean server and discovered, to his astonishment, that it was indeed true. This was unfathomable. Let Me stood frozen in disbelief. He had witnessed Su Bai consume several bottles of alcohol, staggering as he walked, yet he could still conquer the Korean server. Moreover, Su Bai's hero pool was alarmingly shallow, akin to the depth of a fingernail, yet the records before him showed a plethora of different heroes, with each match culminating in an MVP performance. No one could achieve such results purely by luck. It had to be skill, but where did Su Bai acquire such prowess? Let Me found it impossible to accept this reality. He scrutinized every statistic, examining everything from last hits, kills, deaths, to item builds, meticulously searching for discrepancies that he found no faults, but was instead left utterly terrified. Upon closer inspection, he realized Su Bai's performance was nothing short of monstrous, averaging dozens of kills per match. And this was considering the opponent's swift surrenders. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even higher. Meanwhile, the total deaths across numerous ranked games summed to a single digit. This KDA was celestial DAS for itemization. Su Bai played with reckless abandon, neglecting survival tactics, relying solely on his own skill for preservation. This was madness. This was impossible. The more Let Me observed, the more his heart raced, in disbelief at the sheer terror of Su Bai's capabilities. He glanced back at his teammates, who seemed blissfully unaware of this revelation. The IT must be kept under wraps. As the afternoon approached, the training room door swung open. Fenggu entered, immediately greeted by a pungent odor of alcohol. However, he had grown accustomed to it, merely furrowing his brow before stating, "I've arranged a scrimmage. You all have 20 minutes to prepare." Yes, soon as Fenggu finished speaking, Let Me sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Fenggu, you must help me out here." Let Me's voice trembled, filled with despair. Fenggu inquired, "What is the matter? Has someone been bullying you?" Let Me pointed towards Su Bai's direction, tears streaming down his face. "Su Bai, he threatened to hit me with a bottle, to stab me." Fenggu was taken aback. Is that really true? You must be joking, he thought to himself that Su Bai could not possibly be so outrageous. He had never perceived him as such a violent individual before. Just as Let Me prepared to elaborate, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. Looking over, he found Su Bai staring intently at him. Su Bai's expression was icy, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. Let Me recalled how Su Bai had approached him wielding a bottle, and was immediately struck with fear. Averting his gaze, this reckless youth was not one to be trifled with. The bottle was indeed meant to be smashed upon his head. Let Me, is it true? Speak up. Feng Gu pressed on. Let Me hesitated, fearing that if he truly reported Su Bai, the latter would retaliate. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai was equally perplexed. He could not recall any of his actions while intoxicated. Had he threatened Let Me with a bottle? Had he intended to stab him? Such occurrences were non-existent in Su Bai's memory. Thus, he assumed Let Me was fabricating stories, attempting to sow discord. Su Bai continued to glare at Let Me, intimidating him with his gaze that, in an unexpected turn of events, Let Me, who had just been denouncing Su Bai, suddenly executed a complete reversal. With a strained smile, he said, Feng Gu, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. We're all brothers here, just trying to lighten the mood. Upon hearing this, Feng Gu became suspicious. Let Me, are you all right? If someone is threatening you, just blink. Let Me feigned ignorance. Threatening? What threat? Feng Gu, what are you talking about? I completely don't understand. The other members of RNG were left in shock. Let Me's acting was so remarkable that he deserved an Oscar. He was wasting his talent by not pursuing a career in film. Seeing Let Me's demeanor, Feng Gu decided not to press further and instructed everyone to prepare for the scrimmage. Naturally, Su Bai was not qualified to participate and had to either play solo or observe from the sidelines. All he wished for was to focus on climbing the ranks. Aiming for the top of the Korean server, Su Bai, prepare yourself. You're up for the first match. Suddenly, Feng Gu's voice resonated behind Su Bai. Su Bai rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard, but when he turned around, Feng Gu was indeed right behind him. Did you not hear? You need to get ready for the scrimmage. In reality, Feng Ji's intention in having Su Bai participate was not to give him a chance on the stage. Nor was it due to a good mood. He aimed to deliver Su Bai a setback, making it easier to discipline him. After contemplating all night, he devised this strategy. Perhaps only by having Su Bai thoroughly defeated in the scrimmage would he come to his senses. After considering the time available, Su Bai concluded that half an hour for a scrimmage was manageable. So he agreed. All right, that moment. Feng Gu added, by the way, don't blame me for not warning you. No drinking during the scrimmage. Understood? Su Bai was taken aback. No drinking? What was the point of that? Did you hear me? Feng Gu questioned. Su Bai shrugged, reclining back in his chair. Whoever wants to play can play. I won to be participating. You. Su Bai's attitude infuriated Feng Gu. While he was angry, he knew that anger wouldn't solve anything. The purpose of having Su Bai play was to discipline him. If he didn't play, the plan would be thwarted. Feng Gu patiently replied, how about this? You play one match, and we'll discuss everything else afterward. He believed that after being thoroughly trounced just once, Su Bai would yield. For now, he would take a small step back. Fine, let us do it. Then Su Bai was unfazed, eager to test just how potent this so-called buff was. Previously, he had been dominating in casual matches, which felt akin to bullying the inexperienced. Even if he encountered professional players, they would not bring their full strength to casual games. Competing in a scrimmage would reveal his true capabilities. After Su Bai agreed, the RNG team began their preparations. Su Bai logged in, was invited into the room, and then connected to voice chat. The atmosphere became awkward as everyone was more preoccupied, leading to a silence. Typically, this would be the time for tactical discussions, but Su Bai's presence made it eerily tense. Feng Gu was the first to break the silence. For this match, we'll focus on the mid and bot lanes. Let us select a tank for the top lane. Su Bai, you'll be responsible for initiating fights and absorbing damage. Play cautiously in lane and try not to die too often. I refused. Su Bai decisively declined. Feng Gu gritted his teeth, realizing this kid was pushing his luck. Who dared to speak to him this way? Fueled by alcohol, Su Bai was no longer his usual self. Who had indulged him? Su Bai, if you don't want to play, you don't have to, but don't waste our time. Let Me interjected. Although he wasn't participating, he had secretly joined the voice chat under the pretense of wanting to learn, when in fact he was attempting to spy. He felt a twinge of anxiety. What if, just what if, Su Bai had indeed transformed or awakened? In any case, it would not bode well for him if Su Bai could indeed dominate the Korean server. Having him participate in the scrimmage was a risky proposition. Little did let me expect that Fenggu would suddenly adopt a surprisingly lenient stance. All right then, if you want to follow my lead. Suggest something yourself. Su Bai, in a whimsical mood, grabbed a bottle and took a swig. Detected host is consuming alcohol. Buff acquired. Reaction 100. Remaining time, 1 hour 20 minutes 12 seconds. What are you doing? Fenggu was astonished. Who drinks like that? Before he could finish a sentence, Su Bai downed another can. Detected host is consuming alcohol. Buff acquired. Jay's proficiency 100. Remaining time, 56 minutes 59 seconds. Stop drinking. Fenggu rushed over, snatching the can, only to find it empty. I'm playing Jace. Su Bai swiftly locked in Jace. What? Jace. Damn it, Fenggu is about to blow up, he thought. However, upon reflection, he realized that this could work. If Jace is poorly played, he could easily become a liability, which was precisely what he intended for Su Bai. Jace is quite good. Jace is Jace. Let others continue to select according to our prior arrangement. Fenggu stated. This left the RNG team bewildered. When had Fenggu ever been so lenient? Normally, if there was any chaotic hero selection during practice matches, he would unleash a torrent of curses. Or worse, deduct wages. Now he was coddling Su Bai. Yejie and Xiaohu exchanged concerned glances, sensing that something was amiss. Soon, both teams finalized their compositions. RNG, on the blue side, featured Jace in the top lane, Gragas in the jungle. Oriana mid, Varus as ADC, and Tom Kinch as support. As the loading screen appeared, Su Bai glanced at the opposing team. IG in the red, Jarvan 4 top, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Syndra mid, Caitlyn ADC, and Alistar support. That ID seems somewhat familiar, Su Bai mused as he scratched his head. The top laner's ID was Duck, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would face whatever came his way. Current active buffs. Anticipation 100. Remaining time, 34 minutes 45 seconds. Awareness 100. Remaining time, 47 minutes 16 seconds. Reaction 100. Remaining time, 1 hour 12 minutes 36 seconds. Dexterity 100. Remaining time, 1 hour 1 minute 1 second. Future Guardian Jace proficiency 100. Remaining time, 50 minutes 14 seconds. Feeling sufficiently equipped, Su Bai decided to observe the situation first, if he found himself lacking. He could always enhance his stats later. On IG side, the 5 players began to discuss their strategy once the loading screen appeared. The mid and bot lanes on the other side are both late-game oriented. They likely want to drag this out. We should accelerate our pace. I can pressure mid, and the jungler can join me for some action, Ning proposed. Rookie, who had selected Syndra for this match, aimed to assert lane dominance and coordinate ganks with the jungler. Wait a minute, does Let Me even know how to play Jace? You all saw him pick it, right? Duck, the IG top laner, interjected, initially doubting his eyes. What? The IG members were taken aback. They hadn't initially noticed that Jace was indeed a significant pick. Let Me typically rotated between champions like Makai, Cho'Gath, and Shun. The strategy for the lane was straightforward. Turtle up, use teleport to assist teammates, engage in team fights, soak damage, and control the battlefield. Suddenly, Ning exclaimed, "Hey, the opposing top isn't Let Me. Did you all miss that? Su Bai? That name rings a bell." Duck perked up. It really is Su Bai. How is he here? Rookie pressed. Do you know him? Duck smirked. More than just knowing him. Ning, since you're focusing on the top lane. I want revenge. This kid crushed me in the Korean server before, leading to my teammates reporting me for feeding. That I cannot let that grudge go unavenged. Are you joking? Reported for feeding? How pathetic. ADC Marge chimed in. I thought he was just a noob who only played Riven. You don't get it. He was just lucky. You see, luck can only take you so far. Now he won't have that luck anymore. Ning, go feast in the top lane. I'll soak up the spoils, Duck continued. Fine, so you enjoy playing Jace, do you? I'll let you. Ning tightened his fists, entering a serious mode that I in professional play, their essay saying. Choosing Jace in the top lane isn't a slight against the opposing top laner, but rather a lack of respect for the enemy jungler. Jace can dominate most top champions, but he is vulnerable to ganks. If he is caught twice, he becomes nearly useless. Thus, merely being able to outlane the enemy top isn't a sufficient reason to select Jace unless one is confident about the jungle matchup. In Ning's eyes, RNG's choice of Jace was a blatant disrespect towards him as the jungler. As the game commenced, Su Bai quickly purchased his starting items, grabbing a Doran's blade, and headed straight for the top lane. Feng Ge, standing behind him, gasped, "Aren't you buying potions? What are you doing? You don't even know how to build items." Let me burst into laughter. Seriously, if you're that clueless, maybe you should just stop playing. Although my Jace is subpar, I at least know how to buy my starting items. This moment. Su Bai's inventory contained only a Doran's blade, completely devoid of health potions. Fortunately, he had yet to leave the fountain and hadn't cast any abilities, allowing him to return his purchase. I made a mistake. Su Bai opted to refund the Doran's blade, transforming it into a corrupting potion, yet he still neglected to buy health potions that he charged out without looking back. This series of actions left Feng Ge utterly dumbfounded. He stood behind Su Bai, struggling to find words for a solid 5 seconds before finally managing. "All right, you do you. Just wait and see." Feng Ge was not in a state of rage yet. He was waiting for an opportunity. Once Su Bai fell to a solo kill, he could unleash his full fury. No health potions, no Doran's blade, and opting for a corrupting potion. If the opponent couldn't handle that, it would indeed be time to retire. This is going to be entertaining. Lemmy was nearly in hysterics. He had previously worried that Su Bai might actually have some skill. Now, it was evident he was merely courting disaster. Su Bai was essentially dooming himself without any help. On the other side, Xiaohu and Yejie also took note of the situation in the top lane. They shook their heads, wanting to offer some advice. But it was already too late. They realized this might be Su Bai's last practice match, a thought that left them with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. As the first wave of minions emerged, Su Bai paid little attention to his teammates or Feng Ge's emotions. He stealthily navigated through the top lane brush, positioning himself in the enemy's top brush, awaiting the arrival of Jarvan 4. As the minions began to engage, Jarvan 4 approached alongside them. Su Bai's Jace remained motionless, puzzling Feng Ge even further. "You're not actually thinking of trading blows at level 1, are you? Don't you know minions can draw aggro?" Feng Ge was left utterly disappointed, believing Su Bai was merely giving away free kills. Lemmy chuckled. "Feng Ge, you just don't understand. This is called confidence, all right? Starting with a corrupting potion and skipping health potions. How bold is that? Trading blows across the minion line. Is that so outrageous?" Lemmy was prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. That moment, Su Bai's Jace suddenly sprang into action. He maneuvered behind the minion wave, closing in on Jarvan 4. The latter boldly approached, unafraid, believing he could outmatch Jace in a straight fight, especially with the assistance of nearby ranged minions. Feng Ge wore a look of disdain, seemingly foreseeing the inevitable outcome. As Su Bai entered auto-attack range, he unleashed a basic attack followed by a Q ability, then continued to auto-attack. Suddenly, Feng Ge sensed something was off. Jace was retreating while attacking, exhibiting impeccable positioning, although the aggro from the ranged minions briefly shifted to him. He skillfully pulled back, evading their ire. Through this strategic repositioning, Jace remarkably avoided the minion attacks. Jarvan 4, unable to catch up, resorted to firing his Q ability in retaliation. Yet it missed, as Jace adeptly interrupted his own auto-attack, dodging Jarvan's Q in the process. Feng Ge was left in disbelief. While it was merely a trade of damage with no kills exchanged, Jace's maneuvers were astoundingly fluid. The crucial question lingered. When had Su Bai learned to play Jace so adeptly? Given his reputation for only playing Riven, Lemmy chimed in. "It's useless. He's merely relying on his range advantage. Jace doesn't he inherently have a difficult matchup against Jarvan as long as he maintains his distance? I could handle it too." Feng Ge suddenly recognized the merit in that statement. Indeed, Jace did possess a significant range advantage over Jarvan IV as the second wave of minions arrived, having gained a health advantage. Su Bai opted to withdraw momentarily, allowing both minion waves to collide first. Meanwhile, Duck began to feel the pressure. That Jace is overly aggressive. His positioning is reckless. If the jungler arrives, he is a goner. Ning replied, "Do not rush. I am still at level 2, clearing the jungle. Maintain your position, and I shall join you shortly." Suddenly, Rookie interjected, "Have you not noticed that the opposing Jace's starting items are quite peculiar?" He opted for Doran's blade and did not purchase a health potion. Observing this, Ning chuckled. "What a bold lad. You fancy being audacious, do you? Just watch as I outmaneuver you this match." Ning found the situation increasingly amusing. The enemy top laner was to his taste. In the top lane, Su Bai's Jace secured level 2 and proceeded to pressure the prince's health. The prince had no choice but to consume his supplies. All he needed to do was hold out until his jungler arrived. Soon, 3 minutes had elapsed in the match, and it was time for the first wave of jungle skirmishes. Feng Gu stood behind Su Bai, shaking his head, and remarked, "Vision. Establish vision. It has been 3 minutes, and you still have not done so. If the enemy jungler arrives, you will surely perish. How will you escape from that position?" Su Bai retorted, "I'm merely waiting for their jungler. If I set up vision, they will not come." "What?" Feng Gu was momentarily taken aback. However, a thought struck him, and he commanded, "Xianghua, go and gank mid clearly." Feng Gu believed Su Bai was lying in wait for the jungler to ambush. So he decided to divert the jungler's attention, thinking, "If you are so bold, let us see if you can 1v2. Yejie quietly remarked, "Feng Gu, this does not seem right." He pondered how a coach could deliberately undermine his players. Such a notion was unheard of. That is the strategy one have devised. We will discuss it after the match. Feng Gu was resolute, refusing to believe he could not suppress Su Bai's momentum today. Yejie and Xiaohu exchanged glances, primarily because Su Bai's usual performance was rather erratic. Otherwise, they would have offered more support. Let Me was already laughing to the point of discomfort. He could tell Feng Gu was becoming increasingly frustrated. When Su Bai inevitably fell, Feng Gu would undoubtedly unleash all his wrath upon him. In the top lane, Jace was the first to reach level 3, when suddenly, the prince's positioning appeared somewhat off. Although the prince had low health, his aggressive advance clearly indicated that the jungler was nearby. Let Me and Feng Gu noticed this as well, both chuckling at the situation. "Aren't you bold? How can you still move from this position?" Feng Gu began to contemplate how to reprimand Su Bai. The pig girl, Sijuani, made her entrance from the river, blocking Jace's retreat. Su Bai feigned weakness and retreated into the brush, evading the enemy's vision. The prince was not foolish. He refrained from engaging directly, opting to wait for Sijuani to arrive, for being caught out would spell disaster. At that moment, something unexpected occurred for the RNG team. After hiding in the brush, Su Bai removed his hand from the keyboard and began to pour a bottle of liquor into his mouth. Feng Gu was left speechless, utterly bewildered. Let Me burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you toasting at your own grave?" Quite the character, my friend. It appeared as though Su Bai had surrendered. As the system detected the host consuming alcohol, a buff was granted. Operation 200, remaining time, 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 25 seconds. The buff was now in effect. Su Bai prepared to revel in the thrill of battle. Reciting Jace's lines, he maneuvered with one hand on the mouse and the other on the keyboard. Initiating his actions, Su Bai quickly surveyed the battlefield. The prince was to his left, and Sijuani was to his right, all within range. He initiated with a basic attack, activating hypercharge, deftly weaving left and right. Sijuani charged in, acceleration gate. Jace twisted his waist to evade. The prince's flag descended, and a dragon struck forth, with Jarvan forward charging directly at him. With a swift reposition, Jace darted from right to left, utilizing acceleration gate to narrowly avoid the prince. The excitement did not end there. With a glance back, he unleashed a powerful shock blast, reducing the prince's health to the brink. Switching forms for his ultimate ability, Jace approached the prince, feigning an attack. The prince, sensing danger, flashed away, only to realize he had been outsmarted. Jace's sky splitter damage could indeed be dodged with a flash, but the timing was too early. "You must wait your turn," Jace countered with a thunder strike, knocking Sijuani away. Then, utilizing the acceleration gate, he pursued the prince, down. With a thunder leap, he secured the prince's kill. After eliminating the prince, Su Bai turned his attention to Sijuani. Both had similar health, and Sijuani possessed 2 buffs, while other junglers might have opted to engage. This was an exception, for I am Ning. Ning's Sijuani boldly advanced, intending to use her W ability to slow down Jace. At that moment, Jace swiftly maneuvered left and right, evading Sijuani's attacks. and causing her to miss her W. Transitioning to his cannon form, Jace prepared his next set of abilities. Once again, he initiated with a basic attack, activating his W ability for rapid strikes, maintaining his position to ensure Sejuani had nowhere to escape. However, Ning was not the type to flee without a fight. He was not merely thinking of retreating. He aimed to land a hit on Jace. Indeed, up to that point, he had yet to land a single blow. Sejuani weathered Jace's damage, awaiting the cooldown of her Q ability. As the cooldown expired, Sejuani charged in, this time opting to flash and follow up with AQ. However, at the moment Sejuani flashed, Jace too responded with a flash. Still, he had failed to land a hit. Damn it. Ning was furious. He disregarded caution and charged towards Jace. Utilizing acceleration gate, Jace deftly evaded, causing Sejuani's health to plummet. Farewell. With a reinforced shock blast, Sejuani fell. Jace triumphed in the top lane. Achieving a double kill. Exhilarated, Su Bai relished the moment. Throughout the encounter, he felt in complete control. The enemy's skills seemed to move in slow motion, allowing ample time to react. I could see that moment. The voice chat within RNG was filled with silence. After clearing the minion wave and returning to base to purchase items, Su Bai noticed his teammates had been quiet for an extended period and inquired, "Have you all lost voice chat? Or have I?" Feng Gu, standing behind Su Bai, wore an expression of shock and confusion. The recent display of Jace's prowess was undoubtedly worthy of the top tier. The key question remained, when had Su Bai's Jace become so formidable? Is this truly Su Bai? Let me sense the atmosphere was off-kilter. Regardless of how Su Bai achieved this feat, it was imperative to divert Feng Ge's attention. Thus, let me remarked, oh, it was merely that the enemy squandered their abilities. Sejuani initiated with a Q flash. Jace was doomed, completely immobilized. I can understand. Seeing a newcomer, they would certainly ease up and not play so rigorously. Upon hearing this, Feng Gu pondered. There seemed to be some merit to his words. However, he recognized that he could not allow Su Bai to gain momentum. This match was intended to suppress his morale, not to have it backfired on the other side. Yejie, Xiaohu, Ming, and MLXG were all astonished. Yet, their reactions varied. Yejie and Xiaohu wore expressions of shock, exchanging glances and suddenly realizing that Su Bai's situation may not be as desperate as they had thought if he could master Jace. Surely, he could also excel with other heroes. MLXG scratched his head, questioning whether he had misperceived the situation or if the enemy was deliberately throwing the match. As for Ming, he felt a twinge of concern. If Su Bai truly turned the tide, would he seek retribution against him? Although it seemed unlikely, the odds had shifted from impossible to probable, which was an unsettling omen. The match continued, and after replenishing his supplies, Su Bai's advantage was glaringly evident. He resumed tormenting the prince, who had previously required careful maneuvering to avoid his skills. Now, the concern was that the prince might not act, as standing toe-to-toe with Jace would be futile. On IG's side, Duck was in dire straits. With 2 kills on Jace, how was he to manage in the top lane? Ning reassured him, just hold on until I arrive. Maintain your health. The previous skirmish was challenging because you were low on health. Duck felt helpless. He too wished to conserve his health, but Jace was like a monster, relentlessly pressuring him, and he needed to gain experience. He could see that moment. He noticed a change in Jace's strategy. Previously, he had focused on controlling the lane and harassing. Now, he was pushing. This was a positive development. Once the minion wave reached the tower, he could at least secure some last hits. Soon, the minion wave was pushed to the defensive tower, and the prince moved forward to last hit. Let me begin to taunt. Your approach to lane control is laughable. With 2 kills to start, the enemy prince is utterly floundering. They cannot even play properly, truly hopeless. Brother Feng nodded, seemingly in agreement with Let Me's words. Demonstrating 1's advantages is a skill in itself. Yet the ability to snowball from those advantages is an entirely different talent. Lacking the capacity to snowball renders any initial advantage futile. Just as the prince was securing last hits, Jace suddenly closed the distance. AWA, Jace whirled like a top, maneuvering in front of the turret, unleashing a basic attack with every repositioning. Spectators could only observe the turret's aggro oscillating between Jace and the minions. Yet the shots simply would not connect. What on earth? Brother Feng was astonished, unable to contain himself. Jace's maneuvers were as smooth as silk. The turret appeared as a mere toy before Jace, subsequently, with a swift QE combo. The prince was caught off guard and could not reposition in time. In a single exchange, the prince lost half his health. At this rate, the next wave could lead to a dive. Let me stammered. Unable to pinpoint any faults. It was as if one couldn't even find a bone in an egg. Aren't you worried about the enemy jungler? Ultimately, let me manage to utter this question. What do you think? Su Bai's retort effectively silenced Let Me. Meanwhile, on the IG side, Duck felt a chill run down his spine. This lane was no longer tenable. Continuing would be tantamount to waiting for death. With Ning poised to make another move, Duck altered his strategy. Don't come. Focus on the bottom lane. Let us take care of that. He has TP. Upon hearing this, Ning had no choice but to head towards the bot lane. Having noticed the princess' low health, persisting in the top lane indeed posed a risk. After being scolded by Rookie for a previous misstep, it was wiser to remain calm. At the 6-minute mark, Ning arrived at the bottom lane. This time, he brought Rookie along, preparing for a 5-man ambush. Top laner Duck was already impatient, waiting in front of the second turret, while Jace had already cut off the minion wave behind the turret. The prince dared not venture out, as Jace was now capable of diving the turret in the bot lane. The minion wave pushed towards the turret, and Ning's Sejuani flanked from behind, placing a ward for TP. Encircling RNG South bot lane with 5 players. What the hell? So many people. Yejie panicked. Previously, it had been RNG's 4 against 2, and now IG had escalated to 5 players making a move in the bottom lane. I am on my way, called out Spicy Hot Pot, as his Gragas was already lurking not far behind the first turret, ready to provide support. But the crucial question remained, would Gragas' arrival be of any use? We only have 3 players. What is the top lane doing? Ming immediately shifted the blame to the top laner, questioning Su Bai as to why he had TTPD down immediately. Su Bai offered no explanation, nor was there any need to. The Prince STP landed, and the 5 members of IG tightened their encirclement. Upon approaching, the Prince initiated his ultimate, ensnaring Yejie and Ming beneath the turret. At that moment, Yejie's Varus had yet to reach level 6 and was incapable of retaliating. The Prince was tanking the turret, yet with his EQ combo, he remained unperturbed. Ming's Tom Kinch devoured Varus to shield him, while Ning's Pig charged forward, waiting for Varus to emerge. The Prince's health was dwindling, and just then, Spicy Hot Pot Gragas used his E-skill to close the gap and follow up with his ultimate, attempting to trap the Prince. However, the Prince's EQ combo had already executed, pulling him out of turret range. You want to kill me? You must be dreaming. Duck narrowly escaped. Simultaneously, Varus emerged from Tom Kinch's belly. Just as he landed, Sejuani unleashed her ultimate. Varus flashed back, meeting up with Gragas to evade the Pig's ultimate as the flash landed. Rookie's Syndra unleashed her energy, casting her ultimate and stunning all 3 RNG members simultaneously. At this moment, Sejuani was tanking the turret, while IG's dual carries unleashed their fury, with support Rockin following up on the crowd control, resulting in the tragic demise of RNG's trio beneath the turret. This exchange resulted in a 0-for-3 trade, obliterating RNG's bot lane. Yejie shook his head. This is too targeted. My bottom lane is proving to be quite the challenge. Ming, on the other hand, continued to pass the buck. Where is our top laner? Are we lacking a top laner or what? At this juncture, Brother Foam and Let Me had positioned themselves behind Yejie and Ming as the team fight had erupted in the bot lane. The two had not noticed Jace's TP arriving, and Let Me began to taunt. I don't understand what kind of match this person is playing, unwilling to share his TP with teammates. He only cares about his own growth. Does he think he can 1v5? Brother Foam nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Individuals with such a mindset are not fit for competition. They lack any sense of team spirit. As they conversed, suddenly, a system notification appeared in the bottom right corner. Jace has slain the prince. Huh. Brother Foam was taken aback, while Yejie switched his view to Jace's perspective at that moment. Jace was not in the top lane, but rather above the dragon pit, while the prince had fallen at the entrance of the river on the bottom lane. What is more, the vision in the dragon pit revealed IG was currently engaged in dragon combat. After Jace secured the princess kill, He did not return to base, but opted to circle around through the bottom lane's tri-brush, seemingly planning to approach the dragon pit head-on. What is he up to? Yejie expressed his confusion, and Brother Feng and Let Me, standing behind, were equally perplexed. Going for a 1v4? Isn't that just handing over a kill? Suddenly, Jace halted. Yejie glanced back at Su Bai and was astonished to find Su Bai was drinking. He observed Su Bai pouring a bottle of liquor into his mouth, and when one bottle wasn't enough, he reached for another. Detecting that the host was consuming alcohol, he gained a buff reaction 100. Current state reaction 200. Remaining time 1 hour 02 minutes 15 seconds. Detecting that the host was consuming alcohol, he gained a buff prediction 100. Current state prediction 200. Remaining time 59 minutes 36 seconds after finishing his drink. Su Bai exclaimed in exhilaration, echoing Jace's line. Fully charged, with both hands returned to the keyboard and mouse, he maneuvered Jace towards the front of the dragon pit. Let Me chuckled. This fool is going to throw himself away. He.S. definitely drunk. Brother Feng shook his head, not using TP to protect teammates, waiting until they all perish before TP Yejie down to throw himself away. Brother Feng would remember all of Su Bai's mistakes and settle the score after the match. At this moment, the dragon's health was nearly depleted, with the wounded Sejuani tanking the dragon, while the duo and mid laner assisted in the fight. Originally, the dual carries could have returned early, and the jungler and support could have finished their tasks, but after the prince was taken down by Jace in one shot, they realized they had to stay, or there could be trouble. With 4 players present, surely Jace wouldn't dare to come? Yet, he indeed made his move. Su Bai's Jace boldly approached, closing in on the enemy Misfortune and Rockin. Misfortune felt somewhat intimidated. Jace had 2 kills and was at a higher level, given that he had been solo landing. Misfortune opted to retreat, while Rockin moved in to initiate, casting his W skill in an attempt to knock up Jace. Jace swiftly deployed an acceleration gate and took a step back, causing Rockin to inadvertently reveal a secret concerning Xayah, evading Rockin SW, while simultaneously launching an energy surge enhanced by the acceleration gate. Jace struck Sejuani. Immediately after, Jace accelerated towards Sejuani. Syndra SQE was unleashed. However, this was anticipated by Su Bai, who sidestepped, causing it to miss. Misfortune began her assault, yet her damage output was relatively low, allowing Jace to endure. Jace charged into the dragon pit, closing in on Sejuani, and switched to hammer form. Then came the repositioning. Ning fell for the bait, assuming Jace would strike directly, and activated his Q skill to interrupt Jace's leap of faith, only to be outsmarted. Sejuani SQ landed, and Jace struck with a hammer, swiftly following up with 3 basic attacks that I'm done for. Ning's health plummeted, and in a panic he used his smite on the dragon. However, the damage was insufficient, leaving the dragon with over 100 health. Jace, quick on the uptake, turned around and landed a thunder strike, securing the dragon. Seeing his health dwindle, he switched to cannon form and unleashed an energy surge. Both Jace and Sejuani collapsed, a flawless execution of killing and stealing the dragon. Is that even possible? Yejie and Xiaohu's jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Su Bai's maneuvers had left them utterly stunned. Xiaohu marveled. There were 4 enemies, and Yejie executed flawlessly. His positioning, his skill casting, his damage calculations. Simply absurd. Even Ming was taken aback, though he tried to mask it. Spicy Hot Pot suddenly exclaimed, "Incredible!" Stunned, Brother Feng and Let Me felt that things were spiraling out of control. It turns out that Su Bai did not lack TP support. Rather, he opted to teleport to the jungle in hindsight, this may indeed have been a judicious choice. If he had TP'd to the bottom lane's first tower, it would have resulted in a 4 versus 5 scenario. With Jace lacking group control, flash, and mobility, the opposing team would undoubtedly have focused their fire on him, potentially preventing him from casting even a single skill before his demise. Thus, Su Bai's current decision seems far more prudent. Feng Gu was swayed. If this TP, along with the subsequent series of maneuvers, was meticulously orchestrated by Su Bai, it would certainly be quite impressive at that moment. Let Me interjected, isn't this just a case of a chaotic flurry taking down a seasoned master? Feng Gu, surely you don't believe he executed this on his own, do you? You saw him just now. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and could barely stand. Feng Gu remained silent, clearly still in doubt. Let me grew anxious. Fenggu, consider the positioning and actions from just now. Doesn't it resemble a drunken person swaying aimlessly, lacking any discernible pattern? The opposing team wouldn't know what to expect. He himself doesn't even know what he is doing. How could they? It's merely luck, sheer luck. After hearing this, Fenggu suddenly found some merit in Let Me's argument. Naturally, he felt this way primarily because he struggled to accept the reality that Su Bai could perform so admirably while intoxicated. Following Let Me's reasoning could indeed explain the previous events. Su Bai's movements were exceptionally deceptive. However, whether this deception stemmed from deliberate intent or the result of drunken disorientation remained ambiguous. You make a valid point, Fenggu conceded with a nod, observing that Fenggu seemed to be swayed by his words. Let Me quietly exhaled in relief. Did Let Me truly believe this? For him, that was no longer of consequence. What mattered was Fenggu's perception. Meanwhile, on the side of Yejie, as the victims, their sentiments were even more profound. After the dragon was stolen, Ning Wang felt as though he had been outclassed. Where did this monstrous Jace come from? So formidable. Rookie chimed in. I remember now, there was indeed someone named Su Bai. A so-called prodigy, but wasn't he already washed up? I heard he spends all his time drinking and neglecting training. Duck hesitated for a moment before ultimately speaking. Some say he is washed up. I suspect that could be false. I encountered him in ranked matches before, and he was just as ferocious as here. It's not mere coincidence. The members of Yejie suddenly realized that winning this match would likely be a daunting task. Although they had managed to suppress RNG's bot lane, the top lane was soaring that moment. In a luxurious high-end apartment in the bustling city of Shanghai, a man in his 20s was reclining on a bed made of legs, the so-called leg bed, literally composed of the legs of 10 young and beautiful women who were accompanying him and watching the match. This man was none other than Wang Xiaozhong, the owner of Yejie, a few meters away. A wall-mounted television displayed the match between Yejie and our as the owner of Yejie. Wang Xiaozhong naturally had to keep a close eye on the team's performance that, of course, attending the match live at the base would have been far too arduous. Thus, he opted to watch from home. Suddenly, he sat up, furrowing his brow. This Jace is incredibly powerful. Isn't Su Bai supposed to be washed up? Has he awakened? Wang Xiaozhong muttered to himself. When Su Bai was initially dubbed a genius, it had caught Wang Xiaozhong's attention. Every trading season, he kept tabs on available players and had noted Su Bai back then. Unfortunately, RNG acted too swiftly, leaving him no opportunity. Later, upon hearing that Su Bai had fallen off, Wang Xiaozhong took great pleasure in mocking RNG, especially given his poor relations with their owner. But now, what was happening? No, I've been played. They're putting on an act. Wang Xiaozhong suddenly entertained a possibility that the rumors of Su Bai's decline were a deliberate smokescreen. In reality, this individual had not only not fallen off, but was becoming increasingly formidable. How else could he explain the current situation? Here it comes, Wang Xikong exclaimed. The door to the room swung open. Indeed, this was merely a room, not a living room, albeit a rather spacious one. Around 70 to 80 square meters, and a man in sunglasses and a tailored suit entered. Boss, what can I do for you? Wang Xiaozhong pointed at the screen and said, investigate this Su Bai. Find out what his situation is in RNG. You have 3 minutes? Understood. The man replied without hesitation, closing the door behind him as he rushed off to investigate. 2 minutes later, the door opened once more, and a man in sunglasses appeared at the threshold. Boss, I have news. Speak. Wang Xiaozhong beckoned. It's a bit strange. Although everyone in RNG claims this person spends all his time drinking and shirking his responsibilities. He has amassed over 30 consecutive victories in the Korean server. He is on the brink of climbing from Diamond to Master, and he has been MVP in every match. The man in sunglasses began his report. In an instant, Wang Xiaozhong sprang from the sofa. Well, RNG, you think you can play me, do you? A person who is supposedly drinking all day and doing nothing can dominate the Korean server. Is this even possible? If I hadn't happened to catch their practice match today, I would have been completely duped. Wang Xiaozhong spoke with a steely tone, his anger evident. Him, RNG's actions felt like an affront to his intelligence. Given this, he resolved to snatch the player for himself. This was not solely for the sake of the team. It was also about saving face. The more they tried to hide him, the more determined he was to acquire him, even if this individual proved to be useless. It was a matter of personal preference. Moreover, this player was currently demonstrating exceptional prowess. The practice match continued, and Su Bai had already taken the top lane's first tower and was pushing towards the second tower. Initially, the members of Yejie had planned to concede the top lane. However, that was no longer an option. If Jace finished off the second tower, he would be heading for the high ground, and it was no longer a matter of desire, but a necessity. Thus, Yejie began to assemble a coalition to assault the top lane, comprising junglers and supports to coordinate with the top laner. However, as soon as the support left, the bottom lane collapsed, with RNG seizing the opportunity to tower dive, allowing Yejie to secure a kill. You enjoy roaming, huh? Well, your bottom lane is gone. Seizing this chance, Yejie took down the bottom lane's first tower, significantly recovering his development. Not only that, but Yejie's coalition to assault the top lane failed, resulting in a 3-kill giveaway. That that rookie didn't want to go. He had just lost the mid lane's first tower. Yejie was merely patching one hole while another opened, ultimately failing to contain RNG, allowing them to soar. Once they gained the upper hand, Yejie naturally would not hold back, rallying his teammates to push forward in a united front that Su Bai continued to pull the pressure in the top lane. Without 3 or 4 opponents, it would be a death sentence and the mid laner had to join. But what about the mid lane? Yejie fell into chaos as RNG tightened their grip, and ultimately, Yejie was directly overrun. Nice. You enjoy targeting the bottom lane, do you? What now? Yejie rejoiced, reveling in the fact that he was likely the one most satisfied with this match, overwhelmed early on with a 5 versus 2 scenario. He had subsequently dominated the opposing bottom lane once he regained his footing, a classic case of don't underestimate the youth. After the practice match concluded, Su Bai immediately began ranked play. Determined not to waste the buff still in effect, Su Bai, come here, Feng Ji's voice suddenly called from behind. I don't have time, Su Bai replied without turning. Noticing Su Bai's dismissive attitude, Feng Gu gritted his teeth and shouted, I told you to come here. Did you hear me? Su Bai remained unmoved. In his eyes, Feng Gu was nothing more than an empty talker, a performer playing the part of the good guy. Having already been deceived once, he had no intention of falling for it again. Yes, Su Bai showed no willingness to acknowledge him. Feng Gu could no longer contain himself. Fine, challenging your superior. Showing such disrespect, I'll remember this. Su Bai, you really think you can stay in RNG forever? Believe it or not, I can have the boss fire you immediately. Upon hearing this, Let Me chuckled. What a fortunate turn of events. He had worried that Su Bai's performance in this practice match might alter RNG's perception of him. Now, however, it seems Su Bai was digging his own grave that Su Bai, however, remained unfazed, continuing with his ranked play. Once in queue, he quickly locked in Jace. With the buffs still active, he intended to make full use of them. What Su Bai did not anticipate was that as soon as both sides had completed their champion selections, someone abruptly exited the match. Damn, wasting my time. Fortunately, he quickly found another match. Don't exit, please. Whatever you do, don't exit. Su Bai commenced his prayers, for the greatest hindrance on his path to ascend the ranks lay in the fact that some players would exit the game prematurely, significantly diminishing his efficiency. A single ranked match typically lasted around 15 minutes. Factoring in queue times at champion selection, it sometimes took that long that if someone were to leave, it would equate to playing one less game. Fortunately, in this match, no one had exited prematurely. Upon entering, Su Bai began his slaughter in the top lane. Meanwhile, Feng Gu, witnessing Su Bai's obstinacy, turned and departed the training room, making his way to the corridor. He retrieved his phone and dialed the boss. The call connected swiftly. Feng Gu ingratiatingly said, Hello, is this the boss? It's me, Xiaophone. What can I do for you? It's like this, there has been a little issue with the team that I can no longer manage. I have to leave it to you to adjudicate. The boss gestured for him to continue. Feng Gu proceeded, You should recall Su Bai, the prodigy we once discussed, that I've heard he has significantly increased our club's revenue. Ah, don't mention it. I owe you an apology regarding this matter. I truly misjudged him. Ever since we recruited him, all he does is drink and cause trouble. Just the other day, he threatened to let me with a bottle, nearly causing a major incident. Such an occurrence. The boss seemed taken aback. as such tales were virtually unheard of in their circle. Feng Ge continued, "It doesn't end there. He has also grown increasingly impatient with me, showing utter defiance to authority that I instructed him to train, and he merely drank. He has now plummeted to Diamond 2. I believe I have done all I could." Feng Ge subtly hinted to the boss that the power to resolve this issue lay with him, and he couldn't make unilateral decisions. "What you plan to do? Dismiss him." The boss had fallen into his trap. Feng Ge suddenly adopted a more somber tone. "Alas, such matters are delicate. Dismissing a player is detrimental to both the team and the individual. Everyone has it tough." He shifted his stance. "However, at times we have no choice. We must be responsible for our other players and our fans." "Very well then, let us proceed with the dismissal. Thank you for your hard work." "Coach Feng," the boss replied, "in no trouble at all. It's my duty that I'll handle the rest. So you needn't worry, boss. Understood? Farewell, and may you have a pleasant day." After hanging up, Feng Ge's expression turned fiercely menacing. "Su Bai, I offered you an opportunity, yet you chose not to cherish it." As night fell, only Su Bai remained in the training room. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he began reviewing his progress for the day. It was already past midnight, and the Korean server rankings had reset. Su Bai had entered the challenger tier, amassing a score of 765 points. He had gained nearly 400 points in a single day. This was largely due to his continuous winning streak, which resulted in substantial point gains for each match. Currently, the top player in the Korean server boasted 1,300 points, and at this rate, he had the chance to reach the summit within 2 days. Time for bed. The following morning, Su Bai returned to the training room to continue his ranked matches. By evening, he had already accumulated over 1,000 points. His rate of ascension was akin to the ease of drinking water. He figured it wouldn't be a problem to gain another 100 points tonight. He noted that no one had disturbed him all day, which was quite pleasant. Feng Ge had also ceased insisting he play training matches. Let me had not come to create trouble either. The world had grown significantly quieter. After having dinner, Su Bai prepared to continue his ranked matches. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was an unknown number. However, the number had an unusual amount of 8s, suggesting it was not an ordinary caller. Su Bai chose not to answer. Why engage with an unknown caller? To his surprise, the caller was persistent, attempting to reach him again. Su Bai decided to block the number. Just 20 seconds later, another unknown number called. With no other choice, Su Bai answered, lest this continue indefinitely. "What is so urgent?" "Who are you?" Su Bai inquired, slightly irritated, as he did not wish to waste a moment now that his buffs were active. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" The voice on the other end was quite confrontational. "Who you are is of no concern to me. If there is nothing, I am hanging up," Su Bai threatened. "Prepare and end the call." "Fine, you've got guts that I'll let it slide this time." After a pause, the caller continued, "I am the owner of Yejie, Wang Xiaozhong. Surely you've heard of me? I'm extending an invitation for you to join us at Yejie. Please consider it." Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Wang Xiaozhong, the accent and brash tone certainly matched that of Wang Xiaozhong. It was typical of him to attempt to poach talent. Noticing Su Bai's silence, Wang Xiaozhong grew impatient. "What is the matter? Provide some feedback. Here's the deal. I can offer you 200,000? 300,000? If you join, I'll even give you a residence in Magic City." Wang Xiaozhong was unleashing his monetary prowess, eager for a swift resolution. In response, Su Bai simply replied, "No, I've already found another opportunity." "What? What do you mean? You're considering a switch? Where to?" "It's not convenient to disclose right now that I appreciate your interest, but this is truly not feasible." "Good lad. What kind of benefits are they offering you?" "All right then. A forced agreement yields no sweetness. You've wasted a minute of my time." Wang Xiaozhong hung up the phone. Su Bai set his phone down and resumed his ranked matches. In truth, aside from having committed to EDG, there was another matter that weighed heavily on Su Bai's mind. Yejie was in IG. Su Bai eagerly anticipated facing Yejie, as in his previous life. The various divine moments showcased by the Yejie had left a profound impression on him. Such an opponent was not to be missed. Soon, Su Bai continued his ranked matches at By Dawn. He had reached 1,180 points. He was now just a little over 100 points away from the top of the Korean server. Tomorrow, he would be poised to claim the summit. The night passed uneventfully. Su Bai rose early and headed straight to the training room for ranked matches. Ascend, ascend, ascend. This singular goal occupied his thoughts. By the afternoon, Su Bai had achieved 1312 points. The top player in the Korean server was at 1,323 points. Only one more match was needed, and with a victory, Su Bai would reach the pinnacle. At this moment, Dosha was live streaming, and the PDD live stream had garnered over 20 million viewers. It was the afternoon, a time when such high viewership was unexpected. The title of PDD's live stream said it all: OB the Genius Kid ascending to the Korean server. Indeed, PDD had been closely monitoring Su Bai's progress over the past 2 days. Su Bai's rate of ascent had become so rapid that it could only be described as rocket-like. Hence, in anticipation of Su Bai reaching the summit, PDD began streaming to observe his climb. The live chat erupted with fervent discussion. Is this person Chinese? Why would a non-Chinese person be observed? Look at this ID. It's also a Chinese name. In no way this Su Bai. Didn't I hear he was a useless player? How is he about to reach the top? Could there be a mix-up? Some recognized the ID, but many were confused, questioning if they had misidentified him. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Su Bai was matched. Champion selection. Fiora. As the game commenced, his opponent was Echo. A first-level solo kill. Echo teleported back, but Fiora reached level 2 first and engaged again, securing another solo kill. Pushing the minion wave towards the tower, Fiora began to harass the advancing Echo. A misstep occurred. She took turret damage. Fiora was left with scant health. Echo reached level 2 and initiated an attack to reclaim his advantage. Echo's ability struck, but Fiora leveled up to 3. Lauren's Heartbreaker stunned, resulting in yet another solo kill. What a monster. 1 life for 3. Unbelievable. This script couldn't even be written this well. The live chat exploded with excitement. Fiora had entered slaughter mode, and upon returning to base, she took on 2 opponents simultaneously. The bottom lane collapsed, but it mattered little. Fiora pressed on. Ultimately, she pushed through the top lane and secured victory. PDD exclaimed, "He has done it." Congratulations to Su Bai for reaching the pinnacle of the Korean server. At this moment, within the RNG training room, Su Bai withdrew his hands from the keyboard and mouse, murmuring softly, "I have fulfilled your final wish. You should be at peace now." With the completion of this wish, the next step was to strive for the championship in the league. Just then, the door to the training room swung open. Fenggu entered, holding a document in his hand. Upon seeing Fenggu, the members of RNG, who had just finished their lunch and were resting, greeted him warmly. Let me immediately notice the document in Fenggu's grasp. As Fenggu walked straight towards Su Bai, let me suddenly had a thought, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk as he stood up to approach Su Bai. "Come with me." Fenggu beckoned. "What's the matter? Just say it here," Su Bai replied. The other members of RNG turned their attention towards them, sensing that the atmosphere was rather tense. Yejie and Xiaohu felt a complex mix of emotions. Unable to discern Su Bai's current situation, their performance in the training match against IG had been quite good, yet after just 1 match without any follow-up, it was hard to draw any conclusions. Mala Xianghua and Ming, on the other hand, were more like spectators. For Ming, Su Bai's departure would be a boon, as he had long been displeased with him. I could see that moment. Let me suddenly exclaimed. "Not bad, Su Bai. You're earning 4,000 a month now." Let me, with his head lowered, had been sneaking a glance at the document in Fenggu's hand, which turned out to be a contract. From the cover, it was evidently Su Bai's contract, and 2 pages were slightly exposed, revealing the salary information just as Let me caught sight of it. Hearing this, Xiaohu and Yejie exchanged glances, astonished. Such a salary was quite outrageous. One could hardly even hire a laborer with that amount, let alone an unemployed, fresh graduate. Let me felt a surge of delight. It was clear Fenggu had brought the contract for a reason, and it seemed that Su Bai was about to leave. At this juncture, Su Bai also stood up and turned to say, "So you're here to have me terminate the contract, right?" "No problem. Just hand it over." Seeing Su Bai's resolute demeanor, Fenggu scoffed disdainfully. How could a seemingly useless individual exhibit such an attitude? Well, it would simply save them 4,000 yuan. Fenggu handed over the contract, and Su Bai took it, swiftly signing his name with a pen he retrieved from the table, completing the action in one fluid motion. All right, so it's settled, is it? Su Bai returned the contract. Yes, of course that we're not a heartless club. You have 1 day to vacate. That should suffice, right? Within this day, you must move out from RNG and take all your belongings with you. Next time, you won't be allowed back in. The security won't let you. Fengge remarked sarcastically as soon as he finished speaking. Su Bai had already packed his keyboard and mouse into his bag and was striding towards the exit point 1 day. A minute is more than enough. Yejie and Xiaohu were left dumbfounded. This was rather too carefree. Su Bai returned to his dormitory, packed his belongings into a box, and then, with the box in hand, left the dormitory, heading downstairs towards the training facility's entrance. Upon stepping outside, he found the streets suddenly spacious and open. Su Bai glanced back at the RNG training facility, feeling a peculiar sensation. Not sadness, but rather a strange, almost profound feeling that he pulled out his phone and called Abu. The call connected swiftly. Hello, is this Su Bai? Yes, it's me that I've terminated my contract with RNG. Terminated the contract. So that means we can sign you without paying a penalty fee. What a stroke of good fortune, Abu exclaimed joyfully. The penalty fee had been a source of great worry for him in recent days. He had contacted the EDG owner to explain the situation, hoping to persuade him to cover the costs. However, upon inquiring with RNG, he discovered the penalty was a staggering 10 million. Naturally, the owner was reluctant to take on such a burden and had not agreed. Now, however, it seemed they wouldn't have to pay the penalty at all. Abu continued, but wait, why is RNG so willing to let you go? Whose idea was this? Su Bai replied, it must be Fengge's. Ah, Fengge. What great insight he has. I must treat him to a meal next time. Abu laughed heartily, astonished by Fengge's generosity in providing such a significant opportunity, and felt a strong urge to express gratitude. Su Bai continued, also, yesterday, the IG owner, Principal Wang, called me as well that he wants me to join IG. Upon hearing this, Abu panicked. You didn't agree to him, did you? You can't agree to that. We had already made prior arrangements. The terms can be negotiated further, of course not. I rejected him on the spot, but I am a bit worried. You know how Principal Wang can be. I hope he doesn't do something extreme because of my refusal. Su Bai admitted, genuinely concerned about the repercussions of his actions. Given Principal Wang's reputation, don't worry about that. We at EDG are also a reputable team. He wouldn't dare to go to FAR, by the way. Where are you now? I'll come find you immediately. Right at the entrance of the RNG training facility, Su Bai replied, all right, I'll be there shortly. Just wait for me, Abu said before hanging up. Su Bai tucked his phone into his pocket. Half an hour later, a car pulled up in front of him, and the door swung open, revealing Abu, who stepped out with a broad smile. Abu approached to help him with his luggage, saying, have you been waiting long? Get in. Everyone else is waiting for you. We prepared a surprise. Su Bai got in the car with Abu, and half an hour later, they arrived in front of a hotel. Everyone is waiting inside for you. Let us get out. Leave the luggage in the car, and we'll head back after dinner, Abu instructed. Thus, Su Bai followed Abu inside, where they walked to the door of a private room. The hotel was well decorated and located in a prime area, so the expenses would surely not be modest. Before even entering the room, Su Bai heard familiar voices inside. Abu pushed the door open, and Su Bai followed closely behind. You're here. The manager was the first to stand and come forward to greet them. The others from EDG turned to look as well. Abu began introducing. This is the genius young man I told you about, Su Bai. The manager responded, I've known him for quite some time. Su Bai, please take a seat here. Abu continued, Su Bai, you know everyone here, right? Miko, Uboe, Mouse. Su Bai scanned the room, noting Mouse in particular. The expressions of the others were quite warm, but Mouse's demeanor was different. He wore a forced smile, scrutinizing Su Bai with a rather unfriendly gaze. Su Bai understood. After all, Mouse was EDG's current starting top laner, and Su Bai's arrival posed a significant threat to him. After exchanging pleasantries with the EDG members, Su Bai sat beside the manager. All right, now that everyone is here, we can have the waiter bring the dishes. Today's gathering is to welcome our newcomer, Su Bai, and to wish him well. Abu announced at tea that moment. Miko chimed in, shouldn't tea we have a drink then? Upon hearing this, the EDG members perked up with anticipation. According to club regulations, professional players were not allowed to drink alcohol, as it could affect their performance in matches. However, exceptions could be made, especially on such a joyous occasion. Naturally, it was up to Abu to make that choice. Abu was quite decisive. Since everyone is in such high spirits today, let us make an exception that, oh yeah, the EDG members erupted in excitement. The manager turned to Su Bai, asking, Su Bai, how is your tolerance for alcohol? Can you handle it? Before Su Bai could respond, Miko interjected, you're not aware? Haven't you heard Su Bai can drink all night long at RNG without a hitch? Yes, a true wine god. The manager was taken aback. Really? Is that true? Seeing everyone in such high spirits, Su Bai replied, I have no issues with that. However, this simple statement was perceived by the manager as a challenge, especially since Miko had just dubbed Su Bai as a wine god. Thus, the manager, feeling competitive, declared, all right, let us have a little contest today. Consider it a trial for you, a trial involving drinking. Su Bai was taken aback. He never imagined that such an activity would be part of a professional esports player's trial. Don't listen to him. Ming Kai may seem honest, but he is quite the trickster. Be careful not to let him fool you. Abu warned. Soon, the waiter brought forth the dishes and wine, prompting everyone to begin their feast. Abu called out, let us raise our glasses in a toast to welcome Su Bai into our family. The crowd raised their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Just as Su Bai settled into his seat, the factory manager leaned over and said, Su Bai, let us share a drink together. Su Bai, unfazed, filled his glass and clinked it with the manager's before downing the contents. Hey, tea that moment. Miko teased. Manager, are you so eager to get Su Bai drunk that you have ulterior motives? The manager retorted, enough of that. My preferences are perfectly normal. What could I possibly want from another man? Su Bai interjected, who falls first is yet to be determined. Don't boast too much. The crowd paused in surprise. And Miko remarked, I thought you were the shy type, but seems you're quite bold. Su Bai refilled his glass and took the initiative, saying, manager, let us keep going. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Thus, Su Bai and the manager engaged in a contest, and before long, despite having barely touched their meals, the hotel was filled with laughter and clinking glasses. The manager soon flushed, appearing on the verge of inebriation. Su Bai teased, I thought you were a heavy drinker. Is this all you can handle? The members of EDG chuckled silently, as if privy to some hidden truth. Su Bai began to suspect that things were not as simple as they seemed. Seizing the moment, he challenged the manager to a few more rounds. Despite the manager's early signs of intoxication, Su Bai noticed that after several more drinks, the manager still showed no significant change. Aside from his reddened face, in fact, it was Su Bai who began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Are you still in this? The manager asked playfully, his expression suggesting he felt victorious. Bring it on, Su Bai replied defiantly. They downed 3 more shots, and soon Su Bai struggled to hold his glass steady. At a glance at the manager revealed he was still in the same state as before. Suddenly, it dawned on Su Bai that he had been tricked. Although the manager's face flushed quickly, he was not truly drunk and surprisingly capable of drinking. Yet, having already boasted, Su Bai couldn't possibly concede defeat in front of so many witnesses. No, that was not his style. As he attempted to pour himself more wine, he found his glass half full and the table equally cluttered. The manager chuckled, young man, don't overexert yourself. If you've had enough, just admit it and we'll consider your concession. Concede. You wish, Su Bai retorted, his tone growing bolder. The manager turned to the EDG members and declared, you heard that. I gave him a chance and he squandered it. If he ends up completely out of it, don't blame me. I expect you all to bear witness. Miko quipped, manager, go easy on him. He might just put on a show during the competition. The manager laughed. Do I seem like the type to fear being outperformed? Abu interjected. You two should call a night. We have other matters to attend to. Su Bai interrupted. Enough chatter. Let us drink. Thus, Su Bai and the manager raised their glasses once more and drained them. This time, Su Bai genuinely felt overwhelmed. His eyelids grew heavy, fatigue washed over him, and he longed to lie down. He anticipated that his arrival at EDG would come with such a trial from the manager. Ding! Detected substantial alcohol consumption. Congratulations, host. You have gained a buff. Immune to alcohol for the next 5 hours, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears, though Su Bai initially failed to register it amid his drowsiness. Yet within moments, he suddenly felt remarkably alert. The intense drunkenness vanished. He looked up, only to find everyone watching him with amusement. the manager remarked. Look at Su Bai. I bet he won tea last 10 seconds before he collapses on the table. Miko added, support him a bit. We wouldn't tea want him falling to the ground. Abu chimed in, wait, I need to record this. If he misbehaves, I'll use it as leverage, just as the EDG members were caught up in their banter. Su Bai abruptly sat up, a smile on his face. What are you all talking about? I heard everything. The EDG members were taken aback by his sudden movement. The manager's grin faltered, replaced by shock. You? I thought you were drunk. How did you suddenly? Su Bai scratched his head. Was I drunk? I had no idea. The manager was momentarily speechless, then turned to the others. They all saw it. You were about to collapse on the table. How did you suddenly regain your composure? Miko stood up, saying, no worries. Let us see if he can solve a math problem. The manager understood and held up 2 fingers in front of Su Bai. Without waiting for the manager's question, Su Bai blurted out, that S2, the manager replied. It's not that simple. What I want to know is how to prove Goldbach's conjecture. Every even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers. Su Bai rolled his eyes. You can stop right there. The manager exclaimed, He drunk. He can't solve it. Abu scrutinized Su Bai for a moment before saying, You're really not drunk? Were you just putting on show? Su Bai nodded. I was just creating a bit of spectacle. The EDG members gasped, and Miko began to cheer. Since you're not drunk, it means there's no winner. You two continue. Su Bai lifted his glass toward the manager. Manager, can you keep up? The manager hesitated for a moment before replying. Bring it on. Who's afraid? 5 minutes later, the manager lay sprawled on the table, fast asleep. Su Bai appeared unaffected, as if he were drinking water rather than alcohol. Abu marveled. Su Bai, you really can drink. It seems the legends are true. You drink every day, Su Bai responded. It's nothing special. Just practice. Abu added, this can't continue. You know our club prohibits drinking at the training base. In fact, even dining out typically doesn't allow alcohol, but today is an exception. No drinking. That might be an issue. You should know that I left RNG because of my drinking, Su Bai replied. Upon hearing this, the EDG members paused, sensing the atmosphere shift. It seemed Su Bai was unwilling to back down, and for what they knew of Abu, he usually wouldn't compromise on principles like this. If this condition led to Su Bai leaving EDG, it would all be for naught. Everyone's surprise, Abu quickly changed his stance. How about this? You can drink at the training base, but not during competitions. Su Bai remained silent, thinking it best to accept this for now. When competition time came, he could devise another plan. After feasting and drinking, the EDG members prepared to leave. However, the manager remained asleep, and the group had no choice but to carry him out of the hotel and into the car. They took 3 vehicles back to the training base. Abu escorted Su Bai to the office, and upon entering, he closed the door behind him. Please, have a seat. Abu's invitation, Su Bai settled onto the sofa. Abu retrieved 2 copies of document from his desk and approached Su Bai, handing one over while saying, This is your contract, in duplicate. If everything looks good, please sign. Su Bai glanced through it. It was essentially as they had previously agreed. He signed and took 1 copy for himself. With a beaming smile, Abu stood up and extended his hand. From today onward, you are officially a member of EDG. Welcome aboard. Su Bai shook his hand in agreement. Abu continued, I'll arrange for someone to help you find accommodation. So bring your belongings along. Thus, Su Bai departed from the office, taking his luggage with him as he followed the logistics personnel of the base to the dormitory. The accommodation consists entirely of single rooms, which is quite convenient. Su Bai received the key to his room and tidied up his belongings, deeming the task complete. Meanwhile, at the RNG training base, in the office of the RNG owner, 6 individuals stood before the desk, trembling and bowing their heads, seemingly filled with trepidation. On the other side of the desk, the RNG owner sat in his chair, his expression fierce as he glared at the 6 before him. He bellowed, Whose idea was this? Who authorized your decision to expel him? You have 1 minute to provide me with an explanation, or you can all leave. The RNG owner seized a folder from the desk and hurled it at Fengge, causing papers to scatter everywhere. Fengge's eyes widened as he spotted Su Bai's photograph among the documents, accompanied by his rank record. Korean server number 1, 1332 points, as for the number of consecutive victories. The paper could not even print that, leaving it unknown. This is a disaster, Fengge thought, struggling to comprehend how Su Bai could be so formidable. The most critical aspect was that he did not achieve the rank of Korean server number 1 in a day. Why had he not detected the problem earlier? Had no one informed him? Did everyone else remain oblivious? 30 seconds left. The owner's voice echoed again. Panic surged through Feng Ge. If no one took responsibility for this matter, they would all face expulsion. 10 seconds. It's all my fault. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Feng Ge recognized the voice of the decision-making group leader. It was understandable that he would step forward to take the blame. As the head of the decision-making group, all such decisions ultimately required his approval. That's so. You can leave. You have 3 seconds. The RNG owner wasted no time. The individual dared not retort and promptly turned to exit. Feng Ge breathed a sigh of relief. As long as someone took the blame, that was all that mattered. The most feared outcome was collective punishment. Just then, the RNG owner added, merely having the decision-making group take the blame won't suffice. The coaches are the ones who interact with the players regularly. The decisions made by the decision-makers are based on the information provided by the coaching staff. Am I wrong? Upon hearing this, Feng Ge felt a tightening in his chest. The owner was intent on total annihilation. What should he do? He certainly did not wish to take the blame. The treatment at RNG was quite favorable, and he had no desire to switch teams. Moreover, if he were expelled, other teams would likely not want him either. Therefore, Feng Ge steeled himself and shot a glare at the assistant coach beside him. His intent clear. Let this person take the blame. Initially reluctant, the assistant coach ultimately succumbed to Feng Ge's intimidation. I failed to manage Su Bai's situation properly and provided false information. Get out. Consequently, the assistant coach was also dismissed. Feng Ge sighed with relief, thinking that this would resolve the issue. However, it was not over yet. The RNG owner declared, "Do you all believe you are safe now? Rest assured, it is not that simple. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. You must contact Su Bai immediately and bring him back. If you fail to do so, you can all leave." Feng Ge was paralyzed with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. After exiting the owner's office, he paced anxiously in the corridor. What was amiss? How had Su Bai managed to attain the rank of Korean server number 1? And with such an unbroken winning streak? Impossible. This could not be. Feng Ge pulled out his phone to check the Korean server. The results sent a chill down his spine. Su Bai's record was terrifying. With every match resulting in an MVP accolade, the title of Korean server number 1 was indeed true. Damn. When did it become so easy to reach the pinnacle of the Korean server? This was not how it should be. Feng Ge felt despair. Whether he wanted to believe it or not, whether he could explain it or not, the facts lay before him. There was no choice. Feng Ge could only pull out his phone, as pondering other matters was pointless. He had to find Su Bai first. Thus, Feng Ge began calling Su Bai, wearing a smile on his face as he organized his speech, preparing to charm and persuade. However, Su Bai did not answer. He continued calling, yet still there was no response. After 10 attempts, Su Bai remained unresponsive. "Answer the phone. Why won't you answer?" Feng Ge shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, let me lurk behind a wall, observing Feng Ge's every move. This was bad. The situation had been exposed. Seeing Feng Ge's reaction, let me realized what had transpired. It was undoubtedly related to Su Bai's ascent to the rank of Korean server number 1. He had known about this beforehand, but had deliberately withheld the information from Feng Ge, intending for him to expel Su Bai, originally thinking that once Su Bai was gone, everything would be resolved. He had not anticipated that the situation would unravel. No matter what, he could not allow others to discover that he had concealed this matter. Otherwise, he would be doomed. On Yejie's side, Su Bai's signing process proceeded smoothly. And soon an announcement was made on the official Weibo, welcoming a new member. This quickly attracted a great deal of attention. After all, Yejie was a well-established powerhouse with many fans, generating substantial buzz. Thus, any changes in personnel would draw scrutiny. However, this time, the comments were polarized. Wasn't this person with RNG before? I heard he was expelled for misconduct. Seamless transition. Expelled from RNG and immediately joined Yejie. Wait, when did Yejie become a junkyard? Accepting such players, is that what you call Korean server number 1? What about those who can't even reach that rank? Are they worthless? Su Bai paid no mind to the online discourse. For him, The arguments were meaningless. The truth would reveal itself on the battlefield. From the very first day of his arrival, Su Bai commenced training. This was also EDG's necessity, as they had long sought a top laner with carry potential. Once, Coral had somewhat fit the bill, but internal team dynamics had soured. The current Mouse was a complete blue-collar worker, and to put it bluntly, a slacker, significantly restricting EDG's tactical flexibility, confining them to the lower lane. 2 days swiftly passed, during which the manager kept a close eye on Su Bai. Over these 2 days, he realized how foolish he had been to challenge Su Bai to drinking contests. Su Bai seemed to drink daily, and not just a bottle or two would suffice. At this rate, he would surely become a wine deity. While others sweated with the scent of perspiration, his sweat bore the fragrance of alcohol. Initially, the manager was concerned. Could Su Bai perform well in training matches after consuming so much alcohol? However, he soon discovered that his worries were unfounded, as Su Bai's alcohol consumption did not hinder his gameplay. In fact, he seemed to play even better with more alcohol. With that realization, there was nothing more to be said. Concurrently, Su Bai began streaming, albeit without showing his face, as drinking and playing simultaneously would not be advisable. Through observation, Su Bai also noted that Mouse's hostility towards him was escalating, indicating that an explosion was inevitable. Nevertheless, this was not a concern for him now. He would face challenges as they came. Days passed, and the summer season's showcase event approached. In an effort to generate excitement, the officials arranged for EDG and RNG to face off in the opening match. This was a tradition. Each season's showcase event featured the 2 most popular teams to attract viewership. Before the match began, the online hype reached a fever pitch, with everyone eagerly anticipating the opening battle. For EDG fans, the addition of the Korean server number 1 to bolster their top lane meant they were destined to easily overpower RNG. For RNG fans, EDG merely acquired a top laner they had discarded, raising questions about whether he could even participate. For neutral viewers, every matchup between EDG and RNG provided entertainment, and they certainly would not miss out. On the day of the event, after lunch, the EDG team took a brief rest before boarding the bus directly to the venue. The opening match was underway. In the lounge, the EDG team prepared for the match. Each member visibly anxious, including Coach Nof and Manager Abu. The players looked to the 2 for direction. Today's match was crucial. They had to secure victory in the first game. It was a new season with a new patch. It was likely that they were still unfamiliar with it, so perhaps a more cautious approach was in order. Mouse, you take the first game. Your experience is more substantial. Nof arranged for. Mouse, filled with excitement, thought to himself that he must perform exceptionally. If he secured victory in the first match, he would undoubtedly take the stage again for the second. Should he win the second match as well, they could defeat RNG, and there would be no reason not to let him play in the subsequent matches. That Su Bai held no objections to this arrangement. He decided to observe the situation before making any judgments. Abu glanced over and reassured him, saying, Su Bai, don't be anxious. Mouse possesses more experience than you. Given your lack of experience, facing RNG right away might undermine your confidence. Su Bai nodded in response. It's fine. I don't mind. Soon, the match was about to commence, and the EDG players took to the stage. Su Bai remained in the rest area, watching the match on a screened the commentary booth. The commentator Wawa announced, after a long wait, we are about to witness the opening match of the 2017 League of Legends Professional League Summer Split, featuring EDG against RNG. I am your commentator. Wah. Miller added, I am Miller, and I'm sure everyone can hardly contain their excitement. So let us not dilly-dash-dally in the first match. EDG's starting lineup consists of top laner Mouse, jungler Clear Love, mid laner Scout, ADC Oboe, and support Miko. Wawa continued. On the other hand, RNG starting 5 are top laner Let Me, jungler MLXG, mid laner Xiaohu, ADC Uzi, and support Ming. Before the match even began, the online chatter erupted. Where did that genius kid disappear to? Get out here and compete. You were boasting just a few days ago. Are you afraid to step onto the stage? I knew it would come to this, haha. RNG must be terrified. The top player in Korean ranked was probably just a smokescreen. EDG is clearly trying to hype him up, but he's just a nobody. In the eyes of the public, the uproar surrounding Su Bai's inclusion in EDG was merely a publicity stunt. Now that he shied away from the stage, It seemed like nothing more than a fabrication, a player deemed unwanted but packaged as a prodigy, as the audience debated. The first match commenced. Mouse regarded this match as crucial, thus opting for the top laner champion rumble. This champion is currently in vogue, capable of carrying games and strong in lane. Then, the top lane erupted, and MLXG executed a level 3 gank on the top lane from an unexpected angle. And it looked dire for Rumble. MLXG showed no signs of retreat. Was he planning to train him? Oh no, Rumble fell consecutively 3 times. Inside the rest area, Abu grew frantic while watching the match. He exclaimed, "What is Mouse thinking? Is Rumble a champion he can handle?" Coach Nof took responsibility, saying, "This is on me. He just told me he could play Rumble and wanted to carry, so I gave him a chance. He even promised he could dominate Let Me." Abu shook his head, sigh. He simply isn't cut out for this. Due to the disparity in the top lane, EDG began to falter. Let Me was playing Cho'Gath, a champion that is simply robust. Once Cho'Gath gained an advantage, EDG found themselves unable to contend. Uzi hid behind Cho'Gath, unleashing a barrage of damage, while EDG had no means to retaliate. Wawa and Miller began their commentary. It seems RNG is in superior form today. I feel the match has lost its suspense. EDG needs to make adjustments. If they continue in this state, they might face a 0-2 defeat. That on screen, EDG attempted a counterattack, but fell short, getting overwhelmed in a single push. Abu sighed. What are they doing? Just letting a tank sit on the top lane to win. There was definitely a chance to succeed, but they insisted on making things complicated. It infuriates me. Su Bai glanced at the online discussions, which had turned overwhelmingly negative. Is this all EDG can muster? 30 minutes, and they can't hold on? They might as well be facing bots, nothing more. Alas, it appears this season, RNG is destined to triumph alone. Where is that genius kid? Can't he save the day? Is he too afraid to step up? Su Bai anticipated that even without playing, he would be the subject of mockery. At that moment, the door to the rest area swung open, and the EDG players walked in. Their faces were grim, despondent. For EDG, nothing was more disheartening than losing to RNG. This sentiment resonated with both teams, given their long-standing rivalry. Abu approached Mouse. "Mouse, what is going on? I trusted you to play Rumble. You said you could handle it. This what handling it looks like." Mouse retorted, "I had no issues in my lane. If it weren't for the enemy jungler targeting me, I wouldn't have found myself at a disadvantage. Our jungler never came to the top. Clear Love had indeed not visited the top lane, as EDG had no strategies centered around it. Furthermore, Rumble is inherently susceptible to ganks. Without sufficient awareness, one should not select this champion, as one cannot rely solely on the jungler to counter-gank in the top lane." Clear Love hesitated to respond, while he could shoulder the blame. He also had his own counter-arguments, but he preferred to avoid conflict. Nof interjected, "Let us discuss these matters after the match. For now, we should focus on how to approach the next game." Abu then turned to Mouse. "Can you do this or not? Just tell me, can you?" Mouse hesitated. He thought about how he might not withstand further targeting from Su Bai. "You should go in." Abu decisively cut in, not wanting to prolong the conversation with Mouse. Su Bai nodded, "No problem." Mouse smiled at this. RNG's strategy today was different from their usual approach. Typically, RNG favored the lower half of the map, focusing on the bot lane, but today they were taking a different route. With Su Bai now substituted in, he was likely to be targeted by MLXG. MLXG's ganking prowess was unquestionable. After all, he was the founder of the fasting jungler playstyle. If Su Bai also faltered, it would mitigate the negative impact of the first match for Mouse. Just then, Su Bai suddenly remarked, "All right, I can go in, but I have a small request out on the other side, at the commentary booth." Wawa announced, "All right, after a brief intermission, we are about to witness the second match between both teams that I have just received news that EDG has made a substitution. They have brought in Su Bai to play top lane while Mouse takes a break." Upon hearing this, the online chat exploded. The legendary genius kid is finally stepping onto the stage. Is this for real? Coming in now is just to take the blame, right? Haha, I suspect this will be his last match. RNG, teach him a lesson and show him what LPL intensity is all about. On the match stage, the EDG players emerged. The EDG fans in the audience were quite supportive, cheering EDG, 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 At this moment, Miller suddenly remarked. We can see that player Su Bai seems to be holding a bag. What could that be? Wawa shook his head. I'm not sure. It looks like there is quite a bit inside. But since he was allowed to bring it, it should be fine. Following that, RNG starting five also took to the stage. Once both teams arrived at their respective positions, the second match's ban phase began. During the ban phase, RNG banned Sejuani, Thresh, and Rockin. Yejie targeted the bot lane, banning Caitlyn, Callista, and Tom Kench as the pick phase commenced. No spoke up. Su Bai, think carefully about what you want to select. I suggest you pick a more stable champion. Cho'Gath, Renekton, Shun, and Malphite are all available and quite strong in this patch. The intensity of the match will far exceed that of practice games of tea that moment. Su Bai pulled out a cup from the bag. Then another. He continuously produced 4 cups in total. These were cups used by professional players for drinks, with lids that concealed their contents. Of course, these weren't filled with beverages but rather alcohol. Su Bai had prepared this in advance. Drinking on camera would likely cause issues, so he needed to obscure it somewhat. Before the match, Su Bai had coordinated with his teammates, coach, and Abu, and upon seeing Su Bai's thorough preparations, they agreed to let him bring it along. As the others were none the wiser, Su Bai raised a cup and downed its contents in one go, followed by a second and then a third. Detecting that the host was consuming alcohol, he received a buff. Reaction speed 100. Remaining time 1 hour, 1 minute and 35 seconds. Detection indicates that the host is consuming alcohol, granting a buff. Jace proficiency 100. Remaining time 57 minutes and 15 seconds. Detection indicates that the host is consuming alcohol, granting a buff. Awareness 200. Remaining time 1 hour, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Detection indicates that the host is consuming alcohol, granting a buff. Prediction 200. Remaining time 59 minutes and 36 seconds. Su Bai has acquired 4 buffs, one of which enhances his proficiency with Jace. Jace, I want to play Jace. That Su Bai was not merely speaking. He immediately locked in the champion. After all, he was on the first floor and no one could stop him. You really chose him? Nof exclaimed, but it seemed there was no turning back now. The members of EDG began to worry. They had no doubts about Su Bai's abilities, as he was indeed the best in the Korean server. However, his experience might be lacking. Choosing a tank would have been the safest option. Yet he opted for Jace, and now he was drinking while competing. How could this possibly work? Soon, the lineups were confirmed. Blue side EDG, Jace, Gragas, LeBlanc, Varus, Brown. Red side RNG, Kennen, Rek'Sai, Syndra, Ashe, Alistar. Once the BP concluded, the coach should have stepped down. However, Nof continued to advise, Su Bai, stabilize your lane. Whatever you do, do not make any mistakes. We don't need you to gain an advantage. Don't force it. This is not like a training match. The intensity is far greater. You have chosen Jace, and they will undoubtedly target your lane, possibly with the jungler, mid laner, and support all converging. Nof was genuinely concerned. It had taken considerable effort to bring Su Bai to EDG, and if he would be targeted and subsequently falter in this match, it could shatter his confidence and impact his entire career. This was not an unfounded worry. Many professional players have struggled to recover after experiencing significant setbacks. The coaches from both teams shook hands and left the stage. At that moment, the referee spoke up. Nof, upon hearing this, had no choice but to walk to the center of the stage, where Fengge had been waiting. The coaches shook hands and then descended together, making their way to the passage leading to their respective locker rooms. Just then, Fengge suddenly remarked, "Why did you let him play? Isn't that akin to seeking death? We have devised a strategy specifically targeting the top lane today." Hearing this, Nof panicked, but he could not show weakness in front of the opposing coach, so he simply replied, "We wanted him to gain experience. The outcome of the match is not of paramount importance." "Ha ha, indeed. The result isn't too significant," Fengge laughed, but in reality he was deliberately probing to gauge Nof's reaction. From Nof's demeanor, it was evident that Su Bai was far from prepared. As for the so-called strategy targeting the top lane, it was in fact a plan specifically aimed at Su Bai, meticulously crafted prior to the match to demonstrate to fans and management that Su Bai was not worth retaining on the battlefield. RNG was in the final preparation phase. Once the countdown concluded, the match would commence. Let me suddenly declared, "Brothers, you should all understand, his Jace loves to pressure the lane that if he gets ganked, he is certain to fall, and don't hold back on skills. He enjoys showing off. So let us break his legs. Previously, in a scrimmage between RNG and IG, Su Bai had also played Jace, and Let Me had gleaned some insights from that encounter. Ming responded, "Leave it to me. I'll roam to the top lane and show him what the intensity of competition feels like." MLXG added, "Top lane, wait for me. Don't rush into a fight. Conserve your health. All right, let us go." Brothers, Let Me was ecstatic. The thought of overpowering Su Bai thrilled him. All the previous grievances would be settled in this one match. On EDG's side, as the match began, Su Bai chose to start with the extract item. Just as before, opting not to bring any potions, the coach immediately noticed the oversight. "Hey, Su Bai, are you starting with extract? Shouldn't you at least bring a health potion? Did you forget?" Su Bai replied, "No need. It's Let Me on the other side." Upon hearing this, the members of EDG were momentarily taken aback. "It's Let Me." Those words sounded rather arrogant, as if he did not regard Let Me as a serious contender at all. "There's still time. Why not head back for a moment?" Miko suggested. Su Bai fell silent. He had no intention of doing so, nor did he feel the need to explain himself. Once he overwhelmed Let Me, there would be no need for words. Everyone would understand. The production team was quite aware of the stakes, focusing the camera on the top lane, where the tensions between Su Bai and Let Me were already the talk of the internet. And everyone was eager to see how their rivalry would unfold. I could see this moment. The commentator, Wawa, remarked, "This Jace has started with extract and has not brought a health potion. Is this intentional or accidental?" Miller stroked his chin. "I get the feeling it's intentionally accidental. He clearly does not regard the opponent as a threat." I end the official live stream. The chat erupted. I'm dying of laughter. This player can't even choose his starting items correctly during a match. He must be so nervous that his hands are shaking. Well, if he plays like this, there's no need to compete. He'll surely be overwhelmed. Is there really anyone who can be overwhelmed by Let Me? I've never seen it before. The first wave of minions arrived, and Su Bai's Jace had already positioned himself in the enemy south top lane bush, waiting to apply pressure on Let Me from level 1. However, the minion wave came, and Let Me's Kennen was nowhere to be seen. What is this guy up to? Su Bai was somewhat puzzled. Since that was the case, he seized the opportunity, removing his hands from the keyboard to retrieve 2 cups filled with alcohol from his bag, popping the lids and downing them in one go. What was he doing? Su Bai's actions caught the referee's attention. Professional players indeed consume beverages for energy, but this individual had been drinking since he took the stage. Having already downed 4 cups, and now going for 2 more? Suddenly, the referee caught a whiff of alcohol. No way. Drinking during a match? Is that alcohol? The referee was perplexed. Could one really compete while intoxicated? Detection indicates that the host is consuming alcohol, granting a buff. Movement 100. Remaining time, 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 14 seconds. Detection indicates that the host is consuming alcohol, granting a buff. Control 100. Remaining time, 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 45 seconds. The buffs began to accumulate, and he felt as if he had been comprehensively enhanced. Subsequently, he chose to move toward the river. At this point, the melee minions were low on health, and both sides needed to secure last hits. Yes, Su Bai walked and farmed. Let Me's Kennen finally appeared. Kennen emerged from the river's bush, exactly as Su Bai had anticipated. It seemed that Su Bai's previous performance with Jace had left a mark, mercilessly suppressing the IG top laner from level 1. And Let Me had learned from that experience. However, it mattered not. Su Bai had already discerned Let Me's intentions. Upon seeing Jace approach, Let Me had no choice but to abandon last hitting and engage in combat with Jace. The two began to maneuver back and forth, searching for openings. Suddenly, Su Bai closed the distance to Kennen, unleashing a basic attack. Kennen aimed to retaliate, yet Jace's attack forced him to turn back, leaving Kennen unable to close the gap. Just as Kennen was about to concede, Jace threw out an energy surge. Kennen responded with a Q skill, which Jace dodged with an exaggerated sidestep, while Kennen's reaction was not swift enough, resulting in him taking damage from Jace's energy surge. What luck! Let Me felt a bit disgruntled after failing to secure a favorable trade in the first exchange. Su Bai maintained his position at the river's entrance, preventing Kennen from approaching. The second wave of minions arrived, and both of their skills were off cooldown, leading to yet another confrontation. Maneuvering, positioning, kiting for basic attack range, and unleashing Q. Su Bai's Jace moved like a serpent, his positioning elusive, while Let Me struggled to land his attacks or skills. Su Bai's abilities were simply unmissable. It came down to timing, as he released them just when Let Me was out of position. What is going on? Let Me began to feel anxious. This was nothing short of a one-sided beatdown. Once could be attributed to luck, but twice with identical results. Was it still just luck? He had no potions. As long as he could trade blows with Su Bai, victory would surely be his. Let Me resolutely pressed forward, directing his path straight towards Jace. Recognizing that grappling was not within Jace's capabilities, he chose to abandon that strategy. Su Bai and Kennen commenced their skirmish, executing a combo with AQA before feigning weakness as they retreated. Suddenly, Jace altered his approach and advanced towards Kennen that moment. Although Kennen was utilizing a health potion, his vitality had yet to fully recover. Jace transitioned into hammer form, delivering a powerful strike that slowed Kennen down. As Kennen fought and retreated, Let Me sense that he would survive this encounter, thus deeming it unnecessary to expend his flash. Just then, Jace leveled up to 2. A sense of foreboding washed over Let Me. Su Bai swiftly activated his E ability, following up with a thunder strike and a timely flash. Kennen found himself struck behind Jace, inadvertently distancing himself from the safety of the turret, with his health dwindling. Kennen was forced to use flash to retreat towards the turret, but this necessitated moving past Jace. Basic attacks, key, enhanced electric shock detonated upon Kennen, who fell to the ground. The caster, Wawa, expressed disbelief. A solo kill. 2 levels solo kill in the top lane. What is Let Me doing? Jace killed him without losing much health, Miller remarked. I initially believed the top lane would be fiercely contested, ultimately favoring Kennen. Given that Jace's starting item was Corrupting Potion and he lacked sustain items. Yet under such circumstances, Jace accomplished a solo kill on Kennen. In the official livestream, RNG fans began to voice their frustrations. Let Me is useless. Conceding an early advantage to the opponent. Does he even know how to play? I could do that too. It's just about taking hits, right? How could someone like Let Me compete professionally? RNG is still recruiting top laners. I'm a Silver 3 in League of Legends, and I feel I could perform better than this on a competition stage. Ming expressed his confusion. It's only 2 levels, and the top lane got solo killed. What are you doing? Brother? MLXG chimed in. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? You just had to give away one, didn't you? Yejie and Xiaohu remained silent, both hoping for a victory over EDG while simultaneously not wanting Su Bai to fall to Let Me. Thus, after Su Bai's solo kill, they felt a mix of joy and concern that I was careless. I didn't flash in time. Let Me found himself with no excuses this time, bearing the brunt of the blame. However, he was unwilling to concede that Su Bai was superior, so he added, that guy's just incredibly lucky, but relying solely on luck won't get you far. It's not a significant issue. The RNG team was left uncertain about the veracity of his words. MLXG remarked, you should have waited for me in the top lane. He doesn't have flash anymore, and without it, he's doomed if I catch him. Xiaohu decided against assisting in the top lane and instead stated, the enemy mid is restrained by me. All you need to do is keep an eye on the enemy jungler's position. MLXG replied, no problem. I'll first observe where the jungler is headed for the initial gank at T3.5 minutes into the match. The enemy jungler, Clearlove's Gragas, was making his way towards the bot lane, signaling, I'm coming, bot lane prepare to assist. He also reminded the top lane, Su Bai, be cautious. I'm heading to the bot lane. The enemy jungler will likely move to the top lane. Don't overextend. In the top lane, Su Bai continued to exert pressure on Let Me, who had vision but was not establishing any control. Despite the warning, Su Bai had no intention of retreating. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, RNG had been dominating since level 1, holding advantages in both minion wave control and health that Yejie's Ashe seized the opportunity while Varus was last hitting, firing a W to slow him down before closing the gap with a basic attack. Varus turned to retaliate, but Ashe skillfully maintained her distance, avoiding his attacks. Left with no other option, Varus retreated. While Ashe landed another basic attack, Varus refrained from countering. He understood that turning back would only lead to being kite. Ashe had a range of 600 compared to Varus's 575, and the 25 range difference proved significant. Particularly in Ashe's hands, especially with the slowing effects of her W and basic attacks, granting her a natural advantage in kiting. Yejie felt increasingly agitated, his last hitting compromised, and his health dwindling. Miko reassured him, "Don't rush. The jungler is on his way." From the commentary desk, Wawa began to analyze. EDG seems poised to make a move in the bot lane, but with the top lane still under pressure. This may not be the best strategy. MLXG is already en route to the top lane. Miller added, "As long as Clearlove appears in the bot lane, MLXG can strike. Jace lacks flash, and given his positioning, he seems doomed." Although the earlier solo kill was quite impressive, he is still a rookie, lacking experience and awareness. As they spoke, in the bot lane, Clearlove's Piglet was about to position himself, preparing to sneak through the brush for a gank. While the river appeared to have RNG's vision, once in position, Miko and Yejie were ready to engage. Miko's Braum could jump to a minion to close the gap on Yejie's Ashe. Suddenly, Ashe unleashed an E-ability. This E-ability targeted Clearlove's Gragas in the brush. Consequently, Clearlove's position was revealed. "Oh no, they spotted me." Clearlove realized that this gank had already failed that moment. He noticed on the minimap that the Piglet was appearing in the top lane. Meanwhile, Su Bai's Jace was positioned aggressively, failing to adhere to his request to fall back. "Why aren't you moving? You're just asking for trouble." Clearlove sighed, frustrated at how difficult it was to catch the enemy while his teammates seemed to fall at the slightest engagement. In the top lane, Su Bai had discerned the Piglet's approach through Kennen's movements. He chose to feign weakness, first using his Q ability to force Kennen to reposition, creating distance, and switching to hammer form for a speed boost. Seeing this, Kennen activated his E ability to follow up, absorbing the hit. If he dodged, he would lose the opportunity to engage. At this point, Kennen's health was low, prompting Let Me to play cautiously, deciding to let Jace exhaust his abilities first. As the Piglet drew near, Jace began to maneuver, dancing in and out, evading the Piglet's W ability, landing a Thunderstrike on the Piglet, then retreating. The Piglet's head collided with the wall. What an impressive display of movement. MLXG felt completely outplayed. Once Jace had expended his skills, Let Me's Kennen pressed forward and the Piglet flashed to apply red buff to Jace. Intent on securing a kill, Kennen advanced, landing basic attacks, an AQ ability, then triggering his passive with a W, reducing Jace's health by half. The RNG fans erupted in excitement, sensing that Let Me might reclaim a victory. However, as the crowd watched, Jace swiftly switched to cannon form, activating his acceleration gate. The angle of this gate was particularly clever, placed vertically rather than horizontally. Closing the distance to Kennen, he initiated with a basic attack, activating overcharge, rapidly firing 3 shots while weaving through the gate. The audience witnessed Jace darting back and forth, continuously passing through the acceleration gate, gaining speed as he pursued and creating distance from the Piglet. With Kennen's health dwindling, his next Q ability was ready. Jace, having reached the end of the acceleration gate, unleashed a shot from the right side. The electric shock, enhanced by the gate, struck Kennen before he could reposition, taking him down instantly. The crowd was left in shock. Wawa exclaimed, "What an incredible play!" My goodness, Jace's acceleration gate was placed vertically, and he managed to weave back and forth to maintain continuous speed. "I've never seen such a maneuver," Miller added. "Outrageous. Truly outrageous. Could he possibly escape after this?" Su Bai's retreat was cut off by the Piglet. Continuing forward would lead him into the enemy turret's range. Nevertheless, Su Bai pressed on, seemingly intent on sacrificing himself to the turret. Planning to throw yourself to the turret? MLXG realized this, uncertain of the timing for a successful sacrifice, but determined that as long as he could secure a kill, it would be worth it. Soon, Jace entered the turret's range, absorbing the first shot. The second would certainly finish him off. Just then, the Piglet charged in, following up with a W ability that, in a split second, Jace executed a swift pivot, evading the Piglet's W and unleashed a Q ability, Thunderstrike, on the Piglet, utilizing his movement to reposition and firing another Thunderstrike. Goodbye. Su Bai sent the Piglet crashing into the turret, then made his escape, but he survived. Jace had somehow lived through it all. Wawa expressed disbelief. Miller exclaimed, "To 1v2 and take one down while escaping unscathed. Is this the work of a genius?" The barrage on the live stream exploded. Is it really that impressive? Truly a marvel of nature. Are you telling me this is a newcomer? Surely you jest. Let me appears as innocent as a blank sheet of paper in his presence, utterly on a different level. How could Let me be so incompetent? He was outplayed in a 1v2 situation. This individual is fortunate. The turret nearly claimed his life. It was entirely a matter of luck. I could see this moment. MLXG from RNG, having been dazzled, stood frozen for several seconds before exclaiming, "Damn it, he was deliberately trying to deceive me. He had no intention of sacrificing the turret. Why was I in such a rush?" MLXG was filled with regret as he realized that this Jace, with his meticulous maneuvers and fearless spirit, resembled a fresh-faced rookie while simultaneously exhibiting the composure and cunning of a seasoned veteran. Witnessing the 1v2 turn into a kill, Ming expressed his bewilderment. "What on earth are you two doing? You couldn't manage to take down one opponent with two of you. Is this intentional leniency?" Let me fell silent, utterly ashamed to speak. MLXG lamented, "This is unacceptable. I must unleash my full potential that I was a bit too casual earlier. And I won't grant him such an opportunity again." The match continued, and the top lane's performance was beyond the expectations of the coach. With the top lane secured, the coach could now focus entirely on the bottom lane. Merely overwhelming Let me would not suffice. Yejie was the true core of their strategy, and the coach was acutely aware of this. He ventured once more to the bottom lane in search of opportunity, stealthily approaching from the brush as before. Just as the coach took his position, Miko prepared to strike, aiming to avoid detection by RNG, as in the previous engagement, that Miko's Braum executed his W ability on a minion. Followed by a flash to land on Yejie's Ashe, the coach Gragas emerged from the brush, flashing over the minions and colliding with Ashe. Braum's passive was about to trigger, but Ashe flashed back to evade. Eboes Varus also flashed in to activate his passive. At that moment, MLXG's Sejuani appeared. Oh no, a counterattack. The coach realized the dire situation, but it was too late. Ming's Alistar initiated a double knockup on three opponents, while Sejuani charged in, granting Ashe crucial space to deal damage. Yejie's Ashe retreated, barely alive, creating distance before turning to retaliate. "Ashe! Ashe!" Miko frantically signaled. If they could eliminate the low-health Ashe, they could turn the tide. "I can't reach her. I can't reach her." The coach had expended all his abilities and could not touch Ashe. Only Eboes Varus had a slim chance. However, Eboe recognized this was merely an illusion. Yejie's kiting ability was exceptional, and focusing solely on damaging Ashe would surely lead to his downfall. The health of EDG's trio plummeted, with Gragas falling first, followed by Braum. Eboes Varus managed to take down Sejuani just before perishing, resulting in a trade of 1 for 3. Nasus, Soring. Yejie rejoiced. Ming remarked, "The coach has quite a few thoughts about you. If one attempt fails, he'll try again." Yejie laughed. "Ming Kai is like that. Whenever we face off, he is always fixated on me. He must think we'll let him have it as easily as before." Not forgetting to flatter, Let me, witnessing the advantage in the bottom lane, quipped, "With such a lead, I feel we can simply coast to victory, huh?" Just as he finished speaking, disaster struck in the mid lane. Xiaohu Syndra was caught and eliminated. Jace secured the kill. What the heck? How did their Jace appear in the mid lane? No one signaled to me. Xiaohu shrugged, feeling somewhat exasperated. This left Let me in an awkward position. Having just been forced back to base, he assumed Jace had returned when the minion wave was pushed in. As Jace had only a quarter of his mana, Let me thought little of it, as Jace typically wouldn't roam. However, now that the situation had unfolded, he had to shoulder some blame. You all know he doesn't play this game well, right? He is playing Jace and actually roamed. Does it help? It's just luck. I'll be more cautious next time. Xiao shook his head. Let me. What are you even playing at this match? You can't hold your lane. Can win a 2v1 with jungle assistance and can't provide support. Let me quickly reassured. Don panic. I'd admit I haven't played well, but it's truly not because he is exceptional. He is just lucky, and luck 1 carry UFA R.M. champion excels in team fights. Just wait for my performance. Jace is a liability in team battles. Though he spoke lightly, the pressure on Let me was immense. Jace already had 3 kills and was over 20 minions ahead. With such a significant gap in items, If Jace managed to chip away at his health, he could easily eliminate Letme. Thus, a change in strategy was essential. Since Kennen thrives in team fights, they should gather in advance. Only by doing so could Letme leverage Kennen's greatest strengths. If he allowed himself to continue in a stable matchup against the enemy as Su Bai, he would only face infinite solo deaths. Letme directed, I have TP, my ultimate is ready, and my flash is up. We can engage the bottom lane together. This aligned with MLXG's thoughts after the previous engagement. EDG South bottom lane had used their flashes, and the cooldowns hadn't T-reset, creating an opportunity. RNG began to strategize, noting that Jace also had TP, so merely sending Kennen would be risky. MLXG decided to summon Xiaohu from the mid lane. First to harass Scouts LeBlanc to secure lane control. Then the two of them began to roam. The enemy mid lane was nowhere to be seen. Scout signaled to his teammates, having used his flash in the previous play with Jace. He was now hesitant to enter the jungle alone. They might be heading to the bottom lane. I'm on my way. The coach dashed toward the bottom lane. In the commentary booth, the analyst remarked, it seems RNG has intentions for the bottom lane. Both the jungle and mid are heading that way, and Letme in the top lane has retreated to the turret. Is he planning to TP? Miller commented, this is a classic RNG tactic. First, they nurture the bottom lane, then utilize it to snowball, pushing towers and rapidly expanding their advantage. The members of RNG were well prepared, with MLXG and Xiaohu flanking, placing wards, and creating opportunities for a TP from the top lane. The duo brought the minion wave to the turret. A TP landed behind the turret. The enemy Gragas was also in position. Xiaohu spotted the coach. No worries, we have 5 people. Even if Jace TPs, we can still win. MLXG was exceedingly optimistic that IT should be noted that the RNG squad was eager for Jace to TP down. With Kennen's AoE and crowd control, the more enemies under the turret, the better. However, just as RNG prepared to engage, suddenly, the TP was interrupted. Kennen did not arrive with his TP. It had vanished. Letme, what are you doing? Where are you? You weren't even in the bottom lane. MLXG interrogated. On the top side, after the TP was cut off, Letme immediately switched his viewpoint back and discovered Jace had been exiting the turret. It was evident that his TP had been disrupted by Jace. Letme erupted in fury. He activated his flash and ultimate, pursuing Jace, intent on securing a kill. Su Bai reacted swiftly, instantly switching to cannon form, utilizing the acceleration gate to evade while firing back at Kennen. With his ultimate unable to reach Jace, Letme had no choice but to abandon the chase. What audacity! If only I had looked over sooner, he would have been finished, relying on luck to win matches. Is it? Letme was enraged. If his teammates failed to perform this round, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame for his subpar performance in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, although Kennen did not teleport down, the members of RNG still took action. Opportunities like this are fleeting, and the momentum must not be lost. Currently, the bot lane is engaged in a 4 versus 3 skirmish, which still favors RNG. Ashe initiated with her ultimate, while Braum utilized his E ability to absorb the damage. However, this was precisely Yejie's intention, to bait out Braum's shield, thereby allowing his subsequent damage to go unimpeded. Ming's Alistar charged in with a double knock-up, and the piglet from the other side followed up with her ultimate. The team fight was imminent. Yejie's Ashe unleashed a flurry of attacks, already boasting 2 kills. And her development was exceptionally strong, leaving the EDG members unable to withstand her damage. Yet, without Kennen's AoE, relying solely on her individual damage took considerable time, and Ming barely escaped with his life after tanking the turret. MLXG then took over the turret's aggro, while the captain seized the opportunity to prevent MLXG from escaping. Ultimately, MLXG's piglet fell to the turret, while RNG secured 3 kills, a significant gain. Nice. Yejie was overjoyed. EDG's bot lane was now utterly incapacitated. MLXG reminded, let's push the turret first, then prepare for the next dragon. Ming replied, I'll return without healing, just to help you gain vision. Just as he finished speaking, Ming suddenly sensed something dart past, and his screen turned to black and white. Jace! Jace had arrived. Ming reacted swiftly, alerting his teammates. Letme was taken aback. Impossible, I had severely damaged him. He should have just recalled. There's no way he could make it in time. As Let Me was speaking, Su Bai's Jace emerged, targeting Yejie's Ash. "We can fight." Xiaohu Syndra was alongside Yejie, believing they could retaliate. However, Xiaohu had already used his ultimate, leaving only his basic abilities available. Fortunately, Jace was low on health. Jace closed the distance, but the acceleration gate's cooldown was lengthy and not yet ready, so Su Bai opted to use a Q ability to force a reposition. Seizing the moment as Syndra and Ash shifted their positions, Su Bai suddenly switched to hammer form to close the gap. That a golden opportunity. Xiaohu spotted it and retaliated with a QE combo. Jace, retreating, coaxed out Syndra's long-held secrets. After dodging Syndra's QE, Jace approached Ash. With nowhere to retreat, Ash found herself cornered against the wall and had no choice but to strike back. Jace's acceleration gate landed on Ash, unleashing 3 rapid attacks. Depleting her health, while outputting damage to Ash, Jace deftly maneuvered, leaving Xiaohu's Syndra unable to land a single ability. With a Thunderstrike finishing blow, Jace secured the kill, then switched to cannon form, activating his acceleration gate to retreat swiftly. Xiaohu was astonished. "What are you doing? Did you miss all your abilities, Xiaohu?" "Tiger Lord." Xiaohu scratched his head. "His movements are so scripted, it's utterly absurd." Yejie chimed in. "You think he is using a script? Then report him." "Come on, let us pause and report him for scripting." Xiaohu conceded. "This time it was my fault. I didn't play well. In reality, Xiaohu was somewhat anxious. Firstly, his proficiency with Syndra was lacking as it wasn't his favored champion. And secondly, he feared LeBlanc might arrive, prompting him to rush the engagement without thorough deliberation. Essentially, Xiaohu believed he could easily take down the low-health Jace, only to be outplayed. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, the team was astonished by Jace's remarkable performance. If the top lane was breached due to Let Me's incompetence, Xiaohu and Yejie were far from inept. The captain glanced over, only to find Su Bai just finishing a drink, letting out a burp. The captain exclaimed, "Su Bai, why are you still drinking? What if you get drunk?" Su Bai replied, "If I don't drink, we might not win this round. You understand, right?" "Huh. What nonsense are you spouting?" The captain expressed his confusion. Standing behind EDG, the referee was equally perplexed, having overheard their conversation and unable to comprehend it. How could EDG allow their players to drink during a match? The key question was how this player performed so well after consuming so much alcohol. The world was indeed a chaotic place. As the match reached the 12-minute mark, following their previous defeat, RNG's momentum was disrupted. However, the advantage in the bot lane was glaringly apparent, with Yejie's significant kill count having been claimed by Su Bai. Leaving EDG's duo with no assists, the advantage in the top lane was equally evident. The captain began rethinking his strategy, given that a 3 versus 2 in the bot lane might not yield favorable results. He decided to assist the top lane instead. Su Bai's performance was exceeding everyone's expectations. The captain mused that perhaps Su Bai could indeed lead them to victory. The captain rushed for the Rift Herald, successfully securing it and heading toward the top lane, signaling to Su Bai, "I'm coming to push the turret. Is there an opportunity to strike the second turret?" Su Bai responded, "We can hold the Rift Herald until the first turret falls. Then we can unleash it at the second turret. Just control the vision, and I can handle the top lane myself." Such bold assertions. Though the captain verbally doubted him, his body was quite honest. Invading the jungle to assist with vision, Su Bai pushed the minion wave toward the turret, while Let Me had already retreated, seemingly wary of being dove upon. After taking down the first turret in the top lane, Su Bai directed the minion wave toward the enemy's second turret. The captain deployed the Rift Herald in the top lane and chose to assist others in the front line, as the top lane seemed to require no further assistance. The pressure suddenly shifted to RNG. The top lane was in dire straits, and if they didn't do something, they would be in trouble. Yejie urged, "Look for an opportunity to initiate a team fight. We can't afford any delays. The top lane is about to be breached." MLXG responded, "I'm on my way." Their numbers seemed to be quite solid. Once again, a team fight erupted. RNG's initiation capabilities were formidable, and EDG, unable to evade, had no choice but to confront them head-dash on. As the team fight commenced, the other RNG members surrounded Yejie to protect him, a tactic they were thoroughly familiar with. Ultimately, the teams exchanged 2 for 4. resulting in a minor team wipe for RNG, with Yejie amassing 8 kills. Had it not been for his earlier demise at the hands of Jace, he would have been on the brink of a pinnacle. Nice, let us keep it up. Yejie was in a state of exhilaration. Being regarded as the absolute core was his favorite sensation. Ming assured, "In team fights, I'll save my abilities to protect you. With me here, no one on their team can take you down." MLXG concurred, "Exactly, and their lineup lacks a front line. Only Brown can withstand a bit of damage. We should feel quite comfortable in team fights." Just as the RNG members reveled in their success, a grim report came from the top lane. Let Me had been solo killed. Not only had he been solo killed, but the turret had also fallen to Jace in conjunction with the Rift Herald. Let Me quickly claimed, "I had him ambushed. He played unfairly." Yejie said nothing, primarily because he was feeling triumphant, and Let Me's blunders were not new. Expectations for him were quite low. On ADG's side, the captain began to strategize. They will undoubtedly take down the first turret in the bot lane and push mid. Defending now is going to be challenging, given the significant gap. Miko interjected, "Our performance in the bot lane was subpar." "That's on us," the captain replied. "It can't be said that simply. They have been targeting the bot lane all along. It is understandable we couldn't TWINT this moment." Su Bai chimed in, "I'm on my way. Let us gather in the mid lane and engage them." The captain glanced at Su Bai's items. Astonished, "You have 2 items already? And a serrated dirk. Your development is a bit insane." "ISNT it," Su Bai replied. "Normal operation. No need to be surprised." The others reacted with disbelief. "Did you really just say that?" Suddenly, EDG felt as though they still had a chance. Jace's items possessed the potential to carry the game, and all eyes were on Su Bai's performance. Soon, EDG's 5 members gathered in the mid lane, with RNG also assembling 5. Seeing this, the analyst observed, "It appears RNG intends to accelerate the pace. Their advantage in the bot lane is substantial. As long as Ashe remains alive, their team fight output is secure." Miller commented, "I sense it will be challenging for EDG to respond. LeBlanc's development is quite mediocre, and with Alistar beside Ashe, it will be hard for LeBlanc to secure a kill. The others can hardly touch them." As 2 individuals were engaged in conversation, the mid lane minions breached the tower. Yejie's Frost Archer advanced to strike the tower under the cover of the minion wave. Pressure mounted on EDG. If the mid lane outer tower fell so early, the match would be virtually lost. In the mid lane, let's coordinate a play. I'll assist you with damage. Do you understand what I mean?" Su Bai suddenly interjected. Scout, demonstrating his keen insight, quickly grasped Su Bai's intention. Seizing the opportunity while the Frost Archer continued to assault the tower, Scout's LeBlanc approached from the side, maneuvering to apply pressure to Yejie. Undeterred and supported by numerous allies, opted to persist in his assault on the tower. Suddenly, LeBlanc unleashed her W ability, following up with a flash right in front of the Frost Archer. Almost simultaneously, the Frost Archer retaliated with her ultimate, ensnaring LeBlanc. Xiaohu's Syndra swiftly followed up with a skill, casting her ultimate, Scatter the Weak. In just a fleeting second, 2 bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Both the Frost Archer and LeBlanc had perished. LeBlanc was slain through the combined efforts of Syndra and her teammates. While the Frost Archer's bounty was claimed by Jace, the moment LeBlanc initiated her attack, Su Bai unleashed a QE combo, delivering a devastating blow that swiftly eliminated the Frost Archer. Retreat. The RNG team decisively fell back. MLXG's Gragas turned back to unleash his ultimate, thwarting EDG's pursuit. However, the rest of EDG reacted a moment too late. They failed to initiate the team fight promptly, and by the time they sought to engage, it was already too late. "That Jace just took half my health with a single shot? I definitely wouldn't have died otherwise." Lamented one member that LeBlanc's damage didn't come through. On the RNG side, Yejie expressed confusion regarding Jace's damage output. MLXG added, "That's a question for the top lane. How do we end up with such a boss?" Let Me fell silent. At this point, any word from him would be futile, as the reality was evident. Ming interjected, "Now is not the time to discuss this. We need to strategize our next moves. That Jace has become exceedingly formidable. If he land a shot on our carry, I want to be able to join the team fight." MLXG continued, "Moreover, there's a LeBlanc on the opposing side. If anyone on our team is left with low health, she will undoubtedly strike." The RNG team felt a sense of unease. How could they let such a significant advantage be thwarted by a single Jace? Ironically, this Jace was someone they had previously expelled from their roster. Just then, Xiaohu proposed, "Wait, how about we allow Let Me and Jace to continue split pushing? Let Me's development is not useful in team fights anyway, that if they can keep Jace occupied in the side lane, it would be like trading a lower-tier horse for their top-tier one." Upon hearing Xiaohu's suggestion, Let Me could no longer contain his frustration. "Xiaohu, enough already. Are you deliberately trying to undermine me?" However, Let Me conceded, "I think it's a viable plan. Without Jace in the front, we should be able to handle things more comfortably." "Let Me hurry to the side lane," they urged. Consequently, the rest of RNG showed strong support for Xiaohu's idea. With no other options, Let Me reluctantly went to push the lane down on the EDG side. Su Bai's Jace had moved to the bottom lane. For EDG, grouping up was no longer a favorable option. While Su Bai could apply damage over time, securing a decisive blow required assistance from his teammates, who were currently underdeveloped and needed to stall for time. Su Bai successfully took down RNG's bottom outer tower, pushing the minion wave further forward. At that moment, Let Me's Kennen appeared, with Su Bai equipped with 3 items while Kennen had only 1.5. He had the potential to eliminate him outright if he played to his maximum damage output. As Kennen advanced to push the wave, Su Bai surmised that RNG was likely planning a 4-1 split strategy, intending to keep him occupied in the side lane. Meanwhile, the Frost Archer was clearing minions in the mid lane, indicating that RNG would likely initiate their next push soon. Suddenly, Su Bai felt something was amiss. This Kennen was audacious to appear before him. Did he not fear for his life? The commentators noted, "Wait a minute, RNG is playing a trick." They left the Frost Archer alone in the mid lane to clear minions while the other 3 converge on Jace in the bot lane. It seemed that no one on EDG was aware, nor had anyone signaled a warning that if Jace gets caught, it could spell trouble for EDG. "He is their cornerstone," exclaimed Miller. The RNG fans erupted with excitement, viewing Jace as a thorn in their side. Had it not been for him, RNG might have already taken the game, and now it appeared that Jace was finally to be punished. Although Su Bai had begun to recognize the impending ambush, he did not hasten his retreat, that he chose to position himself near the ruins of the opposing bottom outer tower, a location that allowed for an escape to the jungle or a direct retreat. Thus, it was clear that the enemy would have to split their forces to surround him. Suddenly, the Frost Archer's E-ability flew towards him, illuminating his position. At that moment, his teammates seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. Sending a signal, "Get out of there, they're coming to corner you. Stop pushing. It's too dangerous," Su Bai muttered. "Why didn't you send me a signal after the match concluded?" His remark was not unwarranted. Given the timing, the enemy was already en route, and escaping unscathed was unlikely. As Su Bai began his withdrawal, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Gragas and Syndra approached from the river, while Kennen and Alistar pursued from the minion wave. Still requiring a bit more time, Su Bai opted to retreat, intending to break through the encroaching Gragas and Syndra. Syndra, displaying admirable caution, maintained her distance, aware that if she got too close, she could easily be eliminated. She simply needed to wait for Gragas to engage Jace, at which point she could swiftly follow up with her QE and ultimate. Su Bai quickly discerned Syndra's intentions and decided to focus his output on Gragas. Jace initiated with a basic attack, activating his W ability, Hypercharge, while simultaneously maneuvering. Gragas chose to unleash his Q ability at the moment Jace attacked, following up with his ultimate. What happened next was utterly outrageous. Jace canceled his basic attack and activated his E ability, the Acceleration Gate, deftly evading Gragas's ultimate. How was that even possible? MLXG was left questioning his very existence. He had never been outplayed like this at such close range. After dodging Gragas's ultimate, Jace switched to hammer form and executed a powerful shock blast. Gragas could not withstand the onslaught. With Jace having expended all his skills, Syndra stepped forward, initiating with her Q ability, only to miss, followed by her W ability, also a miss. Finally, she unleashed her ultimate, Scatter the Weak. Almost simultaneously, the approaching Alistar executed a flash followed by a WQ combo. Just when everyone believed Jace was finished, he used his flash to escape. Syndra's ultimate and Alistar's combo both whiffed entirely, but the excitement did not end there. Jace switched back to cannon form and suddenly turned back for a shot. A QE combo pierced through the gap between Alistar and Syndra, striking the low-health Gragas and securing a kill. Thanks to the acceleration from the gate, Jace created distance. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. This was a 1 versus 4 situation, although the 4 adversaries had not engaged simultaneously. It was indeed a face-off against 4 opponents. The commentator exclaimed, "Jace displays remarkable audacity. Who would dare counterattack in such a situation?" Not only did he counterattack, but he also emerged victorious. "My goodness," Miller remarked. "I have never witnessed anyone take on 4 opponents and succeed. This isn't some low-tier match. These are elite professional players. What kind of monster is this Jace?" At that moment, the official livestream chat erupted. That positioning. Those skill executions. Absolutely absurd. Is there anyone who can put this Jace in check? On the battlefield, EDG's 4 members were pushing the mid lane tower. Their original intention was to capitalize on RNG's presence in the bottom lane to take down the mid lane outer tower. Trading a single kill for the enemy's mid lane outer tower was an extraordinarily profitable exchange. However, Jace had miraculously survived and even managed to eliminate one of the opponents, the team captain exclaimed. "How are you still alive?" Su Bai retorted, "If you don't want me alive, I could easily throw myself away." The captain clarified, "That is not what I meant. I'm amazed that you're still standing after facing 4 of them and even managed to kill one." Su Bai continued to question, "Is that not permissible?" The captain found himself at a loss for words. To take on 4 opponents, eliminate one, and still escape unscathed was something unfathomable within the realm of competition. Yet, Su Bai wore an expression of nonchalance, as if it were merely a matter of course. Who could withstand such a display? "Miko, let's not dwell on it for now. We can review the footage later to discern the situation. For the moment, let us push down the mid lane." Meanwhile, on RNG's side, Yejie was left flabbergasted upon observing the circumstances in the bot lane. "What are you 4 doing? You can't even win a 4-on-1. How did you let him escape?" MLXG, brimming with defiance, retorted, "I messed up. I shouldn't have skimped on my flash that I believed he was a certain kill, and thus refrained from using it, that if it were someone else, they would undoubtedly have perished." Xiaohu remarked, "This Jace's positioning and mechanics are truly impressive. We must proceed with caution." Let me replied, "He's merely fortunate, trust me. It's all down to luck that I, in truth, Lemmy did not genuinely believe this." But he understood that if he did not express this sentiment, he would bear the brunt of the blame for this match. Furthermore, he could not reconcile the notion of Su by being exceptionally skilled. If this were substantiated, those involved in his expulsion from RNG would likely face dire consequences. That Yejie suddenly interjected, "You say it's luck? Yet I've heard he has currently ranked 1st in Korea and has been on an unbroken winning streak. Is that also mere fortune?" Upon hearing this, Letme appeared visibly shaken, stammering and unable to articulate a response. Xiaohu pondered, "Ranked 1st in Korea? His standing is no fluke. I've encountered numerous so-called firsts who were nothing but imposters, utterly inept in competitions." The more praise heaped upon Su Bai, the more anxious Letme became. Meanwhile, in EDG's lounge, after witnessing Jace's recent maneuvers, Nof exclaimed, "Nice. That was superb. This Jace is outstanding. The world's best Jace." Nof's exuberance was not without cause. With Su Bai having taken up Jace, he felt a gnawing apprehension. Should Su Bai's Jace falter and lead to a defeat against RNG as the coach responsible for the draft, he would undoubtedly face the repercussions. When he approached management to explain, claiming Su Bai insisted on selecting this champion, they would show no sympathy. In their eyes, a coach bears responsibility. However, for now, there was no need for concern. Beside him, Abu remarked, "How is it that this lad, in his first match, exhibits no signs of pressure? Have you noticed? His teammates signal him, yet he remains unmoved, seemingly prepared to take on 4 opponents. Such confidence is hardly typical of a novice." Nof stroked his chin, muttering, "Could it be due to alcohol? T had said that liquor emboldens the timid. After consuming so much, perhaps he feels braver. That seems quite plausible." Abu was taken aback, murmuring, "Could drinking before a match actually have its advantages?" Naturally, where there is elation, there is also dismay. In RNG's lounge, Foam Gu paced before the screen, his discomfort palpable since the very first minute. He had anticipated Letme, would teach Su Bai a lesson. Yet from the outset, let me have been relentlessly suppressed. The recent play had utterly shattered Feng Jie's composure, that a bunch of useless players, utterly pathetic, for against one and still unable to prevail. Feng Gu fumed. Suddenly recalling something, he halted, seething. If the top-ranked player in Korea engages in a 4-on-1, am I doomed? How shall I account for this to the boss? The match continued, and due to RNG's timely defense, EDG failed to secure RNG's mid-tier 2 turret. Both teams entered a developmental phase, with the match clock reaching 20 minutes, despite the momentum favoring RNG, primarily due to the disadvantage in the top lane. The overall situation remained tenable for them, especially with Yejie currently thriving. On EDG's side, Su Bai's Jace was pushing the bot lane, having already taken down the second turret. EDG continuously exploited Jace's split pushing to apply pressure. The burden shifted to the RNG team. As Wawa commented, continuing this way is not advantageous for RNG. Jace is about to siege the high ground. Although RNG could send reinforcements to defend, committing 2 or even 3 members to the bot lane would leave other lanes vulnerable. Akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. Miller added, RNG might need to act decisively, whether to initiate a team fight or to ambush Jace. In any case, they must take action swiftly, or this will lead to a gradual demise. As they spoke, there was movement from RNG. The 4 members of RNG began advancing toward the Baron pit. Yejie directed, you take care of the bot lane. Let me head straight to the Baron pit. We're going for it. Let me hesitated, abandoning the bot lane. That's the high ground. Can we afford to do that? Xiaohu interjected, do you think Jace's failure to push the bot lane is in any way related to your presence there? Though blunt, this statement held truth. Jace had not pressed the high ground due to RNG's consistent defensive efforts. Had only let me been in the bot lane, Su Bai could have easily ignored him or swiftly eliminated him before pushing the turret. Let me came to this realization and chose to head toward the Baron pit. On EDG's side, thanks to their preemptive vision setup, Miko noticed the movements of RNG and alerted, they're heading for the Baron pit. Do they intend to take it directly? Su Bai signaled, the bot lane is unguarded. It's up to you how to proceed. The factory manager remarked, the bot lane is also unguarded? No one is defending the high ground. They must be going for the Baron, and it's a full-on rush. We must move immediately. Thus, the 4 members of EDG began to converge on the Baron pit. Upon closing the distance, Scout tossed out a blue trinket, only to discover that RNG was indeed engaged in the Baron. The Baron still had over half its health, leaving EDG with ample time to respond. Miko inquired, Su Bai, why don't you come over and place a ward? I'll give you my teleport, Su Bai replied. No rush. You continue engaging. I'll assess the situation. This left the EDG members rather perplexed. Previously, when Mouse was in the game, he was always ready to respond. Mouse lacked a broader perspective and could only follow his teammates' lead. However, now, Su Bai exhibited a strong sense of autonomy, making decisions based on his own judgment, rendering his teammates unable to sway him. The factory manager concluded, let him be. Given his commendable performance, we'll allow it. Thus, the 4 members of EDG closed in on the Baron pit, while Su Bai continued to press the high ground in the bot lane. The 4 approached the Baron pit, placing a ward over the wall. The Baroness' health dropped to about 3,000, and the factory manager prepared to engage for a smite contest. I could see that moment. Su Bai's voice resonated. Aren't you all concerned about where Kennen is? Miko paused, responding, is there a Kennen on the opposing team? He then recalled that indeed there was a Kennen, but due to his lack of impact, it had been easy to overlook him. Just then, a lightning rat flashed over the wall from the flank to initiate the fight. Wawa exclaimed, EDG has been ambushed. Kennen flanked with his ultimate, stunning 3 opponents. Although his damage was minimal, he provided crucial crowd control. The team fight ignited, with RNG abandoning the Baron to engage in battle. Yejie's Ashe unleashed her ultimate, immobilizing LeBlanc before advancing to deal damage. LeBlanc, on the verge of being eliminated, fortunately managed to activate her passive, buying precious time. Once the control effects wore off, LeBlanc aimed to obliterate the Ashe with a WQRE combo. Ashe, quick on the uptake, flashed to evade LeBlanc's W and retaliated, eliminating her. A chaotic retreat ensued. The factory manager, sensing the dire situation, attempted to signal his teammates to withdraw. However, Ash's persistent slows, coupled with the crowd control from Ali Star and Sejuani, rendered their escape futile. Kill, kill, kill. Yejie was in a frenzy. Despite being at low health, there was no one left on the EDG side to threaten him. Shielded by his teammates, Yejie secured a double kill, then a triple kill, leaving only the factory manager's Gragas fleeing for his life. Yejie jested, "Ming Kai, you still excel at fleeing, haha, but this time, it won't be so easy to escape." Suddenly, Yejie was startled. His screen had turned to grayscale. The bottom right corner displayed that Jace had slain Ash. Jace had entered the fray. After obliterating Ash with a single shot, Jace flashed into the fray, targeting Syndra, landing 3 auto attacks as he descended. And in the moment Sejuani arrived, unleashed a devastating strike that eliminated Syndra. Xiaohui's ability was on cooldown, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Jace! In this match, RNG Xiaohu was fervently signaling to his teammate playing Jace. Meanwhile, Kennen and Ali Star, who were pursuing the barrel, turned back to assist their ally. Observing the situation, the jungler, known as, attempted to provide support, but fell into a trap as Ali Star suddenly turned around, executing a swift WQ combo that sent him flying. Kennen swiftly followed up, securing the kill on the barrel. However, by the time they eliminated the barrel, MLXG's Poppy had already perished at that moment. Jace still had 1/3 of his health remaining, yet neither Kennen nor Ali Star dared to engage. Instead, Su Bai's Jace charged forward. "Let's split up?" "Let me," exclaimed, taking flight in fear. "One of you must die," Su Bai declared as he pursued Ali Star, skillfully utilizing his form-switching abilities for acceleration. As he approached Ali Star, Su Bai was in hammer form, feigning an attack. Consequently, Ali Star attempted to headbutt Su Bai. Only then did Su Bai strike, but Ali Star retaliated with a W skill, pushing Su Bai away. Su Bai swiftly switched to cannon form, unleashed his QE combo, and with the aid of his E skill to close the gap, he executed Ali Star with an AWA. I, in the commentary booth, remarked, "This Jace is like a wolf among sheep, truly on a rampage. His mechanics and positioning are undeniably worthy of the title of the best in Korean solo queue. He is astonishing," added, from the timing of his teleport, its positioning, entry angle, to the sequence of his kills, it can only be described as perfection. With such a top laner, EDG's future looks promising. The audience erupted in fervent discussions. Is this Jace even human? Is it some advanced AI playing? I believe even a script couldn't produce such results that I would call him the world's best Jace. RNG's morale seemed to be faltering as Yejie lamented. How can we continue playing? Their Jace is like a monster, capable of obliterating me in an instant. Xiaohu retorted, "It all depends on who nurtured this monster." Let me, gritting his teeth, refused to concede that Su Bai was formidable, claiming instead, "It was my oversight compounded by his luck. If I had been more serious, it would not have ended this way." Yejie chuckled. "What does it look like when you are serious, Let me? Care to enlighten me?" The others held a realistic view of Let me's capabilities, acknowledging that merely holding his lane was commendable. Dominating the opponent was an impossibility for him. Let me was acutely aware of this, responding, "At least I won't crumble in lane." Yejie laughed again. "I recall Su Bai was once your substitute, and was even kicked from our team. Now, when facing him, you can only hope to maintain your lane?" This comment struck a nerve with Let me, prompting Ming to interject, "Enough of this. We can discuss such matters after the match. Right now, we still have a game to play." Ming proposed. "We were ambushed earlier. After expending our skills, Jace capitalized on that. Now, we need to regroup and confront him directly as he struggles to perform effectively in a head-on clash." Thus, RNG's 5 members began to gather in the mid lane. On the other hand, Su Bai chose not to split push this time, opting instead to join his teammates in the mid lane for a concerted effort. He lacked teleportation, and if his allies fell while he was split pushing, it could lead to disaster, making it prudent to stay with his team. Noted, both teams are now congregating in the mid lane, seemingly preparing for a decisive battle. Currently, it appears evenly matched, with no clear advantage. Commented, "For RNG, if they can initiate a fight, their composition holds the upper hand. However, If that opportunity slips away and they cannot secure kills while kite fighting, the situation could turn unfavorable as the next wave of minions approached. RNG pushed the wave towards the turret, aiming to take down EDG's mid-lane outer turret. Suddenly, Jace unleashed a shot from the side. Yejie attempted to reposition, but it was too late. The icy arrow struck, leaving him with 2/3 of his health remaining. What kind of damage is this? Yejie was taken aback, immediately retreating. Fall back! Fall back! The critical carries began their withdrawal, forcing the rest of RNG to follow suit. Yejie sought a safe spot to recall, but was swiftly pursued by EDG. Jace advanced, with EDG's members trailing behind. Despite being a fragile character, he was at the forefront. Concerned, warned, be cautious. They may retaliate, Su Bai confidently replied. If they dare to counterattack, that would be ideal. He pressed forward, preventing Yejie from recalling, who was now forced to retreat beneath the second turret. With his cooldowns reset, Jace launched another shot. This time, MLXG's Poppy reacted swiftly, using her Q skill to block the attack. Though successful, Poppy lost 1/3 of her health in the process. Remarked, this cannot continue. Jace's damage is too high, and Poppy cannot withstand it. After this attrition, RNG will be unable to engage in a team fight. That added, Yejie needs to recall and replenish. Will EDG seize the opportunity to push the tower? At that moment, Su Bai began to take charge. Let us go for the dragon. We should rush it. They will definitely return to recover. This time, the EDG team chose to trust Su Bai. More accurately, they were so awestruck that they lost their own thoughts, following wherever he led. The team made a beeline for the Baron pit to secure the dragon, with Miko ensuring vision control. With Su Bai's damage output, the dragon's health dwindled rapidly. As the dragon neared defeat, RNG's remaining 4 members attempted to harass, waiting for Yejie to return. For RNG, the sole silver lining was that EDG's composition lacked strong initiation capabilities, allowing them to focus solely on the barrel. Suddenly, Jace fired another shot. This one struck Alistar, causing him to lose a significant portion of his health. Who is this guy? He is firing like a cannon. Ming quipped that Yejie responded, I'm on my way. Just hold them off. MLXG, you should unleash your ultimate ability first. Otherwise, it will be too late. Initiate with your ultimate to harass the enemy. The farther the range of Frost's ultimate, the longer the control duration. Consequently, Yejie launched his ultimate from a distance. This ultimate approached from the jungle, primarily concealed within the walls, rendering it difficult to detect. Coupled with the sudden decision by EDG to engage in a Baron fight, their vision was inadequately prepared. Thus, by the time EDG's members noticed Frost's ultimate, it was already alarmingly close. The factory manager used the E ability of his barrel to evade Frost's ultimate. This left Varus, positioned behind the barrel, in a precarious situation, as he was directly struck by Frost's ultimate. I am immobilized, Yejie exclaimed in astonishment. Observing Yejie's immobilization, RNG chose to strike decisively. Suddenly, Kennen activated his E ability to enter the fray, following up with his ultimate and the Zhonya's hourglass. Although Mikos Braum immediately jumped to protect Varus, Braum's shield offered no respite against Kennen's ultimate. Ming's Alistar executed a double combo, and Syndra unleashed a series of spells, swiftly eliminating Varus. Retreat. We can no longer fight. Upon witnessing Varus's demise, Miko urged his teammates to withdraw. The factory manager refrained from a direct retreat due to the Baron's health being critically low. He opted to secure the Baron first, bringing its health down to 1,000. MLXG's Sejuani charged in, using her ultimate to immobilize the barrel. A smite was deployed, and the Baron was lost. My Baron, the factory manager bellowed. Though he was immobilized, it did not hinder him from executing the smite. You all retreat. Leave the dragon's seed. The factory manager prepared to sacrifice himself. Despite securing the Baron, the pivotal carry had been eliminated, making it impossible to sustain the team fight. We can still fight. Just as EDG's members contemplated retreating, Su Bai's voice rang out. Su Bai unleashed a QE combo, simultaneously striking both Syndra and the approaching Frost, leaving them both severely wounded. Immediately after, Su Bai closed in on Alistar, whose ultimate had already expired and was vulnerable. Just as Jace was about to execute a basic attack, it was interrupted by a sudden retreat. Thus, Alistar found himself bowing in a comical manner. Yet again, he was outplayed. Ming was infuriated. Su Bai's mastery of distance was impeccable, always drawing him into the extremes, baiting his skills. Alistair's Q ability was lured out, allowing Su Bai to advance and initiate a series of basic attacks, swiftly dispatching Alistar. Following that, it was Kennen and Sejuani, both lacking abilities to counter the barrel's output. The members of EDG surged forward, with scouts LeBlanc executing a W, followed by QR, eliminating the weakened Syndra, then chaining to Frost. Within the Baron Pit, the factory manager's barrel was slain. But Su Bai's Jace had already entered the fray, landing a swift kill on Kennen, followed by Sejuani. Meanwhile, LeBlanc had dispatched the weakened Frost, resulting in a 3-for-5 trade. EDG emerged victorious in the team fight. The commentator, Wawa, passionately remarked, "Jace and LeBlanc swept the battlefield. Just when we thought EDG stood no chance, Jace's cannon fire turned the tide of the match." "Is this the allure of Jace?" Miller added. Now, Jace and LeBlanc charged through the mid lane, both bearing the Baron buff, first taking the mid lane tier 2 turret, then the mid lane inhibitor. It appears that EDG has an opportunity to finish the game. Wawa continued. This time, EDG executed a counterattack despite their ADC being eliminated. For many teams, losing the ADC renders the team fight unwinnable. However, this EDG squad is different. They still have the mid and top lanes to step up, particularly this top laner. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the audience fervently debated in the chat. How could they win? What kind of monster is this? What transpired? I saw Eboe get eliminated and immediately turn it off. Unable to watch. If I had such a top lane teammate, wouldn't I be able to reach gold? Bro, what rank are you in Korean solo queue? You think you could team up with the best in Korea? In the EDG lounge, following this round, Abu and Nof erupted in cheers. Nof animatedly exclaimed, "We've basically secured this game. We still have a chance." Abu responded, "We've truly struck gold. This kid is a genuine genius. He may have some issues with champion pool, but his fundamentals are solid. Those are mere trifles." Amid their jubilant cheers, Jace and LeBlanc concluded the match. While they celebrated, Mouse sat in the corner with a sullen expression. He hadn't smiled since the beginning of the match. "Let me, this useless player, how could you be so inept, to be so thoroughly dominated? RNG is a bunch of noobs, 4 of them can't overcome one player. Positioning, can't anyone position themselves properly? Just taking Jace's damage head on. Eliminate Jace already. Who are you even fighting? A bunch of worthless players." Mouse was more anxious than RNG's fans. Every time he witnessed Su Bai's flawless performance, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap each RNG player to jolt them back to reality and prevent them from throwing the game. If this continues, 1T, the starting top lane position for EDG, belonged to Su Bai? No way. Absolutely not. Mouse was utterly distressed. He refused to accept such a scenario. Suddenly, he recalled something. Earlier, Abu had mentioned that Su Bai is underage. Since the tactics on the field were ineffective, perhaps he could resort to some off-the-field methods. Thus, Mouse pulled out his phone and registered a smurf account to stir the narrative online. In the arena, the commentator, Wawa, excitedly announced, as RNG's Nexus Crystal shatters, "Let's congratulate EDG for claiming a victory. The score is now 1-1, and the next match will be crucial," Miller added. Indeed, through this match, we can see that EDG's rookie top laner possesses extraordinary strength, truly the best in Korean solo queue. Without a hint of exaggeration, unless something unexpected occurs, he will undoubtedly start again in the next match. RNG is under pressure now. The EDG fans of the audience were already ecstatic. EDG, 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 Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai. Typically, only the absolute core of the team. The most popular player receives such treatment, being singled out for cheers. However, Su Bai's performance in this match was so astonishing that he too could enjoy such treatment. On the battlefield, the victorious EDG members rose, each appearing quite pleased, preparing to return to the lounge. Su Bai also removed his headset, casually carrying his bag, and stood up to walk with his teammates. You could see that moment. The director zoomed in on the bag in Su Bai's hand. Consequently, the audience erupted in speculation in the chat. What is inside that bag? Could it possibly be the source of his incredible performance? Is it some sort of performance-enhancing substance? Are you joking? This is a game of intellect. Performance enhancers would only backfire. Could it be some form of technology? No way. The audience buzzed with curiosity, eager to uncover the contents of the bag. Their intrigue extended beyond the viewers to the referees. Once EDG departed, the referees pretended to inspect the computers, but in reality, they headed straight for Su Bai's position. Upon arriving, the referee inhaled deeply, and the rich aroma of alcohol wafted towards him. It is indeed alcohol. The referee was taken aback. Previously, he had only harbored suspicions, but now he was nearly certain. The crucial question remained: is consuming alcohol during a match against the rules? The regulations of the competition do not explicitly stipulate this matter. However, from a personal perspective, it is far from ideal. If the authorities were to impose a ban, they could certainly find various justifications for it. After careful consideration, the referee resolved to fulfill his duties and promptly reported the situation to the officiating team. Following a discussion, the officiating team concluded that the matter was challenging to assess, as the competition regulations did not provide any guidelines, and amending the rules on the spot was not feasible. This issue had never been contemplated before, as clubs typically managed such matters independently. All major clubs have regulations prohibiting drinking during training sessions, let alone during competitions. Thus, this issue was not something that warranted official concern. However, with this sudden occurrence, the referees found themselves unprepared. Consequently, they decided to set the matter aside until the conclusion of the match. In the RNG lounge, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. After the 5 players returned, conversation was sparse. Feng Ji's demeanor was grim as he cast furtive glances at Letme. He truly could not comprehend how Letme could perform so poorly, being utterly dominated by Su Bai, if the top lane had merely faced a disadvantage but managed to stabilize. Victory could still have been within reach. Instead, the top lane was shattered, leading to a collapse of the entire team. After a prolonged silence, Yejie finally spoke. Setting aside Letme's lack of skill, have you noticed that Su Bai seems to have improved significantly? And not just a little. Although his performance this match benefited from an equipment advantage, can such execution truly be achieved by a mere mortal? Xiaohu concurred. Indeed, it is outrageous. Did you not observe his impeccable precision with the cannon? Landing every shot, often achieving double hits? His damage calculations, skill timings, positioning, kiting, and micromanagement were all executed flawlessly, Yejie remarked. I recall he was only proficient with Riven previously. Then on the day he was exposed, he played a match with Jace. And we have yet to see him utilize any other champions. Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, that is accurate. However, his foundational skills are evidently solid. Mastering new champions should not pose a significant challenge for him. As the two discussed, the rest of RNG listened with growing unease. Ming still struggled to accept the reality of Su Bai's prowess. Rather than acknowledging Su Bai's improvement, he would prefer to believe he had resorted to foul play. Ming suggested, is it possible he cheated? I saw him carrying a bag when he came up. Perhaps it contained some illicit device. Letme's eyes lit up in agreement. That could be it. He might have cheated. Upon hearing this, Fenggu immediately perked up. Right, they may very well be cheating. Sure, Sun Ming, tell me about that bag. Letme leaned in as if he had grasped a lifeline, but if they could substantiate Su Bai's cheating, he would no longer need to worry. Even if they could not confirm it, merely stirring public doubt would undoubtedly affect Su Bai. Xiaohu shook his head. No, it contained beverages. I saw him drinking throughout the match. Letme's expression soured. Beverages? Are you certain? How do you know it wasn't some performance-enhancing substance? Fenggu interjected. Stimulants would be counterproductive. If you were to use them during a match, you wouldn't even be able to last it properly. With this, Letme felt a wave of despair wash over him. If they could not pin any blame on Su Bai, would he not face dire consequences? Ming suddenly proposed, what if Jace is his secret weapon? So far, we've only seen his Jace and Riven. We haven't witnessed him play any other champions. Feng Ji's eyes brightened at this suggestion. You might be onto something. Letme became animated. In the next match, let's ban Jace and give me a stronger champion. I can crush him. Letme's newfound optimism was almost obligatory. If he could not defeat Su Bai as retribution, his troubles would only escalate, even if he won by merely following his teammates. The fact that he was outperformed by Su Bai would be undeniable. Thus, he had to obliterate Su Bai in the upcoming match. This contest was not solely about his reputation. He intended to utilize this opportunity to repay all the humiliations he had previously endured at Su Bai's hands. Seeing Letme's confidence, MLXG chimed in. In that case, I will focus more on the top lane next match. Let me be cautious. Don't get too weakened before I arrive. Conserve your health until I can assist. Let me replied, it's impossible for me to be overwhelmed in lane. However, if you intend to come to the top for assists, I won't refuse. Ming laughed, all right. Let me, the stage is yours in this match. Let me displayed a confident expression, which instilled hope in Fenggu. Xiaohu and Yejie remained silent, opting for a more cautious stance, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared on the other side, the EDG lounge. The atmosphere was markedly more relaxed and jovial. Upon their return, Abu approached to greet them. Thank you all for your hard work. Maintain this momentum, and let's secure an easy victory in the third match. The team captain responded, currently, RNG's top lane is our point of attack. I believe we should continue to focus on that area. Miko quipped, Minkai, it seems you haven't ventured to the top lane at all in the previous match. That advantage was entirely earned by Su Bai. The captain sheepishly scratched his head. I was merely concerned about you all in the bot lane facing issues, so I stayed down there to counter. Abu chose to expose him, and your counter was countered by MLXG, leading to a collapse in the bot lane. The EDG players laughed. Abu typically looked out for the captain, often teasing him in front of others. As everyone enjoyed the light-hearted banter, Mouse grew increasingly displeased. He had just posted online, asserting that Su Bai was underage and had been drinking during matches. While there were no explicit regulations against drinking during competitions, being underage and consuming alcohol was a different matter altogether. However, the impact of online discourse took time to gain traction. Mouse contemplated taking more drastic measures to ensure Su Bai could not participate in the next match. Just then, Abu casually asked, by the way, where's Su Bai? I haven't seen him around. The EDG team began searching, only to discover Su Bai lounging in a chair, drinking. At this point, the buff had diminished significantly, and Su Bai needed to replenish. More importantly, he was concerned he might not secure Jace in the next match. After finishing one bottle, he reached for another. Detected host is consuming alcohol, gaining buff, prediction 100. Total, 100, remaining time. 1 hour, 17 minutes, 3 seconds. Detected host is consuming alcohol, gaining buff, positioning 100. Total, 100, remaining time. 1 hour, 01 minutes, 47 seconds. Observing Su Bai drinking heartily. The EDG players were left stunned. The captain lamented, is this what they mean by being able to drink endlessly? I can't believe I once tried to outdrink him. What a blunder, Miko remarked. I feel something's off. He seems a bit tipsy now, which is different from last time when he showed no signs after drinking so much. Upon hearing this, the EDG team recalled that Su Bai's current state was indeed dissimilar to the previous occasion. This indicated that he might genuinely be intoxicated. What would happen if he were to compete in this condition? Nof, observing Su Bai, began to frown. He asserted, let us strategize now. Su Bai, come join us. Su Bai merely responded. You all discuss, I'll take a moment to rest. He was indeed feeling slightly inebriated and wished to lie down for a while. What do you mean by resting? Get over here now. Nof felt his authority being challenged. As a coach, he understood the necessity of maintaining his position in front of the players. Otherwise, they would not heed his commands in the future, which would lead to complications. Su Bai remained unresponsive, even closing his eyes, seemingly dozing off. This infuriated Nof, twisting his nose in anger. Were the youth of today really this insolent? This provided Mouse with an opportunity. He leaned in and suggested, Coach, if he is unable to participate, I can step in. I'm already in the right mindset. I didn't perform well in the first match, but I can easily dominate. Let me. In truth, Mouse indeed harbored such thoughts. After witnessing Su Bai effortlessly dominate Let Me from the sidelines, he felt confident that he too could perform admirably. However, his first match had not gone well. Upon hearing this, Nof turned to glance at Su Bai, who appeared to be dozing off. Raising his voice, he said, Mouse, you wish to participate in the next match, correct? I think that could work. Nof was subtly applying pressure on Su Bai, aiming to diminish his confidence. Su Bai seemed to rouse slightly, but merely smacked his lips, scratched his ears, and kept his eyes closed, continuing to sleep. At this point, Nof could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Mouse, you're up for the next match." Although he was addressing Mouse, his gaze remained fixed on Su Bai. In his imagination, Su Bai would surely be startled into sitting up, eager to appease him. This way, Nof could impart a lesson to Su Bai, reminding him to be more vigilant in the future. However, Su Bai showed no reaction whatsoever, even mumbling in his sleep. "More cold beer for me, please," Nof exclaimed. "What the hell?" Sensing the situation was deteriorating, the members of EDG began to intervene. The captain remarked, "I believe we won the second match thanks to Su Bai, so let's have him play again. There's no reason to switch players at this time. If we lose the third match, how would we explain that to our fans?" Miko, being more rational, added, "Indeed, if we switch players as Mankind mentioned and then lose, regardless of the reason, fans will surely blame the change. That would not bode well for Mouse. He would undoubtedly face backlash afterwards." Mouse quickly interjected, "It's fine, I don't mind. I can handle whatever the fans think of me. As long as I can play, I'm good to go. And why do you presume that I would falter if I took the field? Once I'm on the stage, I can manage just fine." The captain, upon hearing this, hesitated, recalling Mouse's outrageous performance in the first match. How could Mouse dare to say such a thing? Yet, given their close quarters, the captain chose not to call him out. Nof felt uncertain. He understood the reasoning, but had been influenced by Su Bai's lack of response. Now, having regained his composure, he suddenly felt it would be wiser to let Su Bai play. Noticing Nof's indecision, Mouse grew displeased. "Coach, we agreed that I would play. You wouldn't joke about such matters, would you? That wouldn't be right." Mouse was beginning to imply a threat, placing Nof on a moral pedestal. "If you, as a coach, fail to uphold your word and keep changing decisions, who would listen to you in the future?" Under such pressure from Mouse, Nof began to lean towards Mouse's side. "All right, you can play. We're not guaranteed to lose. There's no need to worry so much." Mouse rejoiced at this. "Great. Watch me shine in the next match. Captain Miko, you can come to the top lane more. I can handle it with ease." This boldness left the captain and Miko momentarily stunned. How inflated was this ego? Nof continued, "The time is almost upon us. Everyone prepare to take the stage." Thus, Mouse readied himself, filled with excitement to compete. Just then, from the sidelines, Abu spoke up, "If you don't want to be the bad guy, then let me take on that role that Su Bai should still play in the next match." Abu had discerned that Nof was reluctant to backtrack, which would only hinder the entire team. This simply wouldn't do. They had reached an agreement. Mouse found this unacceptable. Esports can be unpredictable, with situations changing suddenly, and one must always be ready to adjust strategies. You should know this very well that Abu's stance was resolute. Mouse turned to Nof. "Coach, who will take the field? You're not toying with me, are you?" Mouse exaggerated the severity of the situation, attempting to pressure Nof. Nof remained silent. He truly did not wish for Mouse to play, and with Abu's intervention, it was the perfect opportunity to go with the flow. Observing Nof's reaction, Mouse was incensed. You all. Naturally, he could only express his frustration internally, not outwardly. The rest of the EDG members were rather pleased with this outcome, and the captain hurried over to Su Bai that moment. Su Bai lay comfortably in his chair, breathing steadily, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Hey, get up. It's time to compete," the captain shouted in Su Bai S-E-A-R. Su Bai groggily opened his eyes and stood up from the chair, stretching. "Time for a match. Oh, I suppose that's the case." After all, having consumed so much, it would naturally take a moment to activate his senses. Waking up various faculties required a bit of time. Nof called out, "Let us go. It's time to take the stage." Consequently, Su Bai followed the others towards the exit, casually picking up a bag. Before exiting, he glanced back at Mouse, who was staring intently at him, teeth gritted as if harboring a deep grudge. Su Bai was puzzled. Why was Mouse so angry? It was his own lackluster performance that led to his substitution. What was the fuss about? Just then, Su Bai noticed Mouse's gaze drift to the bag he was holding, his expression suddenly shifting to one of cunning. Once everyone else had left, Abu approached Mouse and said, "Mouse, do you have an issue with Su Bai?" Mouse shook his head vigorously. "No. How could that be?" Abu continued, "You must understand one thing. It was your own poor performance that kept you off the field, not Su Bai's actions. Got it?" Mouse nodded repeatedly. "You're right," he then added. "I'm just going to the restroom." After saying this, Mouse left the room, but instead of heading to the restroom, he chose to ascend to the second floor. Before long, Mouse found a room on the second floor filled with numerous screens displaying the perspectives of various players. Seated before these screens were several individuals, all members of the officiating committee. Any violations or disputes arising during the competition required adjudication by the referees. Knock, knock, knock. Mouse rapped on the door. Who are you looking for? You're a member of EDG, right? Mouse, one of the referees approached, instantly recognizing him. Mouse, clad in team apparel, was quite distinguishable. I have something to report, Mouse stated directly. The other referees turned their attention to him, sensing that this was no trivial matter. Since the match had yet to commence, it was crucial to address any issues promptly. What do you wish to report? One referee inquired. Mouse stepped inside and pointed to one of the screens. This person, my teammate. Substitute top laner Su Bai. He is underage and has been drinking during the match. This bag contains alcohol, and I can testify to that. The referees followed his gaze to the screen, where a young man was seen repeatedly taking a cup from the bag and downing its contents. While professional players often consume beverages during matches, there is no precedent for such excessive drinking, as it could lead to urgent restroom needs and impact performance. However, this young man was gulping it down, and his face was flushed, resembling that of someone intoxicated tea that moment. One of the referees remarked, if I recall correctly, a referee on site mentioned earlier that someone was drinking, but we did not issue a ruling. As there are currently no relevant regulations in the match's guidelines, Mouse quickly interjected, but he is underage. That must be a different matter. The referees nodded in agreement. If that is the case, then it indeed changes the situation. The referees began to deliberate, and soon reached a consensus that they must first prevent Su Bai from continuing to drink, with further penalties to be discussed after the match concluded. Upon seeing their agreement, Mouse was elated and remarked, I can provide testimony. Everything I said is true. For such a serious matter, a 2-year ban should be the minimum, though I'm merely suggesting. The final decision is yours. Just then, one referee asked, Aren't you his teammate? I cannot shake the feeling that the referee has chosen to remain silent. From the perspective of fairness and justice, Mouse's actions can be understood. However, when viewed through the lens of human relationships and social norms, Mouse's behavior appears somewhat peculiar. Realizing that he had perhaps been overly exuberant, he then remarked, I do not wish to uphold the integrity of the competition. It is an honor to contribute in any way I can. I stand in absolute opposition to wrongdoing. At this juncture, several referees exchanged glances before stating, We intend to visit your locker room to speak with the manager or coach and assist us in our investigation. Is that acceptable? Mouse eagerly replied, Of course, no problem at all. Our manager is currently resting in the locker room. Please follow me. Under Mouse's guidance, one of the referees proceeded to the EDG locker room located on the first floor. Yuri back? Hurry over here. The match is about to commence, and you should learn how Su Bai plays, came the voice of At that moment. Abu was engrossed in watching the match on screen, oblivious to the presence of another individual trailing behind Mouse. You must be manager Abu, the referee initiated. Abu turned to face him, inquiring, And you are? I am the referee investigating the drinking incident, came the reply. It seems there is no regulation prohibiting drinking during the match. Abu quickly retorted, realizing there might be a problem, albeit not a significant one. The referee then shifted the conversation, asking, Is your player Su Bai a minor? Yes, he is still underage, a rather young fellow. Abu responded candidly. I see. Thank you for your cooperation, the referee said before turning to leave. Suddenly, it dawned on Abu. While it is permissible for minors to participate in matches, the combination of playing and consuming alcohol alters the situation entirely. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, Wawa and Milo were already in position, the Wawa announced. The players are now ready, and we are about to commence the third match between the two teams, which is crucial. If EDG secures this victory, they would have achieved a remarkable comeback, with the subsequent 2 matches featuring player Su Bai. Milo added, Some viewers may not be aware that this young top laner for EDG was actively dismissed by RNG before joining EDG. If he leads EDG to a comeback, I wager that someone will have a sleepless night. Wawa chuckled. Regardless, someone will undoubtedly lose sleep tonight. The question is who? Milo interjected, Wait, it seems there's an issue on site. The match has been paused. and the referees have approached the EDG side. What could they be up to? The broadcast camera shifted to the EDG side, revealing two referees clad in uniforms and identification badges approaching Su Bai to engage in discussions. At that moment, Su Bai was about to indulge in a drink when he heard a commotion behind him. What a strong smell of alcohol. You are Su Bai, correct? You are currently in violation of the relevant regulations, and we must confiscate all of your alcohol. Turning around, Su Bai discovered two referees standing behind him. What regulations? I was unaware of any such rule, Su Bai retorted defiantly. In truth, Su Bai had already perused the competition guidelines, which contained no mention of alcohol consumption. Thus he felt no fear. The referees exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They had merely intended to intimidate Su Bai into compliance, but they had not anticipated encountering such resistance. At that moment, Nof arrived to intervene. Let them take it away. Do not confront the referees. The team captain chimed in. Su Bai, it is better to cooperate. Otherwise, the match may not proceed. Feeling somewhat inebriated, Su Bai was reluctant to comply. But considering his teammates, he chose to down the drink in one gulp and wave his hand. All right, take it away. The referees, initially annoyed by Su Bai's continued drinking, softened upon witnessing his submission and proceeded to confiscate his bag. This entire scene was captured by the broadcast cameras that Wawa commented. It appears that some issues have arisen. The referees have seized a bag. Judging from the previous match's circumstances, it seems this bag contained beverages. Could there be an issue with the drinks? Milu speculated. That seems to be the only possibility. However, if there truly is a problem, it would likely not be as simple as merely confiscating the bag. It remains uncertain. Meanwhile, in the official streaming room, the chat erupted. I knew he was cheating. He will surely be crushed in this match. With the cheating tools confiscated, let us see how arrogant he remains. Let Me's opportunity has arrived. Divine assistance for Let Me. The EDG locker room was in a state of anxiety, with Abu exclaiming, "This is it. The officials have truly taken action. I hope this won't lead to any problems." Although it seemed there were no explicit regulations, and at worst, only a symbolic fine might be levied, Abu was concerned about how this would affect Su Bai's performance. After all, he was a newcomer, and newcomers often struggle with their mentality, which requires refinement. Without the opportunity to hone that mentality, it typically falters. Abu was anxious, but behind him, Mouse was struggling to contain his mirth as he attempted to regulate his expression, striving to suppress any laughter. Yet it proved exceedingly difficult. Turning to inquire, Abu asked, "What are you doing?" Mouse quickly shook his head. "I was just recalling something joyful. My wife is about to give birth." "No. My father has a birthday coming up." Abu furrowed his brow and pressed, "By the way, how did you come to be with the referees?" Though he found it unlikely, a seed of suspicion regarding Mouse's involvement in the reporting began to sprout. Mouse hastily clarified, "I had just stepped out to use the restroom when I encountered the referees. They recognized me and mentioned wanting to speak with you, so I led them here." In truth, Mouse had concocted this story when he initially reported the incident and had been awaiting Abu's probing questions. Abu nodded, seemingly convinced by Mouse's explanation. He returned his focus to the match while Mouse breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding according to plan. As long as Su Bai was defeated in this match, he would be forever unable to recover. "Let Me, I am counting on you." Despite having been bested by Let Me in the first match, Mouse chose to support him now. As long as Su Bai was kept down, all other matters could be negotiated. That moment, the match was entering its final stages of the BP phase. In this round, EDG was on the blue side, and RNG was on the red side. EDG had not selected a champion for the fifth pick, leaving Su Bai's top laner position undetermined. Nof approached Su Bai from behind. "What will you choose?" "The opposing team has given the fifth pick to the top lane. Be cautious with your selection, avoiding heroes that can be easily countered." Su Bai replied, "I never consider the enemy when selecting my champion." Nof was momentarily taken aback. "Then what do you look at?" Su Bai did not elaborate further. "What buffs are currently active?" He opted to check the existing buff conditions. Current active buffs. Anticipation 100. Remaining time 25 minutes 47 seconds. Awareness 100. Remaining time 36 minutes 4 seconds. Reaction 200. Remaining time 59 minutes 54 seconds. Operation 200. Remaining time 1 hour 07 minutes 3 seconds. Future Guardian J skill level 100. Remaining time 15 minutes 54 seconds. Duelist Fiora skill level 100. As Su Bai calculated, with Jace already banned by the opposing team and the time for the buffs dwindling, it was evident that the match could not conclude within the remaining 15 minutes. Simultaneously, the durations for the prediction and awareness buffs were also nearing their end. The pace of this match needed to be brisk, ideally wrapping up before the 25-minute mark, with the liquor confiscated and the buffs about to vanish without any means for replenishment. That was all there was. "Give me the crocodile," Su Bai decisively declared. The crocodile was acceptable. No felt it was a viable choice. The champion could be played against anyone. Yejie locked in the crocodile on the 5th pick. And the draft moved to our NGAT this moment. Fenggu wore a serious expression, fully aware that victory could not salvage Su Bai's current predicament. There was but one way to liberate him from this situation, to utterly crush Su Bai. "Let me. What will you choose? The opponent has the crocodile. Do you have a champion that can counter it? If not, you may select a scaling champion and let MLXG assist you," Fenggu advised. Upon hearing this, Let Me scoffed dismissively. "There's no need for that. I will undoubtedly dominate him, but he no longer has Jace. And did you not see? The referee has taken away his liquor. Did he not claim that without alcohol, he could not play? Now that he has no drink, how can he compete with me? Let Me, usually not so arrogant, was now quite inflated with confidence. This stemmed from recalling their previous encounters and the realization that he had no retreat. He could only obliterate Su Bai to clear his name. Otherwise, should past incidents come to light, his chances in the tournament would be severely jeopardized, as for Su Bai's claim that alcohol enhanced his strength. Though the reasoning eluded him, Let Me believe it to be true that he had heard stories of players who could not smoke or chew betel nut during matches, which rendered them incapable of performing at their best. Thus, it seemed plausible that alcohol could have a similar effect. "All right, if you're confident, I am reassured. What will you choose? We will support you wholeheartedly," Fenggu exclaimed, his spirits lifted. This left Yejie and Xiaohu somewhat bewildered. In truth, Fenggu and Let Me had historically maintained a poor relationship. After each match, a significant portion of their review sessions involved Fenggu berating Let Me. Now, their relationship appeared to have shifted dramatically. Let Me made his choice. "Fiora, the grand duelist." Ming gasped in astonishment. "Let Me, you have truly risen to the occasion. You dare to play Fiora?" Let Me, brimming with confidence, responded. "Let us get to it. If they can play, why can't I? I have faith in you," Ming declared as he locked in Fiora on the 5th pick. The team compositions were thus finalized. Blue side, EDG. Top lane, Crocodile, Jungle Jarvan 4. Mid lane, Rise, ADC Kog'Maw, support Lulu. Red side, RNG. Top lane, Fiora, Jungle Gragas. Mid lane, Orianna, ADC Xayah, support Janna. In the commentary booth, Wawa began to analyze the compositions. Let Me is actually playing Fiora. Am I seeing this correctly? He is quite bold. Could this be his secret weapon? Has he been practicing recently? Miller added. That does seem plausible. Let Me's confidence must have some foundation. The top lane will undoubtedly be the focal point of this match. Who would have thought that, in an RNG match, the attention would shift from the bot lane to the top lane? Wawa remarked. Honestly, if Let Me performs well with Fiora, I will certainly regard him with newfound respect. Last match's humiliations will pale in comparison, as history remembers only the victors. Not only the commentators, but the audience was also engaged in fervent discussions. Is Let Me still half asleep? Is Fiora a champion he can actually play? Does he look down on others? What will they say if Let Me demolishes the opponent? Having previously been teammates, they were well acquainted with each other, undoubtedly aware that Let Me seized the opportunity now that Su Bai's advantage had been stripped away. Indeed, this time Let Me will dominate the top lane, thoroughly overwhelming this prodigious young player to TO the audience. Let Me was perceived as rather pragmatic. He had previously opted for tank champions to play it safe. Now, with this sudden shift, it was clear that he was here for revenge. As the match commenced, Su Bai's Crocodile began to select his starting items, before he could even purchase his gear. The coach chimed in. "Su Bai, you're not going to go for the extractor again, are you? No consumables? It seems you know me quite well," Su Bai admitted, confirming his choice. "That aren't you being a bit reckless? This is the decisive game. Should you not play it safe?" The coach was more anxious than Su Bai. After all, It was a rare opportunity to have such a genius top laner, and he feared for Su Bai's performance. At level 3, if I don't secure a solo kill, I will heed your every equipment choice, Su Bai replied. Miko marveled. Impressive. Honestly, I have never encountered such an audacious rookie to is that so. Well, now you have. Su Bai responded with a nonchalant demeanor, the effects of the alcohol influencing his bravado. He wouldn't even remember these words later. However, the EDG team did not mind Su Bai's tone, as long as he could carry the match. He could say whatever he pleased. After all, in esports, prowess reigns supreme. Su Bai arrived at the top lane, stationed in the river, and feeling a tad bored, he began to dance as someone caught in my teeth. Crocodile's line was quite mocking. At that moment, the director focused the camera on Crocodile, eliciting laughter from the audience. Suddenly, Fiora emerged from the brush in the river. Observing Crocodile dancing, she joined in, taunting, "Prepare to meet your demise." However, Lemmy sought more than mere dance and mockery. He aimed to exploit the first opening presented before Crocodile. With a slight adjustment, Fiora could indeed strike. Thus, Mouse stealthily closed the distance, trying to ambush me. Su Bai immediately sensed the threat. The two began to maneuver, searching for each other's flaws. Just then, everyone noticed something peculiar. Crocodile's movement frequency was astonishingly high. He was bobbing his head back and forth, his speed exceeding that of Fiora by more than double. Wawa observed, "Incredible. What is going on with this crocodile? Is this human hand speed?" Miller remarked. "The top lane is bound to be extremely intense. They haven't even started trading yet, and the tension is palpable." No sooner had he made this statement than Fiora unleashed her Q skill. "I'll show you how to maneuver." Let me, frustrated by his inferior speed, opted for a more aggressive approach. However, to Su Bai, Lemmy's actions appear to be in slow motion. With a swift step back, Su Bai not only evaded Fiora's Q skill, but also retaliated with his own, effectively depleting Fiora's health. In this initial clash, Lemmy found himself at a disadvantage. "Tisich, just lucky," Lemmy muttered, refusing to concede. With the minion wave approaching, he decided to advance onto the lane. A fundamental strategy when facing Crocodile is to prevent him from stacking his rage through auto-attacks on minions. So Lemmy aimed to position himself effectively. Just then, Su Bai's Crocodile approached, seemingly intent on joining the lane with Fiora. "You think I'll let you in so easily?" Lemmy was determined to force Su Bai to take a longer route. Although a roundabout path would not significantly harm Crocodile, it would psychologically place him at a disadvantage against Fiora. Yet, Su Bai had no intention of taking the long way. He was, in fact, luring Lemmy. A sudden opening lay before him, and should Fiora turn back, she could indeed capitalize on it. As anticipated, Fiora suddenly turned to exploit the gap. With Fiora's Q skill on cooldown, the two resumed their tug-of-war. Su Bai deliberately created a bit of distance, then unleashed his second Q skill. The sword mistress was eager to exploit the flaw, yet always found herself just out of reach. Everything was under Su Bai's meticulous control. The cooldown of the sword mistress's Q ability at level 1 was several seconds longer than that of the crocodile's Q skill, which elucidated Su Bai's choice to engage in a strategic tug-of-war. At last, Lemmy awaited the cooldown of his next Q skill, opting to strike forth with it. Initially, the crocodile had been retreating, but after the sword mistress's Q connected, he pivoted to deliver a basic attack. Maneuvering to secure his position, the sword mistress fought while retreating, her health remaining superior to that of the crocodile. However, she wielded a Doran's blade while the crocodile had opted for a corrupting potion. Therefore, Lemmy felt no fear. The minion wave had arrived, and as he approached it, a red, fury-infused Q struck, simultaneously hitting the sword mistress and the minions, replenishing a considerable amount of his health. Damn it. How can he be so fortuitous? Lemmy suddenly felt the pressure. He had lost out in this exchange. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the crocodile lacked consumables while he had some, leaving the true cost of the exchange in question. At the commentary desk, the analyst known as Wawa remarked, "The crocodile's retreat was executed flawlessly, gaining substantial health, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Logically, he should have gained even more." Milo added, "Look at his equipment. He actually has a corrupting potion. No wonder I thought the crocodile should have a greater advantage. Did he forget to purchase consumables?" Wawa responded, the sword mistress is recovering due to her consumables. While the crocodile cannot, if he had built normally, he would have had a significant advantage. Yet here we are with this peculiar build. As they conversed, Let Me Sword Mistress sought opportunities to inflict damage. However, during her healing, the crocodile had stacked his fury, placing the sword mistress in an awkward position, as she was unable to profit from each exchange. Let Me felt that something was off. He knew he should not have allowed the crocodile to accumulate fury from attacking minions. Yet somehow he had fallen into Su Bai's rhythm. The jungler was closely monitoring the situation in the top lane. Despite Su Bai's impressive maneuvers, the disparity in starting items left the jungler concerned about potential issues in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ryze and Orianna were focused on farming, leaving each other without significant opportunities, primarily trading last hits. Thus, the jungler deemed it unnecessary to intervene at this time that I in the bot lane. Yejie was pressuring the wave, while Eboi's Kog'Maw was unable to compete against the Xayah. Furthermore, the combination of Kog'Maw and Lulu's early synergy with the jungler was rather lackluster, and the threat of a countergank loomed, making it unwise to engage. After considering the circumstances, the jungler decided to signal for assistance in the top lane. Control the wave in the top lane. I'll come up at level 3. Su Bai quipped, level 3. You might not even secure an assist. The jungler remained silent, interpreting Su Bai's comment as a jest meant to lighten the mood. Before long, at 3.5 minutes into the match, both junglers were preparing to make their moves. The camera shifted to the junglers. While observed, it seems the jungler plans to head to the top lane, and MLXG is also making his way there. Clearly, they understand that the top laner is pivotal. If either top laner falters, it will spell trouble for their team. Damila noted, with Gragas and Jarvan, their early gank potential is fairly comparable. I believe it will come down to their individual execution. Just then, news from the top lane broke. The crocodile had solo killed the sword mistress. Wawa exclaimed in astonishment, he solo killed her? We didn't even see it happen. The camera shifted to the top lane, revealing a crocodile clearing minions, his health notably low, indicating that the solo kill had been quite precarious. The director quickly rolled the replay, allowing everyone to comprehend what transpired in the top lane. As the replay commenced, it showed the crocodile and the sword mistress reaching level 3 nearly simultaneously, both with their health below half. The sword mistress initiated the attack, landing her Q skill on the flaw, then executing an AEA combo for burst damage while repositioning to prepare for the next flaw. The crocodile followed up with a basic attack and a red fury Q, retreating with his E skill. The flaw had refreshed behind the crocodile, but the E skill's retreat prevented the sword mistress from landing a hit. She advanced with basic attacks while clutching her W skill, Lawrence Blade. Suddenly, the crocodile activated his W skill, seemingly preparing to counter. Let Me, however, was not deceived and opted to unleash his Q skill to eliminate the flaw behind the crocodile, which would deplete his health. Yet, at the moment he cast his Q, the crocodile executed his second E, causing the sword mistress to miss the flaw entirely. In that instant, the crocodile turned to face the sword mistress at a prime opportunity. The sword mistress activated her W skill, Lawrence Blade. However, the crocodile refrained from attacking, instead sidestepping to evade her W. In the blink of an eye, Let Me realize the only chance for a counterkill, flashing behind the crocodile to strike the flaw. The crocodile also had a flash, and Let Me knew that if he used his flash now, he would surely perish. Thus, he resolved to retaliate. Just as the W skill concluded, the sword mistress flashed in response. A solo kill. In that fleeting moment, Let Me envision the crocodile falling before him. Yet he quickly realized it was merely an illusion. Both champions flashed simultaneously, causing the sword mistress to miss the flaw, while the crocodile countered with a W skill that ensnared the sword mistress, delivering a basic attack to secure the counterkill. After the replay, Wawa remarked, "What an exquisite detail from the crocodile. His W skill was impeccably timed, cleverly baiting out the sword mistress's Lawrence Blade." Milu added, "Moreover, the crocodile's use of E and flash to reposition was crucial. Otherwise, the sword mistress would have been finished long ago. His starting item disadvantage would have been far more pronounced had it not been for this sequence." Wawa concluded, "I can only say that great skill comes with great confidence. He possesses unwavering self-assurance, and importantly, He proved that confidence to be justified. Meanwhile, on the stage, Let Me was filled with regret after the solo kill. I acted too hastily. If only I had waited, it would have been me getting the kill, just a hair's breadth away. This guy has such luck. And Yejie chimed in, did I not tell you to wait for me? If you had just held on a moment longer, everything would have been fine. Let Me fell silent, fully aware of Yejie's position. He had intentionally chosen not to wait, if he had relied on the jungler to secure the kill. How could he redeem himself for the previous solo kill? Therefore, whenever there was a glimmer of opportunity, he was determined to pursue a solo kill rather than seek assistance and tee that moment. Xiaohu interjected. Wait a moment. What is with the crocodile's starting item? A corrupting potion on a crocodile. How absurd! Upon hearing this, the RNG team took notice. Yejie exclaimed in disbelief. A corrupting potion crocodile managed to solo kill the sword mistress. Let Me bristled, thinking to himself how Xiaohu's comments were rather ill-timed. Fixating on such trivialities, he quickly sought an excuse. He was trying to throw you off. If he'd built a Doran's blade, I would have taken him seriously. It's because I noticed he had a corrupting potion and no consumables that I felt more at ease. Otherwise, he surely wouldn't have been able to contend with me. Xiaohu, taken aback, asked, wait, he didn't even buy consumables. How outrageous. How did you end up getting solo killed? Let Me suddenly realized he had let slip something he shouldn't have. That wasn't this just digging a deeper hole. What to do now? He quickly asserted, forget about that. It won't be an issue moving forward. Just watch me perform. Let Me could only forcefully redirect the conversation. Yejie noted, it seems the crocodile no longer has a flash. Wait for me to arrive. Let Me replied, sure, you can come and snag and assist if you like. Hearing this, Yejie scratched his head, puzzled by Let Me's audacity. How could he remain so proud after being solo killed? Meanwhile, on EDG's side, upon witnessing the solo kill in the top lane, the EDG team was astonished, especially the jungler, that he had been on his way to the top lane, yet had failed to secure even an assist. The jungler remarked, impressive, you managed a solo kill despite that build. Imagine how effortless it would have been with a standard setup. Su Bai dismissed the notion. In a normal scenario, no one would exert themselves against Let Me. Surely that can't be true. Miko chuckled. Your words may offend many. Feel free to say such things in our presence, but be cautious not to let others hear, or you may ruffle some feathers, Scout added. Although many often claim Let Me is subpar, it is merely due to the high expectations placed upon him at RNG. In reality, he is not among the worst top laners. Su Bai chuckled upon hearing this. Is he not considered weak? It was not Su Bai's intention to deliberately belittle Let Me. In his eyes, Let Me was indeed inept, otherwise he would not have been expelled from the team. After replenishing his supplies, Su Bai returned to the lane, initially expecting Let Me to play more conservatively. However, Let Me remained aggressive, constantly seeking opportunities. Naturally, Su Bai would not grant Let Me the chance to become arrogant. The moment the champion Fiora unleashed her Q ability, the crocodile champion executed a swift retreat. The Fiora's Q missed its target. The crocodile began to counterattack. With Fiora's Q on cooldown, its duration would be extensive. The crocodile engaged with his E ability, followed by an auto attack and a red fury enhanced W. This time, Su Bai opted not to play defensively, but to launch an immediate assault. Let Me was still observing, hoping to glean insights from the previous exchange. Yet he was caught off guard as the crocodile struck decisively, leaving him no time to react. The crocodile followed up with another auto attack, finishing with a red fury Q ability, then executed a second E to disengage, all in one fluid motion. In this exchange, it could hardly be said that Let Me had merely lost health. It was more accurate to declare that he had suffered a devastating blow. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it said that he couldn't play without drinking? Let Me found himself questioning his existence. During the first engagement, he could attribute his defeat to Su Bai's inebriation, reasoning that his vision should deteriorate with the passage of time. However, there was no indication of any decline now. Hold on, I'm coming right over to control the minion wave. Yejie's voice resonated through the air. Let Me took a moment to collect himself and began to manage the minion wave. In truth, he need not exert himself to control the wave, for the crocodile was pushing it forward in pursuit of fury. Soon enough, Yejie's Gragas approached the top lane, preparing to make a move. Observing this, the commentator Doim remarked, It seems RNG intends to target this crocodile. MLXG is on his way, and the crocodile lacks a flash. Pushing forward will be exceedingly perilous. Miller added, "Have you noticed something? This rookie top laner seems rather reluctant to place wards, that he carries vision but fails to utilize it, leaving free wards unspent." Doim replied, "I believe this is a common flaw among newcomers, bringing that casual rank mentality into competitive play. Nonetheless, it is a minor issue, easily rectified with a few reprimands from the coach. Every player must undergo this learning process. You go in and bait him." MLXG signaled, noting that the crocodile had his E ability available, making it challenging to catch him without first luring out the ability. Therefore, this time, Fiora opted to take the initiative, even though she did not find an opening. She nonetheless used her Q ability to engage. Not only did she use her Q, but she also expended her W ability, seemingly anticipating that the crocodile would respond with his W first. Su Bai's crocodile deftly sidestepped Fiora's lunge, countering with a W to stun her, following up with an auto attack in a Q, then retreated with a second, escaping unscathed at that moment. Gragas had already approached from the river, and had the crocodile used his first E to advance, he could have secured a kill. Yet the crocodile was too decisive. Despite the opportunity for a solo kill, he chose to flee instead. Did he catch on? MLXG pondered a possibility that seemed the only explanation for the crocodile's behavior. Otherwise, there was no reason for such an action. Damn it, he must be scared of being counterkilled. It couldn't simply be because he knew I was nearby. Let me dismiss MLXG's assertion, providing an explanation that made little sense. The crocodile's failure to ward the river suggested an alarming level of awareness. Thus, let me could never admit to such a realization. You want to farm? I'll be leaving. MLXG decided to withdraw. Su Bai's retreat was not born from fear of being countered. Should the fight continue, it was certain that Fiora would be the one to perish. He had discerned that Fiora was attempting to bait him, so he chose to conserve his health and then escape, emerging not only unscathed but even ahead. Once his ability's cooldown was complete, Su Bai returned to the lane. Now, Fiora found herself in a precarious position. Her health was too low, preventing her from approaching the minion wave. Su Bai had capitalized on this weakness and began to control the wave. Damn it, how infuriating. Playing a crocodile and controlling the wave. Where's your dignity? Letme was at a loss, resorting to psychological tactics. Ultimately, he could attribute the current situation to any factors he wished, but he could never concede that Su Bai was formidable. That was simply unacceptable to him. Su Bai remained unperturbed, opting to play slowly, crossing over the minion wave to deny Fiora any experience. Meanwhile, the jungler's Jarvan was scheming in the bottom lane. Watch my position. Jarvan signaled to the duo in the bottom lane. The two began to look for opportunities. Jarvan was hidden in the tri-brush, and for a gank to be effective, RNG's bot lane needed to push the minion wave, allowing him to flank from the river. Fortunately, RNG's bot lane was consistently pushing, and all the EDG duo needed was to let the minion wave come to them. Soon, the minion wave reached the turret. Jarvan was itching to make a move. As long as Xayah and Lulu maintained pressure in front of the turret, he could wrap around from the river. However, after waiting in the brush for a good 10 seconds, Jarvan sensed something was amiss. This was not Yejie's typical style. Yejie usually pushed the minion wave to the turret, seeking opportunities to poke from there, a strategy that suffocated the opposing bot lane. Yet this time, Yejie had yet to appear, as if he had returned to base to be cautious. They may be lying in ambush in the brush. Jarvan suddenly considered an alternative possibility. Upon hearing this, Miko's Lulu moved closer to the brush, maneuvering carefully. As long as she avoided being caught by the wind from Seraphine, she would be fine. However, there was no movement from the brush. At this distance, Seraphine should have cast her wind, and Xayah could have executed a combo. There was no reason for them to remain idle. They seemed to be absent. Have they returned? Miko expressed her confusion. Jarvan contemplated. It can't be that they returned to base. At this time, Yejie wouldn't have enough gold for any crucial items. And his condition was excellent, not requiring a recall. Wait a minute. Mid lane, Jarvan suddenly realized. Almost simultaneously, MLXG's Gragas appeared in the mid lane. At that moment, Xiaohu's Orianna had already utilized her QW to slow down Scout's rise. And Gragas approached from the side, unleashing a Q ability to Gragas's Q hit Rise, applying a slow effect. Rise turned to control Gragas, but due to the slow, he could not escape. Once the control effects wore off, Gragas charged forward. Rise decisively used his flash. Gragas followed with his own flash, successfully knocking Rise back. Oriana advanced to contribute damage, securing the kill. Xiaohu exclaimed, "Nice, I can now play freely in the mid lane." He still lacks a flash, and at level 6, I can initiate a play. MLXG replied, "Hold your position in the mid lane. Don't let them get first blood on you." Xiaohu was brimming with confidence. How could that happen? I'm not let me. Xiaohu intended to make a jest to lighten the mood. However, his words provoked Let Me's ire. "Xiaohu, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't recall engaging with you. Why are you mentioning me?" Xiaohu, bewildered, responded, "Bro, I was just joking. Why are you so worked up?" Let Me retorted, "You can eat whatever you like, but don't speak carelessly." Xiaohu scratched his head, sensing that Let Me was behaving differently today. Let Me had often been a source of frustration. Yet he would typically remain silent when criticized, showing some self-awareness. But now he had become unexpectedly irritable that on EDG's side, Scout cautioned, "The enemy jungler lacks a flash, and I don't have one either." Upon witnessing the mid lane being ambushed, Jarvan realized, the enemy did this on purpose. They pushed the bot lane to make me believe there was an opportunity, but they did not pressure the bot lane, sending their jungler to catch the mid lane instead. Leaving me unable to assist, Miko inquired. "That's quite astute. What should we do now? Continue to pressure their bot lane?" Jarvan replied, "It's a bit tricky now. I'm concerned that MLXG might come to the bot lane. And if we get counter-ganked, it could be troublesome." Upon hearing these words, Miko felt a headache as MLXG's movements were notoriously difficult to predict. After all, he was a practitioner of the fasting jungle style, leaving one perpetually uncertain whether he would forego farming jungle camps altogether to ambush the lower lane after ganking mid with no vision in the enemy jungle. They remained oblivious to MLXG's whereabouts. Meanwhile, with the mid lane having fallen, the captain could not afford to venture into the enemy's jungle to ascertain MLXG's position. Discovery would mean certain doom. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and EDG struggled to find a breakthrough. The captain was at a loss, unsure of his next move. Just then, Su Bai's voice rang out. "I will check to see if the jungler is nearby." Upon hearing this, the captain glanced toward the top lane. There, the minion wave had become uncontrollable, prompting Su Bai to push it directly into the enemy turret and feign a recall in the brush. Craftily, Su Bai approached the brush and initiated the recall just before entering it. However, he had not yet stepped inside, and his recall was spotted by Let Me. Su Bai entered the brush, pretending to recall. In reality, he circled through the river, heading straight for the enemy jungle from the commentary booth. While unnoted, I wonder if you all caught that detail. The crocodile employed a trick in the top lane, making the opponent believe he had returned, when in fact he was heading toward the jungle. Milo added, "Currently, there are no signals being communicated from RNG, indicating that Let Me is unaware that the crocodile did not actually recall, but is instead roaming. Now it's just a matter of who will be unfortunate." The director switched the camera to Su Bai, whose crocodile was making a beeline for the enemy jungle's red buff. Just as Su Bai entered the red buff brush, MLXG appeared. MLXG's barrel was seen moving upward, seemingly on his way to farm, and seizing this opportunity, Su Bai approached the barrel, landing a basic attack followed by a W skill to immobilize it, then followed up with another basic attack and Q skill. How did the crocodile end up here? MLXG was taken aback. What the hell, a magician? Initially, he had not focused his camera on himself, but upon adjusting his view, he realized he had lost a significant portion of his health. MLXG's barrel used E skill to attempt a retreat, only for the crocodile to counter with his own E skill, blocking the barrel's escape. The barrel, having already burned Flash in mid lane, now found itself with no avenue of escape. The crocodile followed up with 2 basic attacks and then executed a second E skill to claim the kill. Witnessing Su Bai secure a solo kill in the jungle, Scout cheered, "Nice job." "Brother, they like to gank me." "Huh? Are they still keen on that now?" The captain remarked, "Now we can make our move in the bottom lane, given that they were aware of MLXG's demise and that he could not counter-gank." They felt emboldened to act. As the next wave of minions approached, Yejie's positioning was still relatively safe. However, this time, EDG's bottom lane did not have to worry about a countergank from the jungler, allowing them to proactively draw out the enemy. While Yejie Xayah farmed, Eboe's Kog'Maw activated his W skill to begin harassing, landing an E skill to apply slow, and the two commenced trading blows. Yejie certainly did not wish to suffer this indignity, and thus, upon Xayah's approach, he retaliated immediately. All of this unfolded precisely as EDG had anticipated. They knew Yejie too well and were acutely aware that once provoked, he would not be able to restrain himself. Simultaneously, both supports joined the fray to assist with the harass. Ming's Janna provided slows to Kog'Maw, followed by a gust to lift him into the air. Yejie's bloodlust ignited. This was an opportune moment. Just then, the Captain Jarvan IV arrived from the river. Yejie, having pursued too deeply, found himself in a precarious position. This is unfair, Yejie lamented, feeling outnumbered in the EDG bottom lane. Miko's Lulu transformed Yejie Xayah into a sheep, granting Eboe a chance to maneuver. With the captain approaching, Yejie realized escape was futile and opted to continue fighting, pressing forward. Eboe, overwhelmed, had no choice but to use flash to retreat. Yejie followed suit, securing the kill. The captain's Jarvan IV executed a swift EQ combo to claim Yejie's life, Wawa commented. That was quite bold from Yejie, going all in like that. I sense the captain displayed remarkable patience, only acting when he was certain there would be no countergank. Yet still went a bit awry. Milu remarked, one must acknowledge individual skill. It plays a significant role in matches. On EDG's side, the captain expressed dissatisfaction with the gank, stating, I should have acted more swiftly. If I had, he would have had no chance to retaliate. Miko added, the main issue was underestimating their decisiveness. If it had been another team's bottom lane, they would certainly not have countered so boldly without considering whether the jungler was nearby. The captain replied, that's just Yejie's nature. We can exploit that. Next time, we must proceed with caution. Meanwhile, on RNG's side, although the bottom lane had not suffered, someone was paying the price. MLXG exclaimed, let me, what on earth are you doing? The enemy top laner has invaded my jungle without a single signal from you. At the very least, you could have signaled that the top lane was missing, allowing me to be more cautious. Let me, feeling wronged, replied, I clearly saw him attempting to recall. He was toying with me, pretending not to enter the brush, making me believe he was returning. MLXG was left speechless. Can you not think a little more critically? Are you really that easy to deceive? Xiaohu interjected, forget it, it's not a big deal. Let's just keep playing. MLXG, known for his fiery temperament, never hesitated to voice his opinions about his teammates. In the top lane, Su Bai had returned to lane. The minion wave had reset in the middle, much to Letme's dismay. Letme's health remained critically low, and a single combo from the crocodile could easily spell his demise. This left Letme reluctant to approach the crocodile, perpetually fearing a solo kill. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Without minions, the Fiora would become utterly ineffective, not to mention missing out on experience. As time ticked away, watching the minions dwindle, Letme was left with no choice but to call for assistance from his teammates. Brothers, I need help in the top lane. Can someone come for just one wave? Upon hearing this, MLXG firmly declined. Not coming. In your state, even a 2-on-1 would be challenging. Yejie chimed in with sarcasm. Didn't you claim that Fiora could dominate Su Bai? Now you're telling me that your teammates 1T come to assist you, and you can't even hold your lane? Who's really dominating whom here? Naturally, for Letme to admit inferiority to Su Bai was unthinkable. So he responded, I truly underestimated him. You all should know that once a top laner is solo killed, it's nearly impossible to recover. It's not that he's exceptionally skilled. He simply got lucky. After he killed me once, I was forced onto the back foot. Upon hearing this, Yejie merely chuckled, clearly unconvinced, but he had no desire to continue arguing with Letme. Xiaohu then remarked, I'm playing Orianna, and this champion cannot roam unless the opportunity is impeccable. Otherwise, it would simply be a waste of time, you understand? Letme felt despair, with no jungler and no mid laner arriving. He was left with no choice but to return to base for supplies. Lacking teleport, he could only walk back. Upon returning to the top lane, Su Bai had pushed the wave into the enemy turret. As Letme made his way back up, he stole glances at the other lanes. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned about the other lanes. Rather, he couldn't bear to witness the minions being obliterated by the turret below the top lane tower. Each fallen minion struck him with pain. For every single one was precious given his current meager farm. Upon his return to the top lane, only 3 ranged minions remained in front of the turret. Without hesitation, Lemmy unleashed his Q skill to secure a last hit, akin to discovering an oasis in a desert. Yet as soon as he moved in, the crocodile retaliated with a W skill, immobilizing him, followed by a basic attack, a red rage Q, and finally a second E skill to escape. In one fluid motion, Lemmy was left with nearly half of his health gone. Wawa observed how is one supposed to play this top lane. The Fiora just returned and managed to secure a single minion, yet has lost half her health to the crocodile. The cost of last hitting is far too steep. Miller, it is no exaggeration to say that every time Lemmy attempts to secure a last hit, it becomes a test of caution, as he must be wary of being worn down by the crocodile. With his health so low, he could easily fall victim to a solo kill as the next wave of minions approaches. Su Bai's crocodile swiftly pushes the lane. Just like before, once the minions reach the tower, he seeks opportunities in front of the defenses. Lemmy's Fiora steps forward to last hit, though he is positioned before his own turret. He remains exceedingly cautious. The crocodile is drawing near. Lemmy's anxiety heightens. He is aware that the crocodile possesses a combo that can deal damage without taking any hits in return. If he can counter the crocodile and keep him under the turret, not only could he potentially secure a kill, but he could also severely weaken the crocodile, causing him to think twice about his brashness. In this situation, the timing of Fiora's W skill, the Lawrence Heartseeker, becomes crucial. As the crocodile approaches the turret, he disregards Fiora and begins attacking the turret. Although Fiora's equipment is subpar, she is still Fiora and can exploit weaknesses to deal true damage. Thus, she decisively uses her Q skill to reposition, preparing to strike at the crocodile's exposed vulnerability. The moment Fiora makes her move, the crocodile retaliates with a furious Q, stunning Fiora, and then follows up with a second E skill to disengage. Before the turret can retaliate, the crocodile has already pulled back. This moment, Fiora's health is reduced to a mere third. Goodness, such audacity. Lemmy is astounded. Had he executed a QW combo, the crocodile would have been trapped under the turret. How can the crocodile be so bold? Lemmy feels that if he seizes the opportunity, he could undoubtedly turn the tide his favorite, of course. While Lemmy thinks this, the spectators watching the match do not share his sentiment. The audience floods the live chat with comments. This Fiora is being completely toyed with. The crocodile has full control over when to strike. I just want to know, has there ever been a moment in this match where Fiora successfully countered the crocodile with her W skill? You all are placing too much faith in Lemmy. It is already commendable that he hasn't been mindlessly solo killed. Lemmy's gameplay appears to rely heavily on luck. His reaction speed is too slow, and he cannot keep up as another wave of minions reaches the turret. Su Bai's crocodile approaches Fiora with hostility. This moment, Fiora's health is precariously low, making her susceptible to a solo kill. The pressure mounts on Lemmy. He now has 2 choices. Either he attempts to counterattack using his W skill beneath the turret, which carries the risk of being killed if unsuccessful, or he retreats to replenish his health, which would result in losing a significant number of minions. Lemmy hesitates for 3 seconds, ultimately deciding to stay and attempt to play. He does not believe that Su Bai is truly that formidable. After all, Su Bai has no potions left to use, so he should be an easy target. Lemmy's Fiora moves closer to the crocodile beneath the tower. This moment, the crocodile is dismantling the turret. Lemmy adjusts his angle and unleashes a Q skill, striking the vulnerability before swiftly repositioning. The crocodile remains unresponsive, continuing to secure minions. How pretentious. I see right through your facade. Lemmy again employs his Q skill. This time, as his Q skill is unleashed, the crocodile activates his W, a prime opportunity. Lemmy seizes the moment and chooses to counter with his W skill, the Lawrence Heartseeker. Then he is left dumbfounded. Indeed, the crocodile activated his W skill. However, the crocodile does not auto-attack, thus not utilizing his W skill, and instead uses his E skill to sidestep Fiora's W skill. The instant Fiora's W dissipates, the crocodile, fueled by fury, ensnares Fiora with his W. Follows up with an auto attack, and then executes a Q skill, concluding with a second E skill to claim the kill. Another solo kill in the top lane. The crowd erupts in excitement in the commentary booth. Wawa remarks, "It's tough for Let Me. He's been in a constant battle with the crocodile in the top lane, yet he loses every time. Who can withstand this? His W skill has been a continuous waste, achieving nothing. Miller, I feel that Let Me is significantly lacking in this regard. Once or twice, one might say the opponent was fortunate or that he failed to perform, but when it happens every time, it reveals a deficiency in skill. On RNG's side, upon witnessing yet another kill in the top lane, the team has grown weary of commenting, as they have effectively given up hope. After all, merely saying a few words will not prevent him from being solo killed. Moreover, this time, Fiora was slain beneath the turret, clearly a result of a solo kill. Seeing his teammates silent, Let Me becomes anxious, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, you must believe me. This crocodile is merely relying on luck. His playstyle is entirely based on chance that, if I ever catch him off guard, he is finished. No one can depend on luck indefinitely. MLXG. All right, just focus on your own play till we Haven T said anything." Yet you seem to be the one panicking. Let Me, upon hearing this, becomes genuinely agitated. What I say is true. If you don't believe me, just review the recordings. That crocodile is purely gambling on luck. Let Me and MLXG continue to argue when suddenly, news of misfortune arrives from the mid lane. Xiaohu S. Oriana has been caught and killed. Xiaohu can no longer contain himself. "Signal! Give us a signal! What are you doing?" The opposing crocodile is already in the mid lane, yet no signals have been given. Let Me is utterly bewildered. No, he should have returned after losing half his health to the turret. With so much gold, how could he not go back? In this instance, Let Me truly failed to pay attention. Subconsciously, he believed the crocodile would undoubtedly retreat, given that his state was not optimal and he had enough gold for items. It was logical for him to return. However, Su Bai did not retreat, leaving Let Me in a state of confusion. "Xiaohu, I don't want to comment on your inability to hold your lane, but you can't even keep track of the others? Is it really that difficult to signal? Why was no signal given?" Let Me acknowledges that failing to signal is indeed his fault. Dwelling on a matter would not benefit him, so he shifts his focus. "It's fine. It is not a big issue. This crocodile will surely falter. He has no potions left. Once he returns, I will solo kill him, and all the previous disadvantages will be rectified." Xiaohu chuckles. "If you can solo kill him, I will eat excrement." Xiaohu, now a bit heated, has locked horns with Let Me. "Let Me, you need not eat anything, but I'm certain I can secure a kill that I in the top lane." Su Bai's crocodile returns to the lane, now at half health. Meanwhile, Fiora is nearly at full health, but is one level behind. The crocodile stands at level 5 while Fiora is at level 4. Let Me's Fiora begins to stir with anticipation, yearning for this chance to secure a kill that if the crocodile returns to replenish, turning his gold into items, such an opportunity would vanish. Moreover, this time, the crocodile's vulnerability has been exposed, placing Fiora in a favorable position. Thus, Fiora directly employs her Q skill to strike the vulnerability, almost simultaneously as the crocodile retaliates with his own Q skill. This time, after striking the vulnerability, Fiora uses the speed boost to advance rather than retreat. Witnessing this scene, Wawa comments, "I have a feeling that Fiora intends to go all in. Is she truly prepared for this? Can she really overcome him?" Miller, it's hard to say. The crocodile's health is quite low, and it seems Fiora may have a chance that, of course, if she can execute her W skill effectively, that opportunity will greatly increase. Just as the two finish speaking, the crocodile's W skill is unleashed unexpectedly, ensnaring Fiora. Let Me initially thought that Su Bai would pull back, but was caught off guard when the W skill was used immediately, leaving him no time to react. However, this time is different. This ISN team mere attrition. The crocodile's full combo only removes half of Fiora's health, allowing her to continue fighting. In terms of burst damage, Fiora naturally cannot match the crocodile. But in terms of sustained damage output, she holds a distinct advantage. The crocodile's health continues to dwindle, and having used his E skill for damage, he finds himself with no escape. Let Me begins to shout, "What now? Show us your skill." As the next vulnerability refreshes, Let Me unleashes his Q skill, claiming the crocodile's life. Of course, this is merely his imagination. The reality is that the crocodile has leveled up. The crocodile reaches level 6, activating his ultimate, which grants him additional health to withstand Fiora's damage. At this moment, the health of the duelist was critically low, prompting an urgent activation of his W skill to block the damage from the crocodile. Once the W skill dissipated, the crocodile swiftly retaliated with a furious Q, completing the counter kill, just a hair's breadth away, just a fraction of a moment. Why? Why did he level up? Is luck truly so generous? Let Me was engulfed in despair. The agony of witnessing hope only to have it snatched away is the most excruciating of experiences. It would have been far better had he never glimpsed that flicker of hope. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, the analyst, Wawa, remarked, "This upgrade for the crocodile is pivotal. Had he not leveled up, the duelist would have secured the kill. This instance certainly carries a degree of fortune, and I believe that is entirely justifiable." However, Miller offered a contrasting perspective. "I don't think it's quite so straightforward. Reflect on that preceding skirmish. The crocodile had his E-skill available to escape, yet he chose not to. Instead, he utilized his E-skill to inflict damage. Ensuring he could absorb experience from the minion wave, he must have calculated the experience gain beforehand." Upon hearing this, Wawa was taken aback. Is it really that extravagant? Was it all premeditated? Does that mean his fate was not merely at the mercy of others? In the official livestream, viewers inundated the chat with comments. "Let Me is truly a liability, getting solo killed again. Can he not contribute anything? Come on, Let Me. It's nauseating. How does RNG have such a top laner? If only Let Me possessed a modicum of competence, RNG wouldn't be struggling so much." Just as the spectators were lamenting, the dynamics of the match began to shift. The jungler called upon Scout, strategizing to engage the bottom lane. His plan was straightforward. The crocodile had soloed the duelist in the top lane, leaving himself wounded after an extended skirmish. Logically, MLXG should be en route to assist, with the jungler unable to make it to the top lane in time. They would instead focus on the bottom lane. The jungler signaled for action in the top lane. Having done all he could, the fate of Su Bai now rested upon his own maneuvers. "I have my ultimate. I'll fly in from this direction." Scout made his way toward the enemy's lower jungle, confident that once the minion wave reached the turret, he could execute a surprise attack alongside his teammates. Just as EDG felt assured of their strategy, calamity struck. As Scout entered the enemy jungle, he was ambushed by a barrel and a clockwork, lurking just around the corner. Each unleashed their abilities in unison, obliterating Scout's rise before he could even respond. "The enemy jungler is here," Scout warned. The jungler's Jarvan had reached the river, initially intent on aiding Scout, but soon realized it was too late. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the duo prepared to retreat. What was initially a 4-on-2 engagement had now devolved into a 3-on-4. Chase! On RNG's side, Yejie was determined not to squander this opportunity. Leading his support, Ming, in pursuit, the EDG duo found themselves overextended. While RNG's mid and jungle flanked from the river, with the jungler caught in between. What to do now? A direct retreat seemed impossible, yet a counterattack appeared futile. "That I'm on my way." Su Bai's voice resonated. Almost simultaneously, Yejie's Xayah, aided by the Wind Maiden, closed in on the EDG duo. In a desperate attempt to secure a kill, Xayah utilized her art to follow up with a snare. Yejie quickly flashed to create distance. But Miko was unfortunately caught by the snare. The Wind Maiden followed up with a gust, trapping Lulu in place. Observing this, the jungler attempted to retaliate with an EQ combo to launch Xayah. Seeking to turn the tide, Yejie also initiated a counterattack, yet the early game output of the champion, Kog'Maw, fell short, with Xayah lacking both her ultimate and flash, and having been EQ'd, she found herself in a precarious position. The Wind Maiden unleashed her ultimate, causing Xayah's health to surge. The barrel and clockwork had arrived. The barrel executed a flash E to immobilize Lulu, granting no opportunity for her to escape, resulting in a successful kill. The jungle's Jarvan was now under siege, on the brink of collapse. Everyone must perish. Just then, from the nearby brush emerged a prehistoric giant crocodile. The crocodile promptly teleported in, arriving just in time. With Xayah lacking both flash and ultimate, The jungler quickly communicated with Su Bai. Su Bai had indeed seen the situation unfold. He activated his E-skill to graze the Wind Maiden, utilizing the second East to close in on Xayah. "Crocodile! Crocodile!" Yejie shouted frantically, urging his teammates for assistance. Yet his allies were devoid of any abilities. The crocodile unleashed his skills, AWAQ, executing Xayah in a single flurry, reducing her health to mere remnants. The RNG team was thrown into chaos. With the crocodile in full health, they had lost their core damage dealer. How could they possibly deal with this crocodile? Retreat. MLXG decisively ordered his team to fall back. Lacking flash placed him in a perilous position. Thus he opted to utilize his E-skill for a hasty retreat. Xiaohu's clockwork and Ming's wind maiden immediately expended their flashes, without further hesitation. Hence, what was poised to erupt into a fierce battle. Upon the crocodile's arrival, transformed into a frenzied flight for RNG, the Wawa observed. Is this the intimidation factor of the crocodile? Once he teleported in, RNG immediately chose to disengage, abandoning even the low health kill. Miller responded. Primarily, the crocodile has become overly fed. Even at this level, he is exceptionally frightening, not to mention his numerous kills. Xayah was obliterated by a mere set of his abilities. It's simply absurd. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, the jungler had not anticipated his own survival. He remarked, "Well done, Su Bai. I thought I was finished." Miko added, "Fortunately, Su Bai came down. It ended as a 1-for-1 trade, with us losing a support, but taking down their ADC. Which is a net gain. Quite favorable." Scout reflected, "This blunder primarily falls on me. I did not foresee the enemy's ambush." The jungler countered, "This isn't your fault. I misjudged the situation, thinking MLXG had returned to the top lane. The opportunity there was excellent, and logically he should have gone, but I wondered if they had given up on the top lane." Hearing this, Miko chuckled, "I think that is quite possible. Letme has been solo killed several times. So it's understandable if his teammates have lost faith in him." Conversely, the atmosphere on RNG's side was palpably different. What should have been a resounding victory had instead turned into a loss. Yejie found it intolerable that he had inadvertently caused their downfall. Are we lacking a top laner? Why is their top laner consistently making plays while we can barely catch a glimpse of ours? Should we even continue? Perhaps we should inform the referee that we only have 4 players. This is an unfair match. Letme retorted, "Did I not signal you? You should have retreated upon seeing the teleport." Yejie chuckled, "Such a prime opportunity, and you expect us to retreat upon seeing the teleport. Should we be the ones to clean up your mess? Don't you have a teleport? What is it for?" Letme fell silent, for his teleport had been used merely to return to lane after being repeatedly slain. He had no choice but to TP back, lest he incur even greater losses, with Letme now silent. Yejie continued, "The gap in the top lane is insurmountable. At this point, I have no idea how to play. I'll just watch you all perform." Sensing Yejie's resignation, Xiao interjected, "It's all right. There is still a chance. My development is decent. During team fights, we just need to contain the crocodile. With a Wind Maiden, it will be exceedingly difficult for the crocodile to exert his influence." Meanwhile, in the official livestream chat, viewers flooded the comments with messages. "This is the first time I've witnessed such a vast disparity in the top lane that it's utterly ridiculous. Can Letme not contribute anything? I feel like without Letme, RNG would find things considerably easier. Let's not engage in unnecessary criticism, for players can't carry the game. Letme's only role is to allow the match to commence, and that is quite the burden." The factory director seized the opportunity in the bottom lane to claim the dragon as well. Although RNG felt a tinge of reluctance, MLXG contemplated making a move to steal it. However, with the imposing presence of the crocodile, MLXG ultimately relinquished his unrealistic aspirations. This back and forth allowed EDG to begin accumulating advantages that Su by return to base to replenish supplies before heading back to the top lane to continue his development. Letme had initially taken advantage of Su Bai's absence to farm vigorously twice. This was his moment of bliss. Despite being chastised by his teammates, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction at finally being able to farm without harassment. It was akin to running through a sunlit forest at dawn, where the air was fresh and the soul was elevated. Then, the crocodile returned. Letme was abruptly jolted back to reality upon seeing the crocodile, equipped with a full set of items while he remained in piecemeal gear. He instinctively retreated to the safety of his turret. Instead of continuing to control the lane, the crocodile pushed forward, filled with rage, to confront the duelists. Let Me found himself once more faced with a choice: to risk being solo killed by engaging the crocodile onto the turret for experience, or to retreat and perhaps farm the jungle. Naturally, when it came to farming the jungle, he had to consider MLXG's mood, given the previous conflicts between the two and their standings within the team. This seemed rather unfeasible. The crocodile continued to press forward, with the duelists ready to abandon the range of the first turret. If they truly retreated, returning would be a challenge. Thus, Let Me steeled himself and opted to use his Q ability to engage, attempting to contest the crocodile with the turret's support. The moment he lunged, the crocodile activated his W skill. Without hesitation, Let Me followed up with W, the Lawrence Heartblade. However, as soon as he unleashed his W, regret washed over him. He was once again outplayed. Although the crocodile had activated W, he did not attack. This rendered the duelist's W effectively wasted. After the duelist's W expired, the crocodile utilized W to evade the control, then unleashed a basic attack, followed by Q, transitioning into a Tiamat activation and a two-part E skill to inflict damage. Following this combination, the duelists found themselves down to less than a third of their health. Having been outmaneuvered by the crocodile and losing so much health, Let Me's mental state shattered. Have you all nurtured the crocodile to such proportions? How am I supposed to face him in the top lane? He became frustrated, inadvertently voicing his innermost thoughts. I end this match. MLXG, Xiaohu, and Yejie had all contributed to the crocodile's kills. Let Me. The fault lay heavily with his teammates. Upon hearing this, Yejie could no longer remain silent. Let Me. Are you serious? You can't even hold your own in lane, constantly getting soloed, and you're blaming us for not signaling? Xiaohu, if you had signaled, would I have died? Let Me truly did not wish to shoulder this blame, as it implied admitting he was inferior to Su Bai. Let Me then began to argue defensively. I may have missed signaling a few times, but does that mean he had to die when he ganked you? Can't you all be a bit more cautious? If you die the moment he ganks, what can I do? Yejie, taken aback, retorted. Is this even reasonable? It sounds like you've lost your mind. MLXG chimed in. We should have selected a tank for the top lane. I have no idea what Fengge was thinking, letting Let Me pick the duelists. Has he not woken up? At this moment, in RNG's lounge, Fengge's face flushed with embarrassment, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His reaction stemmed from witnessing Let Me's lackluster performance. Originally, Fengge had entrusted Let Me with the duelists, hoping he would shine in lane, secure solo kills, and lead the team to victory, as the duelists possessed such potential. Yet, who could have anticipated that Let Me's duelist would be outclassed by Su Bai? Let Me, what are you doing? You claimed you could play duelists. Is this what you call playing well? Fengge shared Let Me's anxiety. If Su Bai proved himself in these matches, both of them would be in serious trouble. However, the sole glimmer of hope was that RNG still held an advantage in the bottom lane, particularly with Xiaohu in the mid lane. Although he had been ganked by the crocodile once, the kill had gone to the crocodile. With MLXG's assistance in securing a kill, Oriana could now pressure Scout's rise. Xiaohu began to set the pace. In this match, let me farm. You all hold on, we can win. MLXG, I'll come amid to help with vision. Don't die again. Xiaohu, as long as we keep an eye on the top lane, we'll be fine. Ming, I'll keep watch on the top lane. RNG still aimed for victory, especially against EDG. For RNG, losing to anyone was acceptable, but not to EDG. Therefore, they decided to temporarily set aside the top lane issues and focus on finding a way to win. At the 15-minute mark, the second dragon spawned. RNG began to establish vision around the dragon. MLXG stated, let us bait them into a team fight by drawing them to the dragon. The terrain of the dragon pit favors our red side. Xiao, watch my ultimate. I'll find a right moment to strike. Will 1T be able to fight us effectively, no matter how fed the crocodile is? Can he really take on 5? Ming, I'll primarily protect the backline, keeping the crocodile at bay. The rest is up to you. The RNG team had preliminarily devised a strategy. Consequently, after the dragon spawned, they commenced their assault on it, pulling it out of the pit to engage. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, Miko cautioned, are they taking the dragon? Should we go? The factory director weighed his options before deciding. The vision is poor, the positioning is unfavorable. Let it go. Maybe, already secured the first dragon. It's fine. Su Bai had a different perspective. We can take it. Give me a TP ward. You all go first. Miko suddenly found himself at a loss, unsure whether to heed one or the other. Observing Su Bai's confidence, the factory director finally relented. All right, let's head over and engage. We'll set up vision first. Thus, the EDG team began to mobilize, making a beeline for the dragon pit. Seeing this, Wawa analyzed. EDG seems poised for a confrontation with RNG. Both top laners have TP, and the other 8 players are near the dragon pit. It's bound to evolve into a chaotic brawl involving all 10. Mila commented. I can't shake the feeling that EDG's choice is rather unwise. Their dual carries are underdeveloped, primarily because the crocodile is quite fed. But if the crocodile engages, it's just a matter of one combo. If the teammates lack damage, they 1T win the team fight, especially considering RNG has the advantage of terrain and vision. Over in the top lane, Su Bai pushed the minion wave towards the turret, then opted to head towards the river, while the duelists under the turret were clearing the wave. Suddenly, the duelists retreated. Su Bai had an epiphany. On the front lines, the dragon's health was dwindling, and both teams were testing each other, with a team fight imminent. Just then, a TP from RNG appeared on the front lines. Let me had arrived. Su Bai, the factory director, not having noticed his own TP, was puzzled. Yet he had no time to investigate what was happening in the top lane. He was at risk of being engaged at any moment. Too close for comfort. Not only the factory director, but the rest of EDG were also in a daze. Su Bai claimed he wanted to fight, yet the enemy top laner had arrived, and he was nowhere to be found. RNG seized the opportunity. The Crocodile STP was delayed, and they initiated a fight while it was still 4 against 5. Even if the Crocodile TP'd later, it would be too late. On RNG's side, as the duelist TP was about to land, MLXG's barrel was unleashed with an E-flash combo into his ultimate. The factory director's Jarvan was knocked back. Not only that, but EDG's formation was shattered by the barrel's ultimate, leaving the factory director to counterattack. His ultimate covered the back line, but with no follow-up damage. It was futile, though at least he was tanky enough not to be immediately eliminated. However, the rest of EDG hesitated to follow up with damage. After the duelist descended, it was now 4 against 5, a daunting prospect. Just then, Su Bai's voice echoed. I'm coming. We can fight. They are outnumbered. Upon hearing this, the EDG team noticed their own TP while the duelist TP had yet to land. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed true that the teleport of the Swordmaster has not been utilized. Counterattack. At Miko's command, he decides to bestow the ultimate shield upon the jungler's prince, allowing him to endure a little longer. Eboi's Kog'Maw activates his W skill, unleashing a torrent of damage, while MLXG's Gragas finds himself low on health. Unable to move after being polymorphed at 8T that moment, Xiaohu's Orianna flashes in, executing a QR combo with her ultimate, aiming to ensnare the entirety of EDG. Unfortunately for EDG, they were well prepared, keeping a vigilant eye on Orianna's movements and promptly using their flashes to evade her ultimate. But what of our Swordmaster? Xiaohu suddenly realizes that the Swordmaster has not joined the fray. It is not just him. Others in RNG have also caught on. Let me then remark, my teleport was interrupted. Why not mention it earlier? At this point, MLXG has already fallen to Su Bai's Crocodile teleports in, activating his ultimate to initiate a slaughter, just as he uses his E skill to close in on Yuzi's Xayah. She immediately counters with her ultimate to evade. However, once that ultimate concludes, Xayah must descend. In that moment, Janna unleashes her own ultimate to push the crocodile away. This juncture, let me add, he interrupted my teleport with his W. He should be without it now. Hearing this, Yejie is taken aback, realizing he has been deceived. Since this crocodile has no W, there was no need for him to use his ultimate in the first place. And Janna's ultimate was also unnecessary. These two ultimates were essentially squandered. After forcing the RNG duo to retreat, Su Bai chooses to turn back for assistance, first securing Xiaohu's Orianna before executing a flawless combo to eliminate her. Xiaohu is left dumbfounded. What kind of damage is this crocodile dealing to take me down in an instant? Let me, you fool, can you not even understand your teleport? Yejie exclaims in fury as he and Ming make their escape. Ultimately, both sides conclude with a trade of 1 for 2. And after claiming victory in the team fight, Yejie effortlessly secures the dragon that I in the commentary booth. Remarks, this play is intriguing. Initially, I thought the crocodile had forgotten to teleport, and that Yejie was about to face a disaster. Little did I know, the opposite occurred. It was the sword master who failed to teleport, while the crocodile arrived. The sword master must have been interrupted by the crocodile behind the first tower. Adds, this exemplifies the awareness of professional players that as the swordmaster retreated, the crocodile had already considered the possibility of teleporting into position, and with the minion wave soon approaching the tower, the swordmaster would certainly not attempt to teleport under the turret, making it easy for the crocodile to spot and interrupt. Thus, she was left with no choice but to select a position that was relatively far back, ultimately placing her beyond the protection of the turret. Continues, in the current situation, if it comes down to a straight 5-on-5 confrontation, it's truly hard to predict who will emerge victorious. Janna counters champions like the crocodile quite effectively, but if we can consistently create situations of multiple against fewer, victory becomes much more attainable. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the jungler reflects. Young players certainly enjoy the thrill, don't they? I thought you wouldn't teleport over. Miko responds, I was also astonished. I was thinking you said you wanted to engage. So why didn't you come? Su Bai reassures them, fear not, fear not. I will not abandon you. Rest assured, Su Bai's tone leaves the members of Yejie somewhat bewildered, sounding akin to a parent comforting a child. However, considering Su Bai's inebriated state, they chose not to question it on the RNG side. Yejie questions, let me, are you truly a professional player? You can't even grasp the concept of teleporting, and yet you play top lane? Let me, feeling utterly helpless, responds, I genuinely am at a loss. I retreated early to enable my teleport, sacrificing minion waves, and yet I was still interrupted while attempting to teleport from such a safe distance in front of the second tower. This crocodile must have had the awareness to arrive just in time. Otherwise, he would not have made it. This awareness is utterly insane. Truly, I did not perform well this match. It isn't that he's exceptionally skilled. Can you all understand? Yejie, exasperated, retorts, you claim the opponent is lacking, yet you are unable to overcome them. Think about it. Does that even make sense? Ming interjects, enough of this. Now is not the time for such discussions. The crocodile has become quite formidable and is proving difficult to deal with. Let's focus on farming for now. In the late game, the crocodile's impact will diminish significantly. Xiaohu concurs, I believe we can adopt this approach. I'm still not fully developed, but once I acquire my 3 core items and magic penetration, the opposing crocodile will not withstand my damage. Yejie responds, alright then, let us focus on farming, just don't get caught in any engagements. I have my ultimate for self-preservation. Thus, the RNG team shifts from offense to defense, aiming to farm as much as possible and avoiding unnecessary skirmishes. Following their dragon team fight victory, Yejie gains confidence and begins to group in the mid lane. The jungler commands, let us devise a plan to secure the mid lane turret. Once we take it down, we can engage freely. Miko adds, Ming Kai, accompany me to establish vision. We need to illuminate their jungle. Scout remarks, I will provide flanking support. They may attempt an aggressive move. The members of Yejie spring into action. The jungler and Miko head straight for the enemy jungle, followed closely by Scout's Rise. Maintaining a safe distance. As a result, RNG can only initially spot 2 individuals, unaware that Rise is lurking behind. After establishing vision in the river, the trio advances into the enemy jungle, approaching the F6 bush. A location fraught with danger. The jungler approaches first, tossing a Dalmatian standard inside, while turning back to prevent any aggressive moves. There are indeed enemies in the bush, as MLXG's Gragas lurks within. However, MLXG opts to retreat, showing no intent to initiate a fight. He doesn't even stand in the bush to deny vision to Yejie. Miko observes and mutters, when did he become so cautious? If it were the previous MLXG, I suspect he would have jumped in without hesitation. The jungler responds, whatever, let us focus on establishing vision first, then push mid with a minion wave pushed up to the turret. Yejie's 5 members regroup at the front. However, taking down the turret is still challenging. Xiaohu's Orianna sends her ball forward, and any attempt to hit the turret would risk being pulled back by her ultimate. Furthermore, Ebo's Kog'Maw lacks mobility, and with his flash on cooldown, he can only maintain distance from Orianna. making her ultimate nearly unavoidable. Yejie hesitates to approach the turret, and Scout S. Rise feels similarly cautious. Being in a comparable predicament, on RNG's side, Yejie Zaya, armed with her ultimate, Flash, Janna's protection, feels no fear of being engaged upon. Having just cleared the minion wave, she dispatches it with ease. And Yejie struggles to find an opportunity to chip away at the turret's health. In the commentary booth, notes, the situation has reached a stalemate. It is evident that Yejie is eager to accelerate the pace. But RNG is adept at stalling to this rate. I doubt they will secure the mid-lane turret even in 10 minutes. Agrees. Indeed, Yejie must reconsider their strategy. They could wait for the dragon, but if RNG has the mid-lane turret as cover, the pressure to defend the dragon will be minimal. Moreover, Yejie's current advantage is not substantial enough to contest the dragon in front of RNG. Soon, Yejie realizes that their efforts to take the mid-lane turret are futile, opting instead to target the dragon, hoping to lure RNG out. However, RNG remains steadfast, showing no interest in the dragon, allowing it to go uncontested. The jungler then instructs, I feel we can only focus on farming for now. It is too early to group up. Let us prioritize farming and wait for an opportunity. Su Bai disagrees. That simply won't do. This champion of mine becomes a super minion in the late game, and we need to quicken the pace. Hearing this, the jungler finds himself in a dilemma. How can they accelerate the tempo? Suddenly, he has a thought. I have a plan, though I am unsure if I should share it. Su Bai encourages, speak freely. The jungler replies, Su Bai, you should split push in the bottom lane. Given that the Sword Master is facing you, even under the turret, it will be quite perilous for her. This way, RNG will be forced to choose between chasing you and responding to your push, thereby luring them out. Miko, finding this idea appealing, agrees. I think that's a viable plan. Let us put into action. Seeing Su Bai remain motionless, the director began to flatter him with eloquent words. Su Bai, you should go. You are a formidable opponent, the king of one-on-one battles, the eternal god of 4-1 split pushing. The entire world trembles in your presence. You are the focal point of the universe. Upon hearing these words, the members of Yejie were left in disbelief. Was this really the usually stern director? He seemed to be acting like a fool. Su Bai responded with unwavering decisiveness. Do not think that such words can deceive me. I will not be fooled. Those who seek my favor must truly desire something from me. Despite his words, Su Bai began to make his way to the bot lane, advancing the minion wave and pushing down the bot outer turret. RNG reacted swiftly, dispatching their champion Let Me to defend the bot lane. Observing the situation, Dada commented, it seems Yejie has found a solution. They still rely on the individual prowess of their top lane, looking for opportunities through a 4-1 split. Miller remarked, this is indeed a feasible strategy. The Fiora is 2 levels behind, not to mention the significant equipment disparity. If his W skill is not executed correctly, I feel that the Renekton could easily dive and secure a kill. Although Let Me's Fiora had arrived at the bot lane, he was hesitant to engage in defense. The position of the bot outer turret was precarious. The Yejie players were converging quickly, and it was uncertain if just one player could manage to outmaneuver him. Should someone come to assist the Renekton, given the latter's advantage, it would require minimal effort to secure a kill. Thus, the bot outer turret of RNG fell swiftly, and Renekton surged forward with a minion wave toward RNG's bot turret. Witnessing the rapid demise of the bot turret, Yejie was left in disbelief. Let Me, what are you doing? The turret has fallen after just 2 waves of minions. I remember it still had plenty of health. Let Me could only tremble in fear. He truly dared not act recklessly in front of the Renekton. What if he were to be solo killed? In this match, the performance in the top lane was more significant than the outcome itself. If he were to be solo killed again, it would only serve to validate Su Bai's capabilities, an outcome Let Me could not accept. As the minion wave reached the bot inner turret, Su Bai's Renekton approached the turret. Losing the bot inner turret would mean losing the high ground, and Let Me felt the urgency of the situation, thus he steeled himself to confront the Renekton. Fortunately, he could utilize his W skill to deal true damage, ensuring he had some output. However, he had to be cautious of Renekton's burst damage combo. Suddenly, Renekton activated his W skill. This time, Let Me did not immediately use his Q skill. it was not that he wanted to play defensively, but rather, he was taken aback. In the top lane, Let Me had been toyed with numerous times, and this back and forth had instilled a psychological barrier in him. Consequently, when he saw Renekton activate his W skill, he froze, unsure of how to respond. Renekton countered with his W skill, stunning Fiora, then followed up with an auto attack and Q skill, ultimately catching her with E skill, and Fiora was already down to half health. Dada commented, "This bot lane is utterly tormenting." Renekton's combo for poke leaves Fiora with no chance to retaliate, forcing her to endure the punishment passively. Miller continued, "The pressure has shifted to RNG now. To address the issue of Renekton's split push, they must either attempt to engage in a team fight to force Renekton into confrontation. But with both top laners lacking TP, I feel that a direct fight would actually favor Renekton's split push." Dada concurred. "Indeed, the best way for RNG to break the deadlock now is to eliminate Renekton, but I feel that a single jungler cannot manage this alone. The carries must join in, or the damage output will be insufficient. Renekton, with his ultimate, is quite resilient and has strong sustained out on the battlefield. Witnessing the untenable circumstances, Let Me could only seek help. I can't hold the bot lane. Can someone come to assist?" MLXG replied, "If I go alone, it would be a death sentence. I cannot win a 2-on-1 against him. Once Renekton gains an advantage, he becomes exceedingly difficult to deal with." Let Me then declared, "Then I must concede the mid-outer turret." Let Me began to pressure his teammates, for being solo killed by Su Bai was unacceptable. He would rather lose this match. What a waste. Yejie was frustrated. With no viable options left, he resolved to find an opportunity to kill the Renekton. "Let us push the minion wave first, then move through the jungle to ambush this Renekton. Let Me, you must cooperate, understood?" "Lure him in," Let Me replied. "Understood, just come over, I'll stay in the top lane to draw attention." Thus the RNG team began their coordinated efforts, pushing the mid-lane minions towards EDG. 4 of them then moved toward the bot lane, preparing to spring a surprise on Renekton. "That we're on our way. Let Me, you go in and lure him," Yejie reminded as he approached from the jungle. Unexpectedly, Let Me, who had previously promised to lure, hesitated when it came time to execute the plan, finding himself unable to engage Renekton with his Q skill, instead keeping it ready to escape. That Yejie scolded, "Go in. Why are you just standing there like a statue?" Under Yejie's furious command, Let Me finally advanced, using his Q skill to poke Renekton before promptly retreating, readying his W skill to counter. Seeing Let Me's fearful demeanor, Yejie was both exasperated and amused. However, Renekton did not retreat decisively, and they had the opportunity to encircle him. Let Me's outrageous behavior became less significant as long as the outcome was favorable. SRNG's encirclement took shape. To prevent Renekton from escaping, Gragas and Janna circled around from the bottom lane bush. Just then, the EDG players arrived. Having sensed RNG's intentions, the director commanded, "Su Bai, you retreat. We are almost there. Once we gather, we will counterattack together." Yes, soon as the director's words fell, an absurd scene unfolded. Su Bai's Renekton turned around and headed straight into the enemy territory, advancing toward Fiora. The Fiora, who intended to flank Renekton with her teammates, found herself alone and unable to contend with him. The director shouted, "You're going the wrong way. I didn't tell you to go into their base. I told you to come back." However, at this juncture, Renekton seemed unable to escape. Not only did the EDG team feel anxious, but the commentators were also perplexed. Dada remarked, "What is this Renekton doing? If he were to regroup with his teammates, RNG would have difficulty engaging. Yet he is heading towards RNG's base." Miller noted, "Now Fiora must retreat to the turret. She can hold off Renekton with her low-tier champion, which is quite advantageous to AT this moment." The live chat was abuzz with discussions. This Renekton must still be asleep. Does he not realize he is going the wrong way? Heading into the enemy base? Truly a talent. How absurd. Does he not even know where his own base is? As the truth began to surface, many speculated that Su Bai must simply lack experience or was too anxious, completely unaware of his actions, even walking in the wrong direction. Just then, the next minion wave arrived. Let Me sense trouble as Renekton unleashed his E skill and charged forward. Fiora immediately used her Q skill to retreat. But at the moment her Q was executed, Renekton had already initiated his W skill. Fiora was stunned, and Renekton followed up with damage, leading to her demise. Furthermore, Yejie had already engaged with RNG, and the director's Jarvan 4 initiated the team fight. Igniting the clash, RNG's formation was chaotic. Originally aiming to catch Fiora, they failed to maintain a cohesive team formation. As a result, when the fight broke out, the carries could only flee with no protection in front of them. However, Xiaohu and Yejie, not having retreated far, suddenly spotted Su Bai's Renekton approaching. This created an awkward situation, as the two carries were about to brush past the immensely fat Renekton. This would be a challenge. Upon seeing Xiaohu and Yejie approaching, Su Bai was equally astonished. This was a windfall for him. With no retreat left, he would embrace the impending chaos. The Butcher of the Sands, Renekton, activated his ultimate, as Xiaohu and Yejie entered a serious mode. They positioned themselves one to the left and one to the right, forcing the crocodile to confront only one of them at a time, thus avoiding the peril of its AOSU by approach from the center. Unleashing a QW combo that struck the crocodile, which swiftly darted towards him and executed a short-range E skill. Originally, the Clockwork could have utilized her extended reach to kite effectively, but due to pressure from behind, she was compelled to advance. Lacking a flash since it had been expended in the previous dragon skirmish, the crocodile closed in on the Clockwork, delivering an initial auto attack, followed by two more to AT that moment. Yejie had moved in to deal damage while retreating. As long as the crocodile directed its skills towards the Clockwork, Yejie would remain relatively safe. Moreover, the crocodile had not built any defensive items. In combining their assaults, it would inevitably succumb. The Clockwork utilized her E-skill to retrieve her ball, immediately launching her ultimate AT that instant. The crocodile executed the second part of his E-skill, seemingly to evade the ultimate. In reality, the second E-skill closed the distance to Xayah, followed by a flash into a Red Rage W skill to immobilize her, then an auto attack into a Tiamat. Culminating in a swift Q skill, Xayah was eliminated before she could unleash her ultimate. A classic feint. Yejie, stunned by the turn of events, realized that the crocodile had initially targeted him. After Xiaohu's ultimate missed and witnessing Yejie fall, he too opted to retreat. However, it was too late. Yejie had dispatched the Barrel and the Wind Maiden, and Lulu rushed in to grant the crocodile added speed. The crocodile closed in with its skills off cooldown, using E to bridge the gap and ultimately claiming the Clockwork's life. Dawa observed the chaos of the team fight and remarked, "This skirmish is utterly chaotic. Why did RNG's double carries end up in the crocodile's face? I can't comprehend it at all. Furthermore, that Fiora fell far too easily, having done nothing before being soloed." Miller replied, "I can only say it's a gap in the top lane that RNG's double carries were likely bewildered, not expecting a crocodile to suddenly appear from behind, caught between pursuers and an ambush." Dawa continued, "Of course, EDG's coordination was crucial. When the crocodile was in danger, the four from the front rushed in almost instantly. Even earlier than RNG's response, that IT felt like they had preemptively set up an ambush." Miller added, "Now RNG is entirely on the back foot. The bottom tier 2 is on the verge of being pushed, and the bottom inhibitor is at risk from the crocodile. With the crocodile now even more fed, how will RNG cope if he continues to push the bottom lane? Once Baron respawns, RNG will be in no position to defend." Meanwhile, on EDG's side, after this exchange, their advantage had further widened. The coach began to take credit. "So, what do you think? Wasn't my command flawless? If we hadn't lured their champions to the bottom lane for the fight, pushing from the front would have been nearly impossible." Su Bai complimented. "Well done, coach. I didn't expect you had it in you." Miko interjected, "Stop praising him, or he'll surely get inflated with ego." The coach shook his head. "Honestly, it was hard to tell that in that last play, you were actually trying to sacrifice Su Bai, weren't you? It was only because Su Bai soloed Fiora and managed a 1 versus 2 that he was able to chase." Upon hearing this, the coach felt a twinge of embarrassment, for it was indeed true. Initially, he had little hope for Su Bai's survival. Yet who could have anticipated that Su Bai would not only survive, but also take down 3 opponents single-handedly? Noticing the coach's silence, Su Bai quipped, "So, coach, does this mean you concede? You truly intended to sell me out?" The coach scratched his head, "Mainly because your movement was so peculiar, advancing towards the enemy's inhibitor. I figured you were doomed. That's a reasonable conclusion, right? Anyone would think so, Su Bai replied. All right, I'll retract my earlier statement on RNG's side. After this exchange, Yejie found himself at a loss. What on earth are we playing at? I can't make sense of it anymore. Let me. Weren't you supposed to lure them in? You agreed to it. Yet when we arrived, you started acting timid? Let me could only murmur. If I had gone in, I would have been instantly killed. Yejie retorted. What are you afraid of? You have your W skill, Lawrence Heartseeker. Just block one skill, and you wouldn't die. How could you not know that? Even I, who don't play Fiora, understand how to operate her. Let me was truly at a loss for words. He was well aware of Fiora's W skill and its purpose. The crux of the matter was Su Bai's actions were exceedingly deceptive. Having toyed with Let Me countless times in the top lane, leaving him devoid of confidence to engage the crocodile. The eventual outcome confirmed this, as he was once again soloed, his W skill never even activated. MLXG advised, forget it. He is just at that level that, and no point in discussing it further. Focus on your own game. Let Me, feeling defiant, countered, I genuinely didn't play well this time. It's not a matter of skill. I am simply bad, but I'm certainly better than the opposing crocodile. The group was utterly baffled by Let Me's logic. He considered himself lacking yet believed he was superior to Su Bai. The key question was, given this match, how could he claim to be better than Su Bai if he hadn't even played against him? Perhaps only Let Me knew the answer, but in the end, he merely clung to his stubbornness. As the match reached the 21st minute, Su Bai's crocodile continued to farm in the bottom lane, while his four teammates were engaged near the Baron pit. The coach instructed, Su Bai, be cautious. They might be looking to gank you. Miko added, even if trading your life for a Baron is advantageous for us, if you can survive while we secure it. That would be even better, Su Bai replied. Seems like you're quite the adult. Wanting it all. The EDG team had begun attacking Baron, and with the percentage damage from Kog'Maw, the speed of their assault was remarkable. Dower remarked, is RNG not considering a defense? Are they fixated on the crocodile in the bottom lane? But if they abandon Baron, can they still hold the line? Miller noted, it's quite awkward. RNG seems to be in a state of neglecting their rear while focusing on the front. They appear intent on ganking the crocodile, but will they even succeed? At that moment, RNG had indeed sensed that EDG was attempting to take Baron. However, if they rushed to Baron and EDG ceased their assault, allowing the crocodile to push the inhibitor, it would be disastrous. Thus, Yejie decisively opted to pursue the crocodile. If he could claim that valuable kill, his development would accelerate, granting him an opportunity to carry in the team fights. Yet, Su Bai was not naive. If he could survive, he had no intention of dying. The upper half of RNG's territory was dominated by EDG's vision. RNG made no move towards Baron. Where else could they possibly go? Such matters could be deduced easily. However, to add a touch of humiliation for RNG, Su Bai chose not to retreat immediately, but instead lingered for a moment before backpedaling, ensuring RNG could see him. As Su Bai retreated to the entrance of the jungle before RNG's bottom tier 2 tower, MLXG's barrel approached from the jungle. The two crossed paths. At this distance, the barrel's E-flash could not reach him, making an initiation impossible. The barrel had no choice but to abandon the chase and head back into the jungle. Unexpectedly, as MLXG turned away, the crocodile pursued him. What was the meaning of this? Did the crocodile not realize he was being hunted? MLXG pondered. If the crocodile was unaware, he wouldn't have retreated. Now moving closer was clearly a provocation. Suddenly, MLXG spun around, attempting to close the distance. The barrel unleashed an E-flash, aiming to stun the crocodile and follow up with his ultimate. However, Su Bai had anticipated this. The moment the barrel turned, he chose to retreat. The barrel's E-flash fell short, missing entirely. Frustrated, the barrel unleashed a Q skill to slow the crocodile, who deftly used his E-skill to evade the incoming attack. The barrel cast his ultimate, while the crocodile executed his second E-skill. Slipping through the wall, the barrel's ultimate and flash were wasted entirely, and the RNG members waiting to follow up were similarly left twiddling their thumbs. The director cut to a close-up of MLXG, who wore an expression of exasperation and fury. Consequently, the official live chat erupted. I know you're anxious, but don't rush it. Look at MLXG, he is panicking. I can only say anyone in his position would be equally vexed. MLXG's mindset is commendable under the circumstances. Endure a jungler like Let Me in the top lane. Do you think it would negatively affect one's mindset? Upon noticing the situation, Wawa remarked, Su Bai's crocodile seems a bit mischievous. I sense that MLXG is becoming a tad anxious, and, as a result, he has been outplayed by the crocodile. In such scenarios, it is often the party that becomes anxious first that suffers the consequences. Miller concurred. Indeed, RNG has squandered so much time in the bot lane that they have essentially gifted the Baron to EDG. Now that EDG has secured the Baron, their advantage has further widened, and the 5 of them are returning to replenish their supplies. It appears they are gearing up to group in the mid lane. EDG's 5 members advance through the mid lane, preparing to assault the high ground. The director commanded, "Let us first push the tower. There is no need to rush into a team fight. We can rely on the Baron buff," Su Bai noted. The opposing Gragas has used his flash. Their ability to initiate a fight is currently quite weak. As the minion wave approached the turret, the RNG members huddled beneath their tower. With Gragas' flash now on cooldown, the others lacked the capacity to engage and could only clear the minions from the backline. At this moment, EDG was decidedly proactive, particularly Su Bai's crocodile. Su Bai positioned himself aggressively, almost within the turret's attack range. His forward stance was predicated on the knowledge that Gragas had no flash, making it challenging for them to initiate on him. Moreover, Su Bai possessed a flash of his own. Should RNG's fragile members position themselves too closely, he could easily execute a surprise attack. This would not merely be an initiation. It would result in a swift elimination. RNG was left with no choice but to utilize the turret to buy time, hoping to extend the duration of the Baron buff. However, EDG's advance was rapid. After activating his W skill, Kog'Maw could strike the turret from an astonishing distance. Coupled with the enhanced range of the cannon minions bolstered by the Baron buff, RNG struggled to retaliate, quickly retreating to their high ground. Observing this development, Wawa commented, "The current situation is exceedingly passive for RNG. They must seek an opportunity to initiate a team fight that if they are positioned behind their turret, they might actually stand a chance." Miller added, "I even believe RNG could target this crocodile to initiate. As he hasn't built much tankiness and is not particularly durable, that if Gragas can knock him back with his ultimate, RNG's 5 members could focus their fire and potentially take him down." At this juncture, the fans in the official live stream began to express their impatience, flooding the chat with, "Initiate the fight, RNG. Are you just waiting to die? Can't you show some backbone? When did RNG become so timid? The crocodile is practically in their faces. Can't they engage him?" Meanwhile, the RNG players on the field were also feeling the pressure, especially Yejie. He commanded, "Engage, don't hold back. If we delay any longer, the high ground will be lost." Ming replied, "I'm playing Janna this match. This champion cannot initiate. I'll have to rely on you all." Let me chimed in, "I'm playing Fiora. I can't initiate either." Xiaohu added, "If I use my ultimate, it'll surely be dodged with a flash. Perhaps you all should go first." Consequently, only MLXG's Gragas remained as the sole potential initiator. With the crocodile standing so boldly, MLXG devised a plan. He opted to cautiously approach the crocodile, hoping to gauge its reaction, only to discover that the crocodile exhibited no fear and seemed intent on advancing. Seizing this opportunity, MLXG unleashed his E skill to attempt to knock the crocodile up, following with his ultimate. However, at the moment Gragas acted, the crocodile also used his E to retreat. The outcome was that both champions withdrew simultaneously, with Gragas failing to make contact. Instead, the crocodile turned back and ensnared Gragas with his W skill, prompting the rest of EDG to follow up with damage as Rise moved in with secondary control. And then Lulu transformed Gragas into a sheep. Gragas, unable to release his skills, was swiftly eliminated. "Retreat. You all withdraw." MLXG realized the situation was dire and commanded his teammates to fall back. If the 4 of them clustered at the base tower, they might still have a chance to maneuver. The RNG team was forced to abandon the mid-lane high ground and return to defend the base tower. After EDG claimed the mid-lane high ground, they made a beeline for the base tower. Observing the unfolding events, Wawa remarked, "It seems EDG intends to go for the win. With a Baron buff in their possession, the issue of minions tanking the turret is no longer a concern. The main question is who will initiate the fight." Miller added, RNG has been driven to a dead end. However, Yejie possesses a complete item set, and we all know that once he has his items, he can step up. Will he be able to do so in this match? Just as the two were speaking, the minion wave had already reached the base tower. Yejie continued their advance on the turret. Su Bai commanded, "Factory, you go ahead and initiate. Our Baron buff time is running low, and we cannot afford to be delayed." Su Bai remained cautious. If they were to lose the Baron buff through prolonged delays, the subsequent fights would become increasingly difficult. The Factory began seeking an opportunity. In this composition, he was the only one capable of initiating. Suddenly, Scout announced, "I have my ultimate. I can send someone into the fray." "Send me." Su Bai stepped forward, creating a pincer movement. As the next minion wave approached the tower, Rise decisively unleashed his ultimate. The landing point of the ultimate was right behind RNG's double carries. The audience erupted with excitement. At that moment, the Factory's Jarvan entered from the front, executing a seamless EQ into his ultimate, enveloping the RNG members as Rise's ultimate landed, summoning a colossal prehistoric crocodile beneath the turret. Yejie's Xayah quickly activated her ultimate, attempting to evade the initial wave of damage. However, Yejie's members were widely dispersed. Xayah's ultimate was only effective in one direction and rendered ineffective against others. This led to an awkward situation, as her ultimate aimed at the crocodile, failing to inflict significant damage. In the instant Xayah's ultimate concluded, the crocodile flashed and unleashed his W. Yejie, prepared for this, immediately flashed back. Yet the crocodile's W skill had already been deployed, and despite Xayah's flash, she was still caught. Immediately after, the crocodile used his E skill to close the gap, eliminating Xayah in a matter of seconds. As for Xiaohu's Oriana, due to the scattered positioning of Yejie's members, his ultimate was ill-timed and could only be used against Kog'Maw. However, Kog'Maw had his flash ready, dodging the ability and rendering Oriana's ultimate useless. The team fight devolved into a one-sided massacre, culminating in Yejie achieving a total annihilation of RNG beneath their base tower. Observing the outcome, Wawa stated, "Yejie has executed yet another flawless team fight. Without Gragas to provide cover, RNG simply cannot withstand Yejie's advance. Now, let us extend our congratulations to Yejie." Miller added, "Congratulations to Yejie for overcoming a deficit in this match. Through roster changes, they have secured victory in the subsequent 2 games, achieving a remarkable comeback." The audience in the stadium erupted in cheers. Yejie, Yejie, Yejie. On the battlefield, the members of Yejie collectively demolished RNG's Nexus. Rising in celebration, the Factory exclaimed jubilantly, "We won! We triumphed! What a comeback!" His elation stemmed primarily from defeating Yejie's RNG, which must have been the most gratifying outcome for him. Miko approached Su Bai. "Well done. My friend, how did you cultivate such a diverse champion pool? I previously thought you could only play Riven." The Factory echoed the inquiry. "Indeed. How did you achieve this? I haven't seen you spend much time practicing champions." Su Bai casually fabricated an explanation. "I am simply gifted." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Yejie members turned somewhat serious. Filled with skepticism, envy, and surprise, the Factory reminded them, "Let us go shake hands first. We can discuss this later." Consequently, the Yejie members formed a line, proceeding towards NG as the top laner. Su Bai led the way. He approached "Let me first." That moment, Let me wore a grim expression, as though he had just tasted something foul. Upon seeing Su Bai approach, Let me reluctantly rose to his feet. Su Bai extended his hand, and Let me shook it, simultaneously remarking, "You are quite fortunate to have latched onto a strong ally." Su Bai turned to the Factory. "Factory, thank you for allowing me to ride your coattails." The Factory chuckled. "You secured MVP in both matches. Who is truly riding whose coattails?" Upon hearing those words, Let me gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Smile while you can. There will come a time for your tears." Su Bai responded, "It's all right. After all, I rely on luck. Tomorrow, I shall burn incense and pray, and who knows? Perhaps my fortune will remain just as bountiful." Su Bai continued forward. He approached MLXG. MLXG appeared somewhat withdrawn, having been thoroughly outperformed by Su Bai's barrel in this match, especially during the latter team fights. Had it not been for Su Bai's cunning trickery, they would not have suffered such a dismal defeat. Following a handshake with MLXG, Su Bai moved on to Xiaohu, known as the comedic spirit of esports. Maintained a rather positive demeanor. Upon seeing Su Bai approach, he took the initiative to greet him. "Su Bai, impressive. You've really stepped up your game," Su Bai replied. "As if I couldn't before." Xiao nodded in agreement. "That's true enough." Continuing onward, Su Bai encountered Yejie, and he reached out his hand. Yejie grasped it firmly. His face flushed, evidently under the influence, for losing to EDG was the most irksome outcome for him. Upon seeing Su Bai, Yejie remarked, "Su Bai, you seem fixated on taking me down, flashing in team fights just to target me. Why not do the same for Xiaohu?" Xiaohu chimed in, "Because I have a good rapport with Su Bai." "Who's to blame for your poor relationship with him? Regret it now, do you?" Yejie retorted, "When did I ever have a bad relationship with Su Bai? Stop speaking nonsense. I sense Su Bai looks down on you, knowing you can't deal damage, which is why he ignores you. Look at this match. I was the one targeted, and my damage is still higher than yours." Xiaohu quietly interjected, "Your damage is high because you had better items. I was busy protecting you. How could it not be high?" Yejie, unable to hear clearly, asked Xiaohu, "What are you saying? Speak up." Xiaohu quickly altered his response. "I said I'm hungry and want something to eat." Yejie shot back. "So you're implying my gameplay is easy to digest, huh? You little rascal. I'll deal with you later." Su Bai shook his head, recalling that during his time with RNG, such banter was commonplace. Yejie tended to be more aggressive, while Xiaohu favored a more sarcastic tone. Finally, he approached Ming, who bore a similar demeanor to MLXG, appearing somewhat distressed. After exchanging handshakes with the RNG team, Su Bai returned to his side to gather his belongings in preparation to leave. At that moment, the referee approached, inquiring, "Is player Su Bai present?" "That's me," Su Bai replied, "that I want a match." Without needing any further words from the referee, the EDG team grew anxious and gathered around. The manager spoke up. "Referee, we acknowledge our mistake this time, but Su Bai is a newcomer. Perhaps we should let this slide." Miko added, "Newcomers may not understand the rules fully. Can we overlook penalties like suspensions?" Both sought to advocate for Su Bai, who showed great potential despite his troublesome habit of drinking. Ultimately, prowess in esports speaks volumes. The referee, looking bewildered, responded, "What are you talking about? I'm merely here to remind him to attend the interview. Oh, is that so?" The manager and Miko were momentarily taken aback. The referee continued, "Regarding the drinking incident, the current penalty from the officiating team is a fine at AS for the suspensions you mentioned. I haven't heard of such a thing. It shouldn't come to that." Upon hearing this, the manager and Miko breathed a sigh of relief. A fine was manageable, and the club could easily cover it. Thus, Su Bai followed the referee's guidance to the interview area. Upon arrival, he met the host for the day, Yu Shuang. Dressed in a white qipao adorned with blue patterns and holding a microphone, she wore a polite smile as she awaited his arrival. Su Bai was no stranger to Yu Shuang, having seen her frequently in post-match interviews. But this was his first time meeting her in person. As he approached, he noted that she was slightly taller and younger than he had imagined. Considering it was 2017. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Yu Shuang, Auntie, you're interviewing today." The effects of alcohol still lingered, leaving Su Bai in a state of social bravado. Initially taken aback, Yu Shuang quickly regained her composure upon recognizing him. Responding with a smile, "Are you the player Su Bai? You look even more handsome in person, but could you refrain from calling me Annie?" "Sister would be more appropriate," Su Bai, merely riding the wave of his inebriation, casually stated, "I find the termini quite endearing. Is there an issue with it?" Yu Shuang subtly rolled her eyes, then smiled. "As long as it pleases you." Su Bai found the exchange amusing. The person he had only seen on screen was now before him, and he could tease her. While Yu Shuang continued, "Come, stand here. The interview is about to commence." Su Bai positioned himself to her left, and just as they were about to begin, Yu Shuang leaned in, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed, "The smell of alcohol is quite strong. You really drank while competing?" Su Bai candidly confessed, "If I don't drink, I can't unleash my full potential. You understand, right?" Yu Shuang was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the absurdity of linking alcohol with performance. For a fleeting moment, she questioned her own understanding, But upon reflection, it was evident that the two were incompatible. In fact, drinking should adversely affect a player's performance, which is precisely why clubs prohibit it. As they conversed, the director signaled for the camera to focus on them, indicating it was time to prepare. "Look at the camera," Yu Shuang reminded. They turned their gazes toward the lens, and the interview commenced. Yu Shuang began, "Once again, congratulations to EDG for achieving a comeback victory against RNG in the summer split opener. We have the pleasure of inviting EDG's substitute top laner, Su Bai, for an interview. Please greet everyone." Yu Shuang extended the microphone toward him, and Su Bai introduced himself. "I am EDG's substitute top laner, Su Bai." Many of the remaining spectators applauded and cheered in support. Yu Shuang proceeded with her first question. "This is Su Bai's debut match in the LPL, where he remarkably helped the team achieve a comeback against the formidable RNG. Are you satisfied with your performance? If 10 is the highest score, what would you rate yourself?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai shook his head vigorously. "To be frank, I am very dissatisfied with my performance. On a scale of 10, I would only give myself a 5. Yu Shuang praised. "Su Bai, your standards are impressively high. Yet, as a newcomer, your performance today has been among the best I've seen from any player. What aspects do you feel you could have improved upon? Was it nerves or lack of experience?" Su Bai replied, "Neither of those factors. What limited my performance was the extent of my intoxication, and I could have performed much better today had someone not confiscated my drink." This statement caused the live chat to erupt. What does he mean? Did he really drink during the match? Is this for real? I thought it was just a joke. What it can't possibly be alcohol. It must be a stimulant. There is something off about him. He definitely has issues. Just look at him now. He is even sobered up. Yu Shuang, standing beside Su Bai, was taken aback, although she had already confirmed via scent that he had indeed consumed alcohol during the match. She never anticipated he would openly admit it during the interview. Moreover, he displayed no sign of regret, instead suggesting that his performance was hindered by the absence of alcohol. Was this the demeanor of today's youth? Yu Shuang paused for 3 seconds, realizing the conversation could not continue in that vein, and swiftly changed the subject. "Now for the second question. How do you feel about winning this match?" This question left the audience utterly perplexed. Did such a question truly require asking? It is utterly nonsensical. At most, it serves merely as the initial inquiry, an appetizer, a polite formality. Logically, the intricacy of the questions should escalate progressively for the sake of the show's entertainment value. Yet, Yu Shuang, in contrast, has taken a step back, retreating from the paint under the basket to the backcourt. Of course, it is not that Yu Shuang lacks understanding. Rather, she is apprehensive. Generally speaking, during interviews, hosts tend to pose more challenging and controversial questions to enhance the program's appeal, whereas the contestants tend to exercise caution, refraining from speaking too freely to avoid providing anyone with ammunition. However, Yu Shuang has realized that dealing with Su Bai requires a different approach. If you dare to ask him a question, he will respond with even greater audacity, making it difficult to keep pace with him. It is wiser to remain composed and not risk being dragged down, potentially jeopardizing one's career. Meanwhile, discussions online regarding EDG and RNG have reached a fever pitch. Shocking, RNG's discarded player has defected to EDG, leading them to decimate his former team. Do not underestimate the youth. EDG's substitute top laner declares that he will reclaim everything he has lost. Surprising, EDG welcomes a prodigious top laner, completing the championship puzzle. Embarrassing. The RNG management, I fear, will find it impossible to sleep tonight, having been humiliated by a discarded player. Upon opening these news articles, one finds an array of clips showcasing Su Bai's annihilation of RNG, with various solo kills. Let me appears merely as a toy in his presence, being led around like a dog during their lane phase. Then come the multi-kill counterattacks, obliterating the carries in team fights, with an array of stunning maneuvers, all edited from different angles. Moreover, while others require numerous matches to compile a highlight reel, Su Bai, after just 2 games, can produce 2 distinct montages. One titled Invincible Jace, the other Prehistoric Crocodile. Upon viewing the Invincible Jace montage, one is immediately struck by the precision in lane control, understanding how to manage distance and exert pressure on the opponent's health. These are textbook-level maneuvers. After its release, the video amassed over 1 million views in merely 2 to 3 hours. the audience began to fervently discuss. His Jace seems smoother than Dove chocolate. I would dare to call him the world's best Jace. Why does my Jace not exhibit such prowess? Is it truly the same champion? I've realized that aside from our shared appearance, my Jace bears no resemblance to his in the video titled Prehistoric Crocodile. The focus is on the timing of skill execution, where Let Me's Fiora appears as a mere child, entirely outmatched by Su Bai's Renekton. Left spinning in circles in lane, he is consistently outplayed, and during team fights, he struggles to find direction that isn't Renekton supposed to be weak in team fights. One engages and then disappears. Why does my Renekton feel as if it's a different champion altogether? He is still a minor. The future is bright for him. Indeed, invincible. If my top laner possessed even half of his skill, I would surely not be stuck in gold this moment. Within PDD's luxurious abode, he is keenly monitoring the situation on various video platforms. Videos featuring Su Bai have been prominently displayed on the front pages of major sites, garnering immense visibility. With each refresh, the view counts are rapidly increasing. Xiaobai, witnessing this, chuckles. You've hit the jackpot this time. Your instincts were spot on. PED, unable to contain his laughter, remarks, what can I say? I have an eye for talent. You could bring any professional player before me, and I could discern their true caliber at a glance. Do you believe me? Xiaobai feigns indifference. Of course I believe you. PDD retorts, you seem rather unconvinced. Are you merely humoring me? Xiaobai insists, I truly do believe. Noticing Xiaomai's demeanor, PDD becomes irked. What is this behavior? Have I ever misjudged a player? If you can provide an example, I'll transfer you 80,000 RMB right away. As a seasoned gambler, PDD relishes in making bets. Xiaobai, fully aware of this trait, intentionally sets a trap to extract some gold. Seizing the opportunity, he asks, if you're so adept at assessing talent, tell me, can this Su Bai secure the championship in the summer split? Upon hearing this, PDD hesitates, sensing the question's weight. Observing PDD's silence, Xiaobai continues with provocation. See, you're at a loss now. PD grits his teeth. No problem. As long as he continues to play, I believe it's feasible. EDG is in dire need of a competent top laner, and he is precisely that. Xiaobai, pleased with the response, exclaims, all right then, it's settled. Don't go back on your word. The match between EDG and RNG continues to stir the pot. Soon, various details about Su Bai are unearthed, including his remarkable ascent to rank 1 on the Korean server. Initially, this was shrouded in mystery. Everyone was aware of a formidable Chinese player who had reached the pinnacle of the Korean server. Yet no one knew his identity. Given the ID, it was evidently a Chinese player, a matter of pride for the entire LPL, prompting many to wish to promote their astonishment. It turned out to be EDG's substitute top laner. Even more bizarrely, Su Bai achieved rank 1 while still under RNG's banner. He was expelled from RNG while being the top player in Korea, only to join EDG and subsequently decimate RNG on the battlefield. Such events are inconceivable for RNG's fanbase. A fervent discussion erupted. Are the RNG management and coaching staff utterly incompetent? How could they allow such a talented player to be released? What grave transgression warranted his expulsion? If RNG fails to provide a reasonable explanation, I shall withdraw my support. Let us all report them. There must be a spy within RNG. Clearly, someone is intentionally sabotaging the team. Of course, there are also those who revel in the chaos. EDG fans flood RNG's official social media, offering praise. Well done, RNG. If we EDG manage to clinch the championship, you will share half the credit. Who would have thought that RNG's management could actually make such decisions? Thank you, RNG, for completing EDG's final shortcoming. We are truly grateful that I had always believed that I was the most invested in EDG's success, but I've come to realize that RNG's management and coaching staff are the ones who genuinely desire EDG to thrive. The situation has escalated to the point where RNG fans are in a state of utter disbelief, facing a genuine emotional blow. The outrage among RNG fans has reached a fever pitch, with demands for a satisfactory explanation. Concurrently, many streamers who had previously been dominated by Su Bai in ranked matches have come out to bask in the limelight. Naturally, this has led to a wave of praise. Having crossed paths with Su Bai has become a notable talking point. This also includes the controversy surrounding Su Bai's departure from RNG, which has rapidly gained traction online. In truth, the comings and goings of professional players within clubs are quite ordinary. Initially, when the news broke, there was considerable buzz, as Su Bai was known for his prodigious talent, yet lacked concrete competitive performance, leading many to remain skeptical. Now, however, anyone who has witnessed those two matches would not question Su Bai's potential. Thus, the image of Su Bai wreaking havoc on RNG's Nexus has been transformed into a short video, accompanied by stirring music and captions that do not underestimate the youth, that I shall reclaim all that I have lost. The esports phoenix point 10 years of dormancy for this moment. Whatever is most emotive, it shall be presented at this juncture. Having completed his interview, Su Bai returns to the locker room. Upon entering, he discovers that everyone else has already packed their belongings and is preparing to leave. All eyes turn towards him, each expression and gaze distinctly unique. The team captain and Miko approach him, with the captain stating, "Young man, you have a promising future. It is no wonder you are the top player in Korea. You possess considerable skill." Miko adds, "Your performance in these two matches utterly overshadowed me. I am now curious about what RNG is feeling." The captain chuckles. "I bet Yejie is furious. Do you believe it?" He must be seething with rage. Just then, Abu strides over, saying, "Su Bai, do you possess too much audacity? During interviews, not everything can be said. You must consider the impact. How could you bring up the drinking incident in such a public manner?" "I merely spoke the truth." That Su Bai exhibited an entirely unfazed demeanor. Abu was left speechless. He turned to the factory director, Miko, and remarked, "As the team captain, you should have spoken to him before he went for the interview, advising him to be cautious with his words and actions." The director shrugged, resembling a small bear. "I had no idea he would be so audacious. I'm not a prophet." Miko interjected, "Let us not dwell on that for now. The official announcement regarding the drinking incident will be released soon. Even if he refrains from mentioning it during the interview, the news will inevitably circulate." Abu sighed, realizing that if the situation escalated, the officials might prefer a discreet approach, but due to public opinion, they would have to take a more conspicuous stance, which would be highly unfavorable for Su Bai. Nevertheless, overall, Abu was quite pleased with Su Bai's performance on the field. Turning back with a softened expression, he said, "Young man, your performance today was commendable. Keep up the good work." Upon hearing this, Su Bai retorted, "Does that mean I'll have opportunities to play in the future?" The moment Su Bai spoke, Mouse, seated in the corner, turned pale, fixating on Abu and Su Bai, eager to hear Abu's response. Su Bai's performance had exceeded his expectations. If this continued, he would have no chance to play. Abu's expression darkened as he replied, "It's too early to say. The situation is rather complex. The officials have only mentioned a fine, but it's uncertain if further penalties will follow, so I can't guarantee your chances of playing." At Abu's words, Mouse's heart sank. According to Abu, as long as the officials did not impose a suspension, Su Bai would continue to play. Though Abu had not explicitly stated it, the implication was clear. This was troublesome. If Su Bai maintained his current form, Mouse's starting position would be at risk. His only hope now rested on the severity of the official punishment. He wished for the harshest consequences possible. Ideally, a lifetime ban. Aside from Mouse, another individual was equally restless. Fengge. The RNG players had already returned to the training base, but Fengge was apprehensive about going back. He kept his gaze fixed on the news on his phone, which was all bad tidings. Su Bai's incident had spread across the internet. The entire LPL was aware that RNG had expelled Su Bai, only to be subsequently outperformed by him. How could he possibly face the boss upon returning? There was no chance for an explanation. He would undoubtedly be shown the door. Being dismissed from the club would make finding another job exceedingly difficult. He could only change careers, but what could he possibly do? Deliver packages or takeouts? Just as Fengge was engulfed in despair, he suddenly noticed a news article regarding the punishment imposed on EDG's substitute top laner, Su Bai. Upon reading the headline, his trembling fingers hastily clicked on the screen. Fengge quickly skimmed through the announcement, and a smile spread across his face. The officials deemed that Su Bai, as a minor, had set a very poor example by consuming alcohol during the match. Thus, they decided on a fine of 10,000. Should Su Bai continue to drink during the matches, the penalties would escalate, possibly leading to a suspension. At first glance, this punishment seemed innocuous. Su Bai would not be directly suspended. However, Fengge knew Su Bai too well. During his time at RNG, it had been impossible to prevent him from drinking. Even at EDG, if he continued to drink while competing, it proved that his character had not changed. And any attempts by EDG to rectify this would be futile. Therefore, there are only two likely scenarios. Either EDG would refrain from fielding Su Bai, or they would allow him to play, resulting in his eventual suspension due to continued drinking. In either case, he could explain the situation to the boss, regardless of Su Bai's prowess. If he could not participate in the matches, he would be of no use, thus validating the decision to expel him. Fortune was on his side. Fengge let out a long sigh, feeling an immense weight lift off his shoulders, and he promptly returned to the training base, having previously refrained from doing so out of fear of encountering the boss. This time, however, he took the initiative and headed straight for the boss's office. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me. Come in. Fengge opened the office door. The boss was seated, engrossed in his phone. Fengge stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, I have good news that— Oh, good news. I heard you lost to EDG today, and it was because of that Su Bai. How dare you use the words good news?" The boss's expression darkened, ready to explode at any moment. Fengge quickly replied, "Please don't be hasty, boss. Although Su Bai performed reasonably well today, that kid won't be able to play in the future." The boss asked, "Are you referring to the official punishment announcement?" Fengge was not surprised by the boss's reaction. Had he not seen the announcement, his expression would have been far more volatile. Fengge continued, "I believe this presents an opportunity. With EDG embroiled in such a scandal, we could spend a little money to amplify the situation online, portraying it as severely as possible. Many parents already harbor biases against these sports. If we can link the EDG club with underage drinking, I estimate their reputation will be thoroughly tarnished." Fengge understood well that EDG and RNG had a long-standing rivalry, with the owners of both clubs harboring mutual disdain. This was quite rare in the industry. Typically, competition among clubs does not affect the relationships between their owners, as long as their business interests do not conflict. However, EDG and RNG were exceptions. Thus, any effort to smear EDG's reputation would undoubtedly receive unconditional support from RNG. As expected, upon hearing Fengge's plan, the boss's expression lightened considerably, and he inquired, "Are you certain there will be no unforeseen complications?" Fengge assured him, "Absolutely not. The officials have confirmed this matter. How could there be any surprises? All right, since you're so confident, I'll entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, I will handle it well." Meanwhile, the EDG team, having just finished their meal, returned to the training base. Given their successful start and victory over RNG, a celebratory dinner was in order. However, due to Su Bai's punishment, the atmosphere was less than jovial as Su Bai settled into his chair in the training room. Preparing to commence practice at IT was now 8 o'clock in the evening. For professional players, the night was just beginning day as soon as Su Bai logged on. The voice of the director echoed, "Look at this. Someone is stirring the pot, claiming our club condones underage drinking." Miko responded, "Surely, no one would believe such an absurdity." The director replied, "No, this is clearly a coordinated smear campaign. The narratives are identical, deliberately tarnishing our reputation." Upon hearing this, Su Bai opened Weibo and glanced at the forums, discovering that it was indeed true. There were individuals deliberately inciting outrage, sharing screenshots of the official punishment announcement paired with misleading narratives, presenting the situation in an exaggeratedly severe light. The IT seemed they were not merely targeting him, but were directly aiming at EDG. Just then, the training room door swung open, and Abu entered, speaking on the phone. All right, I will address it immediately. This matter is my responsibility. I sincerely apologize. There won't be a next time. I will ensure strict oversight to prevent similar incidents. Please rest assured." "Okay, goodbye, boss." Abu hung up, his expression grim. The public sentiment was fierce, and the EDG club found itself at the center of controversy, prompting even the boss to intervene that if this issue was not handled properly, it would not merely result in a few scoldings. With this in mind, Abu quickly approached Su Bai, patting him on the shoulder, and said, Su Bai, you're in trouble now." Su Bai turned slowly, displaying no urgency, and asked, "What trouble?" Abu explained, there are people online hiring a large number of trolls to escalate the situation. Just take a look at the forums and Weibo. Upon hearing this, Su Bai opened the forum and indeed found individuals fervently inciting outrage. Clubs like EDG should be expelled from the LPL for condoning underage drinking. This was not mere condoning. They were deliberately implying that the players were drinking during matches. Point 1 would not genuinely believe that it constitutes a mere bar. Rather, it is a manifestation of technology. Far more formidable than any alcoholic beverage. That my goodness, is it truly so? I had assumed there were indeed newcomers of such caliber. If you ponder for a moment, where could such a multitude of prodigies possibly arise? There is undoubtedly something amiss. Upon reaching this conclusion, Su Bai realized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. This rumor, although seemingly juvenile and superficial, could still ensnare a considerable number of individuals. Even if one does not fully believe it, the incessant bombardment of such trash information will inevitably leave an unfavorable impression. The adversary's objective would thus be achieved. At this juncture, the other members of EDG gathered around. Having also learned of the situation from online sources, this matter bore relevance to each member of EDG, hence their heightened concern. The manager stroked his chin and inquired, "What shall we do now? Do we not have any remedial measures?" Miko suggested, "Could we not have our official account clarify the situation, stating that Su Bai has resolved to mend his ways and that we did not endorse his drinking, but rather it was merely a management oversight?" After contemplating, Abu shook his head. "That won't suffice. If we clarify, the effect is likely to be quite mediocre. I believe it would be better for Su Bai to address it himself." The others nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If Su Bai speaks for himself, it would carry more weight and demonstrate a proper attitude. Abu then aimed his phone's camera at Su Bai and instructed. Thus, Su Bai should first apologize, acknowledging his mistake, and then assure that he will not repeat it in the future. After I capture this, I will post it online. Given your youth and commendable performance in competitions, the majority should not pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, Mouse was the first to object. "Isn't that inappropriate? This is Su Bai's freedom. Why must you interfere?" The EDG members were taken aback, uncertain of Mouse's intentions. Mouse continued, "We ought to respect others' freedoms and preferences. We cannot impose our will upon them, can we?" Abu retorted, "You should refrain from speaking. This does not concern you. Do not meddle unnecessarily." Mouse, feeling somewhat dissatisfied but hesitant to confront Abu directly, was interrupted by Su Bai's response. "That is unlikely to be feasible. I intend to continue drinking, even during competitions." This declaration left the EDG members momentarily stunned. The manager urged, "Su Bai, it seems you do not grasp the gravity of the situation. If you persist in this manner, you will face a suspension. This is an official ban, beyond our club's jurisdiction." Miko concurred, though we at EDG have some influence in the LPL on such fundamental issues. "We have no authority, do you understand?" In their view, Su Bai had perhaps overestimated EDG's capabilities, believing the club could facilitate some leniency. At this moment, Mouse interjected, "I find Su Bai's perspective commendable. Young people should have their own opinions and not be swayed, embracing their individuality. What is wrong with enjoying a drink?" The manager shot Mouse a disapproving glance. "Please refrain from causing a ruckus. I am addressing a serious matter." Seeing the manager's urgency only delighted Mouse further. Suddenly, Su Bai spoke up, "Isn't this issue easily resolvable? In just 2 months, I will reach the legal drinking age, and then I can drink freely. The authorities have stated that underage drinking leads to adverse effects." "Did you not comprehend this?" Abu, bewildered, exclaimed, "So you have no intention of changing? You would rather forego competitions for 2 months? Is it truly so difficult to abstain from drinking during matches?" Su Bai nodded. "Indeed, it is that Su Bai contemplated that should he abstain from drinking, he would be ridiculed, ultimately losing the opportunity to compete, possibly even facing expulsion. Hence, the matter of drinking left no room for negotiation." Abu, now unable to contain his frustration, let slip a curse. He had never encountered such a situation before, typically maintaining a composed demeanor, yet this time he could not hold back. The other EDG members exchanged incredulous glances. Was this young man truly a wine enthusiast, unable to exist without alcohol? As the EDG members grappled with this conundrum, Mouse burst into hearty laughter, realizing that he had once again secured the chance to compete. "What are you so gleeful about?" the manager inquired, glancing over. Mouse quickly replied, "I rejoice in Su Bai's steadfastness. It embodies a magnificent spirit. A contemporary Van Gogh, a performance artist, a lone tiger roams freely, while sheep flock together." Mouse's exuberant praise nearly elevated Su Bai to the status of humanity's beacon. The light of the cosmos. The manager, observing the scene, remarked drily, "All right, enough of this. Do you think I'm unaware of your thoughts?" Mouse smiled in silence. Regardless, Su Bai's inability to compete meant he had a chance to reverse the situation. Yet Mouse was not the only one reveling in this development. Meanwhile, in the training base of RNG, within Feng Ji's office, Feng Gu reclined on the sofa, perusing his phone. The situation had been brewing online for quite some time. Yet EDG had not issued any response. What did this signify? It indicated that EDG had been struck at its vulnerable point. Had they possessed even a modicum of a plan, they would have responded immediately. It is essential to remember that clubs are profit-driven entities reliant on their fan base for revenue. The number of fans directly correlates to the club's income. Thus, catering to fans is the club's paramount priority. Even the pursuit of championships is largely aimed at pleasing fans and attracting new supporters. Consequently, any factor that might jeopardize fan loyalty must be eradicated. Presently, EDG's reputation was tarnished due to this incident, inevitably leading to a significant loss of fans. The once dominant triad, we, has waned, leaving EDG and RNG to widen the gap. Should EDG falter, RNG would reign supreme. Ha ha ha, Su Bai, you have truly been a tremendous aid to me. Feng Gu beamed with delight that if he could orchestrate EDG's downfall, he would finally hold his head high before his superiors. In that scenario, he would become RNG's foremost benefactor, with RNG's popularity on the rise. Profits would soar, and, as the chief architect behind this success, he would surely receive a salary increase and bonuses. All of this would be exceedingly difficult to achieve without Su Bai's actions. The only path to increased popularity lay in consistently claiming championships, particularly on the world stage. While EDG had amassed numerous league titles, if RNG were to secure only league victories, the impact would be minimal. As for world championships, whether at MSI or the World Championship, such aspirations seemed utterly unattainable given the ferocity of LCK. Yet, with the emergence of Su Bai's situation, it could effectively diminish EDG's standing. What could be more advantageous? By this logic, it would equate to clinching a world championship. With this thought, Feng Gu grew increasingly exhilarated and promptly dialed his boss. The call connected swiftly. Feng Gu began to curry favor. "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but I must report an urgent matter. EDG's reputation has been tarnished, and they are under immense pressure. If they mishandle this situation, I anticipate a significant fan exodus, providing us with an opportunity." Feng Gu elaborated on his envisioned future. His boss, upon hearing this, expressed delight and offered commendations. Feng Ji's spirits soared. "Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. I will ensure the situation escalates, making it impossible for EDG to resolve. We have connections within the LPL. EDG cannot expect to quell this matter." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Feng Gu ended the call. "Splendid," he exclaimed. "Few can truly appreciate the euphoria that accompanies such a moment." During the afternoon's match, witnessing Su Bai's performance had left Feng Gu in a cold sweat, his heart racing with anxiety. His mind had begun to conjure images of being chastised by his boss and subsequently dismissed. After suffering a comeback defeat, despair took hold. He felt certain he would not survive in this industry. Yet, happiness arrived unexpectedly, catching him off guard. "I must celebrate," Feng Gu declared, opening his Weibo account to share a post. He chose to first repost the official disciplinary notice, then commented, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to exclude him from the match. Otherwise, we would now be the target of universal condemnation." Soon enough, numerous fans began to leave comments. Brother Feng certainly knows how to read people. "It seems EDG has fallen from grace. Thankfully, you expelled him in time. For dealing with such detrimental elements, subordinates must be resolute. Brother Feng, we stand by you that if this continues, won't the LPL be under our RNG's dominion?" Who would have thought EDG would end up like this? After dominating the league for 3 consecutive years, I wonder if EDG will still dare to act so arrogantly. Brother Foam started responding to these comments. This is merely my duty. I had long sensed something amiss with this individual. I offered him an opportunity, but he failed to appreciate it. I never wished to be the villain, yet for the sake of the club and the team. Such actions were unavoidable. There is nothing burdensome about this. It is simply my job, as Brother Foam replied. He did so with a cheerful demeanor, completely immersed in the joy of victory, having already forgotten that the day's triumph belonged to EDG. To him, that mattered little now. The fans of RNG were caught in a frenzy, for EDG had always been their greatest threat. Any negative news related to EDG garnered their utmost attention, fueling the flames of controversy. Meanwhile, within Principal Wong's opulent residence, he was engaged in a gaming session with several wealthy young men. Damn it, can you even play support? You can't even block skills. You should be focusing on vision. Yet you can't even manage that. Are you a pig? Baron, where's your smite? Can't you even secure the Baron? Principal Wong unleashed a torrent of scolding. The others remained silent. An unpleasant ranked match concluded that I'm done. What a joke, Principal Wong exclaimed, slamming down his keyboard, his interest waning. Just then, he noticed a familiar name. Su Bai at a penalty notice? What the hell? Upon clicking it, he discovered that Su Bai had been sanctioned by the authorities for drinking during a match. This young man piqued his interest. Principal Wong. Su Bai's behavior was a reflection of individuality, a testament to his uniqueness. Rather than being a flaw, it was something he admired. Thus, Principal Wong began to observe the unfolding situation. What he found was astonishing. Things had escalated. Currently, EDG had yet to issue an official statement, and Principal Wong understood precisely what that implied. They had not yet decided how to handle the matter. I seem to have an opportunity. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Principal Wong. He promptly dialed EDG's owner, and soon the call connected. What brings you to contact me, young Master Wong? The EDG owner maintained a polite demeanor. Given the gravity of addressing Principal Wong, I heard there's a substitute top laner in your club who's caused quite a stir, significantly impacting your organization. How about this? Sell him to me, and this issue will be off your hands. Let IG bear the brunt of the blame, Principal Wong stated directly. May I inquire why young Master Wong is so eager to acquire him? What exactly has caught your attention? As far as I know, you had reached out to him before he joined EDG, the EDG owner replied. Principal Wong was straightforward. He suits my taste. Initially, I sought him out for his commendable skills. He's young and has potential. However, the situation has changed. This young man is quite the character, drinking during matches, and I find such individuality admirable. The EDG owner was at a loss. Yet upon reflection, he realized that such words from Principal Wong were not entirely unexpected. He was indeed that sort of person. So, what's the verdict? Can you provide a response? I can cover the breach of contract fee immediately, and then you can inform Su Bai that as long as he is willing to join IG. He can drink to his heart's content. If the authorities wish to impose a fine, I shall preemptively offer them $1 million to keep track of it, letting them take their time with the penalties. Haha, young Master Wong is quite bold, but I can't shake the feeling that it shouldn't be this simple. The EDG owner, being astute, discerned that Principal Wong's proposal carried a theatrical element. It couldn't merely be due to an appreciation for Su Bai's uniqueness. In reality, Principal Wong had his own plans that he recognized Su Bai's potential, a rare gem among men. If he could recruit him into the team, IG would stand a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the world within 2 years. Of course, he also appreciated Su Bai's character. Was it really such a big deal to drink during matches? EDG was concerned about its image, but IG was not. After all, as the owner of IG, he embodied the persona of a flamboyant playboy. Principal Wong, however, would not divulge his inner thoughts. Instead, he remarked, "Is it that with age comes increased suspicion? Can't we be more decisive in our actions? Will you sell or not?" In response to Principal Wong's provocation, the EDG owner remained unfazed. In truth, had anyone else presented such favorable terms before Principal Wong's call, he would have readily agreed, thus resolving EDG's predicament. But now, the EDG owner simply replied, "That may not be feasible. If it's not feasible, just say so. No need for theatrics. But I shall not concede," Principal Wong concluded before abruptly hanging up. He began to strategize, recognizing that the cunning EDG owner would not relinquish his player easily. The remaining option was to approach Su Bai. Although EDG's decision regarding Su Bai had yet to be revealed, it was indeed premature to act. Waiting until EDG penalized Su Bai, especially during a moment of conflict, would present the perfect opportunity. The impact of the same words could vary significantly depending on whether they were spoken during a period of emotional turmoil or adversity. A.S. an experienced businessman. Principal Wang had a wealth of knowledge in this arena. On the EDG side, the efforts to counsel Su Bai were far from over. In fact, they were just beginning. Initially, the EDG owner had made a decision. The bottom line was to uphold the reputation of the EDG club while ensuring that Su Bai's feelings towards the club were not harmed. When this conclusion was reached, Abu was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend the first half. It was undoubtedly the ultimate bottom line. The crux was that the latter half conflicted significantly with the former. On one hand, they sought to maintain the EDG club's reputation, while on the other, they could not impose excessively harsh penalties on Su Bai to avoid hurting his sentiments. Abu was at a loss as to why the owner valued Su Bai so highly. After all, the owner's understanding of League of Legends and competitive play was quite limited. It could not possibly stem from Su Bai's performance in those two matches. Most likely, someone had spoken to the owner about Su Bai. But who could wield such influence? Nonetheless, overall, it could be considered good news. Abu had feared that the owner might resort to a drastic measure, such as dismissing Su Bai outright, making it challenging to persuade the owner to reconsider. Given his relatively low influence, after several failed attempts to counsel Su Bai, Abu had no choice but to surrender, deciding to wait until Su Bai came of age. During this time, Su Bai could take a brief respite. Exempt from participating in matches, of course, regular training remained mandatory. Thus, Mouse secretly rejoiced, for an opportunity had arisen. If he could lead EDG to maintain its winning streak, there would be no need for Su Bai, the tarnished individual, to take the field. Currently, the other four positions on EDG were performing admirably, making it quite feasible to sustain their winning streak. In the morning, Su Bai arrived at the training room. Heading straight to his place and booting up his account that moment, Abu entered, making a beeline for Su Bai. Hearing the commotion, Su Bai turned to see Abu approaching him and teased, "Are we having another session of ideological education today? I score 0 every time. Perhaps I should just give up?" Abu replied, "It's not about that. You have a Weibo account. I remember you didn't T, so create one and post this statement." Abu handed over an A4 sheet, and Su Bai glanced at it. A heartfelt apology, the author unknown, evoking a sense of emotion in Su Bai. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? He scoffed that it's absolutely necessary. You need to post it now. We will keep a close eye on the public sentiment. You need not worry about anything else. Abu responded, and Su Bai thought to himself that it was indeed a well-established club where everything was rather convenient. There were dedicated personnel for managing competitions and another for overseeing public relations, allowing the players to remain unburdened by such concerns. Thus, Su Bai decided to create a Weibo account and verify his identity. Subsequently, arranging for the official account to promote his profile, the number of followers began to soar rapidly. Su Bai then started posting his apologies. Abu continued with his arrangements. From now on, you will stream your ranked matches by yourself. We will call you when we need to train. Mouse needs to participate in the upcoming matches, so he too must engage in training matches. You will take turns. After a brief pause, Abu elaborated. You should understand, this is for the benefit of the club. With only 2 months left, the regular season is nearly over, and we must ensure the team's performance, which necessitates Mouse participating in training matches. Upon hearing this, Su Bai turned and replied, I find it quite reasonable. Honestly, you need not explain so much. Abu sighed, as this was not his intention. He was not one to engage in excessive chatter. In his view, it was natural for players to comply with arrangements. However, recalling the owner's instructions, he felt compelled to ensure Su Bai's feelings towards the club were not harmed. The boundaries of such sentiments were too ambiguous. Who could determine which words might cause pain and which would not? To avoid misunderstandings, the only course was to clarify as much as possible. Abu then cautioned, by the way, your ranking in the Korean server has begun to drop. You haven't played lately, so remember to engage in maintenance matches. You must not fall out of the top 10. Also, It seems you haven't played in the summit of the canyon. You need to enter the top 10 of the domestic server as well. Su Bai felt something was amiss. Was this requirement too high? It was not that he could not achieve it, but rather that he believed others were not held to such standards. Thus, he inquired, why? Do others have to do the same? I feel they cannot manage that. Abu replied, they cannot manage it, and it is due to their inability, which is why we have not arranged it for them. After analysis, we believe you can achieve it, so we have assigned it to you. Whom much is given, much is expected. Su Bai nodded in agreement. All right then, since I have nothing else to do during this time, I shall consider it pastime. Abu slightly shook his head, pondering what kind of anomaly this young man was. To him, achieving the top 10 in the Korean server and the summit of the canyon was merely a pastime. Reaching the pinnacle in the Korean server did not guarantee success in the summit of the canyon. These were two entirely different contexts, each with its own challenges. A system task was issued. Attain the first place in both the Korean server and the summit of the canyon to receive a permanent reward. Visual expertise 10, permanent enhancement. Wait, Su Bai paused for a moment, then realized this was a task issued by the system. Permanent enhancement. The mere thought of those 4 words filled Su Bai with excitement. Currently, the buffs he received from drinking had time limitations, typically lasting only an hour. Although continuous drinking could extend the duration, it rarely exceeded a few hours due to his limited tolerance. However, this permanent enhancement buff, if he understood correctly, would require no drinking or any preconditions. It would remain in effect indefinitely. Abu observed Su Bai's silly grin and felt a bit perplexed. What are you laughing about? I don't recall mentioning any rewards for reaching the top 10 in both servers. Did I? Abu began to doubt whether his memory was failing. Had he promised a reward that he simply could not recall? Otherwise, what was Su Bai so jubilant about? Suddenly, Su Bai declared, top 10 is not enough. Abu, feeling slightly annoyed, retorted, you have already agreed. Now you wish to backtrack? Can you not exhibit a bit of integrity? Su Bai asserted, I want to be first in both servers. His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of others. The EDG members had just arrived and had yet to commence their training for the day. Upon hearing Su Bai's declaration, they all turned to look. The manager, known as the factory director, remarked, Su Bai, you may not fully grasp the complexities of the summit of the canyon, but not assume that reaching the top of the Korean server guarantees a similar outcome here. These are two distinct concepts. Miko added, indeed, based on my experiences, the summit of the canyon is incredibly intricate. Often, it's not merely about skill but also about social dynamics. Do you understand? Abu cautioned, Su Bai, I know you are young and impassioned, but sheer enthusiasm alone will not suffice. In response, Su Bai questioned, what if I do achieve first place in both servers? What will you say then? Seeing Su Bai's determination, the EDG members exchanged amused glances. The factory director chuckled. After all, he is still a minor. I recall being much like him, feeling invincible at that age. I believe my inability to climb the ranks was solely due to a lack of effort. If I tried, no one could surpass me. Miko chimed in. Youth should embody youthful spirit. It's admirable. I think it would be beneficial for him to face some setbacks and gain experience. I could see that moment. Mao stepped forward and suggested, I have a good idea. How about this? If you, Su Bai, do not achieve first place in both servers, you shall refrain from drinking alcohol in the future. The room fell silent in surprise. It was clear to everyone that Mouse and Su Bai had a contentious relationship. Specifically, Mouse was concerned that Su Bai posed a threat to his starting position. Thus, he had always been on guard. Why was he now making such a suggestion? The factory director half-jokingly remarked. Mouse, what mischief are you plotting? Are you trying to set a trap? With an innocent expression, Mouse replied, what are you saying? We are a team, and should not we support one another? In reality, Mouse's proposal was not intended to resolve the tension between Su Bai and the club. Rather, he sought to exacerbate it, that if Su Bai agreed and subsequently failed to secure first place in both servers, he would be bound by his own words and forbidden from drinking. However, Su Bai appeared to be someone who would not easily abstain from alcohol, thus intensifying the conflict. Just then, Su Bai readily agreed. All right, no problem. If I do not succeed, I shall abstain from alcohol entirely. Upon hearing this, Abu expressed his surprise. Really? You genuinely agreed? Let me be clear. If you consent but ultimately fail, There will be consequences, Su Bai reassured him. You need not worry. I'm not one to go back on my word. Very well, it is settled. Abu was elated, thinking that Mouse had been quite helpful. Mouse, too, was pleased, a smirk spreading across his face. Achieving first place in the summit of the canyon was not something one could simply attain at will. He was about to show Su Bai what it truly meant to be scripted in a match. At that moment, Su Bai added, "But if I do succeed, you all must place a bet as well." The pressure shifted onto Abu, as this matter had little bearing on the others, necessitating his involvement in the wager. The others were merely enjoying the spectacle, and the stakes certainly needed to be high. Suddenly, Abu raised a finger and declared, "If you manage to secure first place in both servers, the club will reward you with 100. The factory director was taken aback. "Wow, that is quite generous. You are offering 1 million right off the bat." Miko interjected, "Abu, are you certain you have the authority to make such a decision? Shouldn't you consult the owner?" Abu clarified, "I can indeed make this decision. Previously, to facilitate RNG's contract termination, the owner had set aside 10 million, which remains in the account untouched since RNG voluntarily terminated the contract. Therefore, if Su Bai achieves first place, we can promote it, and the club will benefit that I can grant Su Bai 1 million as a bonus, and the owner will certainly not object. It serves as a great promotional angle." Upon hearing this, the others grasped the situation. Abu's astuteness as a team manager shone through. His perspective on matters differed from that of the players. That'd be why awarding this 1 million bonus to Su Bai. They could cultivate an image of EDG as a club that values talent and is generous with rewards, accomplishing 2 goals with 1 action. Naturally, Su Bai would not refuse such an offer. It would be foolish to turn down easy money, given that he had already accepted the task from the system. Even without the wager, he aimed to achieve first place, making this 1 million a windfall. Once the bet was finalized, Su Bai stood up and said, "I'll go prepare." The EDG members were momentarily taken aback. Why would he need to leave the premises to prepare for ranked matches? Su Bai departed from the training facility and made his way to a nearby large supermarket. Pushing a shopping cart, he arrived at the beverage section, where shelves were lined with an array of alcoholic drinks, beers, cocktails, fungio, red wine, and Mount. Su Bai intended to sample a bit of everything, as he found that consuming the same type of drink repeatedly became rather monotonous. Varying his choices was far more enjoyable. Of course, he decided to avoid anything with excessive alcohol content for the time being. Downing a bottle might lead to him collapsing before the desired effects even kicked in. Although his tolerance had improved significantly, it remained limited. After filling an entire shopping cart, Su Bai approached the checkout counter. The cashier regarded him with a look of bewilderment, pondering how a young man could already be ensnared by a penchant for alcohol, especially considering his handsome appearance. What a pity. Once he settled the bill, he pushed the cart back, as lifting it was out of the question that he intended to return the cart later. Upon relocating the drinks to the security office at the training facility, Su Bai enlisted the help of the security guard to carry them upstairs. As Su Bai and the guard entered the training room, their commotion drew the attention of the EDG team. Miko exclaimed, "Are you planning to bathe in alcohol?" The manager remarked, "Must you be so dramatic? We won't have room for anything else." A younger teammate chimed in, "Is this really what you prepared? We should have anticipated this. There's nothing else it could be." Soon enough, Su Bai's table was surrounded by an array of bottles, all brimming with alcohol. The others began to worry whether his table could withstand the weight. The collective mass of the beverages likely exceeded 100 pounds. Once prepared, Su Bai commenced his ranked matches, aiming first to reclaim the top spot in the Korean server, followed by dominating the rift. While waiting in the queue, he decided to enhance his performance with a little self-indulgence. Grabbing a bottle of cocktail, he twisted off the cap and downed it in one go. Refreshing. Unsatisfied, he reached for another bottle. By the time he entered the match, he had consumed 4 bottles. He could see that moment. Su Bai's phone rang. He picked it up to discover an unfamiliar number. As he answered, he continued to draft his band pick strategy. "Who is this?" Under the influence of alcohol, Su Bai felt irritable. All he wanted was to focus on his ranked matches and make the most of his buff time, disregarding all other matters. "It's me. Have you made your decision yet?" "Huh. Decision about what? Speak plainly. Have you been drinking? Your tone is rather confrontational. Do you even know who I am?" Meanwhile, in Principal Wang's office, he was on the phone. having noticed that Yejie had released a statement and Su Bai had issued an apology. This presented a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment when tensions were at their peak, Principal Wang called. However, he was taken aback to find that Su Bai had begun drinking during the day. Thinking to himself that this young man was even more carefree than he had anticipated, "I don't know who you are. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up," Su Bai declared. Sensing the call was about to end, Principal Wang quickly interjected, "Fine, I'll let this slide. I'm giving you a choice. Join us at IG, and you can drink on stage to your heart content. Concerned about fines? I can cover 1 million or even 5 million for you." Letting the officials deduct it gradually. Confident in his pitch, Principal Wang envisioned Su Bai readily agreeing that this is a scam call. The line went dead. Principal Wang was left in shock. He had previously called Su Bai from this number. So logically, Su Bai should have recognized it. Could it be that Su Bai hadn't saved his number? Principal Wang was on the verge of losing his composure. His phone number was coveted by many, sought after with great effort and intrigue. Yet here was Su Bai, who had called him but couldn't even be bothered to save it. Glaring at his phone screen, Principal Wang muttered angrily, "I refuse to believe this. Once I recruit you to IG, we'll see if you continue to act so arrogantly, driven not only by the desire for his team's success, but also by a sense of vindication." Principal Wang felt that Su Bai's current confidence stemmed from his position at EDG, where he could act with impunity. However, things would be different at IG as the summer season progressed. Su Bai remained absent from matches. And with EDG performing admirably, the drinking incident gradually faded from public attention. Encouraged by Su Bai's example, Mouse became increasingly diligent, arriving first and leaving last each day, when Su Bai was not around. Mouse had been adept at slacking off that he would intentionally avoid entering matches, feigning long queues, and during reviews, he would often drift off, neglecting practice with certain heroes. His only goal had been to coast through. However, now he could not afford such complacency. His job was on the line as the latter half of the summer season approached. Su Bai ascended to the pinnacle of the Korean server, creating a significant gap of 100 points from the second place. Even if he occasionally forgot to play, he would not be immediately overtaken. Climbing the ranks in the Rift was a fresh start, albeit at a slower pace, since training matches were still necessary. At this moment, Su Bai was in queue, the clock reading 10 o'clock at night. Glancing at the current standings in a Rift, he noted he had reached rank 205 if he could push ahead 5 more spots. He would enter the top 100, and when the rankings reset at midnight, he would achieve the coveted rank of Master. Am I really about to attain Master? How swift! I could have sworn I hadn't been grinding for long, and I barely played a handful of games without losing. How is this even possible? Is this the power of the top player in Korea? Remarkable! Rumors circulated that a streamer was about to achieve the top rank in both servers. And the chat in Su Bai's streaming room was buzzing with excitement, as viewers were left awestruck by his prowess. Current buffs in effect. Prediction 200. Time remaining 35 minutes and 7 seconds. Awareness 100. Time remaining 57 minutes and 3 seconds. Reaction 100. Time remaining 13 minutes and 12 seconds. Dexterity 200. Time remaining 1 hour 56 minutes and 31 seconds. Mastery of Unmatched Duelist. Fiora 100. Time remaining 6 minutes and 14 seconds. Mastery of the Might of Demacia. Garen 100. Time remaining 54 minutes and 17 seconds. Su Bai calculated that he might be running low on time, as 2 of his buffs were nearing expiration. Thus, he seized another bottle and drank it down. With a satisfying gulp, Su Bai did not activate his webcam, leaving the audience to only hear his voice. Here we go again. Another drink. Many viewers were perplexed, questioning why the streamer seemed to finish a bottle of water so effortlessly. How can he consume so much liquid at once? Doesn't that mean ELL have to keep running to the restroom? Is it really water, or could it be some sort of advanced beverage? Numerous spectators remained skeptical, convinced that Su Bai was not merely drinking water, but rather some high-tech concoction that would enhance his performance beyond the ordinary, enabling him to unleash 200% of his potential. This elucidates why Su Bai has become so formidable. Consequently, some individuals recognized a business opportunity and began peddling this beverage on a certain online marketplace that, of course, this drink does not actually exist. It is merely a concoction of sugar water mixed with colorants, masquerading under Su Bai's name, suggesting that by consuming this liquid, bronze players could ascend to silver, silver players could aspire to gold, gold players could reach platinum, and platinum players could step into the realm of diamonds. Many were indeed deceived, spending considerable sums only to discover it was utterly futile. When this matter reached Su Bai's ears, he reported it to the club. The club opted to lodge a complaint and even established a dedicated team to combat the false claims surrounding beverages related to Su Bai online. The notion was not unique to a handful of individuals. Hence, various discounted high-tech drinks associated with Su Bai began to proliferate online. As the selection for heroes commenced, Su Bai found himself confronted with a dilemma. His buffs related to hero proficiency were limited to two. One for Fiora, which was about to expire in mere minutes, and another for Garen, which had a longer duration but presented its own challenges. Su Bai reached for a bottle of liquor, preparing to indulge further. However, he soon felt a slight dizziness. It seemed he had overindulged today, having played continuously since morning that if he were to continue drinking, he might not be able to endure it. What to do? With time running out for hero selection, Su Bai gritted his teeth and locked in Garen. Garen it is. With sufficient skill, one can still carry the game. Upon locking in Garen, the chat exploded. Garen? Surely not. Did he select incorrectly? Can Garen still compete in a high-tier match? It's actually Garen. A seasoned Garen player is here. Let us see who dares to say Garen is only viable in low tiers. Observing the lively discussion in the chat, Su Bai remarked, "Remember, there are no trash heroes, only summoners who lack skill." As soon as he said this, the number of messages in the chat doubled. Many players had long wished to play heroes like Garen, Xiaobai, Teemo, and Yasuo, only to see them branded as subpar heroes, unsuitable for the competitive scene. Although they were quite displeased with this situation, they found it difficult to refute it. They could only argue on forums about the possibility of these heroes performing well in matches. Convinced of their reasoning, but lacking the ability to validate it in high-tier play, relegated to mere self-indulgence within a small circle, Su Bai had essentially voiced their innermost thoughts, providing them with a chance for validation. Thus, Garen enthusiasts flocked to Su Bai's livestream. Eager to learn, Su Bai promptly swapped his teleport for Ignite, explaining Garen does not require teleport. As long as you manage your lane well, you can maintain your momentum. Ignite can be remarkably effective. Often, Garen's full combo is merely short of the Ignite damage. With this, the audience began taking notes out of course. Su Bai was discussing the ranked play style. In competitive matches, not having teleport could be quite detrimental. In this match, Su Bai faced a top lane Jarvan 4, a popular choice in the current meta, both in ranked and competitive play. As the game commenced, Su Bai opted for a single Doran's shield, foregoing a health potion. Consequently, the chat erupted with comments. This is just a normal bot game. Normal bot game. Is this not ranked? What do you mean by bot game? New here, just Google it. In reality, Su Bai would adjust his item build based on the difficulty of the lane. If he started with a Doran's item, it indicated he believed the lane would be quite easy, facing no pressure that if he opted for a Doran's shield or Doran's blade without additional potions. It suggested he anticipated a relatively easy lane. Should he choose Doran's blade and Doran's shield along with replenishment items, it indicated a more challenging matchup requiring caution, given that Su Bai typically dominated his lanes. The degree of his superiority varied, akin to a bot game. Thus, the audience assessed the enemy top laner's strength based on Su Bai's differing item builds, categorizing them from easy bots, average bots, to difficult bots. Corresponding to the three types of starting items, as Su Bai entered the lane, he began trading blows with Jarvan 4, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, dancing merrily. The first wave of minions approached, and as the low-health minions began to fall, Jarvan played cautiously, using Dragon Strike to secure last hits while simultaneously poking Su Bai. Ignoring him entirely, Su Bai executed AQA to secure 3 minions. He then retreated into the brush, re-emerging with full health as the second wave of minions arrived. He hit level 2, quickly leveling his E ability to push the wave. After clearing the minions, he feigned an attempt to gain vision. But in reality, he zipped into the enemy jungle to place a ward, thanks to the speed boost provided by his Q ability. Upon the arrival of the third wave, he returned to lane to continue pushing. He subsequently vanished from the top lane, only to return moments later, now sporting a red buff and, of course, a first blood to his name. Jarvan IV likely received a stern reprimand from his jungler. Following Su Bai's wave clear, Jarvan took the initiative to EQ combo in for a trade. While it appeared Jarvan had gained the upper hand, Su Bai lingered in the brush, awaiting the next wave of minions. As the minions fell low, Garen reappeared, now at full health. Such a cheeky tactic. Is this truly how one can play? Jarvan must have been exasperated. The chat was filled with amusement, although this was a ranked match in the master tier. From Su Bai's perspective, it appeared utterly effortless, devoid of any pressure, akin to casual play. In no time, Su Bai's Garen reached level 6, while Jarvan still retained 2/3 of his health, which seemed considerable to Su Bai opted to push the lane towards the tower. Drawing near to Jarvan. Following his earlier misfortune, Jarvan was now too wary to trade blows with Su Bai. Each time it seemed he was gaining, Garen's healing ensured that he ultimately suffered the losses, leading Jarvan to refrain from retaliating, instead waiting beneath his turret for the minion wave. Realizing Garen was closing in, Jarvan sensed danger and prepared a counterattack. Su Bai initiated with Garen's Q ability. Jarvan EQ'd almost simultaneously. Following up with his ultimate, he aimed to secure a kill onto the turret. However, upon completing his combo, he realized something was amiss. If Garen's Q had struck him, he shouldn't have been able to activate his ultimate. Indeed, he had been deceived that Su Bai had intentionally targeted the minions with Garen's Q. Now, Su Bai awaited the cooldown for his next Q. Jarvan, feeling awkward, was unsure whether to retreat or continue his assault. Su Bai merely trailed behind him, refraining from engaging as soon as his next Q became available. He executed a Q followed by E, culminating in his ultimate paired with Ignite. Jarvan flashed away, but it was too late. He was ignited and perished, with an empowered Garen dominating the lane. Su Bai wreaked havoc in the jungle. His itemization was meticulously crafted to ensure that his full combo could obliterate squishies, while acknowledging that tanks did not require excessive damage items. However, neglecting to build damage in casual matches could hinder one's ability to carry. Su Bai's thought process was meticulously documented by his viewers. Ready to be compiled into a guide, as team fights ensued, Su Bai's Garen became nearly invincible. He began to impart wisdom. Garen is susceptible to being kite, especially when lacking flash, so during team fights, avoid chasing that if you possess the advantage and are tanky, assist in dealing with the front line. The enemy frontliners cannot withstand your resilience. Under Su Bai's guidance, the team fights turned into a one-sided massacre, with the opposing team unable to withstand the onslaught. Following a decisive victory in the team fight, the enemy team surrendered, unwilling to proceed. As a result, after this match, Su Bai's tutorial on Garen trended on social media that evening, garnering attention comparable to that of the day's matches, given the sheer number of players who favored this champion. The summer season continued, with EDG securing a playoff berth, although the regular season had yet to conclude. Their current record guaranteed them a spot in the playoffs. Meanwhile, Su Bai experienced a new development. It appeared that merely drinking alcohol was insufficiently entertaining, prompting him to indulge in skewers instead, although it is customary for everyone to indulge in snacks and order takeout. The club imposes no restrictions. Typically, they dine together and order food collectively, which proves to be quite convenient. However, Su Bai's schedule often diverges from theirs, allowing him the liberty to savor skewers at any moment. This has incited considerable envy among the others. Mouse, seeking to exploit this situation, aimed to isolate Su Bai. To his surprise, the response from the group was entirely contrary to his expectations. The factory director unexpectedly joined Su Bai for a meal. With the director taking the initiative, Miko and the junior player followed suit, and even the relatively reserved Yejie eventually joined in. Consequently, Mouse found himself isolated, realizing that the group did not resent someone enjoying skewers in the training room. Rather, they were displeased at being excluded from the gathering. Recognizing that this could not continue, Mouse resolved to create some trouble for Su Bai, as his rapport with the others was growing increasingly strong. He felt it necessary to deliberately generate some friction to halt this momentum. Mouse began to scrutinize Su Bai's performance records, and upon doing so, discovered that Su Bai was not only the top player on the Korean server, but had also ascended to the pinnacle of the Rift. During this period, Su Bai had prioritized ranked matches over training games, a decision that garnered some discontent from Abu. However, Su Bai's reasoning was straightforward, since he was unable to participate in matches. Engaging in training games held no significance that it would be more beneficial for Mouse to play more games to enhance their performance on stage. Ultimately, Abu had no choice but to acquiesce. This situation served as an excellent pretext. Coincidentally, they were scheduled to play a practice match against IG that afternoon, and Mouse devised a plan. As afternoon approached, Abu and Nof entered the training room. Abu addressed the group, stating, "You all know we're set to face IG in a practice match this afternoon. Right? You have half an hour to prepare." He glanced at Mouse before walking directly behind Su Bai. The delightful aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Upon nearing Su Bai, Abu discovered that he was, in fact, enjoying skewers. Relishing the skewers while sipping on some alcohol, Su Bai appeared to be in high spirits. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned and inquired, "Care for some?" Abu shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "You should probably wrap it up. We need to prepare for the practice match." Su Bai, perplexed, responded, "Why should I care about your match? You can play without me." Abu insisted, "You're playing this afternoon. Mouse is feeling unwell." Su Bai, upon hearing this, exhibited reluctance, casting a glance at Mouse's position, instinctively sensing that Mouse was being deliberately manipulative. Yet, unable to conjure a valid reason to decline, he begrudgingly agreed, "Fine, I'll play." Thus, half an hour later, the EDG team was ready. They logged in, set up the room, invited players, and joined the voice chat. The 5 of them swiftly completed their preparations. Meanwhile, the 5 IG players, upon readiness, were invited into the EDG room. With both teams prepared, they entered the bandpick phase, during which Nof remarked, "You all remember the training content I shared yesterday, right? I won't repeat it." Nof's omission was intentional. While he had indeed mentioned it previously, he chose not to reiterate it to create challenges for Su Bai. In reality, when Mouse approached Abu, claiming he was unwell and unable to participate in the practice match, Abu had conferred with Nof to devise a strategy. They both perceived this as a prime opportunity to ground Su Bai, believing he had become somewhat aloof and dismissive of their counsel. Should Su Bai encounter significant setbacks in the training room, he would likely become less assertive in the future. Hence, Nof deliberately refrained from disclosing today's training content. On the IG side, the players were making their pre-match arrangements. They were set to face Su Bai. Suddenly, Duck, the top laner, exclaimed in surprise. The IG players turned to the screen and were astonished to find that EDG had indeed substituted in Su Bai. Until this point, EDG had consistently fielded Mouse, having faced IG on several occasions with Mouse as their representative. Thus, the IG players had assumed that Mouse would be their opponent yet again. However, the reality was that EDG had made a change. Ning remarked, "So it's this kid. Huh. Last time his Jace completely outplayed me, and now I'm out for revenge." After being bested by Su Bai previously, Ning had dedicated himself to improvement in hopes of an opportunity for retribution. Now, that opportunity had arrived. The IG coach, upon discovering that Su Bai was in the lineup, immediately grabbed his phone and made a call to Principal Wang. That a series of indistinct sounds could be heard on the other end before Principal Wang's voice emerged. "Hello. Who is calling at this hour?" The IG coach, taken aback, thought, "Oh no, what a coincidence." However, the call had already been made, and Principal Wang had answered to say it was inconsequential, would only exacerbate the situation. Therefore, the IG coach explained, "I wanted to inform you that EDG is currently engaged in a practice match with us, and they brought in Su Bai. You mentioned that if anything regarding Su Bai arose, we should inform you immediately. So, he is playing. Quickly, send me the match footage. Don't hang up." On the other end, sounds of hurried movement suggested that Principal Wang was discontinuing his previous activity. Moments later, his voice returned, "Tell your players this. Today there's nothing else. Focus on the top lane. Focus on the top lane. Focus on the top lane. Obliterate the top lane. Understood?" Principal Wang's tone was extremely fervent, seemingly harboring strong opinions about EDG's substitute top laner. "Understood." The IG coach acknowledged, turning to his teammates. "Everyone, take note. Today's training content has changed. Initially, we were to focus on mid and bot lanes, but now we will concentrate on the top lane." Upon hearing this, the IG players began to discuss amongst themselves. Ning excitedly exclaimed, "Ha! Perfect! I'm going to obliterate him and dance on his corpse." Duck added, "Ning, it's all on you for the top lane. This kid has some skill in lane, but don't worry, I'll be cautious. Nothing will go wrong before you arrive." Ning retorted, "You said that last time, yet you claimed you could stomp him as long as you were serious. Now you're telling me to play it safe. Sounds like you're just bluffing." Duck defended himself. "I'm just being prudent. If you insist, I'll go all out. I 1T back down, but if the factory director targets me, I am definitely going to die." Ning interjected, All right, I knew you were all talk." Ning was known for his blunt manner. He viewed skill as the only metric that mattered. At that moment, Baolan's voice chimed in. "Ning, should I also head to the top lane to stir things up? Miko's roaming potential is quite strong. I suspect he might make a move." Ning retorted, "Blue Princess, you need to think for yourself. Do you always require others to guide you?" Baolan fell silent, rolling his eyes at Ning. Rookie chimed in, "Hold on. Are we already bickering before the match has even started? I've heard this top laner is formidable. I want to see just how strong he is. Count me in." Duck was elated. You're joining too. Does that mean their top laners stand a chance?" In truth, Duck was quite eager for mid lane assistance, but felt hesitant to express it. Rookie was the undeniable core of the team. It was Tia's place to issue commands. Now that Rookie had volunteered to assist in the top lane, the situation had become much simpler. Duck suspected Ning might be somewhat unreliable, occasionally overextending or making reckless plays. However, Rookie was undoubtedly dependable. He would suppress the enemy mid laner first and then coordinate with Ning to train Su Bai in the top lane. Such a scenario was simply too beautiful to contemplate. Observing his teammates' excitement, Xiaobai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, "Are you all solely focused on capturing him? Isn't that a bit excessive? This game involves 5 players. If I dominate the bot lane, 1T, I'd be able to eliminate him in team fights in an instant." Ning replied, "I don't think you're up to the task, Xiaobai. In this match, allow me to showcase the true essence of damage output. If I am granted just 5 seconds to unleash my power in the late-game team fight, the battle will be decisively over. Balan, should you opt for the champion Kog'Maw, I shall select a support that is more fragile." Upon hearing this, Ning interjected vehemently, "What use is a fragile support? They can only hinder the enemy in lane. Choose a sturdier support and roam with me instead." Even before the drafting phase commenced, discord began to surface within the IG team. At that moment, the IG coach suddenly interjected, "The boss is listening, so it would be wise for you to think carefully before speaking. At this juncture." The coach's phone remained connected, and the team's conversations were being overheard by Principal Wang. Everyone felt a sudden tightening in their pants, realizing that if Principal Wang were to become displeased, this year's bonuses would vanish into thin air. On the EDG side, discussions regarding the draft were also underway. Su Bai had yet to determine his champion, primarily because the buff for proficiency had not yet activated. He proceeded to consume bottle after bottle, downing 4 in rapid succession. What is the current situation? Su Bai glanced at the status of his buffs. Active buffs. Prediction 100. Remaining time 59, 15. Awareness 100. Remaining time 101, 01. Reaction 100. Remaining time 57, 54. Dexterity 100. Remaining time 104, 03. Still, there was no sign of the proficiency buff. Thus, Su Bai continued to drink. Meanwhile, his teammates had already begun selecting their champions, and, as per tradition, Su Bai was allowed to choose a bit later, granting him time to prepare. Just then, the team captain began to stir things up. He discreetly reached for a cup on the table. There were 2 cups present, seemingly meant for beverages. However, they were not filled with drinks, but rather with liquor. The captain uncapped the cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. A fiery sensation surged through his throat that he glanced at the screen. Acutely aware of the changes in his body, he could distinctly feel warmth coursing through him. This was promising news as he maneuvered the mouse. He sensed a slight increase in his hand speed. Perhaps this truly was beneficial. The captain's intention in consuming alcohol was not out of preference, but rather to ascertain whether it could enhance his gaming prowess. Through his observations, he noted that Su Bai often drank before games, seemingly to adjust his state. Once in the right frame of mind, he would dominate in gameplay. Conversely, when his performance waned, Su Bai would drink again. Such a pattern made it difficult not to associate alcohol consumption with improved gaming performance. Though there appeared to be no scientific basis for this, there was no other explanation. Thus, the captain was inclined to experiment himself and see if it held any merit. From his immediate perception, it seemed to be working. Just then, Miko turned to the captain and inquired, "Captain, when did you acquire these 2 cups? What do they contain?" Miko noted the cups before the captain. Having been longtime teammates and well acquainted with his habits, the captain rarely indulged in such purchases, always being frugal, rendering the sudden appearance of the 2 cups highly suspicious. "Oh, those? I simply bought them for fun," the captain casually replied. "What S in them? I saw you down one in one gulp." Miko pressed, "A TS energy drink, you know?" The captain began to weave a tale. Miko nodded, thinking it reasonable. One often drinks during competitions, especially when feeling fatigued or unable to concentrate. The group redirected their focus to the draft phase. Edg, on the blue side, was now awaiting the selection of champions for the 4th and 5th picks. At this moment, EDG still needed to select their top laner and ADC. Nof inquired, "What will you 2 be taking? Speak up." Yejie was the first to respond. "I'm so tired. I feel like sleeping." Upon hearing this, the EDG team was taken aback. Miko assumed Yejie was jesting and admonished, "Let us be serious and focus." Yet Yejie retorted, "Yeah, I'm off to sleep. Good night." "What are you doing?" This displeased Abu. Miko glanced at Yejie and suddenly realized that Yejie was flushed, occasionally letting out a drunken belch. Miko leaned closer to sniff. "The smell of alcohol is quite strong. Have you been drinking?" Yejie drowsily replied, "I'm not drunk. Don't say such things." Abu and Nof hurried over to assess the situation, only to discover that Yejie indeed was intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Abu felt a headache coming on. "What is happening?" "Yejie never drinks. He only sips during meals," Mouse suddenly piped up. "I suspect Su Bai led him astray. Perhaps he provided the alcohol." After hearing this, Abu felt it might hold some truth, so he turned to Su Bai and asked, "Su Bai, is what Mouse said true? Did you give Yejie the alcohol?" Su Bai shrugged. "If I say it wasn't me, would you believe it?" Hearing this, Abu hesitated. If it was Su Bai, who else could it be? Yet, lacking evidence, it would be hasty to jump to conclusions. What if it turned out to not be Su Bai, and he was wrongfully accused? Just as Abu pondered, the captain interjected, "This is not the time for such discussions. We still have a scrim with IG. Let us select our champions quickly." Certainly, the captain had his reasons for saying this. Another cup on his table was also empty. That cup had been consumed by Yejie. The captain had only just realized it, as Yejie had taken it without asking. Therefore, if Abu chose to investigate, it would eventually fall upon the captain. As time dwindled, Miko took control of Yejie's computer and hastily selected Jin, thereby buying them a bit more time. "Can you still play? Are you able to?" Miko shook Yejie's arm again, only to find it already dozed off. Youth truly is a blessing. He can simply fall asleep at will. But for heaven's sake, could he not choose a better moment to do so? He is asleep. It seems he cannot play. Miko informed the others that I'm utterly exasperated. Abu felt his head throbbing. They had arranged a scrim, and now, with the draft incomplete, one of their teammates was too inebriated to play. What kind of excuse is that? The reason being that their teammate had drunk too much. Wasn't he that a slight against others? However, with Yejie incapacitated, was there not a substitute for the ADC position? What to do? If all else fails, I could take the ADC role, Su Bai suggested suddenly. Su Bai added, "Mouse, you take the top lane. Quickly select a champion. We are out of time." Mouse was taken aback. "Me? Why me? I'm not feeling well either," Su Bai scolded. "Stop pretending. I know you're faking it." "Hurry up. There's no time." Mouse was thoroughly intimidated by Su Bai's commanding presence and quickly replied, "Help me pick Makai." Thus, Miko locked Makai at the last second. After saying this, Mouse suddenly felt something was off. Why should he heed Su Bai's instructions? Did Su Bai have the final say in such matters? On the other side, Nof remarked, "You are all utterly ridiculous. A top laner playing ADC. Do you think you can manage?" Su Bai stood up, 2 bottles of liquor in hand, walking over to Yejie and placing the bottles on the table. He then helped Yejie sit up in a chair. After taking Yejie's place, he declared, Whether I can manage or not, we shall see. 1 Twi. Nof shook his head vigorously. Is there even a need to test this? Do you think this is a joke? If the opponents catch on, they will realize our bot lane is completely inept, thinking we are intentionally trying to annoy them, and they will never scrim with us again. Abu nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a dilemma. If IG were to perceive that EDG was treating the scrimmage with levity, indulging in whimsical picks, they would undoubtedly blacklist EDG and seize future invitations. I could see that moment. Mao stepped forward in support. I wholeheartedly back Su Bai. I firmly believe that with Su Bai's talent and capability, he can effortlessly handle the role of ADC. Mao's reasoning was straightforward. Should the scrimmage commence, Su Bai would likely be overwhelmed in the bot lane, thus diminishing his audacious arrogance. Mao's endorsement came as no surprise to the others, who could easily conjecture the rationale behind it. Subsequently, the team leader chimed in. I think it's fine to proceed this way. Since Su Bai is confident, who knows what he might accomplish? Regardless, it's certainly better than backing out. The team leader's words caught Abu off guard, particularly given his stature, which far overshadowed that of Mouse. At this juncture, both sides had entered the loading screen, rendering any reconsideration seemingly futile. Abu turned to Miko, inquiring, "Are you all right with this?" Miko shook his head, replying, "I'm fine as long as Su Bai's proficiency with ADC is up to par." Abu approached Su Bai from behind, patting him on the shoulder. "Su Bai, are you truly okay with this?" Su Bai did not rush to respond. Instead, he downed a bottle of liquor before him. Upon detecting that the host was consuming alcohol, a buff was activated. Prediction 100, cumulative total 200, remaining time 1 hour 15 minutes 3 seconds. This was not his intention, yet he finished the last bottle as well. The system registered the consumption, awarding proficiency. Caitlyn 100, cumulative total 100, remaining time 1 hour 1 minute 8 seconds. Fortune favors me. Su Bai was astonished to find that he had indeed unlocked the proficiency buff for Caitlyn. Whether it was mere coincidence or some underlying mechanism remained unclear. However, such details were inconsequential now. With newfound confidence, Su Bai declared, "No problem, I'll handle the bot lane." As the game commenced, the lineups were revealed. Blue side, Yejie. Top lane Malphite. Jungle Gragas, mid lane Syndra, ADC Caitlyn, support Lulu. Red side IG. Top lane Cho'Gath. Jungle Jarvan 4, mid lane Ryze, ADC Kog'Maw, support Janet. At this moment, Mouse had taken his place in the bot lane, feeling an array of emotions. He never anticipated having the opportunity to be teammates with Su Bai in this match. He merely needed to play it safe in the top lane, as the bot lane was likely to be obliterated, probably unable to withstand the onslaught for even 20 minutes. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Miko queried Su Bai, "How do you plan to handle the landing phase?" Logically, Caitlyn should have an advantage over Kog'Maw. "But I'm concerned that you might not be adept," Su Bai replied. "Since you've mentioned that Caitlyn has an advantage over Kog'Maw, then it's imperative to dominate the lane." Miko probed further. "Are you truly skilled with Caitlyn?" "I mean, I'm referring to genuine expertise, not just bullying in low-tier matches." Despite his reservations, Miko found it hard to believe that Su Bai could not perform well with Caitlyn. Su Bai smiled confidently. "If you're worried, you can stay a bit further back. I can handle a 2-on-1. He was not jesting. He genuinely believed he could take on 2 opponents. Of course, this notion of a 2-on-1 did not imply facing 2 enemies alone. Rather, it meant that while Miko would be present in the bot lane, he would refrain from engaging, allowing Su Bai to take on both adversaries. At this point, Abu interjected. "By the way, once you're in, inform everyone that we've made a roster change. That it's essential to notify the opposing team when a substitution occurs during scrimmages. Failing to do so could lead to a breach of trust, resulting in reluctance from them to engage in future practice matches." On the IG side, once the game screen loaded, the team began strategizing. Just then, Principal Wang's voice rang out. "Listen closely, this match is crucial. We must annihilate their top lane, regardless of his champion choice." His tone was forceful, and the intensity conveyed a palpable sense of anger. This was an opportunity, although none could fathom the reason behind Principal Wang's animosity towards Su Bai. It sufficed to know that it was substantial. Whoever could vanquish Su Bai might find themselves rewarded with a generous bonus from Principal Wang. Duck took the opportunity to assert himself. don't worry. Boss, he's playing Malphite this time. A champion that can't shine. Once I get my items, I'll crush him to MY ultimate deals true damage, and building tankiness 1T help him. Duck was set to play Cho'Gath, who faced little pressure against Malphite, easily countering with magic resistance. Ning then added, top lane, wait for me. Maintain your health. Don't repeat last time where you were low on health before I even arrived. Only to be countered. Duck replied, I was too careless last time. It 1T happen again. Suddenly, Jackie Love exclaimed, wait, what are they saying? Su Bai's going bot to play ADC, and Mouse is in the top lane. The IG team turned their attention to the screen, realizing that this information had originated from the team leader. Such matters were not to be taken lightly, especially since it came from him. It was certainly not a jest. Wang Defa. Duck was taken aback, having devised a plan to take revenge on Su Bai, only to find him merrily heading to the bot lane instead. Ning was equally perplexed. So what now? Can't I go top anymore? Should I go bot? Jackie Love, brimming with excitement, remarked, bro, you're stepping up to lane with me, right? All right, I'll give you a power boost. Balan inquired, how do we approach the bot lane? Should we play defensively or aggressively? Initially, during champion selection, Jackie Love had advocated for a cautious approach, focusing on team fights, although he had mentioned that if the jungle came to assist, they could play more aggressively. However, Ning seemed disinclined to assist, which meant they would have to focus on farming, as Kog'Maw struggled in lane. Now, however, the situation had shifted dramatically. EDG South bot lane featured a top laner playing ADC. Thus, they were compelled to dominate the lane. Jackie Love was eager not to miss this opportunity. Balan concurred. All right, let us play aggressively. He felt confident, considering the opponents were inexperienced, even if their champions were slightly inferior. It wouldn't matter to that moment. Ning interjected, do you think it's possible that Su Bai's sudden shift to bot lane is because he looks down on us? He thinks he can toy with us. Otherwise, there's no reason for it. Upon hearing this, Jackie Love's anger flared. Is that so? He looks down on us, huh? Fine, I'll make sure to dominate the bot lane. Ning chuckled, really? You're not just boasting. Are you? To be honest, our opponent is a prodigy. It's understandable if you can't match him. Ning began to stoke the flames, recognizing the potential for conflict. Ning, you don't need to provoke me. I am determined to obliterate our opponents. I mean, utterly decimate them. Jackie Love was brimming with confidence on the other end of the line. Principal Wang initially struggled to grasp the situation, but after receiving an explanation from the IG coach, he understood that Su Bai had switched lanes. That he then stated, Jackie Love, if you could secure a kill on him once, I'll reward you with 100,000. Furthermore, everyone listen closely. If you can completely obliterate him, this year's year-end bonus will be doubled. Excitement surged among the IG members. They had not achieved significant results and thus had received minimal bonuses. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen to secure additional year-end bonuses without even needing to clinch a championship. Who wouldn't be enticed? Just then, Duck whispered, how about we communicate with the opponents? Jackie Love scoffed. What a weak mindset. This is no challenge. When we're in lane, let us start with a 0 to 5 score against him. Then you can kill him 3 more times. And he'll be doomed. Upon hearing Jackie Love's name, it seems this matter is rather straightforward. On EDG's side, the bot lane confrontation has commenced. Su Bai has opted for a Doran's blade at the outset, as it is only fitting to extend some respect to his opponent, Jackie Love. Moreover, this marks Su Bai's debut in the bot lane, and exercising caution is certainly prudent. What are you doing helping the jungler with his camps? Suddenly, Miko sensed something amiss. Su Bai had directly ventured to the bot lane, seemingly disregarding the jungle. Observing this scene, Mouse chuckled. It's nothing. Su Bai is merely unaccustomed, so bear with him. Mouse inwardly found amusement in the situation, as it was evident that Su Bai had little experience in the bot lane, having completely forgotten about assisting the jungler with his camps. Su Bai confidently remarked, it's unnecessary. The jungler can manage on his own. This statement irked the jungler. I can indeed handle it solo, but pray tell, what is the rationale behind this? If you could secure substantial gains, I would have no objections. Soloing the jungle could be detrimental for the jungler. Not only does it diminish health significantly, but it also wastes precious time in the context of a match. The jungler's time is exceedingly valuable. Even a second's delay can have considerable consequences. The efficacy of this approach will soon reveal itself. Miko, come here. Su Bai began to take charge, which vexed Miko, who was reluctant to engage. For a high-caliber support, assisting an inexperienced ADC can be quite mentally taxing. Under such circumstances, Su Bai still insisted on directing him, which only served to heighten his irritation. This moment, Scout interjected. I believe Su Bai has his reasons for every action. Similar situations have arisen before, and you might consider placing your trust in him. Scout's endorsement stemmed from his own experience in the solo lane, where he held a degree of admiration for Su Bai, understanding the skill required to achieve such effects in a solo lane. Upon hearing this, Miko begrudgingly followed Su Bai to the bot lane, and the two entered the brush by the river together. Su Bai set traps in the brush, prompting Miko to laugh. Surely you don't think the opposing bot lane would dare to traverse this path with a champion like Kog'Maw at level 1. They're not fools, that Su Bai retorted. Of course, I know they aren't fools, and they're quite formidable, but have you considered that they might perceive us as the fools? Miko, upon hearing this, suddenly felt he grasped something. The first wave of jungle monsters respawned, and the jungler began to solo his camps. The pace was excruciatingly slow, causing the jungler considerable distress. You two in the bot lane had better secure an advantage. Otherwise, do not blame me for my words. Just then, the Yejie duo appeared. They made a beeline for the brush by the river. Miko, witnessing this, was taken aback. What are the opposing bot lane thinking? Do they take us for fools? Miko watched in disbelief as Kog'Maw entered the brush, only to trigger a trap. The Caitlyn landed a headshot, simultaneously placing a trap behind Kog'Maw. Realizing the danger, Kog'Maw activated his W ability to counterattack while retreating. Due to being caught off guard, Kog'Maw found himself at a health disadvantage. Before he could make 2 steps back, however, snap, he triggered a second trap. Caitlyn's next headshot struck Kog'Maw. Furthermore, within the brush, Caitlyn's passive crit accumulation rate doubled. Originally, Caitlyn required 6 basic attacks for 1 crit, but now it was reduced to 3. We can't win this. Retreat. Jackie decisively commanded, pulling back with his support Balon. They would have to take a long route to return to lane, inevitably missing out on experience. After chasing off the 2 opponents, Su Bai chose to return to lane to farm. Miko couldn't help but exclaim, what were Yejie's bot lane thinking? Their combination actually attempted to approach from that direction. They must have been asking to be obliterated. Su Bai inquired, so, do you find my words credible now? Miko remained silent, believing that Su Bai was merely fortunate, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. It wasn't that Su Bai played exceptionally well. Rather, the opponents had been foolish, presenting such an obvious opportunity. Su Bai collected 3 melee minions, while Yejie's bot lane failed to gain experience from the 3 melee minions. Balon cautioned, we're currently in an experience deficit. I suspect they'll come up to exert pressure, so be careful. Jackie was aware of this as well, but he was unwilling to be subjugated, opting to advance and test Su Bai. Caitlyn's attack range is 650 units, which is quite impressive among ADCs. Meanwhile, Kog'Maw gains an additional 130 units of attack range upon activating his W skill at level 1. With Kog'Maw's base attack range of 500 units. This brings him nearly on par with Caitlyn, thus fueling Jackie's confidence. Noticing Kog'Maw approaching, Miko advised, Kog'Maw has leveled W at 1. If he activates it, you should retreat. No sooner had he spoken than Su Bai's Caitlyn unleashed a headshot. At the moment Caitlyn struck, Kog'Maw activated his W skill in response. The two exchanged blows briefly, with Caitlyn opting to strike while retreating. Kog'Maw advanced slightly in pursuit. Both supports provided shields to their ADCs before beginning to tug at each other's hair. Caitlyn continued to retreat, while Kog'Maw could not press forward, lest he attract the ire of the minions. Consequently, he began to withdraw, only to find Caitlyn firing a basic attack in pursuit. Kog'Maw turned back, hoping to retaliate, but Caitlyn had already distanced herself. Jackie decided to retreat, and Caitlyn fired another shot. After landing 3 hits, he found himself unable to retaliate. Witnessing this, Miko exclaimed in surprise, your Caitlyn seems rather practiced. Su Bai responded with a smile. Is practice truly necessary? Su Bai's tone annoyed Miko. You can't possibly think it's that simple. Just knowing how to kite makes one proficient at ADC? You're quite naive. Su Bai merely smiled in silence, prompting Miko to become increasingly frustrated. He was eager to see just how long Su Bai would remain so confident if Caitlyn failed to establish a significant advantage in lane. Engaging in team fights would surely prove more challenging against Kog'Maw. Thus, merely trading a few hits would yield little impact. As the second wave of minions arrived, Jackie Love's Kog'Maw cautiously approached to secure some last hits. Caitlyn turned and fired a shot, followed by another. Kog'Maw was unable to retaliate, as his W skill had not yet cooled down. Moreover, Su Bai adjusted his positioning after each basic attack, both to avoid Kog'Maw's reach and to prevent being overwhelmed by the minions. It appeared that Su Bai was indeed onto something. Standing behind Su Bai, Abu and Nof were taken aback. They had initially intended to mock Su Bai for his struggles, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Abu whispered, "Don't you think his Caitlyn possesses some skill? His fundamentals seem quite solid." Nof nodded. "I noticed that too. His fundamentals are commendable, and he can kite effectively, but he must have practiced before. But I believe it's premature to draw conclusions." Abu and Nof felt a mix of emotions. Typically, one would expect to feel elated upon witnessing one's team members perform well in a scrimmage. However, the circumstances were peculiar. They had come anticipating a poor performance from Su Bai. Now, with Su Bai performing admirably, they found themselves conflicted, unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened. Nevertheless, to prevent Su Bai from becoming too overconfident, Nof remarked, "Su Bai, I advise you to play it safe. There's no need for excessive aggression. You might become an easy target," Su Bai retorted. "Would you like to take the keyboard? You can give it a try." Nof was rendered speechless. He had never encountered a player who spoke to him in such a manner. "Not coming. Then just watch closely. I'll manage the rhythm myself," Su Bai continued. Nof was left dumbfounded. He was the head coach, yet Su Bai had the audacity to speak to him this way. Nof cast a glance at Abu, who shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. The boss had previously instructed that one must not harm Su Bai's sentiments towards the club, which left them with no choice but to endure the situation. Now, all they could do was hope that Yejie would intervene and impose some consequences on Su Bai. Observing Abu's attitude, Nof sighed, recognizing this as perhaps the most peculiar experience of his coaching career. The match continued, and after leveling up twice, Su Bai's misfortune began to utilize her Q skill and passive to harass. Positioning, Su Bai announced as he unleashed his Q-skilled 8T that moment. Kog'Maw was auto-attacking minions, but upon sensing danger, he swiftly repositioned himself, only to inadvertently move right into the path of Misfortune's Q-skill. "Well played," Su Bai muttered to himself. With the wave pushed forward, Su Bai commenced tormenting Kog'Maw in front of the turret. "Here comes the flying dagger." Su Bai once again hurled his Q-skill. Kog'Maw attempted to evade, but failed yet again. Jackie Love soon found himself overwhelmed. Despite having the shield from Janna, his abilities were still on cooldown. Misfortune was constantly prepared to advance and harass with auto-attacks. Balon's shield had been baited a few times, and without it, Kog'Maw could only trade health for last hits. "I need it back." Jackie Love conceded, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. If he continued, he would surely perish. Watching this unfold, Principal Wong's expression darkened. Something was amiss. Jackie Love was a prodigious ADC he had invested heavily in, acquired from a streaming platform at a considerable cost. How could he be struggling against a mere top laner? What was going wrong? Was Jackie Love merely a FA Ade of talent, or was Su Bai truly an extraordinary genius? If one could dominate in two roles simultaneously, it would not be an exaggeration to label him a prodigy. If that were the case, they must secure his services, even with Jackie Love already on the roster. Such a talent was invaluable. With this in mind, Wong began to issue commands from afar. "Apply pressure. I want relentless pressure. How can you not compete in the bottom lane? What are you doing?" He demanded that the other lanes exert their influence. Meanwhile, on IG's side, upon hearing Wong's orders, Ning expressed disbelief as he glanced at the bottom lane. 10 minion kills behind? And Jackie Love was sent back home early. "What are you doing, Jackie Love?" "The opposing team has a top laner, brother," Jackie Love replied. "I didn't perform well." In truth, Jackie Love felt somewhat indignant. He had initially underestimated his opponent. While that was not the crux of the issue, the hero matchup had indeed disadvantaged him significantly. However, the fact that he was unable to surpass a top laner was simply unacceptable, and thus he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ning, seeing Jackie Love's plight, offered, "Let me assist you." You look too pitiful, Jaculov retorted. If you don't wish to come, don't feel obligated. Ning shot back. You're almost there, yet you still refuse to admit defeat? Without me, can you even hold your lane? Jaculov, however, was no coward. I can manage. I have my ways. Understanding Jaculov's stubborn temperament, Ning chose not to press further and headed toward the bottom lane, preparing to collaborate and eliminate misfortune. With the minion wave pushed forward, they at least had a chance to force a summoner spell in the bottom lane. Su Bai's misfortune continued to apply pressure, while Kog'Maw had returned to base for supplies. Yet the hero disparity was evident, and misfortune relentlessly harassed Kog'Maw. Suddenly, Miko alerted, "Move quickly. The enemy jungler is likely on his way." Miko had noticed the unusual positioning of the two opponents in the bottom lane. They had been playing cautiously, yet suddenly began to advance aggressively. Su Bai noticed too, but chose to feign a slight bait. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Miko exclaimed in shock. It was surprising that Su Bai had not recognized the imminent threat of the jungler. Typically, top laners should be acutely aware of such scenarios. As Su Bai began to retreat, the jungler appeared in the river, blocking his escape route. Given the circumstances, it seemed impossible for Su Bai to withdraw unscathed. At the very least, he would need to burn a summoner spell. If he mismanaged his positioning, he was likely to perish. Miko provided a slow to help misfortune move more swiftly. Just then, Su Bai unexpectedly initiated a counterattack. He opted to enter the brush, allowing his passive to activate more easily, and began to land auto attacks on the jungler. The jungler's health dwindled, but the distance to misfortune also shrank. The jungler activated his W ability to slow Su Bai, while Lulu used her Q to further slow him down, ultimately transforming the jungler into a sheep. The jungler continued to push forward, but was caught in a trap. Consequently, after the transformation ended, the jungler decisively unleashed his EQ combo. Misfortune swiftly sidestepped, and as the jungler adjusted his EQ path with a flash, Janna's gust followed suit. An intricate chain of crowd control. However, at the same moment, Misfortune also activated her flash. The jungler's EQ flash missed. "This is unbelievable," Ning gasped. The reaction speed of this misfortune was nothing short of terrifying, if it was indeed a prediction. That would be even more astounding. At this juncture, misfortune had established distance from Yejie, leaving them with no hope of pursuit. Ning could only choose to retreat and prepare to regroup with his duo. While this inability to chase was relative to Yejie, Su Bai was still capable of pursuing. He turned back to output damage, and Lulu's next speed boost was nearly off cooldown. Miko was left in a state of disbelief. "You don't actually intend to counter, do you?" Su Bai questioned back. "Is there a problem?" Miko was momentarily speechless. However, considering the situation, a counterattack seemed plausible, as the enemy had already expended their skills. The jungler's health continued to decline, and it appeared he was on the verge of being eliminated. In a bid to protect the jungler, Kog'Maw engaged with misfortune, activating his W ability to enhance his attack range. In a standoff, Kog'Maw held no fear. In a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly prevail since he had replenished his health. Yet Su Bai began to kite, trading auto attacks with Kog'Maw. Their actions mirrored each other. One shot, reposition, another shot, and on the third shot, Su Bai suddenly altered his rhythm, creating a slight distance. This minor adjustment disrupted Kog'Maw's auto attack cadence. Misfortune unleashed shot after shot, as Kog'Maw found himself unable to retaliate, hindered by the relentless barrage. Meanwhile, Ning's jungler lay in wait within a brush, anticipating the next EQ combo. The distance felt just right. Jaculov could no longer land his shots. His W ability was about to expire, leaving him even more vulnerable. Resolved, Jaculov began to retreat, while Misfortune pursued. What an opportunity! Kog'Maw turned back, and the jungler dashed in with his EQ combo. Almost simultaneously, Misfortune executed an E ability to retreat, followed by a Q skill and a final headshot. How naive! Su Bai secured the jungler's kill. Miko was astonished. What a swift reaction! If he had been knocked up, you would have been finished, Su Bai retorted. Do I look like someone who would get knocked up? Though slightly begrudging, Miko could not deny that Su Bai's actions were clearly calculated, not merely a stroke of luck. That was truly frightening. Engaging in a 2 versus 3 scenario, they managed to eliminate one. Although it could be termed a 2 versus 3, it was essentially a 1 versus 2, as the contributions of both supports largely canceled each other out. Witnessing the bottom lane's unexpected success, the coach expressed incredulity. "Miko, you're incredible. You can manage a 2 versus 3 with him?" The coach's first instinct was that the bottom lane's advantage was solely due to Miko's prowess. However, Miko contested, "What are you saying? This has little to do with me. It's all Su Bai's skill. He's completely outplaying the opponents." The coach was taken aback. "No way. Isn't he a top laner?" Miko responded, "Just watch his mechanics. Does he look like someone who can't play ADC standing behind the crowd?" Abu and Nof exchanged incredulous glances. Initially, they perceived Su Bai as merely a reckless brute, a player who relied solely on aggression and exhibited a lack of awareness. Yet, who could have anticipated that Su Bai would execute a stunning counterattack? Abu suddenly exclaimed. He deliberately held back. Could it be that he was trying to bait them? Such audacity! Nof stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. I sense a possibility in that, particularly when we consider the outcome in reverse. Abu was astonished. This world had become utterly absurd. A top laner descending to the bot lane to engage in ADC, and managing to suppress the opposing prodigy ADC. Even in a 2 versus 3 scenario, he could achieve a kill. Abu was well aware of Jackie Love's prowess as a manager. He possessed comprehensive knowledge of every player in the LPL. Having scrutinized their profiles countless times, that he was acutely aware of which players were endowed with skill, talent, and potential. Although Jackie Love was a newcomer, he was by no means inexperienced. The fact that Su Bai could hold his own against him indicated that he could easily perform as an ADC in an official match. The criteria for a team to determine whether a rookie could compete was primarily based on their performance in scrims. If assessed through conventional scoring, Su Bai would be more than qualified to step in as an ADC. Absurd. Abu felt as if the world had suddenly spiraled into madness. Meanwhile, on the IG side, after Ning had been outplayed, his mindset shattered. "What are you all doing?" "Just watching me get killed," Jackie Love retorted. "Don't shift the blame. You got outplayed yourself. If you hadn't engaged, you wouldn't have died." Ning fired back. "That's only because of the significant gap in our bot lane. Otherwise, could we have lost a 3 versus 2? At that moment, Principal Wong's voice rang out. "Are you all out of your minds? Can't win a 3 versus 2? Jackie Love, my teacher mentioned that you went for a massage last night. Is that why you're underperforming?" Such word from Principal Wong elicited no surprise from the IG members. Naturally, Jackie Love had not gone. Being underage, he simply replied, "I was just lucky. If the EQ of the prince had been faster, then the female general would have been a goner." Such luck cannot last. Jackie Love's words were merely an attempt to find an excuse. He knew the situation was far more complex. However, to admit that he was outmatched by the formidable top laner was simply out of the question. "Fine, you claim it's luck, then prove it to me." Principal Wong applied the pressure. Jackie Love rubbed his hands together, his palms clammy with sweat. The pressure he felt was genuinely immense. Ning, however, reassured, "It's all right. Once I hit level 6. He has no flash. With my ultimate, if he comes to the bot lane, he is certain to perish." Although Ning was also dissatisfied with the bot lane's performance, he was determined to target it for the sake of the prize money. On the EDG side, witnessing the commotion in the bot lane, Mouse sensed something was amiss. Regardless of whether the bot lane's success stemmed from luck or the opponent's missteps, it was clear that they had gained an advantage, drawing all attention to them, which was unfavorable for Mouse. This match was meant to witness Su Bai's folly, not to see him perform. Thus, Mouse decided to stir the pot. "Oh, look at my positioning. IQ, IW. How about it? Want to trade blows? Do you think you can win? Come on, I'm just toying with you. I can avoid last hitting with a single E-boom." He secured a cannon minion. "Are you infuriated? Furious?" Mouse exaggeratedly narrated the excitement happening in the top lane, feigning that it was equally thrilling. Consequently, the director chimed in. "Mouse, could you please be quiet? Have you lost your mind? Do you really need to announce every skill you use?" In response, Mouse protested, "But my top lane is impressive too. Why is everyone only watching the bot lane?" Miko interjected with a smirk. "Top lane, a giant tree and a giant bug. You two could engage for an hour without securing a single kill. And you call that impressive?" Mouse hesitated, wanting to refute, but realizing that perhaps that was indeed the case. "I end the bot lane." Su Bai's pressure continued unabated. After securing a kill, he returned to base to replenish, emerging with boots of attack speed. With the acquisition of attack speed boots, his agility had ascended to a new level. Now, engaging with Jaculov's Caitlyn became significantly easier. Previously, during their skirmishes, Caitlyn could at least retaliate. But she always came out worse for wear. Now, it had devolved into a straightforward domination, where she could only endure the onslaught from the female general. Jaculov felt the mounting pressure as a new wave of minions approached. He attempted to step forward to secure last hits, only for the female general to maneuver to the side of the minion wave, clearly denying him the opportunity to last hit Jaculov, naturally unwilling to concede. Could not afford to back down, especially with Principal Wong observing that if the bot lane showed no capacity for retaliation, he would undoubtedly face Principal Wong's wrath. Thus, Jaculov and Baolon devised a plan. I'll go up to draw his attention, using my E to slow him down. You predict his movements and unleash your wind skill. Got it? Baolon assented. Understood. The duo then set their plan in motion, as long as the wind girl could lift the female general. Caitlyn could unleash her damage without hesitation. In terms of damage output, Caitlyn held the advantage, particularly with her percentage-based magic damage relative to max health, which no champion without magic resistance could withstand. Once the IG bot lane duo was prepared, Caitlyn advanced, feigning an intention to merely last hit. The female general fired a shot, and Caitlyn retaliated with an E to slow her down, beginning to trade blows. Caitlyn had activated her W skill, putting her at an advantageous range. While the female general attempted to disengage, she found herself being hit by Caitlyn's auto attacks. Just then, the wind girl-esque gust from the brush came soaring in. Baolon had observed the female general's movements and anticipated her position to unleash the wind. It appeared that the female general had her E-skill and could utilize it to evade the wind. However, this was extremely perilous. Typically, a champion would only use their when they felt their positioning was compromised. This meant that they would usually only activate their E when facing imminent danger. As no one would preemptively use it, the natural instinct would be to reposition. Yet, often, if the E was activated at the last moment, it would be interrupted. Once interrupted, without a flash, they would be relentlessly pursued and punished. This was the cunning strategy devised by Baolon and Jaculov. The wind's gust flew in with impeccable precision, aimed directly at Su Bai's trajectory, just as Jaculov believed the wind would surely connect. Miko's Lulu provided a speed boost. The female general interrupted her auto attack, executing a slight sidestep to effortlessly evade the wind. Not only that, but Miko's Lulu had already advanced, unleashing a Q that slowed down Caitlyn. Jaculov had been entirely focused on the female general and had failed to notice Lulu's approach. The female general began her counterattack, landing one auto attack, then a second. Jaculov refrained from retaliating, as his W skill was about to expire. Engaging now would only result in further punishment. After this exchange, Jaculov's health was significantly diminished. This was only due to his quick reflexes. Had he hesitated even slightly, the outcome would have been far worse. After one failed attempt, Jaculov and Baolon continued their efforts, only to find each attempt met with failure. The female general's movements could only be described as extraordinary. Often, an ADC can be ambushed while attempting to output damage, as they remain stationary during auto attacks. However, this tactic seemed ineffective against Su Bai, who would immediately interrupt his auto attacks upon sensing danger, enabling him to reposition and evade skills after one or two attempts. This had become a continuous pattern. Who could withstand such relentless pressure? The opposing player's movements were indeed perplexing. Was his positioning not just a bit too impeccable? The eloquent Baolon spoke. This was not his first encounter with the Wind Girl. He had faced numerous professional players from various teams in lane. Regardless of their fame, no one had ever managed to avoid a single gust when trading blows in the lane. However, he now found himself up against an anomaly, one who seemed impervious to all abilities. Was this truly the case? Jaculov, drenched in sweat, questioned, isn't he a top laner? Why is he so formidable as an ADC? Meanwhile, Ning, while jungling, kept a vigilant eye on the situation in the bot lane. After all, he had previously stated that once reaching level 6, he would promptly head down to stir things up. Yet upon closer observation, he realized something was amiss. The bot lane was being relentlessly dominated, and the prospect of intervention seemed increasingly dubious. Just as Ning hesitated, Jaculov's voice broke through. Let us make a play in the bot lane. He's been pushing the wave. There's an opportunity. Jaculov felt a twinge of embarrassment, wanting to avoid admitting he was struggling. After all, it was a rather humiliating admission, especially with Principal Wang potentially listening. What? Head to the bot lane. Let me think, Ning pondered, reluctant to commit. Yet he had previously declared his intent to assist, leaving him in a quandary. What was there to deliberate? The Caitlyn had no flash and was extending her position so deeply Jaculov grew increasingly impatient. Naturally, Ning wished to avoid engaging. He began to concoct excuses. I'm still unaware of the enemy jungler's position. If they are lying in wait in the bot lane, with our disadvantage so pronounced, we would stand no chance in a 3 versus 3. Ning felt quite clever for this reasoning. It seemed quite solid. Regardless of their urgency, the bot lane players surely did not wish to concede kills to the enemy. Just as Ning finished speaking, a message arrived, revealing the jungler's location. Ning? Jaculov's voice resonated again. Hold on. Wait for level 6. Ning found himself cornered, relying on the excuse of needing to reach level 6. As he had previously asserted, he would head to the bot lane upon achieving it. However, as he finally attained level 6, Ning executed a different strategy altogether. He opted to traverse to the upper jungle to level up, thus rendering the bot lane unable to demand his immediate presence. Thereafter, Ning ventured to the mid lane in search of opportunities, casting aside thoughts of aiding the bot lane. Meanwhile, Jaculov had lost the energy to concern himself with Ning's whereabouts or level. The minion wave pushed towards the turret, while Caitlyn relentlessly targeted the tower, seeking opportunities to harass. If the enemies remained distant, she would focus on the turret. If they drew close, she would engage them. Su Bai deftly alternated between targeting minions and the turret. Now, Jaculov's health was dwindling. He had no choice but to push the Wind Girl slightly forward to alleviate some pressure. The Wind Girl aimed to advance and slow Caitlyn, yet found herself being kited mercilessly, unable to unleash her abilities due to the lack of distance. While she was preoccupied with taking damage, I can't even touch him. I've done my best. Balon resigned himself, admitting his limitations. Before long, Caitlyn also reached level 6, and with her ultimate now available, Su Bai chose to continue pushing the wave. Seizing an opportunity while the enemies were distracted, he planted a trap within the turret's blind spot. This was a standard tactic for Caitlyn, well known among players that, of course, knowledge did not equate to invulnerability. When under pressure, it was nearly impossible to maintain absolute focus and evade Caitlyn's traps at that moment. Both players under the turret were low on health, making any misstep perilous. Su Bai's Caitlyn danced before the turret, exerting pressure on the IG duo. The two players had to maneuver back and forth beneath the turret to avoid being whittled down by Caitlyn's Q ability. Suddenly, someone triggered the trap. It was the Wind Girl, already low on health. Su Bai swiftly retaliated with a Q ability followed by a critical strike, bringing the Wind Girl to the brink of defeat. Caitlyn unleashed her ultimate, prepared to secure the kill. Save me. Balon panicked, seeking refuge behind Jaculov. Jaculov, witnessing the situation, dared not move. As Caitlyn's ultimate flew towards him, he intercepted it. Miko chimed in, "You know the ground would block it. Yet you still chose to act? Isn't that a waste of your ultimate? Surely you don't expect them to make a mistake." Su Bai replied, "I'm not aiming to secure a kill. I'm merely buying time until the factory director arrives." Upon hearing this, Miko finally noticed that the factory director's Gragas was in position, ready to dive beneath the turret in the red side's bot lane triangle. The opponents had clearly placed vision. Before Gragas could arrive, the enemy duo began to retreat. However, their retreat was belated. They had missed the optimal moment to disengage when they were preoccupied with blocking the ultimate, in their efforts to assist against the ultimate. Their focus was solely on the front, leaving them oblivious to the impending arrival of Gragas. Wait, is that even a strategy? Miko was taken aback, having been so focused on Caitlyn's ultimate that he overlooked the factory director's positioning. Gragas approached the enemy bot lane duo. Realizing it was too late to escape, they opted to retreat to the safety of the turret. If they were under the turret, there remained a sliver of operational space. Outside of it, they could only await their demise. Gragas initiated with his Q ability, slowing both enemies, then seamlessly transitioned into an E-flash followed by his ultimate. The sequence from Gragas was impressively fluid. Balon's Wind Girl did not even have the chance to flash away before the ultimate detonated, and Caitlyn swiftly claimed the kill. However, Jackie Love's reflexes were sharp. The moment Gragas initiated his E-flash, he utilized his own flash to reposition. Consequently, not only did Gragas's ultimate fail to send him back, but it instead facilitated his departure. Despite the loss of an assist, the repercussions were significant, as the minion wave suffered greatly. Jackie Love felt a surge of anxiety. This scenario was not aligned with his expectations. Before the match commenced, Jackie Love had anticipated a sweeping victory in the bot lane, eager to showcase the brilliance of a genius ADC before Principal Wong, perhaps hoping for a salary increase in the process. Yet now, the script had entirely flipped. Should this match not unfold favorably, a pay cut would be the least of his concerns. How could an ADC be bested by a top laner roaming the bot lane? Jackie Love glanced over. Ning was entrenched in a strategic endeavor in the top lane, where the opposing top laner was being exceedingly evasive, rendering capture impossible. Nonetheless, Ning remained steadfast in his position, clearly reluctant to venture down to the bot lane. Meanwhile, Principal Wong was growing irate. "What are you all doing? How has the bot lane succumbed to such a state?" 30 minions lost by the 10-minute mark. Jackie Love dared not utter a word. It was wise to maintain silence when Principal Wong was in a foul mood. Even if he were mistaken, contradicting him would spell disaster. "Ning, what on earth are you doing? Why are you lurking in the top lane instead of ganking the bot lane?" Principal Wong bellowed, visibly incensed. Ning, hidden in the top river brush for quite some time, had been caught red-handed by Principal Wong. The IG members found themselves torn between amusement and restraint, barely managing to suppress their laughter. "I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly." Ning, usually carefree and seemingly fearless, felt the need to tone down his bravado in front of Principal Wong to facilitate this impending gank in the bot lane. Ning returned to base, equipping himself with 2 control wards. In truth, Ning had little fondness for such meticulous details. If he began to focus on specifics, it signaled he was genuinely earnest. After clearing the jungle camps in the lower half, he established vision control near the bot river. With all preparations in place, the bot lane turret fell. The turret was decisively taken down by Caitlyn. What on earth? How did this occur? Ning appeared bewildered. Feeling as though his control wards had been in vain, Jackie Love reassured him, "Don't rush to leave. Let us see if the enemy chooses to push. Their mid and top are underdeveloped, so they might not swap lanes." Balon nodded in agreement. "They haven't secured the dragon either. If they swap lanes now, it would mean ceding the dragon, which is certainly unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Ning felt it was quite reasonable. If the bottom lane holds a significant advantage, and the jungler fails to secure the dragon, he would certainly face scrutiny from the coach later. As a seasoned jungler, it was inconceivable that the factory manager was unaware of this. Consequently, Ning opted to remain in the bottom lane a while longer. After all, he was a starvation-style jungler, and a little wasted time was inconsequential. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, the factory manager's rhythm in this match was not commendable. Although EDG's overall tempo was commendable, it was largely disconnected from the factory manager's influence, with the bottom lane driving the pace. The primary issue was that the factory manager had indulged in some drinks. Initially, he felt quite well after imbibing, but now, under the influence, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Not only was he unable to lead the pace, but he also needed to ponder over his itemization for an extra 3 seconds to avoid making mistakes. As the lane swapped, the top laner moved to the bottom lane. Su Bai's voice resonated. "A lane swap? The first tower in the bottom lane has fallen?" Just like that, it was then that the factory manager realized the bottom lane was enjoying such a substantial advantage. Naturally, Mouse was reluctant, as he found comfort in the top lane. Had the enemy not initiated the swap, he would have been facing a duo, which would have been quite disastrous. However, typically, the rhythm of the game dictated such actions. After Caitlyn pushed the bottom lane, it was customary to rotate and pressure other lanes, accumulating gold from the towers. "Wait, I haven't secured the dragon yet. Let us not swap just yet," the factory manager suddenly remarked. If they swapped lanes, the dragon would undoubtedly fall into IG's hands. "That's your problem. Why didn't you act sooner? Su Bai continued his march towards the top lane. Mouse, seeing the situation, attempted to resist. Didn't the factory manager say not to swap? Why are you coming? Su Bai replied. It's not like he asked the one swapping lanes. His statements hold no weight. Miko was taken aback, realizing Su Bai was exhibiting an assertive demeanor. Objectively speaking, Su Bai was correct. The factory manager's failure to capitalize on the opportunity to secure the dragon was indeed a blunder, and Su Bai was under no obligation to cover for him. Consequently, Miko followed suit towards the top lane, stating, since we're already here, let's south proceed with the lane swap. The factory manager fell silent, as Abu and Nof observed from behind. It was evident that he had failed to secure the dragon, and he would undoubtedly face repercussions in the post-game meeting. Struggling now would be futile. Mouse, noticing the factory manager's silence, begrudgingly opted to return to base and promptly headed towards the bottom lane. Upon arriving at the bottom lane, Mouse faced two opponents and could only wait beneath the tower. Soon enough, the minion wave approached. However, IG had 3 members present. Ning's Jarvan had successfully flanked, leaving the tree with no escape. To counter the tankiness of the big bug, the tree had built magic resistance items, making him incapable of withstanding the damage from Jarvan and Kog'Maw. No way are we diving the tower. Seriously, how did it come to this with a tree? Both sides were astonished. Ning had aimed for Caitlyn and Lulu, yet here stood a tree. Nevertheless, since they were already engaged, they felt compelled to act. Their GNK was prearranged, and they must accept the outcome, albeit begrudgingly. Thus, the 3 engaged, resulting in a bloody spectacle with brutal actions, as a fully healthy tree was slain. Were the opponents out of their minds? They unleashed so many abilities to take down a single tree? Mouse could no longer contain himself. He had just arrived at the bottom lane, still focused on farming, and now had to return to base once more. This is unacceptable. Do not feed in the bottom lane. Kog'Maw will become difficult to handle, Su Bai declared. Mouse nearly spewed blood onto the screen, retorting, what do you mean by do not feed? I had a massive advantage in the top lane. You insisted I come to the bottom lane. I was Dove, and you tell me not to feed? At this moment, Su Bai had just pushed the minion wave into the opposing tower in the top lane and noticed the enemy's first tower was still at full health. Glancing back, he saw his own top tower was at half health. Upon observing the farm counts, the tree was already trailing by several minions. If this constituted an advantage, then all 10 players on the field must be enjoying advantages, with none at a disadvantage. As long as one is willing to delve into the minutiae, it could indeed be justified. After all, this game does not deplete equipment. Even if you are idle, your gold accumulation improves each moment, as the system rewards you. Thus, in comparison to your previous state, you are undoubtedly at an advantage in this moment. On IG's side, while they had secured a kill, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. Principal Wang's demand was to eliminate that Caitlyn. Killing anyone else was futile. In fact, winning the match would be meaningless. If IG emerged victorious, yet Caitlyn remained unscathed, they would still face condemnation. At this juncture, Jackie began to shift blame. Now that she is no longer in lane with me, I have no opportunity to kill her. Duke, reacting promptly, responded, let us swap lanes. I'll head to the bottom lane. As he spoke, he intended to initiate the lane swap. Seriously, you cannot kill them in the bottom lane. And now you want me to engage in a 1v2 in the top lane. Do you think I'm a fool? Naturally, Jackie was reluctant to swap. Caitlyn held such a significant advantage, making it difficult to engage if they swapped. Ultimately, Duke returned to base, directly heading towards the bottom lane, not allowing Jackie the chance to refuse. From the perspective of standard game rhythm, a lane swap was indeed necessary at this juncture, leaving Jackie with no valid objections. Thus, IG's duo had no choice but to move to the top lane, where both teams' duos faced off once more. At this point, IG's top tower had lost more than half its health, and if things continued in this manner, the economic disparity would widen rapidly. Principal Wang's roar echoed once more. It's been 14 minutes. The enemy Caitlyn hasn't died even once. What on earth are you all doing? Are you all just here to play around? The IG team fell into a state of panic. Unlike other club owners, Principal Wang was genuinely capable of disbanding the team if he were displeased. Such actions were well within his reach. In that case, everyone would be unemployed, and when asked why, The answer would be too incompetent, angered the boss, and it was likely that many teams would hesitate to recruit them. Thus, this was not merely an issue pertaining to the bottom lane. All members of IG needed to be on high alert. Rookie stepped forward. The top lane has teleport available. Prepare to assist. Ning, you head to the top lane with the support to secure vision. ILL push the mid lane minion wave, as their mid laner is low on mana and will need to return home. As the captain, Rookie's capabilities were beyond question, and he had the situation in the factory manager's hands well under control. Thus, the IG team began to mobilize. Previously, Ning had only been compelled to assist due to pressure from the bottom lane. However, now he was acting voluntarily, motivated by Principal Wang's directive to focus on Caitlyn. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, Scout, having run out of mana, chose to return to base for replenishment. He glanced at Rookie's condition, noticing that Rookie was in good shape. IT was now a prime opportunity for a roam. So he cautioned, the mid lane may attempt to roam and apply pressure. Be cautious, IT this moment. The factory manager, having been in a daze for several minutes, regained his senses as he approached the top lane vicinity. The bot lane duo possessed a significant advantage, and he began to safeguard them. Upon noticing signals from the mid lane, the factory manager's first instinct was that the enemy was likely planning something in the top lane. This was quite evident. The tree in the bottom lane was hardly worth the effort. Moreover, the tree had built considerable magic resistance. He could not withstand the damage from Jarvan and Kog'Maw, yet Syndra would take time to eliminate him, making it improbable for her to target the tree. Mouse, prepare your teleport. The enemy may be planning something in the top lane. Be ready to assist, the factory manager commanded. Mouse, upon hearing this, feigned ignorance, providing no response, as if he had not heard. He secretly hoped Su Bai would be caught out, allowing him to claim he was too focused to heed the factory manager's instructions. Alternatively, he could delay slightly, waiting until Caitlyn was at risk before utilizing his teleport. No need to inquire. He would simply claim it was a sudden turn of events, and he failed to find the right angle for his teleport. Mouse, did you hear me? However, the factory manager remained vigilant. He was aware of Mouse's intentions toward Su Bai. Left with no choice, Mouse finally responded. Of course. Even after responding, he still had leeway to maneuver. He was not obligated to act strictly according to the factory manager's orders. In the top lane, vision near the river had already detected Ning's Jarvan. IG's duo was also pushing the wave. Su Bai began to retreat, while the factory manager provided cover behind the tower. Miko observed this and inquired, "Are we engaging? A 4 versus 5 might not yield favorable results." The factory director was also feeling uncertain. Now that Scout had just returned home, he couldn't directly head to the top lane because the minion wave in the mid lane had been pushed in. If Rookie didn't come to the top lane and Scout moved there, it would result in a loss of 2 or even 3 waves of minions. Moreover, the turret had already sustained significant damage. Such tactics of feigning movement to capitalize on the enemy's minion losses are frequently employed in matches. Therefore, Scout had no choice but to return to the mid lane for safety, just as the factory director hesitated. Suddenly, the IG team appeared. At that moment, the top lane minion wave had reached the turret, and the duo approached from the front, while IG's mid-jungle flanked from the side jungle. The prince had his ultimate ready, and it was already a bit late for EDG to retreat. Although IG's mid-jungle spotted the factory director, they chose to continue the turret dive. The AD carry began to set traps, simultaneously unleashing damage. Just then, a teleport landed on the minion wave. IG's top laner had teleported in. Upon seeing this teleport, the factory director realized the enemy was determined to secure a kill. Mouse, teleport to the top lane. Immediately, the factory director began calling for assistance. However, he didn't see Mouse's teleport. Mouse, the factory director shouted. Oh, I'm coming, wait, where's my teleport? Is there a bug? I can't seem to cast my teleport. Mouse began to feign, furiously pressing keys, but he was not activating his teleport. Instead, he was hitting other keys. If he could have just cast his teleport, it would have been remarkable. He was intentionally trying to set Su Bai up for failure. Seeing that the tree had no teleport, IG grew even more confident. I'm ready to hunt. Suddenly, Su Bai knocked aside 3 cans of beer and poured them down his throat with fervor. 1 can, 2 cans, 3 cans. The EDG team was dumbfounded. The enemy was about to dive the turret. What was he doing? Detecting that the host was drinking, he gained a buff. Movement speed 100. Cumulative total 200. Remaining time 1 hour 13 minutes 4 seconds. Detecting that the host was drinking, he gained a buff. Reaction speed 100. Cumulative total 200. Remaining time 1 hour 13 minutes 35 seconds. Detecting that the host was drinking, he gained a buff. Operation speed 100. Cumulative total 200. Remaining time 1 hour 18 minutes 3 seconds. With this buff in hand, witness the might of the law's bullet. Su Bai casually quoted the AD carry's line that he was ready. Bring it on. On IGS side, all 5 positioned themselves and initiated the attack. Ning's Prince charged in with an EQ combo, aiming to force out the AD carry's flash. However, the AD carry dodged with deft movement. Snap! The Prince was ensnared by a trap. The AD carry feigned a headshot, suddenly repositioning. Syndra's QE missed. Rookie was being quite cunning. He sought an opportunity for the AD carry to unleash basic attacks. As a result, the AD carry canceled the basic attack to dodge, clearly baiting skills. The Wind Girl's gust approached, and the AD carry continued to maneuver. The factory director's barrel rolled in, using an E skill on Syndra, preventing her from closing in, then unleashed his ultimate, scattering IG's formation. The monstrous champion advanced to target the AD carry, landing a Q skill, but the AD carry used her E to evade. The princess ultimate trapped the AD carry. While outputting damage, the AD carry maneuvered within the confines of the prince's ultimate. Lulu cast her ultimate on the AD carry, moving forward to help counter the mouth of the abyss. The mouth was relatively easy to reach the AD carry, so he aimed to slow him down, transforming him into a sheep, preventing him from outputting damage. Meanwhile, the factory director had latched onto Syndra, who believed her teammates could handle the AD carry. She opted to unleash her ultimate directly on the barrel. The barrel's health plummeted, and Syndra continued her assault, causing the barrel to frantically maneuver. Hit the AD carry. Ning's voice rang out. He saw Syndra unleash her ultimate and suddenly felt something was amiss. You can't manage it? Rookie was equally perplexed. Can't they handle a 4 versus 2? At that moment, the monstrous champion was pinned down by the prince's ultimate, unable to approach the AD carry. The prince's ultimate had turned into a protective shield for the AD carry. Thus, the monstrous champion dove in, aiming to deal damage. The mouth also flashed in. The AD carry flashed back and laid down a trap. The mouth followed in, ensnared by the trap. The AD carry unleashed damage on the prince, who was tanking the turret, and he fell first. Meanwhile, the factory director's barrel was stunned by Syndra's QE, followed by W skill that took him out. Syndra turned back to assist, only to find her teammates struggling. At this moment, the AD carry was dealing damage to the monstrous champion. Counter the tree and lane. The monstrous champion had built considerable magic resistance. Appearing tanky, but lacking armor, he was as fragile as paper before the AD carry. Q missed, W missed, the ultimate couldn't connect. The monstrous champion was merely a plaything before the AD carry. Su Bai's movement was incredibly agile, weaving back and forth, rendering the monstrous champion's skills ineffective. Ultimately, the monstrous champion fell to the combined efforts of the AD carry and the turret. I'll go intercept Syndra. Miko sought Syndra, knowing that the mouth was no match for the AD carry. At this moment, the AD carry had merely a third of her health, while the mouth was nearly at full health. However, the mouth's W skill was on cooldown. The AD carry unleashed damage, controlling the distance between herself and the mouth. Dodging the Wind Girl's gust, the mouth was left to take damage in vain. Su Bai began to maneuver to evade Syndra's skills, while Miko was the one taking hits. Although Syndra was predicting the AD carry's movement, Lulu was absorbing the skills. The next weakling retreat was off cooldown. At this point, 3 dark spheres were present. Weakling retreat. Duck down. 3 dark spheres surged forward. The AD carry with a serpentine waist evaded. The 3 dark spheres narrowly missed. Not empty, as Lulu was stunned. Want to witness the hat trick? Su Bai sniped the mouth with a single shot. He then began to output damage against Syndra. Syndra unleashed a Q followed by a W, eliminating Lulu. Since she couldn't hit the AD carry, killing Lulu would suffice. That I really messed this one up. Miko felt rather embarrassed. In truth, Taking skills isn't a big deal, especially when the enemy has numbers. But when there's an AD carry nearby who dodges skills effortlessly, the contrast is quite embarrassing. The Wind Girl's petite frame couldn't withstand it, and she flashed away. Oh, miss? How is that possible? The AD carry fired a peacekeeper, taking down the Wind Girl from an extreme distance. Seizing the opportunity, Syndra unleashed AQ, leaving the AD carry with almost no health. Syndra advanced for a basic attack. But the distance was insufficient. 650 range against 550 range. The advantage was evident. Syndra had no choice but to retreat, firing AQ, but it missed. The second Q also missed. The AD carry's output never ceased. Syndra could no longer withstand the pressure. Time to run. Rookie faltered, choosing to withdraw. However, once he had distanced himself, he noticed the AD carry had not pursued but stood still. Rookie regretted it. He still had his ultimate. I love chasing. The AD carry aimed, steadied her aim, and pulled the trigger. Syndra turned back, casting Q. Too slow, the AD carry's ultimate fired, taking Syndra out directly. Syndra's casting range was insufficient. Her Q never left her hands before she perished. Pentakill. Su Bai achieved a pentakill. The EDG team was astonished. The factory director exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this? You can secure a pentakill like that." Miko remarked, "My heavens, your kiting, your positioning, your skill execution, it's outrageous." Scout suggested, "Why not play ADC from now on? I feel it suits you well." Meanwhile, Abu and Nof were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Abu exclaimed, "The enemy made no significant errors. Yet they were still wiped out 5-0. That's insane." Nof added, "If we're talking about mistakes, Syndra's ultimate shouldn't have been cast on the barrel, but that's hindsight. In such a situation, no one would expect their teammates to struggle in a 4 versus 2. If it weren't cast on the barrel, it would have allowed the barrel to escape, so anyone would have made that choice." Meanwhile, Mouse, after witnessing Su Bai's performance, felt utterly disheartened. He had originally hoped to see Su Bai being trampled. Now, it was IG that was being trampled. "IG, you bunch of worthless players. What are you doing?" Mouse was furious. Had Syndra's ultimate been directed at the AD carry, she would have been unable to showcase her prowess. Why not exercise a bit of caution? Is this not a complete blunder? On the other side, Principal Wong, who was watching the match, exploded in frustration. "You worthless players, what are you doing? Can't you handle a 5 versus 3? A bunch of useless fools." After Principal Wong's furious outburst, the members of IG trembled in fear. Sensing that a grave situation was at hand, Principal Wong was not one to merely express anger. He was undoubtedly poised to impose actual penalties. After regaining a semblance of calm, he bellowed, everyone, the year-end bonuses are cancelled." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the IG members sank. Although they had braced themselves for the possibility, the news still struck them with despair. But that was not the end of it. Principal Wong continued, "Jackie-love, you're doubled. Don't even think about receiving a single cent in bonuses next year." Jackie-love's composure shattered. Naturally, the morale of the others plummeted as well. How could one withstand the loss of a year's bonuses due to a single training match? Principal Wong abruptly ended the call, unable to bear the situation any longer. His initial intent had been to teach Su Bai a lesson, but it had backfired spectacularly. He had never experienced such a humiliation in his life. At this moment, the IG members were completely disheartened, their minds consumed with thoughts of money. Now that Principal Wong had ceased his scrutiny, there seemed little reason to continue playing. Moreover, with the current state of the game and the prowess of the opposing misfortune, IG had lost all confidence in securing a victory. Thus, IG declared a GG, and all 5 players exited the game in unison. On the EDG side, the team was eager to continue, only to discover that their opponents had stopped playing, resulting in a straightforward victory for EDG in this training match. Not only did they win, but they also delivered a crushing blow, particularly in the bot lane, where they achieved total dominance. While other lanes were at a disadvantage, IG had focused all their efforts on the bot lane, allowing EDG to gain an advantage in the remaining lanes and accumulate a significant lead in farm. "Is this how it ends? I haven't even begun to exert my strength," remarked the team captain, who was merely feigning confidence, fully aware that he was in a state of confusion and merely hoping to avoid any errors with his equipment. Miko chimed in, I'm serious, Su Bai. You must have played ADC before, right? Initially, Miko assumed that Su Bai had practiced with misfortune, but soon realized it was far more complex than that Su Bai's positioning and mechanics were not those of a novice. They resembled those of a seasoned ADC player, honed over years of experience. That I've never played ADC, nor have I touched misfortune, Su Bai replied bluntly. This left the EDG team perplexed, if what Su Bai claimed was true. Then what kind of monster was he? How could someone who had never played a champion or position so effortlessly dominate professional players? Scout muttered, I find that hard to believe. IT takes years of practice to master a position. The captain agreed. Right? I suspect Su Bai is just putting on show. He must have played ADC before. Abu approached Su Bai from behind. Su Bai, be honest with me. Have you ever played the ADC role? Su Bai shrugged. If you don't believe me, what can I do? On my honor, this is my first time. As the coach, Nof scratched his head. He understood just how challenging it was for Su Bai to achieve everything he had. And his thoughts were a jumbled mess. That moment, the captain suddenly interjected. Wait, Mouse, what was going on earlier? I told you to TP, and you said there was a bug. The captain had sensed something was amiss. It was too coincidental for a bug to appear at such a critical moment. Previously, Mouse had used his TP without issue, so why would a bug suddenly manifest? Was the bug intelligent enough to know when to act up and when not to? I really lagged. Trust me, I was able to TP, but it just didn't work. Mouse argued defensively, unwilling to admit to any wrongdoing. He reasoned that no one had been watching him at that moment. And without evidence, he could simply deny everything. Nof interjected, lagging, with a computer worth thousands, is that even possible? Do you think we're fools? Mouse persisted in his denial. I'm serious, if you don't believe me. I can't help that. His strategy was simple. Deny everything, as no conclusive evidence existed to incriminate him. Just then, Abu said, all right, you claim your computer lagged, so I'll summon the tech team to inspect it. They can check the system files to see if there were any records of issues. If the system shows abnormalities, we'll know exactly when they occurred. Abu's tactic was a killer move. Mouse had not anticipated this. He lacked the technical knowledge to realize such records existed. What should he do now? If they inspected the computer and found no issues, it would escalate the situation considerably. Do you want us to call someone to check it? Abu pressed. Since you believe it's a computer issue, we'll ensure it's resolved to avoid any future disruptions to our training matches. No need, Mouse shook his head. His response made it clear to everyone that he had deliberately orchestrated the situation. He had intended to sabotage Su Bai, hoping to set him up for failure. At that moment, Mouse truly regretted his decision. Had he simply used his TP to secure a kill, Su Bai would not have achieved a pinnacle. The outcome would have been far more favorable than the current situation. By refraining from using his TP, he not only failed to thwart Su Bai, but inadvertently facilitated his pinnacle. The EDG team was well aware of Mouse's ulterior motives, but chose not to comment. Accepting the situation as it was at this juncture, Su Bai spoke up, asking, so, are we continuing or not? If not, I'm out. Hearing this, Abu began to reach out to Yejie. Yejie's response was straightforward. They were done playing. Originally scheduled for a best of 5, Yejie had no desire to continue. When Abu inquired about the reason, Yejie bluntly stated that the players' morale had crumbled. With this single match, they had lost their entire year's worth of bonuses. If they played another match, it would mean they would have to work for free. That a best of 5 would likely result in them losing even more. Upon hearing Yejie's reasoning, Abu burst into laughter. What is going on over there? They claim that losing this match means all their bonuses are forfeited. The EDG members were taken aback, with the captain muttering, that can't be right. It's just a training match. Isn't it? Wins and losses are normal in practice. Even in a finals match, such demands wouldn't be reasonable. Are they really not allowed to lose even once? Curious, Abu decided to dig deeper, sensing something was off. Soon, Yejie provided an explanation. It was because they had failed to eliminate Su Bai, and this was a direct order from Principal Wang. When Abu relayed this reason, the EDG members were left utterly bewildered. They turned to Su Bai, with Miko being the first to speak. Su Bai, do you have some kind of grudge with Principal Wang? Why is he so fixated on you? The captain added, if there is a personal issue, you need to be cautious. He holds significant power. Abu reassured him. No need to worry too much. You're a part of EDG, and he wouldn't dare cross you. Our boss isn't a pushover. But if there is any tension between you and Principal Wang, you should let us know. I can help you find a solution. Following this training match, Abu paid even more attention to Su Bai. Determined to protect him, Su Bai began to reflect, trying to recall any interactions that might have led to such animosity. The only incident that came to mind was his refusal of Principal Wang's invitation. However, their exchange had been relatively cordial, so such a strong reaction seemed unwarranted. After some contemplation, Su Bai suddenly had a revelation. I received a scam call not long ago, and now that I think about it, it sounded a lot like Principal Wang. He offered me 5 million, supposedly to cover official fines if I joined IG and could drink freely at the time. I dismissed it as a scam because it was from an unknown number, but now that I think about it, the voice and tone were quite similar. Upon hearing this, the EDG members erupted in disbelief. Such a hefty offer. It really does sound like him. There is no one else who would make such an offer. Abu exclaimed, "Director, it seems that the truth of the matter is as follows. You abruptly hung up the phone and accused him of being a scammer, which understandably infuriated him." Abu continued, "If it were Principal Wang, such behavior would be entirely expected. That is simply his temperament." The director responded, "Now that the situation has been clarified, what should we do next?" Miko suggested, "How about this, Su Bai? You could call Principal Wang to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. I sense he feels a loss of face, so all you need to do is give him a way to save face." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai flatly refused. Apologizing is out of the question. I might as well never apologize in my lifetime. If he wishes to target me, then so be it. The members of EDG were astonished. Su Bai truly seemed unafraid of confrontation, especially considering he was dealing with Principal Wang. In this sphere, who wouldn't give Principal Wang a modicum of respect? It wasn't merely about apologizing to him. Many had never even had the chance to shine his shoes. Meanwhile, IG had stirred up a storm online after losing a scrimmage to EDG, resulting in the cancellation of their year-end bonuses. Forum discussions erupted with rumors. I heard IG was utterly crushed by EDG, and Su Bai played in the bot lane. Su Bai? Wasn't he a top laner before? How did he end up in the bot lane? This is impossible. It must be a false report. However, neither club had come forward to clarify, raising suspicions among the spectators. Initially, most people were skeptical. To them, it seemed utterly preposterous. While lane swapping does occur, typically due to a player's preferences or team strategies, it requires a significant amount of practice, at least a year, lest they be utterly dominated in matches. Just over a month ago, Su Bai was a top laner, and even now, he was still playing top lane in ranked games. How could he have transitioned to the bot lane and outperformed a professional ADC? Such news appeared dubious at first glance. Nevertheless, a plethora of evidence soon surfaced. First, IG players confirmed during live streams that the year-end bonuses would indeed be cancelled. Then, someone leaked information about IG's bot lane being dominated by Su Bai. Although it was unofficial, there were recordings and screenshots to corroborate the claims. This revelation was bizarre, leading many to speculate that internal competition for the starting bot lane spot was brewing within IG. Someone was indeed targeting Jackie. This news had a profound impact on Jackie, as many IG fans felt disheartened that he was being outperformed by a former top laner that if he were to be benched, IG's prospects would appear bleak. However, the most exhilarated were the fans of EDG. With such a formidable talent now in their ranks, it could only bode well for the team in the days that followed. Su Bai continued to dominate in ranked matches, consistently elevating his score at the pinnacle of the rift that, of course, in pursuit of climbing the ranks, drinking became inevitable. The members of EDG had grown accustomed to it, and no one voiced any objections. The director even clandestinely shared a drink with Su Bai. After his last training session, he had developed a bit of a penchant for IT. IT wasn't the alcohol itself he craved, but rather the act of drinking before a practice match, which felt delightfully subversive for someone as serious as the director. The summer season progressed normally, with Mouse's performance becoming increasingly stable, something that surprised everyone, including the coach and Abu. Mouse now seemed invigorated, training diligently each day. He might not have an extensive champion pool, but that wasn't necessary. With EDG's mid and bot lanes performing exceptionally well, they drew most of the enemy's draft pressure. The director's experience remained formidable, often forcing opponents to consider his impact during the draft phase. Consequently, there was little room left for Mouse in terms of resource allocation. Moreover, the lingering impression of Mouse's past underperformance had led many teams to underestimate him, resulting in a lack of serious attention from opponents during lane matchups. It was even reported that Mouse had managed to secure solo kills, a feat that seemed utterly astonishing. Currently, Mouse boasted impressive statistics within LPL, ranking among the top 3. While this was partly due to EDG's overall success, it was still an outcome previously deemed unimaginable. Mouse's confidence soared. His self-assurance extended beyond the game, permeating his daily life and training. He believed that as long as he maintained his current form, his starting position was secure. Especially with the playoffs drawing near, a last-minute roster change would be a strategic blunder, as long as they were winning. The club would be unlikely to make any adjustments. The consequences of a substitution leading to a loss were untenable. Thus, Mouse no longer felt threatened by Su Bai. Previously, every encounter with Su Bai had been marked by hostility and resistance. Yet now, he found himself eager to see Su Bai, wanting to showcase the prowess of a starting top laner on a day without matches. Mouse entered the training room to find Su Bai already there. While the others had yet to arrive, it was still early, and as Mouse approached Su Bai's side, he noticed Su Bai was waiting in line, the morning crowd for ranked matches being relatively sparse. Mouse called out, "Su Bai, still queuing for ranked? What's your score now? I see you're all grinding hard." Su Bai turned to glance at Mouse. Surprised by his sudden approach, he thought to himself that Mouse, who had previously avoided him, was now being so friendly. "Something felt off. I'm currently at 1,100 points at the pinnacle of the rift," Su Bai replied. "That's impressive. Keep it up." Mouse patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Su Bai was taken aback, wondering if Mouse had taken a leave of absence from his senses. This was not characteristic of Mouse. But Su Bai was not overly concerned with Mouse's motivations. That if he had any schemes, he would simply adapt as needed. While still waiting in line, Su Bai opened Weibo to check for any news. His Weibo account was rather straightforward, having only mutual follows with the official account and no other follows. Su Bai rarely posted, with only a single apology tweet to his name. Just then, Mouse remarked, "Su Bai, your Weibo comments are overwhelming. Over 100,000. Let me take a look." Mouse could barely contain his laughter, convinced that the comments would be filled with criticism aimed at Su Bai. After all, the controversy surrounding Su Bai had created a media whirlwind that affected the entire EDG. Su Bai, noticing Mouse's curiosity, decided to click on the comments. He was also curious, having neglected them since posting. However, upon opening them, the situation was entirely contrary to what Mouse had anticipated. "When can you take the stage? We all want to see you played. Isn't Mouse performing well? Why is this guy getting attention? Haven't you seen his matches? Mouse is decent, but lacks the entertainment value. Watching Mouse's matches makes me want to sleep. He is not in the same league as Su Bai. Su Bai is the top player in Korea and climbing to #1 at the pinnacle of the rift. Mouse can't compare." Su Bai was taken aback upon seeing these comments. Had it not been for Mouse's reminder, he might never have clicked to check them. Initially, Mouse felt a surge of anxiety upon reading them. But he quickly regained his composure. The internet has no memory. These comments could very well have been posted over a month ago. People often act impulsively, and once the fervor fades, Su Bai would likely be forgotten. After all, he had only played 2 matches, making it improbable for many to remember him. Thus, Mouse discreetly took out his phone to check Su Bai's Weibo and browse through the latest comments. To his astonishment, the recent messages were all calling for Su Bai to take the stage. Moreover, the clamoring was growing ever louder. This was inconceivable. Mouse could not comprehend why, after such a long time, so many still remembered Su Bai and eagerly anticipated his return to the game. Suddenly, it struck Mouse that Su Bai had become one of the prominent streamers on Doshao Live. He was streaming daily, attracting a substantial audience. Furthermore, Mouse had heard that Su Bai's stream was exceptionally entertaining, with him dominating in ranked matches. Viewed from this perspective, it began to make sense. However, this was troubling. If the fans continued to rally so fervently, the club might feel compelled to acquiesce to their demands and allow Su Bai to play. At this moment, Mouse felt utterly uncertain that Su Bai's performance would match his own. What should he do? Beads of sweat formed on Mouse's forehead. Was he digging his own grave? He should not have let Su Bai see those comments. It seemed Su Bai was entirely unaware of the situation. Now that Su Bai was informed, If he disclosed this to Abu, it was likely that Abu would arrange for him a play. You look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Su Bai's voice interjected. Mouse, feeling guilty, replied, No, I'm fine. He hurried back to his seat. Observing Mouse's demeanor, Su Bai chuckled. It was quite the self-inflicted humiliation. Feeling a slight urge to relieve himself, Su Bai stood up and headed for the restroom. Just as he departed, a loud bang echoed as Mouse slammed his fist on the table that he couldn't fathom why, despite his stellar performance, the audience remained dissatisfied and insisted on Su Bai's participation. Did they truly believe that Su Bai's presence would secure the LPL championship in the S tournament? Or would they merely be left trailing behind the LCK once more? At best, they would only achieve a league championship. The opportunities were not vastly different than a bunch of fools, utterly blind. Mouse began to curse, wishing he could slap some sense into these ignorant spectators. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance. Mouse, are you the only one here? Whereas Su Bai? I see his computer is still on. Abu's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Mouse quickly masked his expression and replied, He was here just now. He must have stepped out for something. I see. When he returns, please let him know that he is absolutely forbidden from drinking today. There's no need for him to rank up either. He should just take it easy, as there's a special interview scheduled for him this afternoon. Abu instructed. Understood, I'll inform him. Mouse readily agreed. And make sure to find a place to stow away the alcohol on the table. It would look good if someone saw it. Mouse continued it. No problem. Abu replied before leaving to tea this moment. Abu's impression of Mouse had improved significantly, all thanks to Mouse's performance on the field. However, Mouse's lips curled into a sinister smile. Did this opportunity not present itself? He had just been worried that Su Bai might get a chance to play, but now there was no cause for concern. If he could sabotage the interview, there was a real possibility that Su Bai could be dismissed. Soon enough, Su Bai returned to his seat. Mouse feigned ignorance, acting as though nothing had occurred. As the afternoon wore on, the EDG team was engaged in their usual training. Suddenly, the coach spoke up. You all should be aware that the host will be coming for an interview this afternoon. Make sure to tidy up a bit. Miko perked up in interest. An interview? What will it cover? Daily training or daily life? The coach replied, It's just a quick visit to observe our situation, and we'll answer a few questions. Abu didn't provide me with many details, so I'm not entirely sure, but it should be similar to previous visits. Miko nodded in understanding. The rest of the EDG members sighed in relief. They were not particularly fond of such activities, primarily finding them cumbersome. It seemed that this time would be manageable, requiring only their regular training. They tidied up the items on the table to ensure it didn't appear too chaotic. Meanwhile, Su Bai had also caught wind of the commotion, but, noticing the lack of reaction from others, decided to let it be in a corner. Mouse observed everything intently, having been startled by the coach's earlier remarks. He feared the coach might return to remind Su Bai, or even inquire why he hadn't prepared in advance. However, it appeared that Abu had not divulged everything to the coach, who remained oblivious to Su Bai's situation. This alleviated Mouse's worries. He believed everything was proceeding according to his plan. 3 o'clock that afternoon, at the entrance of the EDG training facility, Abu awaited the arrival of a few individuals. Coach Abu! Coach Abu! Two tall and elegant women approached. Rita, Yushuang, welcome. Abu greeted them warmly. These two were none other than Yushuang and Rita, both of whom were currently among the most sought-after hosts in the LPL. Today, they were responsible for the interview and had scheduled the time with Abu in advance. After exchanging pleasantries, Abu led the two into the facility. As they walked, Abu took the opportunity to introduce the training base. Yu Shuang and Rita's dedicated photographer followed closely behind, capturing moments as they went. The questions were mostly spontaneous, asking whatever they observed that, of course, the two had likely prepared in advance, with a general flow established to ensure the interview contained some surprises without veering into chaos. The players should be training right now. Can you take us to see them? After a brief tour outside, Yu Shuang suddenly inquired. This was the crux of the matter. The previous discussions had merely been appetizers. Under Abu's guidance, they headed straight for the training room. Upon entering, they could immediately hear the clattering of keyboards. Professional players tend to favor mechanical keyboards, producing quite a loud sound. This is our training room, where we usually practice. The players are currently training and we can go in and take a look. Abu proudly introduced Yejie that moment. Rita interjected, I've heard that many clubs have very strict management in their training rooms, with many items prohibited from being brought inside, in fact, some clubs don't even allow eating inside. Does EDG have similar regulations? Abu replied, we're not extremely strict in this regard. Generally, snacks are allowed. But littering is prohibited, and greasy substances on equipment will incur fines. Of course, drinking alcohol and smoking are not permitted inside. We have designated areas for smoking. Yu Shuang remarked, it seems that EDG's management is quite stringent, even prohibiting smoking inside. I've heard many players struggle to perform without smoking during matches. Abu stated, such occurrences would be impossible here at EDG. After saying this, he opened the door, and Yu Shuang and Rita followed suit. Wow, that's the coach. He is currently in a ranked match playing Rex Sai, Yu Shuang exclaimed as she approached the coach from behind. The coach was pretending to be engrossed in the game. Although his thoughts were wandering, it's impossible for anyone to be indifferent to such beautiful women. A part of him certainly wished to impress. Thus, maintaining his persona of maturity and composure was crucial at this moment. Yu Shuang stood behind the coach and asked, Coach, would you mind answering a few questions for us? You can do so while playing. Our show aims to highlight authenticity. The coach removed his headphones and, without turning around, replied, No problem. This moment, the factory manager's voice resonated with a magnetic quality, deep and profound, epitomizing maturity and composure. Although he had just experienced a setback in the game, losing a crucial moment, he continued to manipulate the mouse and keyboard, feigning utmost seriousness. Yu Shuang commenced her inquiry, posing mundane questions such as what he had for breakfast, what time he generally rose, and the duration of his daily training. The factory manager responded fluently, as these queries were all too familiar to him. Yu Shuang sought his insights, primarily out of concern that newcomers might falter. Thank you, manager, for agreeing to our interview. Now, this is Miko. Hello, Miko, Yu Shuang announced. She and Rita soon found themselves engaged in lively conversation with Miko, who proved to be far more loquacious than the factory manager, resulting in a more entertaining segment. This was largely due to his lack of a constructed persona, which starkly contrasted with the factory manager's demeanor. Meanwhile, Mouse discreetly stood up, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, and approached Su Bai from behind, saying, Su Bai, you need to put away all your alcohol. Su Bai turned, puzzled, and asked why. What is the reason? Mouse replied, I'm not sure. Abu instructed me to tell you, and now I have. With that, Mouse slipped away. Su Bai muttered, Why tell me this now? Why not wait until tomorrow? He could surmise that Abu wished to prevent others from seeing it, as it would create a negative impression. However, it was already too late, and Su Bai was indifferent to such matters. Soon, the interview with Miko came to a close, and the two women began to seek out others. Following the sequence, each individual's reaction varied distinctly. The factory manager feigned maturity and composure, while Miko exuded warmth and engaged in delightful banter. When it came to Scout, however, he was aloof, providing terse responses, minimizing his words to the utmost. Next was Yejie, who appeared somewhat shy in the presence of two striking women, struggling to open up. Fortunately, both women possessed high emotional intelligence and ensured that Yejie felt at ease. Then it was Mouse's turn, eagerly awaited by him. He had been pretending to queue, but in reality, he opted not to enter each time it was his turn, allowing him to remain in line and avoid the distraction of ranked matches during the interview. Hello, Mouse, Rita greeted him. Mouse donned what he believed to be an attractive smile and replied, Hello, Sister Shuang, Sister Rita. The two women found his address amusing, contrasting sharply with the more reserved demeanor of others. Yu Shuang inquired, Is it training time? I've noticed your recent performances on the field have been quite formidable. Could you analyze the reasons behind this? Is it due to more rigorous training, or is it that the current version suits you better? Mouse responded earnestly, Training is indeed crucial. Recently, we have elevated the intensity of our training. My previous underperformance was largely due to complacency. I had not been training diligently and squandered my own talent. His serious expression made it hard not to believe him. Rita then asked, EDG is currently in excellent form, coupled with your rapid progress. What aspirations do you have for the upcoming summer tournament? What goals do you aim to achieve? Mouse confidently declared, "Championship. We are certainly aiming for the championship. We compete for the title." The two women were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Mouse, once perceived as lackluster, would now possess such ambition. Yejie praised. "It seems that Mouse is quite confident. If you were to grade your performance, what score would you assign yourself?" Mouse replied, "I believe I would rate myself a 9. With 1 point deducted to avoid arrogance." Rita remarked, "Mouse is indeed quite self-assured." Lastly, I have one more question. We have seen numerous EDG fans online advocating for Su Bai to take the stage. In your opinion, who is stronger between you and Su Bai? This question was somewhat tricky, and Abu, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Is this question necessary to answer?" However, Mouse had already begun to respond, "I believe my performance is superior. Though he has won both of his matches, that is merely a benefit afforded to newcomers. With fewer games played, opponents do not analyze him as thoroughly. I, on the other hand, have consistently played, and my performance is notably stable." Mouse's confidence exceeded the expectations of the EDG members. Professional players perceive issues differently from the general populace. Their perspectives tend to be more nuanced, enabling them to discern subtleties that others overlook. In terms of individual capability, Mouse and Su Bai were not even remotely comparable. Thus, on this matter, they did not concur with Mouse's assertion. However, since they were all colleagues, there was no need to confront him directly and cause embarrassment. Moreover, as Su Bai remained silent, the others felt reluctant to voice their opinions. The interview with Mouse extended longer than anticipated, primarily due to his cooperation and willingness to engage. Yejie and Rita obtained the insights they desired and continued their search. Soon arriving at the last participant, Su Bai that moment, they noticed that Su Bai's situation was markedly different from the others. Surrounding him were several jars, all sealed, leaving the contents a mystery, regardless of what they contained. Such items had no place in the training room, piquing their curiosity. "What are these?" "Hello, Su Bai," Yejie greeted him. Without turning, Su Bai curtly responded, "Hello." Meanwhile, Abu, standing behind Rita and Yejie, grew anxious. He had failed to notice that Su Bai had not concealed these items. It was now too late to intervene. They had already been spotted. The only recourse was to prevent them from opening the jars. As long as they remained closed, the contents would remain unknown. Abu felt a chill run down his spine, wondering how things had spiraled to this point. Hadn't he previously reminded Mouse to ensure that Su Bai kept everything hidden? Yet he quickly realized that Su Bai was not the type to be easily directed. Thus, the current predicament was quite normal. Rita asked Su Bai, "Could we take a look at what's inside these jars?" Before Su Bai could respond, Abu rushed in. "There's nothing of interest here. Let us focus on something else." Yejie countered, "I believe the viewers watching the live stream would be quite eager to discover what's inside." For the two women, this exclusive interview was all about viewership and popularity. Naturally, they aimed to captivate their audience's attention. Soon, the live chat responded, "Open it. I want to see what's inside. Quickly, or we won't continue watching the stream. Hurry up and open it. Don't keep us in suspense." Seeing these comments, Yejie persisted, "Manager Abu, the viewers are eager to see. We should proceed with this." Abu's head throbbed. What a predicament! Just as he hesitated, Rita decisively opened one of the jars. "That smells delicious. No. It must be alcohol," Rita exclaimed. "I can smell it too. It's definitely the aroma of wine." The speaker is Yejie, who has also caught a whiff of the situation. This moment, Abu wishes only to find a crevice in the ground to hide, pretending that none of this concerns him. Just earlier, he had been boasting about the strict management of EDG, and now he finds himself utterly contradicted. This contradiction is rather significant and entirely unexpected, given the sheer volume of alcohol present. This is no ordinary violation. It blatantly disregards any semblance of rules. In the corner, Mouse is laughing foolishly, as everything unfolds according to his plan. This is live. Once an unexpected incident occurs, there is no opportunity for rectification, as the footage is already broadcasting. Noticing Abu's silence, Yejie and Rita proceed to seek out Su Bai. That moment, Su Bai is in line. Seemingly having some time to spare, Yejie inquires, "Su Bai, could you enlighten us on whether these barrels contain alcohol or something else?" Upon recognizing Yejie, Su Bai rises and greets her. "Ah, Aunt Yejie. It's you, and Sister Rita. Rita, visibly ecstatic, responds, Su Bai, you are even more handsome in person than I had imagined. You are exactly my type. Rita is overjoyed and feels compelled to compliment Su Bai. Being called sister does not allay her to such an extent. It is the stark contrast, one being sister and the other aunt, that highlights the disparity. Meanwhile, Yu Shuang's expression darkens. Ahem, Su Bai, we are live. Please be mindful of your words. Yu Shuang deliberately emphasizes her tone to convey her displeasure at this moment. The live chat is ablaze with comments. This kid clearly excels at charming women. Look how happy Rita is. He knows how to play his cards right. I sense he has intentions towards both ladies, albeit with differing strategies. A true master of romance. In reality, Su Bai has had a drink, which has made him quite uninhibited, speaking whatever comes to mind. He typically does not express himself so freely. Amidst the merriment, Rita takes over the conversation from Yu Shuang. Su Bai, could you tell us what exactly is contained within those barrels? Well, haven't you seen? They are all alcoholic beverages. This barrel contains Wusu, this one Qingdao, this one Jägermeister, this one Wuliangya, and this one Erguatu. Su Bai lists them off with the familiarity of someone recounting treasure possessions, without the slightest hint of reservation. Previously, he had been drinking bottle by bottle, which was quite cumbersome, requiring him to open each cap. Thus, he purchased over a dozen barrels, filling them with alcohol, with switches at the bottom to dispense drinks directly into cups. It's all alcohol. Yu Shuang and Rita are momentarily speechless. How is Su Bai reacting so nonchalantly? Initially, the two women thought the barrels might be a surprise or a prop prepared by EDG to complement their interview, intending to create some programmatic effect. However, this effect has gone awry, threatening to morph into a live broadcast catastrophe. Rita and Yu Shuang turn to Abu, seeking an explanation. They are now utterly confused as to whether EDG's actions were intentional, accidental, or a mix of both. At this juncture, Abu's expression darkens. He feigns ignorance, signaling that he has seen nothing and knows nothing, urging them not to question him. The live chat erupts. What audacity! Is he bathing in alcohol? It seems the rumors are true. EDG has found a wine sage. My goodness. I have never seen so much alcohol in my life that if all that were poured out, it could drown EDG. Meanwhile, as Su Bai is being interviewed, the other members of EDG are drawn to the spectacle point. Two stunning women conducting an interview make it hard for anyone not to be distracted. The players have lost their motivation to rank. However, when Su Bai boasts about his tactical repertoire, the atmosphere becomes awkward. The manager stands up, gesticulating silently to Su Bai, mouthing, "Don't say anything reckless. We're live." Seeing the two's actions, Su Bai quips. The manager seems quite excited. Does he want a drink? He often sneaks off to drink with me. The manager is immediately struck with panic. Can such things be uttered aloud? All eyes turn to him, while Abu's expression is one of dismay. What? I'm not. He's framing me. The manager insists, pleading for their belief. The situation threatens to spiral into a live broadcast disaster. Rita attempts damage control. It seems Su Bai was previously penalized for drinking during a match. Why has he not corrected this habit? Is there some underlying reason? Rita forcibly creates an opportunity for Su Bai to spin a tale. His response is blunt. We're not in a competition right now, so it doesn't affect anything. Besides, I'm of legal age now, right? The last punishment was due to my underage status. Now that I'm of age, I can drink freely. That's the consensus I reach with the club. At this revelation, Yu Shuang and Rita are left utterly dumbfounded. The club has apparently reached an understanding with the player that once he reaches adulthood, he may drink freely during matches, a practice utterly unique in the league. Indeed, in all leagues, the irony is palpable, as just moments ago, Abu had been extolling the strict management of EDG. The contrast is staggering. Abu, now staring intently at the floor, seems to be counting ants, oblivious to Yu Shuang and Rita's expressions. Meanwhile, the live chat is in chaos. What does this mean? Does it imply that the wine sage can return to the field post-adulthood? I thoroughly enjoy watching the wine sage's matches. I hope he returns soon. Good news, everyone. The wine sage will be back. Will he compete while carrying a barrel, drinking as he plays? Quitting alcohol is impossible. One can only manage to live through drinking. To their surprise, the program's effect is remarkably positive. Most viewers are indifferent to whether he drinks. They care only for the excitement of the match. This is something neither woman anticipated. They expected Su Bai's behavior to face harsh criticism. Yu Shuang suddenly asks, "You don't drink every day, do you? Won't your body give in?" "It depends on the situation. When climbing ranks, one must drink. I'm not sure if I drink daily, but it's normal to drink 10 times a day." Su Bai responds, not intentionally exaggerating. The effect of drinking lasts only about an hour. If he plays from day to night, he must continually replenish the effect point 10 times. Is considered quite modest. Yu Shuang and Rita are left flabbergasted. By common understanding, someone who consumes alcohol with every meal would be akin to a wine sage. Yet even then, that would only amount to 3 times a day, 10 times. They can vividly envision the scene of Su Bai playing while sipping his drink. The training room is eerily silent. All of EDG is rendered speechless, having witnessed Su Bai's actions firsthand. The key is Su Bai's startling honesty, articulating precisely what he thinks without any pretense. The official photographer, understanding the mood, shifts the focus to 8BU.8T this moment. Abu is crouched on the floor, fiddling with his shoelaces. Although his shoes lack laces, his hands continue to move, refusing to stand up lest his face be revealed. The camera then shifts to the manager. Although he is a player, as the soul of EDG, he holds a significant voice in this matter. However, he stands there with his eyes closed, appearing as if he has dozed off, and it seems best not to disturb him. Only the other EDG members sit upright, eyes glued to the screen, frantically clicking their mice and keyboards, refreshing the display. Everyone is preoccupied. It's best not to ask any questions. The live audience is in stitches. The wine sage is indeed a wine sage, so forthright in speech. Honestly, I quite admire such candor. Is EDG engaging in some awkward antics? Is the wine sage the team bully? Did no one dare to speak of him? Soon, the director's camera panned to Mouse, who was nestled in the corner. The Mouse's reaction was markedly different from those around him. He appeared to be a spectator reveling in the amusement. His laughter wide and unabashed. Rita and Yu Shuang took note of Mouse, as he seemed to be the only one open to communication, prompting them to approach him for an interview. Yu Shuang inquired, "Mouse, did Su Bai truly claim to drink 10 times a day, or was that merely an exaggeration?" Mouse replied, "10 times a day? You underestimate him. From my observations, it's at least 20 times. He never stops." Mouse, ever the instigator of mischief, was certainly inclined to amplify the situation. 20 times. Yu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. That seemed utterly ludicrous. Mouse continued, "Mark my words, he will never quit drinking. If he ever does, I'll retire immediately." His confidence stemmed from his close scrutiny of Su Bai, and it appeared to him that Su Bai's situation was beyond redemption. Yu Shuang and Rita suddenly sensed the gravity of the matter. While they aimed for authenticity in their interviews, there were boundaries, and such revelations ought not to be aired at that moment. Abu rushed over, seeing that Mouse was about to say more. He promptly interrupted. "Mouse, that's enough. Focus on your training. This is not your concern." Reluctantly, Mouse turned away. Yu Shuang addressed the camera. "Well then, let's take a brief respite. The second half of the live broadcast will commence shortly." With that, the live stream was halted. Abu quickly suggested, "Let us wrap up here and explore other areas." Yu Shuang and Rita complied, wary of the situation escalating. That if this live broadcast tarnished EDG's reputation, it was likely no club would cooperate in the future. No one desired to be embroiled in scandalous revelations that could sully their name. Thus, Abu led the two away from the training room. However, the sensational content that had already aired sparked widespread discussion online. Su Bai's moniker as a wine deity was solidified, and the rumors of him drinking 10 or even 20 times a day proliferated as animated graphics circulated widely. Any inquiry regarding his drinking habits inevitably circled back to Su Bai, now confined to discussion surrounding League of Legends. Simultaneously, Su Bai's candid demeanor during the interview, where he spoke freely without reservation, garnered a multitude of fans. Originally, this visit was not particularly renowned and lacked fervor, as previous events had been rather mundane, merely tours of the base followed by bland inquiries. However, this time, the visit's popularity skyrocketed. Yet, when the audience arrived at the live stream space, they discovered that the crew had left the training room and were wandering elsewhere. What was there to see back in the training room? Why go to the cafeteria when they were not hungry? Could they not engage in something entertaining? If all else failed, perhaps they could gnaw on a lighter. Could they not conduct an interview? If they could not, then why were they present? Consequently, the repercussions ensued. The excitement had been stirred, yet there was nothing to behold. Naturally, this was unacceptable. Within moments, the entire live broadcast room descended into chaos. The comment section was rife with insults, and many threatened that if their demands were not met, they would cease to watch the streams, as there were other platforms available. Thus, the situation escalated. Initially, the director of the live broadcast dismissed the uproar, believing it to be mere grumbling. However, before long, the broadcast room was trending on social media due to the backlash. Moreover, viewers using mobile devices began intentionally rating the app with 0 stars, leading numerous stores to remove the platform's app from their listings. The power of public opinion is formidable. With over 20 million viewers, such collective ire was unsustainable. Soon, the customer service line for Dosha Live was overwhelmed with complaints. The middle management could only issue orders to suppress the matter for the time being, believing the public's fury would soon dissipate. After all, the internet thrives on fleeting trends. However, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Many individuals reported the live streaming platform to the relevant authorities, alleging fraudulent practices. Though somewhat absurd, the sheer volume of complaints necessitated attention. This scrutiny led to misconceptions that the platform had indeed committed infractions, causing the stock price to plummet. No small matter indeed. Executives were rattled, and news of the situation quickly reached the director. Recognizing the severity of the issue, he immediately contacted Yu Shuang and Rita on dash site. I could see that moment. The two were preparing to leave, having thoroughly explored the EDG training base. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Manager Abu for taking the time for our interview. Yu Shuang began, but suddenly her expression shifted as she donned her headphones, catching the director's urgent voice. After a brief pause, she adjusted her statement. Manager Abu, we might need to return to the training room. The audience is incredibly enthusiastic and strongly requesting it. Abu was taken aback. Had they not resolved everything? Why return? He was resolute in his refusal. There's no need. We've already interviewed once. Despite his smile, his tone was unwavering, conveying a sense of unyielding determination. Yet Yu Shuang and Rita were equally steadfast. The director had informed them that this matter had begun affecting stock prices, and if mishandled, serious consequences could ensue. Rita interjected. Manager Abu, please make an exception that we neglected to ask Su Bai several questions amidst all the talk of drinking. And now the audience is quite dissatisfied. Abu remained adamant. Absolutely not, in response. Rita and Yu Shuang exchanged knowing glances, quickly devising a plan. If Abu would not take them, they would go on their own. After their silent communication, they reached a consensus. Manager Abu, if you find it inconvenient, we shall proceed on our own. You may attend to your other matters. With that, Yu Shuang and Rita retraced their steps. Hey, where are you going? Did we not just say it was inconvenient? Abu exclaimed, flustered. He sought to intervene, but found himself at a loss. This was live broadcasting, and confronting two women posed its own risks. Should anyone perceive it as inappropriate, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Unable to impede their progress, he followed behind as they made their way to the training room. Inside, the other EDG members were gathered around Su Bai. The manager exclaimed, Su Bai, you have quite the audacity, saying whatever comes to mind. Miko added, next time you're interviewed, perhaps tone it down a bit. Yejie chimed in, is this going to cause trouble? It seems we're still live. Suddenly, Su Bai quipped, don't you think Rita looks better in nude stockings than in black? This comment sent the EDG members into contemplation. The manager mused, now that you mention it, today as pair isn't as striking as before. Miko remarked, I think she looks good regardless of what she wears. Just then, Abu's voice echoed from the entrance. Why Yu Shuang and Rita had approached, their curiosity piqued by the discussion among the EDG members. What on earth are you talking about? Rita inquired. We were reviewing our previous match. Some details were not handled well, and we needed to discuss them. Now that we've concluded, we can move on. The manager said, attempting an escape. Miko and the manager seized the opportunity to slip away, while Yejie returned to his seat. Rita and Yu Shuang advanced towards Su Bai. Our previous conversation was rather rushed. We have a few questions we didn't get to. Are you available now? Su Bai responded, No problem at all. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Upon hearing these words, Yu Shuang and Rita exchanged a knowing glance, clearly indicating a premeditated scheme between them. Observing their expressions, Abu was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. The questions these two were poised to ask were likely to be anything but simple. However, it seemed there was no way to avert it now. Rita began, Player Su Bai, you may not be aware, but the viewership in the live stream has soared to 30 million that everyone is referring to you as the Wine Immortal. What are your thoughts on this title? Su Bai replied, I personally feel that the audience has quite discerning taste. I am fond of this title. In truth, Su Bai had been quite the connoisseur of alcohol in his previous life, and he relished the moniker of Wine Immortal. The chat in the live stream erupted with excitement. This lad is refreshingly candid. He is finally back. This is going to be entertaining. Now, this is an interview. What was that earlier nonsense? Let us keep it going. Thus, Rita pressed on with her inquiries. As the Wine Immortal, do you have any insights regarding drinking that you could share with us? Upon hearing this, Abu grew anxious. Was this an appropriate question? What if Su Bai began to perform? And indeed, Su Bai did just that. He gestured toward a large vat and said, I particularly enjoy Wuliangye. Its flavor is soft and smooth. Maotai and Erguo too are also commendable, each with its own unique characteristics. They're all fine spirits. As he spoke, Su Bai poured himself a glass of Wuliangye and downed it in one go. After finishing, he smacked his lips, appearing thoroughly satisfied. This expression of contentment stirred an impulse in Yu Shuang and Rita to partake as well. Nevertheless, being in a live broadcast, they restrained themselves. Rita inquired further. Surely you've sampled foreign wines as well. Wine Immortal? What are your impressions? Su Bai's expression shifted dramatically, and with a look of disdain, he replied, To me, those foreign wines are no different from horse urine. It is our ancestral beverages that truly excel. He continued, Of course, I occasionally indulge in foreign wines, primarily to alter my palate. One can tire of gourmet delicacies every day. You understand what I mean, right? Yu Shuang and Rita nodded vigorously. The analogy was indeed quite comprehensible. The pivotal point was that Su Bai did not seem to be speaking without foundation. He exuded the aura of someone who had distilled wisdom from 2 decades of drinking. However, none anticipated that Su Bai's words would soon be immortalized by netizens, as if inscribed in scripture. His remarks left the EDG team utterly astonished, particularly as he had just downed a drink right there. Abu wished he could find a hole to burrow into. Su Bai was effectively slapping him in the face. Meanwhile, the live stream chat buzzed once more, truly deserving of the title Wine Immortal. He speaks with such eloquence that this the life experience of the Wine Immortal. I've learned so much that I think the Wine Immortal should write a book. I'll be the first to buy it. It would be a shame not to seize this advertising opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, a winery had already taken note of Su Bai. The trending topic of Su Bai and wine had skyrocketed to the top. It was hard for wineries to overlook this chance that a little investment in advertising with Su Bai could elevate their visibility tremendously. With the title of Wine Immortal, he became an authority in the field. Anything he said would command belief. Anyone associated with the term immortal was bound to be extraordinary. The interview continued, with Yu Shuang asking, So, Su Bai, is there a drink you absolutely loathe? The worst one. Su Bai responded, That would have to be the foreign grape wines. Let me clarify, our ancestors also produced grape wine, so that doesn't count. I'm referring to those foreign wines made by stomping grapes with bare feet. Yu Shuang and Rita exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly failing to grasp the distinction. And in unison, they asked, Is there any difference? Su Bai elaborated, It's about the artistic conception. Artistic conception? Yu Shuang and Rita were left utterly perplexed. They could understand the concept in the context of music or painting, but how could it apply to winemaking? Su Bai continued, Artistic conception is a uniquely Chinese concept. It cannot even be translated into foreign languages. As they lack this notion, imagine a group of barefooted, rustic men stomping grapes. Such a concoction is fit for livestock, not for human consumption. Su Bai's disdainful expression elicited laughter from Rita and Yu Shuang, who were taken aback by his depth of understanding and eloquence. Thus, they became increasingly intrigued. The previous queries had been scripted by the director, but now they were improvising, asking questions that genuinely piqued their interest. Su Bai naturally was unreserved in his expressions, quenching his thirst with a drink whenever he felt parched. He was remarkably carefree. The enthusiasm of the live-stream audience was equally ignited, having listened intently for over 2 hours. Su Bai elaborated on various ancestral brewing techniques, covering their origins, evolution, decline, and resurgence in a clear and logical manner, supported by evidence. The audience suddenly realized that if compiled, this could constitute a scholarly paper. Moreover, the quality of his paper would be quite high. This was an unexpected revelation, as most people regarded professional players as mere internet-addicted youths with no knowledge beyond gaming. Yet this young man before them exhibited such erudition. 2 hours later, the audience remained eager for more, but Su Bai could no longer withstand it. He succumbed to intoxication and fell asleep. Initially, Rita and Yu Shuang were exhilarated, but after 2 hours of conversation, they too began to tire. Noting that Su Bai had drifted off, they decided to conclude the interview. Although the audience in the live stream protested, the director deemed it sufficient and permitted them to end the session. Under Abu's guidance, Yu Shuang and Rita departed. Upon returning to the training room, Abu's complexion was ashen, his legs trembling. Su Bai's identity as the wine immortal had now been firmly established, should anything untoward occur. How could he explain it to the boss? The 2-hour live stream served as irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for argument that if anyone intended to stir up trouble, Yejie would surely struggle to cope. Abu gazed at the still-sleeping Su Bai, lost in contemplation. He could no longer discern whether bringing Su Bai on board was a boon or a bane. As night fell, Su Bai roused himself from the chair. Stretching languidly, one must admit, waking naturally after a long sleep was quite pleasant. What time was it? Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. His teammates were engrossed in training, and the water vat remained unchanged, everything appearing as it had. Congratulations, host. Your operational and positional limits have increased to 400. Upon hearing this voice, Su Bai paused for a moment. He understood that the so-called limit increase referred to the maximum height a given attribute could achieve. Previously, the limits for these two attributes had been 300, meaning once reached, further drinking would be futile. Even if he refinished the attributes, they would remain capped at 300. But now, they could rise to 400. This should be considered a reward. However, what warranted such a reward? He hadn't participated in any matches today or engaged in any particularly noteworthy activities. The only distinction was that he had consumed alcohol, resulting in his current inebriation and subsequent slumber. It seemed reasonable to attribute this reward to his drunken state. As this was indeed a drinking system, he decided to test its efficacy with the night still young. Su Bai thought it prudent to try ranking. Simultaneously, his stomach grumbled. He realized he hadn't eaten since a light lunch. Consequently, Su Bai pulled out his phone and ordered an expedited takeout. Soon, the delivery arrived. Su Bai began to eat while sipping his drink. Detected. Host is consuming alcohol, gaining buff, positioning 100, cumulative, 100, remaining time, 1 hour 05 minutes 7 seconds. Detected. Host is consuming alcohol, gaining buff. Prediction 100. Cumulative, 100, remaining time, 1 hour 01 minutes 47 seconds. Detected. Host is consuming alcohol, gaining buff. Awareness 100, cumulative, 100, remaining time, 59 minutes 15 seconds. Detected. Host is consuming alcohol, gaining buff. Positioning 100. Cumulative, 200, remaining time, 1 hour 16 minutes 3 seconds. His attributes were surging. Before long, Su Bai began to feel a slight intoxication. It was indeed no simple feat to push his attributes to their limits. Upon detecting that the host was consuming alcohol, he received a buff. Movement 100, cumulative total, 400, remaining time, 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 32 seconds. Again, as he drank, another buff activated. Control 100, cumulative total, 400, remaining time, 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 43 seconds. Just as Su Bai sensed he was on the verge of inebriation, he finally maxed out these two attributes. He moved his fingers, feeling a remarkable increase in dexterity compared to before. With his hand gripping the mouse, it felt as though it had melded with his very being. Previously, while using the mouse, there had been a palpable disconnect. He would conceive an action, which then had to be relayed to his hand, which in turn controlled the mouse. This transmission was fraught with potential errors, and should those errors exceed a certain threshold, a mistake would inevitably occur. Moreover, this process was not instantaneous, regardless of how swift his reactions might be. He remained human, bound by inherent limitations. However, now, Su Bai felt no intermediary. His thoughts could directly influence his champion, devoid of any latency or error. Of course, this was merely a sensation. The true extent of its efficacy remained to be seen. Thus, Su Bai embarked upon ranked matchmaking. In search of 5 victims and 4 fortunate souls, it wasn't long before he found himself matched. He entered the band pick phase. He noticed a proficiency buff for Fishman, prompting him to select the champion without hesitation. I'll play Fishman mid, he communicated to his teammates. Yet as soon as he locked in Fishman, dissent arose among his allies. That you're playing Fishman? Are you unaware that Dopa is on Cardmaster? This mid lane is doomed. You'll be obliterated in 3 minutes. Have you never seen a tutorial on Cardmaster against Fishman? 3 minutes? Just stepping onto the lane and auto-attacking minions will spell your defeat. Upon reading these remarks, Su Bai realized who Dopa was required no elaboration. He was a legend among commoners. He had once held the title of the top player across both the Chinese and Korean servers, boasting an astonishing 75 win rate during his reign as the #1 on the Chinese server, a feat that could only be described as terrifying. Dopa had even produced a tutorial on how to counter Fishman with Cardmaster. In that video, he had famously remarked, when Fishman steps onto the lane at level 1 to auto-attack minions, the lane is already lost. This phrase had become a catchphrase among many. To his surprise, he encountered it today. Never mind, I am faker, Su Bai typed in the chat. His teammates burst into laughter. You faker? I'm God. I'm Marin. Am I not proud of that? Just finish your pick quickly. Or don't blame me for going off. Yes, you chose Fishman. You should be the one to finalize the pick. His teammates began to employ moral coercion, as they were reluctant to lock in a champion that would cost them points and waste time. Naturally, Su Bai was unwilling to finalize his selection. However, he could not outright declare that he would not pick. If he did, his teammates might hastily lock in a champion at the last moment. This match could potentially feature Dopa, and facing him in mid lane was an opportunity he simply had to seize. If Dopa's Cardmaster could indeed dismantle Fishman, it would serve as an excellent experiment to gauge the true power of the buffs after being raised to 400. Fine, since the opponent is Dopa, I won't pick just yet. I'll finalize my choice at the last moment, just in case someone else locks in, Su Bai declared. With that, he settled in to wait. Soon, the countdown commenced, and his teammates anticipated Su Bai's final selection. However, as the final 3 seconds approached, he still remained inactive. Panic set in among his teammates. Pick already? What are you doing? Are you messing with me? Oh no. Then, everyone transitioned into the game as the loading screen appeared. Su Bai glanced at the ID of the opposing mid laner and confirmed it truly was Dopa. Meanwhile, within Dopa's livestream, as the match was about to begin, he habitually took a sip of water and monitored the chat. The viewers in Dopa's stream were buzzing. The opposing mid is Fishman. I believe Dopa locked in Cardmaster first. Is that not a death wish? I suspect the mid player is unaware of Dopa's presence. Now that Dopa is live streaming, they clearly don't consider whether he's in the opposing team. No wonder they can't climb ranks. This match could serve as a tutorial. Dopa will teach us how to play against Fishman upon seeing the chat. Dopa responded, I know many believe Cardmaster struggles against Fishman. Today I will demonstrate. Dopa exhibited immense confidence in his Cardmaster skills. His proficiency was unparalleled. He possessed a unique strategy for every champion. While he might not secure an overwhelming advantage in lane, he was unlikely to falter unless targeted mindlessly by the enemy jungler and support. If it was merely the opposing mid laner, defeat was not an option. As the game commenced, Dopa opted for the classic Doran's ring to start. Both sides positioned themselves in the river to prevent any invasion. Soon, the minion wave arrived, and Su Bai's Fishman stepped onto the lane. Dopa took a glance at the setup. Dark Seal. Seeing this item, Dopa began to explain. If Fishman builds items in this manner, we can easily dominate the lane. Clearly, this Fishman is inexperienced and believes he can easily counter Cardmaster. The chat erupted with laughter. Who is this unfortunate soul? knowing Dopa's ID. Yet building like this? I suspect this is a strategy. He's deliberately building poorly, and when he loses, he'll say it was due to itemization. Wait a moment, this ID seems familiar. Isn't he an upper lane player? As the viewers realized that this fishman was merely a substitute mid-laner, they sensed the mid-lane was already over. It was bound to be a one-sided massacre. Fishman might even be repeatedly slain by Cardmaster. As the minion waves collided, Dopa's Cardmaster played mind games, lurking in the sidelines to coax Fishman into overextending. The moment Fishman approached to auto-attack the minions, Dopa could utter that classic line. Fishman auto-attacked a minion. The lane is already lost. After delivering that line, he would obliterate Fishman, and the excitement in the stream would surely explode. Various video platforms would subsequently compile clips, immortalizing the moment as a new classic. However, to Dopa's astonishment, the unexpected occurred. Fishman did not simply auto-attack the minions. Instead, he immediately used his E ability, damaging all 6 minions. This was a scenario Dopa had never encountered. He had not stepped onto the lane, yet this Fishman had directly learned a skill. This was not typical behavior for players at the rank of kings. Those players would not rush to learn a skill at level 1. They would assess the opponent's actions before deciding. Regardless, Dopa had no choice but to intervene and prevent Fishman from pushing the wave while simultaneously attempting to poke him as he last hit minions. Thus, Dopa's Cardmaster entered the lane. The viewers in his stream were in stitches, declaring that Fishman clearly lacked skill and was about to be annihilated. As Dopa's Cardmaster arrived, he sought opportunities to engage with auto-attacks. He approached Fishman from the side of the minion wave to avoid drawing too much aggro from the minions that auto-attack. After several attempts, Dopa found himself unable to land a single hit. He soon realized a peculiar pattern. This Fishman seemed acutely aware of the optimal distance for Dopa's auto-attacks, evading with remarkable precision. Each time Dopa felt he could strike, Fishman would ever so slightly retreat. Once might be a coincidence, twice could be an accident, but 3 or 4 times? Could it still be mere luck? While he may not be proficient with Fishman, his microcontrol was indeed commendable. Although Dopa was outplayed, he maintained his composure, seemingly retaining control over the situation, and on the other hand, Su Bai wore a smile, thoroughly pleased with the current circumstances. His earlier provocation of Card was merely an experiment, testing the limits of his basic attacks. The outcome revealed that his maneuvers were executed with surgical precision, instilling a profound sense of mastery over the game. He positioned himself strategically, aware of the range of his opponent's abilities. Calculating every detail with meticulous accuracy, the cooldown for his E ability concluded. Su Bai advanced, once again establishing the distance for Card's basic attacks. Card, having opted for the E skill at level 1, a conventional choice to enhance attack speed, was aware that a few additional basic attacks in the early game could yield results akin to casting a spell, giving Card's inherently low damage output. This time, Dopa approached with caution, recognizing that the Fishman had chosen the E skill that a basic attack could potentially expose him to the second strike of Fishman's. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued between the two. Dopa meticulously last-hit minions, but suddenly, Fishman initiated his E skill. Dopa attempted to reposition, yet he was in the midst of executing a basic attack, resulting in a momentary delay. Consequently, Fishman's second E-strike grazed him at the extreme range. Fishman swiftly retreated, but Card, eager to retaliate, found himself slowed and unable to pursue, hindered by the lingering animation of his previous basic attack. What unfolded next took Dopa's audience by surprise. Dopa's Card and Fishman engaged in a level 1 duel, yet neither managed to secure a kill. It appeared that Card had merely lost a fraction of his health, a situation entirely manageable. However, the symbolic significance of this encounter was paramount. Previously, Dopa had never faced Fishman in a direct lane confrontation. Before Fishman reached level 3, he had been subjected to relentless assaults without the capacity to retaliate. Any attempt to strike back would have only resulted in greater loss. Yet now, even at his weakest, Fishman had managed to gain the upper hand. Of course, many skeptics dismissed this as mere luck, just one instance among many, suggesting that such fortune could not be relied upon in subsequent encounters. They failed to comprehend that this was a deliberate act of leniency. Fishman was merely a substitute mid-laner, without some degree of concession. The match would lack intrigue. Even the gods may falter, and minor errors are to be expected. However, just as they were filled with optimism, Dopa's demeanor began to shift as the second wave of minions approached. He sought opportunities to harass Fishman. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not find an opening. Fishman's control of distance was impeccable. Furthermore, Fishman capitalized on Dopa's attempts to last hit, making it impossible for him to inflict damage. Such a strategy was both common and simple. Yet the key lay in the improbability of executing it flawlessly each time. However, this Fishman managed to do just that. Consequently, Dopa could only watch helplessly as the minion wave advanced toward the turret. According to his original strategy, Fishman would push the wave, allowing Dopa to maintain control at the turret's edge. Fishman would then be subjected to relentless pressure. If Fishman pushed the wave into the turret, he would have to expend his E-skill. Nonetheless, yellow card control was remarkably stable. Should Fishman use his E, any jungle assistance would ensure Fishman's demise. Thus, Fishman found himself ensnared in a dilemma. As a melee champion, Fishman could not engage when Card approached the turret, for that would inevitably lead to his downfall, as Card could retaliate effectively. Yet now, all plans had unraveled. Dopa pondered where things had gone awry, as he found himself being outmatched by Fishman. Having faced various skilled Fishman players before, he had always managed to hold his ground. Just as Dopa was deep in thought, an alarming report emerged from the jungle. His jungler had been ambushed and eliminated by Fishman in conjunction with the opposing jungler. Soon after, Fishman returned to mid lane bearing double buffs. Dopa began to sweat. The situation seemed dire. With a red buff in Fishman's possession, Dopa had to tread carefully, for should he be caught in close proximity, he would find himself in a precarious situation. This moment, the audience in Dopa's stream remained oblivious to the gravity of the predicament. They assumed the jungler had merely made a mistake, conceding a kill to the enemy mid laner and inadvertently granting them double buffs. Given Dopa's prowess in the lane, they believed he could still cope. However, upon Su Bai's return to the lane, he began to reverse the tide. Exerting pressure on Dopa, Su Bai's Fishman positioned himself at the side of the minion wave. When Card approached the last hit, he had to be wary of potential harassment. Yet Dopa was no novice. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Fishman. Fishman's Q skill boasted a casting range of 550 units, whereas Card's basic attack extended only to 525 units. At the first glance, it seemed Fishman's Q had the advantage in range. However, Dopa had faced numerous Fishman players. Mastering the art of toying with them, manipulating the limits of Fishman's Q skill, he could unleash a basic attack while ensuring that Fishman could not retaliate with his Q. Following this, he resumed his previous tactics, engaging in a tug-of-war with Fishman. Yet after one round of exchanges, Fishman closed the gap. Dopa was taken aback. Just as he aimed to maintain distance, Fishman executed a swift, barely perceptible maneuver that left him bewildered. Dopa had never encountered such an adept display of evasive movement. It was as if the character model itself had warped. Once Fishman was within range, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Card initiated his card selection, securing a yellow card, and prepared to bait out Fishman's abilities. However, Fishman remained unfazed, continuing his assault while applying the red buff's slow effect on Card. Card feigned a basic attack, intending to bait Fishman into responding, but Fishman remained unyielding. In a moment of desperation, Card unleashed a basic attack, followed by the yellow card. Fishman deftly activated his E-skill to evade, landing and positioning himself aggressively. By the time Card retreated beneath the turret, he was left with but a quarter of his health. Fortunately, he was near the turret. Otherwise, he would have been left without a flash. Dopa was astounded. His previous calm demeanor had evaporated. Simultaneously, the chat in his stream began to shift. Something feels off, brothers. This Fishman has something special. Just moments ago, they had claimed he was merely a top laner. Where had this prowess come from? Was it merely luck? Perhaps, but he seemed to be responding with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Su Bai was growing increasingly exhilarated. This is fantastic, he mused. During their close engagement, Card's feints appeared to Su Bai as if they were in slow motion. Under such conditions, anyone could react. While others might perceive this as a display of extraordinary skill, from Su Bai's perspective, dodging Card's yellow card with Fishman's, it was merely a matter of timing. Noticing that Dopa's card was low on health but reluctant to retreat, Su Bai's intent to secure a kill intensified. As the next wave of minions approached, card hesitated to engage. Su Bai opted to push the wave into the turret and then close the gap toward card. Fishman initiated with his Q skill, following up with basic attacks and unleashing his burst damage. This moment, card was poised with a yellow card, ready to strike. The ignite was cast, and card entered the execution threshold. The turret's forthcoming attack was imminent. Fishman first landed a basic attack, dealing maximum damage, then utilized his E-skill to avoid turret damage, launching himself toward card. Su Bai meticulously observed card's every move, prepared to flash at a moment's notice. Just as Fishman landed from his E-skill, card activated his flash. In an instant, card was eliminated. To the surprise of all, Fishman had not used his flash. Card had effectively outplayed himself. The chat in Dopa's stream erupted. This Fishman is incredible. Is he really that skilled? You mean to tell me he plays top lane? Don't you all recognize him? He is the substitute top laner. Su Bai from EDG. What a waste not to have such talent on the main stage. Following this remarkable solo kill, Dopa's fans have ceased their stubbornness, choosing instead to acknowledge Su Bai's prowess. Dopa himself, however, is unable to maintain his composure. He never anticipated being outmatched by a top lane Fishman. In his mind, if the opponent were truly a top lane Fishman, his own skill would suffice to handle the situation with one hand tied behind his back. Seizing the moment before his revival, Dopa decides to investigate the Fishman's performance. To his astonishment, he discovers that this Fishman is not merely a top laner, nor a mid laner, but has played every role except for support. Remarkably, he has maintained an astonishing win rate across these diverse positions that if this account truly belongs to a single individual, it could only be described as monstrous. Dopa continues to scroll through the records. He realizes he has already respawned, but momentarily forgets he is in a ranked match. His attention remains fixated on Su Bai's statistics. Upon further examination, Dopa is struck by the sheer depth of Su Bai's champion pool. Typically, a player might try 2 or 3 games with a champion before switching, often requiring dozens of matches before returning to that champion. Yet, Su Bai has utilized at least 30 or 40 champions. Evenly distributed, with several games played on each champion has the potential to secure an MVP. This is absurd. It simply cannot be. This account must be controlled by multiple individuals, at least 4, each specializing in their own roles. Dopa comes to this conclusion, believing that if this account is indeed operated by a single player, that individual surpasses his understanding of the game. Such a phenomenon is utterly implausible. Even Faker, the paragon of professional gaming talent, cannot match this versatility. Regardless of the position, Faker can only master a handful of champions outside of mid lane, making comparison to Su Bai inconceivable. Just as Dopa concludes that this account is likely managed by several players. A comment in the chat catches his attention. Su Bai is a streamer. He plays solo queue live, so it can't be multiple people sharing the account. Yet he has not shown his face. What if he is merely speaking while others play? Dopa feels skeptical that if multiple players were indeed swapping in and out, there would be signs of such a strategy. Reviewing his past streams, one can observe variations in his gameplay. It seems plausible that several people could be involved. The debate escalates in the chat, each side presenting compelling arguments. However, an undeniable point arises. Su Bai's gameplay, positioning, and awareness exhibit fluctuations, suggesting the possibility of multiple players at the helm. After reading the chat, Dopa deliberately seeks out Su Bai's streaming channel. Although Su Bai is not currently live, Dopa opts to follow him, hoping to glean insights from previous streams. What are you doing? Your teammates are waiting for you to log in. Your ranked match isn't finished yet. The chat buzzes with urgency. Oh no, the Fishman is already level 6. Did you forget you're in ranked? Upon reading the comments, Dopa suddenly remembers that his ranked match is ongoing. He hastily switches back to the game, only to find his teammates signaling frantically. Concurrently, the Fishman has reached level 6, while he remains at level 3. Dopa's composure shatters. Being 3 levels behind his solo lane renders him utterly incapable of contesting. Yet he cannot afford to disconnect. As Dopa exits the base and approaches the minion wave, the Fishman executes a swift QR combo, utilizing the minions to close the gap on Dopa's card champion, landing a well-timed ultimate. The level 3 card is obliterated without a chance to retaliate. Thus begins the fishman slaughter, claiming kills with an average of 2 per minute. Ultimately, Dopa resigns, even apologizing to his teammates, pleading that they refrain from reporting him. Upon exiting the game, Dopa promptly revisits Su Bai's previous streams, determined to uncover any potential flaws. He is resolute in his disbelief that this account is operated by a single individual. Meanwhile, Dopa finds himself trending for having been driven to disconnect, swiftly climbing to the top 3. On Su Bai's end, having completed the rank match, he expresses immense satisfaction. He felt an exhilarating sense of control. A perfect synergy between mind and body. What if I could elevate my rank to 500? An audacious thought strikes Su Bai. The leap from 300 to 400 was significant. What might reaching 500 entail? Would it usher in a new realm of possibilities? This notion ignites excitement within him. Why am I still hesitating? Cheers. Su Bai begins to drink, indulging in cup after cup. He loses track of how much he has consumed and, in a haze, drifts into slumber. Upon awakening, Su Bai realizes he remains in the training room. It appears to be morning. He sits motionless in his chair, waiting for half a minute. Yet nothing transpires. What's going on? Why hasn't my limit increased? Su Bai is perplexed. Yesterday, I achieved an increase in limit simply by getting drunk. I'm intoxicated today as well. He questions the system, fine-tuned system. Are you even functioning? Why hasn't my limit increased? Ding! This system is not the fine-tuned system. Note, you must be under significant scrutiny while in a state of intoxication for the system to enhance your capabilities. How troublesome. Su Bai finds this quite inconvenient. Gaining widespread attention should not be an issue. The real challenge lies in drinking publicly, as the club would certainly disapprove. Yesterday was a unique circumstance, with Yu Shuang and Rita orchestrating the event. Without their involvement, Abu would never have permitted such behavior. It seems this matter must be set aside for now, awaiting a more opportune moment. Su Bai rises, preparing to return home for some rest. As sleeping in the chair last night was far from restful. Just then, the training room door swings open, revealing the coach, Scout, and Miko entering together. Goodness, Su Bai, we didn't spend the night here, did you? The coach remarks. Noticing Su Bai's disheveled state. Is there a problem? Su Bai replies defiantly. The coach approaches, detecting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from Su Bai, as if he had just crawled out of a vat of liquor. How much did you drink last night? At least a gin of Baijiu, right? A gin. A gin is merely enough for me to rinse my mouth, Su Bai retorts, indignantly questioning the coach's perception. Well, you truly are impressive. The coach gives a thumbs up. When it comes to drinking, he has no doubts about Su Bai's capabilities. Each time he recalls their previous welcome ceremony, where they competed in drinking, the coach wishes he could slap himself for not recognizing Su Bai's prowess. Indeed, look at this. The coach suddenly pulls out his phone and opens a streaming platform. What is this? Su Bai inquires, glancing at the screen to find footage from yesterday's interview. The chat is overflowing with comments, nearly obscuring the video itself. This is the recording of yesterday's interview. Did you know? It has gone viral online, with the video's views and live stream popularity surpassing 300 million. The coach's expression is exaggerated, as though he has encountered an extraterrestrial. Miko steps forward, patting Su Bai on the shoulder. You shall henceforth be known as the wine immortal. The coach adds, I feel alcohol barrel dweller might sound even more appealing. What are you two rambling about? Su Bai is taken aback, wondering if the coach and Miko enjoy such playful banter. Miko explains this nickname was bestowed upon you by enthusiastic fans. It's rather cool. Don't you think? The coach interjects, also, I heard you managed to drive Dopa to disconnect. I've never seen anyone do that before. Miko gasps he can disconnect. Isn't his mentality renowned for being unshakable? The coach replies, I don't know. I saw the footage online, and after Su Bai's fishman solo killed Dopa's card, he was absent for several minutes before reappearing, and then he just kept getting killed. It was utterly absurd. Miko exclaims, how outrageous. Scout initially intended to proceed directly to his seat to commence his rank practice. However, he found himself drawn to the commotion nearby. His curiosity piqued as he listened intently. Just then, the training room door swung open once more, and in walked Mouse. Upon entering, Mouse's expression brightened upon spotting Su Bai. He hurried over, exclaiming, "Su Bai, wait, I should be calling you wine immortal now. You're quite the sensation. Your drinking videos are all over the internet." And Su Bai on wine has become a trending topic. Noticing Mouse's enthusiastic approach, Su Bai sensed that trouble was afoot. "What bad news do you have? Do share?" Mouse's grin widened, almost reaching the back of his head. As he replied, "Don't say it like that. It sounds as if I want you to get into trouble." "Well, it's not too serious, just that the manager wishes to punish you by demoting you to the second team." Both the manager and Miko were taken aback by this revelation. The manager murmured, "That can't be true. Yesterday's incident did cause quite a stir and affected the club, but I hadn't heard of such a punishment." Miko interjected, "Mouse, who did you hear this from? Was it Abu himself?" Mouse's eyes darted around. "While I was in the restroom, I overheard Abu on the phone, and I caught a snippet of the conversation." The manager and Miko exchanged alarmed glances. If this were true, it would indeed be a grave matter. Typically, a demotion from the first team to the second signifies being benched with little chance of returning. Although Su Bai's drinking habits were far from commendable, the manager acknowledged that Su Bai excelled in all other aspects and possessed extraordinary talent. If properly nurtured, he could potentially lead EDG to an S championship title. This was the manager's earnest belief. EDG was in dire need of a capable top laner. This could very well be Su Bai's last year. If he missed the opportunity now, there might not be another chance. Scout, eavesdropping nearby, wore a complex expression as a fellow top laner. He recognized Su Bai's immense potential. With proper training, he could undoubtedly become a world-class top laner. Yet, Su Bai remained unfazed, appearing indifferent while others were anxious. He was not the least bit concerned. Indeed, he felt no urgency. If he were to be relegated to the second team, he would prefer to leave the club altogether. Su Bai seemed oblivious to the severity of the situation. Mouse, however, was growing increasingly displeased. Just then, the training room door swung open again, and Abu strode in confidently, surveying the room before striding directly toward Su Bai. "Manager Abu." Mouse stood tall, greeting him with exuberance, eager for the unfolding drama. Abu ignored Mouse, hastening to Su Bai's side. "Su Bai, wait a moment. I need to speak with you about something urgent." The manager interjected, grabbing Abu's arm in an attempt to lead him away for a private conversation. Hoping for some room for negotiation, that if you have something to say, just say it. "I also need to speak with Su Bai, and it's quite urgent," Abu replied. The manager, seeing no alternative, said, regarding the demotion to the second team, "I think you should reconsider. This seems rather hasty." "Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Abu shook his head, then turned to Su Bai, warmly addressing him. "Su Bai, I have good news. Wulianya wants you to be their spokesperson." "What? What?" The EDG members were left utterly bewildered. "What are you all doing here? Return to your practice?" Abu shooed them away. Su Bai scratched his head. "I do quite enjoy their liquor, but this is all rather sudden." "Isn't it? Sudden? Would you really want to miss such a fantastic opportunity? Here, this is the electronic contract. If you find agreeable, just sign it." Abu produced a tablet and opened a document. The cover indeed bore the insignia of the Wulianya Group. Astounding, the manager's jaw nearly dropped. This was utterly surreal. Wulianya, a liquor company, had approached Su Bai for endorsement, and Su Bai was merely a substitute who had participated in 2 matches. How could he be the one? Su Bai began to peruse the contract, primarily concerned with the financial aspects. The adult world is quite straightforward, though Su Bai was still a minor. Nonetheless, as long as the money was right, that was all that mattered. Soon he came across the endorsement fee, a series of numbers that required careful counting. Units of tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 3 million. Su Bai quickly tallied the amount. Abu nodded, continuing, "That's just a portion. We've reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Wulianya Group. And in the future, 20% of the club's revenue will also be allocated to you." "Wow." The manager and Miko exclaimed simultaneously. This was outrageous and utterly unacceptable. They had never granted such privileges even to seasoned veterans. Meanwhile, Mouse was in shock, slapping himself in disbelief. If this were a nightmare, he wished to awaken swiftly. However, Su Bai remained composed, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift of fate has its price. Discreetly marked in the shadows. If I'm not mistaken, the club is currently facing financial difficulties, correct? Su Bai suddenly remarked. Habu's eyes narrowed, a smile playing on his lips. You clever boy, quite astute, Su Bai chuckled. He was a time traveler, with a combined lifespan of over 40 years across his past and present. That a person in their 40s surely possesses considerable life experience. In truth, Su Bai was not merely guessing. He had sound reasoning. With EDG's subpar performance in S6, their popularity had significantly waned, naturally leading to a reduction in the club's revenue. Player salaries were ever increasing, making financial losses nearly unavoidable. By ponder the club's offer of 20% revenue. It was rather intriguing. If EDG performed well in this year's S Championship, the income would be substantial. Conversely, if they failed to achieve any results, they might end up with nothing. Very well, I shall sign this contract, Su Bai resolved, his confidence unwavering. Just then, Mouse interjected. Wait a moment. Why would Wuliangya, a liquor company, seek Su Bai as their spokesperson? Have they lost their minds? Abu retorted. You know nothing. Yesterday, Su Bai's interview praised Wuliangya, and their stock price surged upon opening. Do you understand the significance of that? That's influence. Mouse was so stunned he nearly collapsed, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Su Bai marveled. Indeed, the power of the masses is boundless. Who would have thought? Su Bai signed the contract effortlessly, securing a $3 million income from a single live stream, a feat beyond compare. Witnessing Su Bai easily clinch $3 million, Mouse felt his teeth grind in frustration. This is infuriating. He earns in 2 hours what I make in a year. Perhaps I should also start live streaming my drinking. Mouse experienced a sudden burst of inspiration. The summer competition is still ongoing, and as we enter the playoffs, the intensity of the matches begins to escalate. From the perspective of professional players, the regular season and the playoffs are entirely different entities. This bears a resemblance to another distinction, the difference between a BO1 and a BO5 match. In the regular season and a BO1 format, the focus is on the team's raw strength. However, in the playoffs and a BO5 format, it is the team's comprehensive prowess that is put to the test. This comprehensive strength encompasses not only raw power, but also adaptable strategies, unconventional tactics, and cohesive systems. In short, a BO5 is certainly not as straightforward as 5 BO1 matches. During the regular season, teams do not dedicate excessive effort to studying any single opponent. As there are numerous challengers, defeating 1 or 2 teams is insufficient. Yet, once the playoffs commence, each stage involves a meticulous examination of a single team, with strategies tailored to exploit their weaknesses. Consequently, many teams that appeared untroubled during the regular season find themselves exposed to various issues once the playoffs begin. It is not that these teams lack problems. Rather, it is simply that no one was focused on them during the regular season. The issues revealed in EDG are particularly evident in the top lane. Mouse, whether in terms of hero pool or playstyle, is quite susceptible to being targeted. While champions such as Shun, Cho'Gath, and Makai may seem viable, they are fundamentally a similar class of heroes, incapable of countering opponents who select split-pushing champions. In the semifinals, EDG faced off against IG. This is a brand new IG. With a plethora of players, they could form a soccer team. After various roster changes, IG finally settled on a starting lineup just before the playoffs began. With this makeshift lineup, they managed to push EDG to a 5th match, nearly toppling them. Following the match against IG, the championship odds for EDG plummeted across various platforms. The issues with EDG are glaringly apparent, making the finals a daunting prospect. Meanwhile, Su Bai continued his streaming, indulging in his usual routine of leveling up and drinking. Initially, Su Bai intended to attempt drinking to the point of inebriation during his stream to see if he could continue surpassing his limits. However, he failed, seemingly due to insufficient viewer engagement. This implies that unless he can orchestrate a significant event akin to his previous interview, breaking through the barrier seems unlikely. Although he cannot participate in the matches, his streaming career is flourishing. After drinking, Su Bai's ability to entertain skyrocketed, with various memes flowing seamlessly. First, he attracted viewers with his hard-earned prowess in ranked games. Now he primarily relies on his silver tongue. Many viewers even stop watching the stream, opting to simply listen to his banter, of course. This is also because the skill required for his gameplay is exceedingly high, and most people are genuine novices who cannot replicate his feats. Following EDG's near defeat against IG in the semifinals, an increasing number of viewers inquired when Su Bai would take the stage. Even on the night after the match between EDG and IG, the EDG club's phone was inundated with calls, with excited individuals asking this very question. Su Bai, however, felt helpless. Being underage meant he could not compete, lest he face suspension for drinking. Before long, another semifinal concluded. EDG's finals opponent was confirmed. RNG. The announcement of this matchup sparked a flurry of discussions. Both teams are powerhouses and longtime rivals. With various factors converging, the anticipation skyrocketed even before the match commenced. Su Bai was training in the practice room, having just finished a match, and it was nearly midnight. Ranked matches were about to reset. 23. 59, 0, 0, 0. A new day dawned. Furthermore, today is a special day. Just 2 days remain until the finals. However, this is not the main focus. The real highlight is that Su Bai has turned 18, officially reaching adulthood. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning a 10 reward in visual expertise. A smile crept onto Su Bai's lips. One cannot deny that the summit of the canyon is a remarkable place. IT is indeed more challenging than the Korean server, hence the time investment. Su Bai. The door to the training room swung open, and several figures filed in. Leading the group was none other than Abu. The rest of the EDG members followed closely behind. Each individual appeared quite exhilarated. Not just Mouse, Abu, or the team captain. Such a scenario is indeed rare. Abu approached Su Bai and spoke. Su Bai, you surely remember our previous bet, right? If you do not achieve the first rank on both servers today, you will refrain from drinking in the future. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. That a victorious smile spread across Abu's face. With this matter settled, Su Bai would be eligible to compete, facing no obstacles. And no one could contest this. Mouse also seemed pleased. However, his thoughts diverged slightly from Abu's. From his observations, preventing Su Bai from drinking would be akin to taking away his very essence. Under such circumstances, Su Bai would undoubtedly refuse to honor the bet. Thus, a conflict between Su Bai and the club seemed inevitable. Thus so, are you planning to pay in cash or via bank transfer? Su Bai countered, his mind still on the 100,000. Abu chuckled. All right, Su Bai, stop pretending to be clueless. That I know you're skilled. You have 2 accounts in the summit of the canyon. One ranked 7th and the other 9th. However, our bet was for first place. Mouse chimed in, exactly, as long as you're not first, it doesn't team matter. Claiming 2nd to 10th is useless. Mouse had done his homework, so he felt somewhat secure. You are mistaken. While 7th and 9th are indeed my ranks, first place is also mine, Su Bai replied. Mouse was not convinced. Oh, so you're putting on an act, huh? I could claim that all of the top 100 are my accounts. It's just a statement. In Mouse's eyes, Su Bai was merely trying to evade responsibility, which he considered a positive development. If he continued to provoke Su Bai, the conflict would inevitably escalate. Su Bai refrained from further discussion, gesturing for everyone to look at his computer. This is the account currently ranked first in the summit of the canyon. Everyone turned to look, and Abu read aloud. BS Explosion Kill. This appears to be the current top rank. How is it on your computer? The team captain remarked. It can't really be his, can it? Mouse interjected. Impossible. I find that hard to believe. I suspect he bought it. Yes. If he purchased this account, he could claim 100,000. And this account is certainly not worth that much. Thus, he would profit immensely. After hearing this, the group found his reasoning quite plausible. Accounts can be traded, and there are numerous places online to purchase ranked accounts. Theoretically, spending a few 100,000 could indeed secure the top-ranked account in the canyon. Su Bai possessed both motive and means. Abu then asked, you claim this account is yours. What does your ID mean? Su Bai explained, it's quite simple. BS is just the reverse of my initials. Mouse immediately interjected, that's a feeble excuse. Why not just use your initials directly instead of reversing them? Are you a foreigner? The team captain murmured, but if it weren't reversed, it would be SB. Miko couldn't help but laugh. Mouse felt a bit embarrassed. No one would use SB as an ID unless they were truly foolish. Nevertheless, he chose to remain obstinate. I find this explanation too strained, and IDs can be changed. That doesn't prove anything. Abu nodded in agreement. IDs can indeed be altered, a trivial expense that in that case. ILL call our technical support, Xiao Zhang, to help track the IP address of this account and see where it has been logged in previously. While speaking, Abu kept his gaze fixed on Su Bai, eager to ascertain whether Su Bai was lying. However, Su Bai maintained a calm demeanor. Shrugging his shoulders, Abu made the call, and a few minutes later, the phone rang again. Abu answered, and after a brief exchange, Mouse suddenly sensed impending trouble. Abu announced, "Xiao Zhang has responded. He says this account has always been logged in on your computer." The EDG members froze upon hearing this, with the team captain being the first to react. So, what this means is that the accounts ranked 1st, 7th, and 9th in the summit of the canyon all belonged to him. Abu nodded in affirmation. Exactly. Despite Abu's defeat, a smile lingered on his face, which was indeed a positive sign. Naturally, not everyone shared in the laughter, particularly Mouse. Even so, he couldn't resist making a retort. What is the point of creating so many accounts? Haven't you been playing on those two all along? Su Bai replied, "Those two accounts are for live streaming and creating entertaining content. This account is the one dedicated to serious ranking." The EDG members could hardly contain their disbelief that TO play so casually for entertainment and still rank among the top 10 in the canyon. Meanwhile, the captain struggled tirelessly just to maintain his position in the king tier, often slipping back down. The disparity was staggering. That moment, Scout chimed in, "So that top-ranked account belongs to you, that I've faced it several times before. And every encounter left a lasting impression as you wreaked havoc and mercilessly stole my points." Su Bai listened, perplexed, as he had lost track of the numerous players he had dispatched. Ultimately, Abu declared, "All right then, since that's the case, I will transfer the 1 million prize to you. Be sure to check your account. We're done here. Everyone disperse." Su Bai seized the moment to inquire, "So, you all one team mind if I drink in the future? Right?" Abu turned back, his expression a blend of exasperation and joy. "Go ahead and drink. Who is stopping you?" The EDG members had no objections, as they had grown accustomed to it. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. In the following 2 days, aside from meals and sleep, the EDG team focused on strategizing against RNG. RNG had engaged in a fierce 5-game battle against Wii in the semifinals, which became the focal point of their analysis. The higher the stakes of the match, the more vulnerabilities were exposed, and the same could be said for EDG. Their 5-game struggle with IG would inevitably reveal numerous issues, some resolvable, others not so much. It would ultimately depend on how both sides could capitalize on their strengths while mitigating their weaknesses. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the finals. The EDG team woke up early to play a few ranked matches. After a quick lunch and a brief rest, they boarded the vehicle under Abu's guidance, heading straight to the venue. Inside the car, the atmosphere was palpable with tension, given the significance of the finals. Su Bai sat in the back, clutching a large box filled with fine spirits he had meticulously selected. Meanwhile, discussions about the finals were reaching a fever pitch online. Most spectators favored RNG, citing a glaring weakness in EDG's top lane. While RNG also had its vulnerabilities, they seemed well-equipped to exploit Mouse's position. Furthermore, RNG's bottom lane showcased superior carry potential, leading to a consensus that RNG held the upper hand. As Su Bai scrolled through his phone, the captain leaned over and asked, "Wine Immortal, do you have enough supplies for today?" He gestured towards Su Bai's box. Su Bai replied, "It's likely that I won't even make it to the stage. So there should be more than enough. In truth, neither Nof nor Abu had yet decided to field him. The reason was straightforward. Players needed time to gel, especially in the playoffs where synergy was paramount. Given that Su Bai hadn't played alongside the others for quite some time, he was understandably at a disadvantage in that regard. Additionally, Mouse possessed more competitive experience. The playoffs demanded stability, unlike the regular season, where experimentation was more feasible. Thus, Nof intended to have Mouse take the stage, and Abu concurred, prioritizing the team's overall success. If fielding Mouse meant victory, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The captain, aware of this dynamic, reassured everyone. "No worries, we'll start strong with a 2-0 lead, and then you'll take the stage for the 3rd game. Familiarize yourself with the atmosphere. After all, you haven't played in the playoffs yet. Losing one team matter, so don't feel pressured. All right?" Su Bai chuckled at this. "Yes, indeed, that sounds beneficial for you." The captain smiled in agreement. Suddenly, Su Bai noticed a plethora of flags behind the captain. Before long, the EDG team arrived at the venue and headed straight to their locker room. Upon entering, they set their personal items aside, and Coach Nof began outlining their strategy. Gather around, everyone, before the match begins. Let us discuss our tactics of the first game. The EDG members stood ready, encircling Nof. With a serious expression, Nof asked, "You all should have a grasp of RNG's current situation, that who's been drinking?" The team turned to see Su Bai seated, sipping from a glass as he savored his fine wine. Su Bai, what on earth are you doing? Nof's frustration was evident, as he seemed unaccustomed to such distractions. Su Bai replied nonchalantly, "I'm preparing for the match." Nof gritted his teeth, disapproving of Su Bai's apparent disregard for his authority. However, since they had no intention of fielding Su Bai today, he decided to douse Su Bai's enthusiasm with cold water. If you're drinking in preparation for the match, it might be best to stop. U1TB playing mouse seized the opportunity to revel in Su Bai's discomfort. "Su Bai, I'll handle RNG today. You can cheer for me from the bottom lane, to shout encouragement, and leave the drinking aside." "Ha." Su Bai chose silence, continuing to sip his drink, effectively ignoring Mouse. Frustrated, Mouse sought to provoke Su Bai, hoping to incite a clash between him and Nof. Yet, Su Bai remained composed, as if everything was under his control, which irked Mouse even further. Just then, Abu interjected, "All right, let us expedite our strategy discussion. We can't afford to run out of time." Nof resumed, "Now, you should all be aware of RNG's situation. Essentially, they rely on their bottom lane to carry, while Xiaohu in the mid lane is decent. But they lack a strategy centered around mid lane play." Nof turned to Mouse. "Focus on stabilizing the top lane. Typically, the spicy hot pot doesn't target the top lane. That one incident at the start of the season was an anomaly. I suspect it was due to the new season, which caused them to experiment with various strategies. Throughout the regular season, the top lane has generally been left alone. All right, I'm fine with that. It's just let me. I can handle him easily," Mouse replied confidently. Suddenly, Su Bai let out a loud belch. Mouse frowned. "Su,